decide what's on next.
So Ben was saying yesterday he wants more. He's saying this morning, sorry, he wants more time off.
Okay.
So I'm just doing a new route.
Genmai Gohan desu. Arimasu ka?
There's ways out there.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
The first 8 heats, can you guys have a quick squeeze at this? So, a little bit full on, you get 7 and you get 7 and 5 off. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Out of the 8, so you get 2 out of the 8.
Yeah.
You get 4 off and hang on, you only get 1, 2, 3. He's getting 2 off, and then I can change this one to me and
If you
me
get-
and Pixie stay on for 2. Is that okay? And you get 2 off out of the 8. It's okay? Okay. And then I'll try and pass. I had some feedback yesterday, and everyone seems to be liking her interviewing skills. But she was wondering, Swakita's been feeding her a few questions to try and mix it up a bit. If you guys can think of anything to do with it.
I thought she was listening to us actually, 'cause she asked a lot of things that we were saying.
Yeah, it's true.
Didn't it seem like it?
I reckon she was spot on with
I
what
do
she was
too.
asking.
She was asking stuff that we were saying.
Yeah. I try. I mean, she's a very popular radio announcer. She's still. Very. Keep it simple.
Yeah.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
Good morning in Ohio gozaimasu, live from Japan, here at the Gotcha ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open, powered by GoPro. Todd Klein joined by Matthew Pitts. Pitsy, big day yesterday. We ran a total of 20 heats. We finished up round 2, heats 17 through 24, and we are kicking off right now with heat number 1, round 4 action, 3 men in the water, and that was Timothy Bisso in the red. He will be doing battle up against Adriana de Souza, who has had the best performance so far in this event, and Griffin Colapinto in the white.
Yeah, it was a big day yesterday, and looks like we're going to have another big day today. And straight up for you, Tim Bisso, Adriana de Souza, Griffin Colapinto, and you said yesterday, yeah, that Adriana did get the biggest score of the competition so far. And Timmy Bisso and Adriana have been duking it out through the earlier rounds of this event, and here they are up against each other again.
Throw in the firecracker from San Clemente, California, Griffin Colapinto. This is going to be a great start to the day here. It's Saturday here in Japan, local time, 6:45 a.m. And going back to yesterday, we had a full day. We did have about an hour and a half of standby due to a negative low tide and rather tough conditions. So a good call yesterday by our head judge and contest director. Went on standby for a bit, but we did finish all of round 3, so that's how we are into round 4 this morning with this QS 6000, $150,000 prize purse, Pitsy, and more importantly, 6,000 points on the line here towards next year's qualification for the championship tour.
Yeah, just to think that sometime tomorrow someone will be cashing in on $25,000 for their trip to Japan and 6,000 points. So somebody's life will change tomorrow, and I guess the big question is, who will that be? Timmy Bisso with just a 2.17 to kick off his account here in heat number 1, round 4. We've got some pretty clean little conditions. Still got some, chest to say waist high, so waist to chest high, shoulder high waves occasionally.
Yeah, I was out there checking it out, Pitsy, before we kick things off. I think it's better today than yesterday.
Okay.
Yesterday the winds were wreaking havoc on it. We had rain yesterday, and rain doesn't do anything, but it was the wind that was associated with that rain that really was chopping up the faces of these waves. Today, much cleaner. I spoke with a couple of the competitors. They said it was definitely funner out there today. I think the one thing we got to keep an eye on today, without that wind, is maybe the consistency. Will it be there for these heats? The good news is we're into the 3-man heats now, and potentially later, we could go into the quarterfinals for the women, and then there would be 2 surfers in the water. So the women quarterfinals are on standby. The plan is to run all of this round, which is the round of 16, and the round of 24, and then we will go into the round of 16, and the women are on standby, the quarterfinals.
Yeah, as we saw yesterday, we went on hold in the middle of the day, so one heat at a time, or say one round at a time, get this round done, reassess the conditions, then decide which way to go with it. But once again, each day we've been surprised with the waves that we've had as we've shown up to the contest site, because the forecast originally was not looking that good. We've got some little waves and some pretty good conditions, and we've seen every afternoon on the turn of the tide, that late incoming higher tide, we've seen actual waves really push back into the bay here. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if we get in a full day of surfing.
Yeah, I think one thing to keep an eye on is that outgoing tide this morning, and how low will it get? Yesterday we had that sandbar completely exposed. Low tide today is at 11:33 a.m. and high tide this evening at 6:32. So something to keep an eye on. Right before lunchtime we'll be on that dead low tide. It is a little bit negative. It's a 0.5 tide, and maybe we'll have little runners. It is cleaner today, so it might not be as difficult for the competitors out there on that low tide. Just one score on the board at the moment for Timothy Bisso, just like we've seen throughout this event. 25-minute heats, top 2 waves going into the Surfers score line, and whoever has the highest 2-wave total will win the heat, and second place will advance as well. Third will bow out here. And we got Bisso. Quick snap off the top. Nice timing off the bottom. Gets up into it one more time. Pushes a little bit harder. Gets the fins a little bit set free. And he will kick out. So that was wave number 2 there for Bisso. Equal third in this heat will give you an equal 17th overall. 1,050 points and $2,000, Pitsy.
Yeah, so we're getting to the point in the competition. A lot on the line for the surfers. We've gone from the 4-man heat now into the 3-man heat, so you may find the surfers' tactics starting to change. Todd, what do you think? They're going to be a little bit more patient now that they've got that just extra bit of room to move out there with that one less guy in the water?
Yeah, I think that will be determined by each individual. Everybody's got their own kind of approach to each heat. Some surfers like to really stay busy, and others are very selective. We do have the 3-man priority in place once all 3 surfers do get a wave. And one thing to keep an eye on, I think, in this heat is Adriano de Souza. We touched on it. He had the performance of the event this far. He had a 9.57, a 2-wave total of 17.74, coming off a lot of momentum, getting that big win just recently down in Brazil at the last championship tour event, the Oi Rio Pro. Currently sitting second in the world on that championship tour. He's here traveling with his wife. He's been enjoying a little bit of vacation time. He had a few days before we really even got started in this event. Made a couple runs into Tokyo on the train, and maybe looking at it more as a vacation, he could have no pressure and go all the way to the final. We'll see.
Yeah, you hear a lot of the competitors, when the pressure's off, they just manage to relax and then let their surfing do the talking without the noise between the ears, and more often than not, produce a big result. Griffin Colapinto, you like him, you talk about him a lot and what an incredible surfer he is. I haven't seen too much of him, so it's fantastic to have him here out the front of us right now in this heat. It's a loaded heat. De Souza, Bisso and Colapinto, and this is the second time that Bisso and Adriano have been matched up in this event. They're in the first heat together, and Bisso managed to pip Adriano at the post in that first round heat. Adriano went on to score the highest total heat score in his second round heat. Timmy Bisso had a great win, so now they're up against each other again here in round number 3 with Griffin Colapinto, just to stir the pot up.
Well, the only surfer to catch waves at this point is our surfer in red, Timothy. Opened up with a 2.17, but his last one came through much better on that backhand attack, and he's having another look here. His last wave was a 6.83. Let's see how he goes on this one. Looks like a little runner here across the bank, quick floater. And it's going to go a little bit too quick, so he'll kick out. So that one will not go into his score line. But out to an early lead, our surfer in red, De Souza and Colapinto, sitting out there waiting patiently, trying to find the right wave to open up their campaign here in round 4 action.
Yeah, the surfers travel around the world. There's certain countries that some surfers feel more comfortable in than others. And I've noticed this trip, Timmy Bisso's been on a real high. He seems to... maybe it's the blonde hair and his, happy vibe that he carries around the beach with him. He's got a lot of fans, and I notice he's been getting swamped by a few of the fans down at the convenience stores and around the contest area. And I was saying that, ranked 1 to 100 doesn't matter. All these international competitors are heroes in the eyes of the Japanese fans, and Timmy Bisso's been creating a lot of attention around the fans, and maybe he's just carrying that little momentum of that happy vibe right through this event. And this is a country that really suits his chemical makeup, and he's having a fantastic competition, up and riding wide.
Yeah, Colapinto, quick drive off the top there, getting some speed down the line, kicks the fins out. Unable to pull out of that one, though, will not be a complete maneuver on that final maneuver. So after waiting for almost 10 minutes, Colapinto opens his campaign, and he will want to get that wave out of his scoreline at the end of this heat. A lot of the heats throughout this competition so far, Pitsy, have come down to the final. What I've seen is it really doesn't start to get interesting for most of the heats until about that 7-minute mark. that's when all of these competitors really start to shuffle for that advancing position. In this particular heat, we'll have 2 surfers advancing on. 1 surfer will lose, so it'll be a little bit easier, I think, to some extent, because you only have to beat 1 surfer versus 2. And we'll see who will those first 2 surfers be making it on into round 5.
Yeah, well, Griffin just posting a 287 there, and we've been known to see the QS surfers really scrap in all their heats throughout these. The CT surfers are usually a little bit more patient, using that priority really well, and we see Adriano being pretty patient, but he's not sitting on the top of the priority pole at the moment, so that would indicate that quite possibly he's paddled for a wave, and he has, with the score coming up at 3.40 for D'Souza.
So all 3 surfers on the board, and just quickly, the situation is Timothy Biso in the red is out to an early lead, 6.83, 2.17. D'Souza in second, wearing the blue. He requires a 5.61, and Colapinto in the white, looking for a 0.54. I mentioned our 2015 world champ out in the lineup. Adriano D'Souza currently second in the world at the moment, heading into the 5th stop on the championship tour in Fiji. As we look at the other 2 surfers trying to make it to that grand stage of the championship tour, Colapinto comes into this event currently ranked 24th on the QS, and then a little bit further down in the rankings is Timothy Biso in 33rd. So both of these surfers up in the top 50. And at the moment, though, the results for Timothy, he's got a total of 3,300 points, and looking up at Colapinto, he's got 3,600. The estimated total that will be needed at the end of the year towards qualification for next year, about 18,000. So these guys have a lot of movement that they need to gain some scores in order to qualify for next year's championship tour, and this is a huge opportunity here at this QS 6000.
Yeah, well, we're getting around to that mid-year turning point in the tour, and it really starts to take shape, the rankings. But here's Biso up and riding again.
Great opening maneuver right there. I really liked how he got the fins up and over. This wave's going to hit the inside and start to run for him. Gets back up into it again, and if he can finish strong, look for a solid score here for Biso. He's got a 6.83 and a 2.17. Say goodbye to the 2.17. And we will see Timothy start to pull away a little bit from the other 2 competitors early in this heat. I like this opening maneuver right here, Pitsy.
Yeah, this awesome big backhand snap. Gets a heap of speed out of the top of that wave. Drives back down. Now another little snap, and they're just looking for this final maneuver to connect. And it does. So Tim Biso looking at another very good backup score for his 6.83 that he already has on the board. So looking very strong, looking amped, and carrying that momentum that he's had all week into Saturday morning here at the Gotcha ICHINOMIYA Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Big day of surfing ahead of us. Todd Klein in the booth. It's going to be another exciting day of international surfing here on the WSL qualifying series tour. And you mentioned about how we're coming to the turning point of this tour, how the points here in Japan are very important for surfers intending on making that championship tour. But the one thing, as you mentioned earlier in the week, how this is when the CT surfers, the championship tour surfers, really start to mental stock take their rankings and think, okay, I'm going to have to hit this qualifying series as well. And then you'll see them jump back onto these later events in the year and into the Hawaiian qualifying series events and really start to cause a few headaches. For example, someone like Timmy Biso, who's looking close to qualifying, but then all of a sudden the handbrake comes on because all these CT guys jump in and start stealing the points.
Good point. Scores in for Last of Red, 7.23. So Timothy starting to pull away now. Have a look at what's needed for D'Souza at the moment if he wants to move from second up to first. Adriano D'Souza in the blue looking for 2 waves totaling 14.07. And Griffin Colapinto, it's really at this point between white and blue for that second position, but it's early days in this heat, 11 minutes. And we are referencing the qualification for next year's championship tour. And just to clarify, the current championship tour, the top 22 at the end of 2017 will re-qualify, and then we will take the top 10 from the QS rankings at the end of this year, and they will join that championship tour, and then you have 2 wild cards from the World Surf League. So that is how the top 34 is composed for 2018. And so a huge opportunity here at this QS 6000. And we got Timothy once again. It's like it's a one-man band out there, and he's once again strumming on the guitar. 2 big maneuvers here for Timothy. And looking to better that 6.83, Pitsy.
Yeah, Timmy Bisso keeping busy out here. He's found himself a little right-hand bank here that the other 2 guys don't seem to have cottoned onto yet. But Timmy Bisso looking good in this heat so far.
Yeah, this second one unfortunately gets hung up, and it will be an incomplete maneuver. Score's already in, 2.90. The first priority sits at the moment with Adriana de Souza, second priority with Griffin Colapinto. And touching on some of the bigger events, there's a total of 55 QS events this year in 2017 on the World Surf League, and only 6,000s, and this being one of them right here, Pitsy. So these guys know the importance of stepping up when you have the opportunity to get these big points towards qualification for next year. There is also 5 events that are QS 10,000s, and so out of those 11 events there that I mentioned, those are the ones that if you're going to bring it at those events and get those big points, because winning a QS 1000, it's good. It gives you a little bit of money. If you're a young up-and-comer, it's great because it gives you a stepping stone to increase your seed. But if you are already a top seed, you need to perform in these big events.
Yeah, speaking of stepping stones, Todd, we do have the 1000s, the 1.5s, the 3000s, the 6 and the 10s. And just watch Timmy Bisso here staying busy, up and riding again.
Yeah, another quick snap here. Little runner, starting to hit the inside bank, gets 2 maneuvers. So he could care less about priority. He's just staying busy. That'll be his 6th wave. And with priority is our surfer in blue, but it looks like Colapinto here. He's going to have a go at this one. Nice looking wave here. Let's see what he can do. This kid's got a lot of electric tricks, and I was expecting maybe to pop the fins up and over there, but that one just one quick little hit, a bit of a setup turn, and it didn't materialize. He kicks out. So another score that's not going to really go too high up for Colapinto.
Yeah, it's been a tough gig for the surfers in blue and white. Haven't been quite able to find that open face. You see Colapinto here. Looks like he's going to go to the air here. Goes off the bottom, hits the lip, and just pulls it back down a bit. And then was hoping for that wave to cooperate towards the latter half of it. Not the case. Kicks out, and it's back to the drawing board for Griffin Colapinto. You mentioned the stepping stones of the qualifying series, you know, with the goal of making that championship tour, and how important the points from the 10,000s and the 6,000s are. And just for example, if I wanted to compete in a 10,000 event, I'd have to get to a certain ranking because there is a shut-off ranking to actually compete in those 10,000s. Is that right?
Yeah, and I'm not completely abreast to it, but what I do believe is, to your point, let's say there's 144 competitors in the event. They're going to take the top 144 ranked surfers. And if you're outside of that, then you're not going to get into the event. So it's important that you build your rankings in order to have a high seed.
So just for example, if you want a 10,000, for example, you want to get into that contest, the 10,000 is only accepting 144 competitors. It's not like if there's 400 guys who want to enter, 400 guys to get a crack at it. No, there's 144. It's a shut-off, similar to what there's on the championship tour. And if you're not in that top 144, you don't get to paddle out. So up and riding blue.
This guy's in the top 100, currently 2nd in the world on the championship tour. A couple of nice hits. It's going to be his best wave. It looks like it's going to reform for him on the inside. He goes up into the white water one more time, out on the open face, carves it back. So De Souza finally on the board with a decent score there. His first wave was a 3.40, and this is where we talked about things start to get interesting. 6 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. We'll start to see a score drop here for last of De Souza.
Yeah, Adriana de Souza, a couple of frontside bashes, not much at the end. So still, look, kind of a mediocre heat for Adriana so far. Just looking for that wave to create that opportunity for him to really open up. We saw him trying to get that big old bottom turn thing happening, but the wave was still a little bit too flat on the face for that to happen.
The difference is he's only got to beat one competitor in this heat, and at the moment it's Colapinto, and Colapinto's had a very slow start, 2.87, 2.37, so Colapinto is going to look to dial things up here, and he has a 2nd priority at the moment. Timothy Bisso holds the 1st priority and the 1st position. Bisso looking to better his low score of a 6.83. Scores are in for last of blue. It's a 5.33, so De Souza solidly in that second position, and Colapinto now looking for a 5.86. So it's been a slow start for the surfer in blue and a slow start for the surfer in white, and it's basically a battle for that second place position right now. But as soon as one of these guys, which either one of them can post an excellent score at any moment, they will then climb themselves up in to solidify an advancing position. But somebody in this 2 and 3 position needs to separate themselves.
Yeah, well, we're hitting that action-packed period of the heat, the final 5 minutes, as you mentioned earlier in the heat, and this is it. It's coming down to the wire now. D'Souza, Colapinto. Who will fill that second-place position there? Bissau is looking pretty safe at this stage of the game. Now, you can see the pack starting to come together there as the tactics will start to become a major part.
Pitsy, as we are into round 4 action, we are kicking things off here with heat number 1, but let's talk about the performance of a couple of our Japanese competitors that are still going. Coming up in heat number 4, Shun Murakami, Cooper Chapman, and Hiroto Ohara. 2 Japanese and 1 Australian. We know that one of them is going to be going into round 5, so a great performance so far. And then following that, we have another Japanese competitor, Hiroto Arai, in heat number 5 up against Josh Moniz, Slade Prestwich. Are you impressed with, or I should say, how impressed with you are of the performance of these Japanese competitors?
Yeah, well, Ohara and Hiroto Arai, we've seen a lot because they travel around the world. Ohara, big results. Arai, he's also been starting to clock up some nice results around the world on the QS Tour, so he's getting that international experience, and you can see the confidence building in each performance that he paddles out in, and yesterday was no different. His performance was incredible, his heat tactics were spot on, and these 2 kids have developed into very, very mature, dangerous threats on this qualifying series tour. Now we go to Shun Murakami, young kid from down the Shonan area. He's a little bit of an unknown quantity to the international stage, and he has been performing incredibly. His backhand, super square off the bottom, sharp off the top. He's going to be a danger man, as I said, because these conditions that we've got are very similar to where he's grown up and surfed his whole life. And we had a heat yesterday, and I called him the favourite for the heat. Despite the big names he was up against, he managed to advance, and I think he's going to be a danger man again. Cooper Chapman, though, incredible air manoeuvrable surfer all the way from Australia, and that guy, once again, Cooper Chapman, last year could have very easily taken this event out, and is now vying for that top position again here in 2017 at the Gotcha ICHINOMIYA Chiba Open. Powered by GoPro, it's going to be action-packed stuff all day long. Currently in the water, Timmy Bissau out in front, D'Souza in second, needing an 8.73 to get into first, but he's holding off Griffin Colapinto at this stage in third place, who needs a 5.86 to knock Adriano off his perch. Only 2 minutes now. We're getting down to the wire.
Yeah, we saw Timothy there motioning to his wrist, maybe asking for obviously a situation, but maybe the time. 2 minutes on the clock. And D'Souza, we saw him just take off a moment ago while we were discussing the Japanese competitors. It does not go into a score line, 0.50, so first priority still being held by our surfer in red. Colapinto with second priority in white. He's currently in third, looking for a 5.86. And I mentioned the challenge potentially today with these conditions being the consistency or lack thereof, and we're seeing that in this heat. We've got 6 waves ridden for our surfer in red, 3 for blue, and 2 for white. So a little bit slower potentially today as far as the consistency goes, but scoring potential still very much out there. We've seen some decent waves in the warm-up, and we've already got a 7.23 for Timothy in this heat. So we know that we will see throughout the day some high-flying surfing. We lost one of our top Japanese superstars yesterday in the likes of Kanoe Igarashi. He had a tough go yesterday, his parents both being 100% Japanese. He was born in the United States but carries a dual citizenship, I believe.
Okay, I had one of the locals just to correct that, and they said he was actually born in Japan, moved to the States when he was about 3 years old.
Okay.
Apparently that was the update. So he was born here but spent his whole surfing life in the United States at Huntington Beach.
But does carry dual citizenship, yeah?
Dual citizenship, and he does fly under the USA flag as a WSL competitor.
At this point, but it'll be interesting. Maybe he could surf in the Olympics in 2020, which will take place right here. Here we go. Timothy Bissau cashing in that first priority. Nice turn there. Throws a lot of spray. This is a great wave here for Timothy. He's already our heat leader, but this looks to be potentially his best wave so far. He already had a 7.23 and a 6.83, but a very impressive start to this wave with a couple of nice turns on his backhand. Now out the back to Souza. He goes on the backhand, and a big maneuver there, but times it, goes down, and it's something you usually don't see, and he's not wearing a leash right there, so you can see his board start to get away from him. It's going to be all she wrote, but okay,
Wow.
stand by, because Colapinto there was looking for a 5.86. This heat is over, as we heard the beach commentator count the heat down. So we will stand by to see, will Colapinto get the score that he needs? We know that De Souza fell on his wave, although he did get a move off out the back. He's looking to better a 3.40, so we will see what happens. Will it be De Souza or Colapinto moving into round 5? Stay with us.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
Well, if you're a Colapinto fan or a De Souza fan, it's a nail-biting situation to see who's going to advance into round 5. We saw that last performance by Timothy Biso posting a 7.83 on his backhand attack, his best wave in that heat. First place, Timothy Biso. Second place goes to Griffin Colapinto with his last wave performance, a 6.60. So a major upset here in this heat, heat number 1 of round 4. And Adriana De Souza, who was our top performer in this event so far, goes down, Pitsy.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Todd, incredible dying stages of that heat, fireworks. And Griffin Colapinto coming out with the air reverse, gets the score, and moves up into second.
Well, here we go. We're going to kick off heat number 2, and right out of the gates, we got Dylan Goodale from Hawaii. Gets up on his forehand, gets a quick turn off. He will be doing battle up against Brett Simpson in the blue and Flavio Nakajima in the red. And can't make out who it is, but it's De Souza. Despite getting a third-place finish, he's current number 2 in the world on the championship tour, and you can see him there still smiling, soaking it up, and as he should. He's coming off that big win over at the Oi Rio Pro, and the boys taking selfies with Adriana De Souza.
Yeah, no, it's incredible to see Adriana over here just really enjoying himself, having a bit of a holiday, paddling out, having a few surfs, up and riding again, surfer in white.
Yeah, Goodale getting that momentum down the line, floats it, and he kicks out. And just quickly, while we have the opportunity, would like to say a special thank you to Adriana De Souza for coming to this event. Yeah, obviously, he being the biggest name surfer, being number 2 in the world, former world champion of 2015. It was great to have him here at the event, and wishing him the best of luck the rest of this year as he campaigns potentially for a second world title.
Yeah, that's unbelievable to have Adriano here, and it would be fantastic for any of the other championship tour surfers. Here's a replay of Dylan Goodale, just up and down, short ride. He's had 2 rides though. He's staying busy. He's seen off. Obviously, Timmy Bisso out there keeping busy now. This is blue up and riding.
Oh my goodness, Brett Simpson opening things up right there with a little bit of a slip. Front foot comes off, and that's one where you want to get back on the horse and get out there and start riding again, because not what he wanted to kick this heat off with. So leaving Flavio Nakajima now with that first priority. He will have first right of way at any wave that does come through.
We saw the conditions in that first heat, Todd, a little inconsistent, and a contrast to tactics. Bisso being very busy, just getting up his wave score, and Adriano seemed to sit and be a little bit more selective, and unfortunately Bisso's tactics paid off. He won the heat from start to finish. Colapinto, a little sleepy through that whole heat, and then just came back with a buzzer beater, the dying stages, threw it all out there, air reverse, moves up to second place. in the heat in the water. We've got Dylan Goodale from Hawaii, a couple of small scores, but just keeping busy, staying positive, getting that momentum started.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about that clutch performance by Colapinto up against, the likes of Adriano de Souza. Timothy Biso ran away with that heat with a couple of sevens, and it was a battle until that last exchange between blue and white, being Adriano de Souza in the blue, Griffin Colapinto in the white. Colapinto pulls out that forehand air reverse, literally on the buzzer. How impressed with you are you from this youngster coming out of San Clemente, California?
Yeah, well, he's as far as what I've seen so far in the event, I haven't seen much, but I've heard you say every time, watch this kid, and now I know he had a solid result in Hawaii this last winter gone by, so he can do it in everything, and Colapinto has always been one of your favourites, and to see him pull that clutch performance against a former world champ here at Chiba in these tricky conditions, it's a testament to his maturity as a fine young surfer and a big threat this year on the QS Tour.
Well, a huge wave going down right now out the back for Nakajima. And when I say huge, not necessarily the size of the wave, but it was a good one for today's conditions. I'm talking about his performance now right behind him. Brett Simpson, nice jam off the top. Arcs it back there on the rail. Climbs the whitewater, and he will kick out. Look for scores to be solid there for the opener of red, Nakajima. And just to finalize our conversation on that last heat of round 4, heat 1, Colapinto, just for me, very impressive to see the youngster be able to step up. A lot of, basically every surfer in this competition at a QS 6000 has a ton of talent, but it's those moments like that where you have to step up in those clutch moments. That's where we start to see those guys that are the future of the sport, and I think potentially we could see that unfolding here for Colapinto. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves, though. It is round 4. We still got quite a ways to go, but the kid is definitely showing some talent, and he moves on into round 5 with Timothy Biso, and standing by for last of red. A great performance there for our surfer from Brazil on the backhand, and another surfer that had a fantastic performance on his backhand in that opening heat was the winner of that last heat, Timothy Biso.
Hey, good morning to you, and thank you so much for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open powered by GoPro. I am your host, Naoko, interviewing for today, and standing next to me, the winner of round 4, Heat 1, Timothy Biso. Great job.
Thank you so much.
I'm so stoked, and I'm sure you're so stoked, right?
Yeah, I'm really grateful for what happened in those 25 minutes. That was tough because the waves were really good, but it wasn't really getting through, so stoked.
By watching your heat, I think you were in the right position. You always found a great wave. Were you concentrating like way before the heat started?
I'm just moving around, trying to go right and left and just trying to find the best opportunity. That's all I do.
And you were leading the heat for quite a long time, but you were really concentrating, and you scored the highest of this heat, 7.83 at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, they were both paddling for the wave, and I saw that I had priority, so I kept it until the end, and glad that wave made it really good for me at 2 turns. Stoked.
How's your board working?
So good. Shout out to Super Brand, because this board is a magic.
Okay, you're going to be for the next round. What kind of prepares you got?
I'm just gonna rest a lot and probably drink a lot of water and stretch. That's it. It's on.
Okay, you want to say hi to your fans?
Thank you so much, everybody, and happy to get through and can't wait for my other hits.
Big congratulations to Timothy Biso, and back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Congratulations to Timothy Biso taking out that win in heat number 1, and live action up and riding right now. Goodale, forehand air reverse, gets the tail up and above the lip. Scores dropping for first of red, 6.10, so Nakajima out to an early lead, and second score of Simpson looking to be a good one for him as well. Nice maneuver there for our surfer from Hawaii.
Yeah, surfer in white, Goodale, keeping busy here. I think he's got a couple of scores to drop here. Brett Simpson improving on that first mistake by dropping a 5.93 on his second ride. And Flavio Nakajima coming out of the gates with a 6.10. Confident building here for the surfer in red because he now has priority, a decent score on the board. So far so good for his tactical approach for this heat in the water, which is heat 2, round 4.
We've got one Hawaiian in the water. We've got two Hawaiians coming up next in heat number 3 up against a Brazilian. We've got Victor Bernardo from Brazil in red, Keanu Singh from Hawaii in blue, and Koa Smith in the white. And we were informed yesterday in the post-heat interview with Dylan Goodale that Koa and Dylan traveling together. And these guys supporting one another throughout this event. And good to see both these boys making it through into round 4 here at this QS 6000. And they will go back-to-back in the heats. And based on where they sit in the bracket, they may match up at some point here. Here we go. Quickly out of the gates, Red goes straight up into it. Flavio and goes a little bit too high and gets stuck on that opening maneuver. What do you think went wrong there?
I think he was. He obviously got that first good wave. He whacked that thing all the way through to the beach, and the next wave he thinks I can go as hard as I did on the first. But unfortunately, that second wave didn't quite have that steeper face that he had on the first one. So here he comes off the bottom, hits the lip, and just goes a little bit too far off the top. As you saw, that wave went a little bit flat at the top there. And unfortunately, he was unable to reconnect and drop back down the face. So a little hiccup there for the surfer in red.
Well, Goodale just posted a 5.00 for that little forehand air reverse, and now he is in first place. Our surfer in white, Nakajima, drops to second. Surfer in red requires a 1.5. Simpson looking for a 1.18, but look at the scores dropping for Goodale's last wave, and he's back up and riding again. Goes straight vertical once, straight into another section, 1-2 combo. And Goodale right now looking like he is the surfer to beat in this heat. He just posts now a 6.5, so starting to slowly pull away from these other two competitors. Goodale has a 6.5 and a 5.0. Surfer in white out in first. Nakajima in second wearing the red, looking for a 5.41. And Brett Simpson looking for a 1.18 to move up into second and take that position from Flavio. So Goodale, though, still standing by for that last wave he just caught. So he's staying extremely busy, similar to what we saw that first heat with Timothy kicking things off.
Yep, the busy guy on the fly once again here in heat number 2. And a lot of momentum, as you said, with these two young Hawaiians from Pine Trees over there in the island of Kauai. Incredible part on the world. I haven't been there yet, but everybody says that this is one of the most beautiful places on the planet, and it produces a lot of incredible surfers. So these two kids surfing Pine Trees together brought all that brotherly love and momentum from the island of Kauai here to Shida in Japan, and these two kids are just bouncing off each other's energy, and they're doing fantastic. And Goodale in this heat, he's been busy, and he has just been performing incredibly right throughout this heat, and no different in this right throughout this event, and no different in this heat right now.
Scores dropping for his fifth wave, and it's going to go into his score line. It's a 6.23, so he continues to build strength in this heat right now with 15 minutes on the clock. Goodale's in first. Nakajima now needs a 6.63, our surfer in red. Brett Simpson in the blue looking for a 1.18. And 5 waves currently for Goodale, 2 for Simpson, 2 for Nakajima. So like we saw in that opening heat, the surfer who has been busy at this point has been the one coming through the heats. We'll see if that will continue throughout the day.
Yeah, and we're coming up in that next heat. Here he's up again. So look at this guy. He is a firecracker. Just keeping busy and keeping the momentum happening. Now, imagine if you were Kyle Smith right now. Dylan's traveling buddy, and he's sitting on the beach getting ready for his heat, trying to work out what tactics he's going to do. What do you think he's going to do, Todd Klein, after seeing his buddy out there dominating thus far in this heat?
You'd have to think the same thing. And depending on how this heat ends and where the positioning is of Goodale, maybe they could pass each other on the way out. Goodale could pass on a little bit of advice. Maybe he's got a lineup point on the beach, particular tree or something like that. We know that surfers will employ that around the world at the different breaks. They will have little positioning on the beach that they can align with, and it puts them in the right spot every time. Whatever it is, Goodale definitely has something going right now. He's in tune with this heat. He's just caught his 6th wave. It won't go into his score line. It was a 4.00, but he is definitely staying busy. And here we go. First priority, Brett Simpson from Huntington Beach. Nice opening turn. Throws some spray out the back. Beautiful turn in the pocket. Drifts the fins. Snaps it back one more time. Simpson looking solid on this one. Catches a little bit of a bump there and regains himself and finishes strong. So no doubt Simpson's best wave so far in this heat there for our surfer in blue.
Yeah, that was an incredible ride from Brett Simpson. And now all of a sudden we got a rival for that first place position. Brett Simpson, I think, is going to post a real big score. A lot of nice controlled drift throughout that ride Brady Simpson now starting to find his pace, and his Goodale, just a little replay of that last wave that probably won't come into his top two. A 4.0. So Goodale staying busy, but look out, here comes Brett Simpson.
Yeah, solid performance for Brett there, and it looks like red was quickly up and out on that one. Nakajima possibly going left based on what we caught there at the end. The momentum was carrying him from the left of your screen to the right, so looked like he was kicking out on his forehand.
Yeah, and quite possibly Goodale with another wave there. So there is no stop in the action for that young man. Now Brett Simpson, all-important score to drop. Once that comes in, he'll get a very good indication on what he's going to need to really shut down his first and second position here. He's looking very strong at the moment for advancing at this stage, but Nakajima, he's got that 6.1, a big score, and all he's got to do is back it up. So with 11 minutes left, Nakajima now with priority. It's going to be a very interesting finish to the heat. A 7.33 Todd for Brett Simpson. A great score, and now he's in first place.
Yeah, Brett Simpson right there drops that 7.33, and as you indicated, he goes to first place. Goodale, despite being the busiest surfer, has now dropped to second, and it is a battle at the moment between the surfer in white and red for that second position. If Goodale wants to overtake first, again, he's going to require a 6.77, and Nakajima sitting in third in the red. In order to move up into second where he will advance, he requires a 6.63. A ton of time left on the clock, 11 minutes, 10 seconds. And conditions looking pretty clean out there this morning. Not much wind, not much surface, chop like we saw yesterday. It's a bit of a contrast to what we had yesterday. Surf size, very similar, but much cleaner conditions here today.
Yeah, that first heat of the day was a little sleepy, but this heat has been non-stop waves, and it looks like the scores are relative of the waves that we've seen so far in this heat, because we've seen a couple of nice waves come through the break. Was it a fact that the surfers now in heat 2 have moved to a different break a different peak in the lineup here compared to the surfers in heat 1, because it was a slower heat, but this one's been a lot faster and some bigger scores, 7.3, 6.1s, 5.9s, 6.9s. We've got some big scores going down.
Last of Goodale, 6.97. It was enough to take him back to first. Simpson drops down to second. Surfer in blue now looking for a 6.14, and Nakajima just quietly starting to slip a little bit here. He now requires a 7.17, so despite opening up with a 6.10 for Flavio, he's now in that third place position looking for a 7.17. So our two surfers from the United States slowly pulling away, and our Brazilian looking for a 7.17. So stand by. We've got a paddle here, and it's going to be Brett Simpson. Quick off the top, bit of a setup turn, generating the speed, catches the outside edge, and he will kick out. So you saw he had a lot of speed there down the line, and he was leaning on that front foot trying to get that momentum down the face to pick up even more speed, but caught that outside edge, and it's basically like a handbrake. It just put a stop to that wave, and he kicks out.
Yeah, we've seen Brett with mixed performances throughout this event. We saw the first wave he took off on this heat, and he slipped straight off. He then came out guns a-blazing, posted 2 good scores, and now he's back to that sort of unpredictable sort of a performance. So Brett Simpson, we've seen moments of brilliance, but he's just yet to put it together on every single wave and ooze that confidence that seems to be lacking in his approach. So Brady Simpson, you can see him just paddling off away from the other two guys, up and riding Nakajima.
Huge opening turn straight into another one. A great 1-2 combo there for Nakajima, and doesn't pull off that third maneuver, but I am very impressed with those first two. I hope we can pull that one back up, because that was solid top to bottom surfing, total commitment on those bottom turns, getting him square into the lip, and that's what he needed to do to get back into this heat. He was looking for a 7.17. Were you as impressed as I was with that last wave for red?
Yeah, that was really explosive. So, and Nakajima, I remember when he took off on that first wave, belted off those maneuvers, posted a 6.1. He had a very dominant performance.
The difference, I think, he got more moves on that opening wave, but he didn't have as much commitment to those moves. It wasn't as critical where he was putting himself in the pocket of the wave as what we just saw in that last one. So despite it only being 2 maneuvers, I think we'll see a solid score last out of red. Big floater here for our surfer in white. Dylan Goodale, current heat leader, gets up into the lip on that second maneuver, and a third. Climbs the white water one more time. So standing by for last of white and last of red. But I think even with that exchange there, despite it only being 2 maneuvers for Nakajima and multiple maneuvers there for Goodale, I think the surfer from Brazil is going to get a very solid score.
Yeah, we just saw Goodale floating across the roof, back up into the lip, and just getting hung up on that third maneuver. So I think that hang up on that last turn is probably going to hold that score back and won't go into his top 2. But all important scores, as you said, Todd. Surfer in red, currently in third. Now, if he can get a big score here, all of a sudden it is game on with 7 minutes left for this Heat 2, round 4 of the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro.
So sometimes it does take a little bit for the scores to post, and just to clarify for you that when we have a flurry of action like that, the judges will write down the scores in front of them on a card, and once all of the excitement settles, the exchanges are done, they will then input them into the computer. 5 judges on the panel. You take the high score, the low score, drop those, average out the remaining 3, and then the scores come to us. And we do have the scores for last of red. As we anticipated, it's a 7.83. Nakajima goes from third to first. Goodale now drops down to second. And our surfer in white looking for a 6.97. He just posted a 6.97, so he needs another one just like that, and he will be back in first. Brett Simpson finds himself all of a sudden down in third in the blue, looking for a 6.14. So as we anticipated, 2 maneuvers, big score, Nakajima.
Yeah, that has been the winning combination throughout this event. Todd, you're saying you don't necessarily need the length of ride, you just need the explosion, which we saw from Nakajima paddling Brett Simpson.
A little bit deep on this one. Let's see if he can get out on the open face. He's going to climb that first section. Does get out on the open face. Quick snap. He sees it's not going to have much scoring potential. Look behind him. Another good wave here for Nakajima. 2 vertical hits on the backhand. He's looking to better his low score that he opened up with, which was a 6.10. Do you think that's going to happen?
It's going to go very close. Round about the same, I'd say. Maybe a hair under. I think Nakajima, you saw there, Brett Simpson took off on the first wave. The first wave sort of cleaned the surface up a bit for Nakajima's wave that gave him a nice, smooth, open face on that one.
Now we have Goodale having a look. Currently in second place. He's looking for a 6.97. Nice off the top, straight into another one, and he'll kick out. So far, the waves that Goodale's been getting, to me anyway, look like they're a lot more fast, and he has to cover ground as opposed to being able to really drive off the bottom and commit to those turns. So we haven't seen him get up into that 7-point range like we saw Nakajima being able to do. But if a wave does come that slows down a little bit, the pace of the wave gives a little bit more opportunity to Goodale. No doubt this kid's got the bag of tricks. We've seen him go above the lip. He's got an air game, he's got a rail game, and he's currently sitting in second place looking for a 6.97 to go to first. Time winding down, 4 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Here in heat number 2, round 4 action at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. This is a World Surf League QS 6000. And coming up next, heat number 3, Victor Bernardo from Brazil in the red, Keanu Singh in the blue, and Koa Smith in the white. So 2 Hawaiians up against a Brazilian. And we are 4 minutes away from the start of that heat. Here we go, Goodale. Nice opening turn. Beautiful carve there, keeping it on rail. And a nice jam off the oncoming section. So I really liked how he was able to just put those 3 maneuvers together right there. No downtime from one bottom turn straight into the lip to another bottom turn straight into the lip and again. So, not a big wave there, but I like that pace that he carried.
Yeah, seamless surfing there from the surfer in white. And you look at his wave count, and he has been busy right throughout this heat. I just think that right now, though, he's going to need to go to the air if he's going to solidify that second place position. Nakajima is going to be hard to knock off his perch here because he's been posting some good scores, and as you said, he's been finding those waves that have been giving them time to come off the bottom and power off the lip.
We'll keep an eye on this. We got a split of the peak. Blue had priority. He's going to go right. Goes straight up into the lip. I like it. Pushes the tail. Nice carve there. And he kicks out. So only 2 maneuvers there for Brett Simpson, looking for a 6.14. And sometimes we've seen guys get big scores with 2 maneuvers. The difference is we didn't really see him get in those critical sections of the wave. That opening turn was good, but was it a 6.14, Matt?
For Brett Simpson, no, it wasn't.
Stand by for scores for last of blue. 6.14 is what he was looking for, and I think he had a split of the peak there with Nakajima. And Nakajima blasting the tail out on the left and then goes for the forehand air, and his board gets away from him. So after a good opening turn there for Nakajima, goes for the big move. Throws the haymaker but cannot land it.
Yeah, so Nakajima in a strong position there in first place. Goodale, a lot of waves on the board. He's got a handful of sixes. So another 3-2-3, a smaller score for white. Brett Simpson, all-important score. Off the top, carves back in the foam, but I don't think he's got a 6-1-4 in that. So, blue with priority.
It was a good opening turn. He did push hard on it.
It was a good opening turn, but it wasn't a 6.14. 2 minutes left in the clock. Brett with priority, and he's going to have to get it back out there and find himself some nice, clean, open face paddling, staying busy. Bretty Simpson from Huntington Beach.
First priority, he's going to cash it in. This is it. 1 minute, 50 seconds. A lot of speed. Big floater. Lands a little bit difficult there and loses his footing just a hair, and that wave shuts down. He kicks out, so still standing by for last of blue. And scores starting to drop, and a great shot there looking back at the beach. You can see the hotel off in the distance there where a lot of the competitors were staying throughout this event. Still a handful of them remain. As we are getting into the pointy end of this event, we only have 24 surfers left here in this QS 6000. Scores dropping for last of Goodale, last of Simpson, last of Nakajima. When they settle in, we will update you on the situation with 1 minute, 15 seconds to go.
So there's Goodale again. So this kid really keeping busy. He's been keeping an eye on Bretty Simpson. He realises that Brett could strike back at any moment, only needing a 6.14. Goodale staying busy. Nakajima holding on to that first position. So 45 seconds on the clock. Goodale's calling it a day. He's coming in. So the door is open. Brett Simpson is now back out the back. 40 seconds to go. Can he do it? Brett Simpson looking for a 6.14. Nakajima comfortable in that first position right now.
20 seconds on the clock. It looks like unofficially we're probably going to see Nakajima moving through along with Goodale. Simpson's still looking for a 6.14. Still time on the clock, though. He has first priority. 10 seconds. Where is our surfer in blue?
Are we going to see a buzzer beater?
Not unless he's outside of where we're looking right now. And not sure if he got up, but this is our surfer in blue up and riding. Quick snap. Carves it back. And you can see there frustration for our surfer in blue. So unofficially it looks like our surfer in red, Flavio Nakajima in second. Dylan Goodale on the strength of a 7.23 that he just posted goes to first. And unfortunately bowing out here for our surfer in blue, Brett Simpson. Coming up next, 2 Hawaiians and a Brazilian. Heat number 3, round 4. I'll tell you who it is. Stay tuned.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
So we are back at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro at Shida Beach, Ichinomiya, in the Chiba Prefecture on the island of Honshu here in Japan. About an hour and a half train ride out of Tokyo, up and riding. Short ride for the surfer in blue, Keanu Asing from Hawaii. We have another Hawaiian, Koa Smith, in this heat in white, trying to feed off the energy from his buddy Goodale from that last heat, advancing. So Kyle Smith trying to keep the vibe alive here in heat number 3, round 4. And we've got the Jack in the Box, Victor Bernardo, surfer in red from Brazil. Incredibly exciting surfer. Now we saw a little quiet heat in the first one. Second heat, a lot of waves, a lot of action. Heat 3, let's hope we can see another repeat of the amount of waves that we saw in that second heat repeated here in heat number 3.
So just a quick wave in and out there for Keanu Singh. We talked about his momentum in this event and his momentum to kick off the 2017 campaign for his resurgence to get back out on that championship tour. He missed out last year from requalifying. He was full-time last year on that championship tour and even got a big win at last year's Quicksilver Pro. But despite the win, fell just short of qualification and currently sits 6th in the world on the qualifying series, fresh off 2 wins already this year. One recently at the Barbados Surf Pro and the QS 3000, and also got a win earlier in the year at the Community Project Great Lakes Pro. So he's got a great bit of momentum, and here we go. Victor Bernardo, right-hander, above the lip, and will they deem that complete?
I'm going to say no, they won't.
Because you do have to ride out of it, continue with momentum, and it looked to me like he was just stuck in the whitewater scores already dropping. It will be incomplete for first of red, Victor Bernardo. First priority swings to our second Hawaiian in the water, Koa Smith. And this is last of red.
Yeah, very relaxed. Incredible surfing from Victor Bernardo, but unfortunately not quite riding out of that maneuver there. And a 1.5 a reflection of that. But geez, his relaxed approach into those airs is unbelievable. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of that in the next 21 minutes paddling. Taking a look, the Hawaiian.
Koa Smith, nice opening maneuver there. Comes out of it with a lot of speed. Nice jam off the top. On the backhand, nice snap there. So 3 good maneuvers here for Koa Smith. And looking pretty solid on his opener. No doubt going to go up into that first position. That'll be the best wave we've seen thus far with 21 minutes on the clock. So Koa Smith was our last surfer to catch a wave in this heat, but is the best score thus far.
Yeah, Kyle Smith, the Hawaiian out here against Keanu, the Hawaiian, and Victor Bernardo, the Brazilian. And with these waves we've got today, it must be a little bit of a stress for the surfers prior to paddling out in the heats as to which board they take. Do they go the Groveler or do they go the regular shortboard? And I think we just saw Koa Smith on his regular shortboard managing to utilise that rail and really come off the bottom square, sharp into the lip with a nice combination of backside turns, and we should see a decent score for him.
Pretty sure the majority of these guys would be still leaning on more small wave equipment, but being a former competitor yourself, Pitsy, whenever you can stay on your standard equipment, you will. If you can make it work, you will, because it's more predictable. A lot of times when you go to these smaller wave wizard boards, especially the epoxies, they become a little bit more temperamental. You're dealing with more girth. When I say girth, a little bit wider all the way through the board. So a lot of times you've got more width in the nose, which helps you generate speed. But try turning real tight in a pocket on a waist-high wave when you've got a lot of girth in the nose. It's very easy to catch edges. So it's a fine line between, being able to get more speed and carry through those maneuvers, and then riding a normal board and really being able to pivot tight in those pockets. So to your point, if you can make it work, go to your go-to regular surfboard. Otherwise, some of these guys we know Singh's been riding an epoxy, and it's been working good for him. So why change it?
No, that's exactly right, Todd and I. What I was going to say was stick with the shortboard shape, but change the foam and go to the epoxy, thin it out a little bit, lower the rail, and here's Keanu.
Yeah, good-looking little right here. Goes up into that first section, comes out of it with speed, goes vertical, oncoming section, snaps it back.
So, Koa Smith with the 6.50 there, Todd, for his first wave.
thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Alright, standing next to me, the winner of round 4, Heat 2, Flavio Nakajima, and welcome back to the interview pit.
Super stoked, make my hits. The hit was so hard because too good surfing in my hits. I my first wave, I selected the better wave. It started with 6.17. I got his second is the best, is the 7.83. Two good turns. I super stoked they made my hit and keep going to the next.
Right, I was watching your 7.83 riding, and well, when you made that finish, that could be the excellent score.
All right, yeah, I get the good ride, but it's the first turn is the power, and the second two is the good turn, and the finish my wave, a wave little bit small is third turn, oh, no complete, oh my god. But the first, the second, a good turn, a good score, I'm so happy.
Exactly, and the situation has been changing so rapidly during the heat, but for the last, it seems like you were competing with your top score.
Yeah, the Brad, good surf, Dylan too. I know the heat is so hard. I select the better wave because today little bit slow. The waves is coming little bit slow, but it's good. It's the same in the Brazil. It's the same wave. I was training hard for that contest with my team Brazil. Thanks everybody. Thanks for my sponsor, and my family, and my sport. Thank everybody.
Okay, have to prepare for the next round, right?
All right, let's go to the next.
Congratulations to Flavio Nakajima. And
Congratulations to Flavio Nakajima, and a great exchange taking place out in the water right now. Koa Smith already opened up with a 6.5. He got a very good wave to back that up, and we just saw Victor Bernardo there flying across. A Singh just posted a 5.60, so we've got a highly contested heat, a little bit quicker start to heat number 3 here in round 4. And just a shout out to all the international surfers that maybe their native language is not English. These guys doing a fantastic job in those posting interviews. Same goes for our interviewee. And opening up right here, 2 big moves right there. I like that final maneuver for a Singh. A lot of guys would have been challenged to get up into that lip in time. Not a Singh was able to set the inside rail and climb right up onto it and go vertical. So a great heat underway right now.
Yeah, Keanu, a real pocket rocket, and you saw the power of that as he was able to manhandle that lip, fly up over the top of it, land successfully, appear back from out of the foam. He had that little guts pose at the end, and Keanu, just the body language on him is looking fantastic in this event so far. Victor Bernardo, the body language, super relaxed, super calm, and incredible surfing, so flexible. And then we've got Koa Smith on his backhand, precise backside surfing, just carving nice backhand turns out of the lip there, and he is just chipping away at this heat. 6.5 to open, another decent score to come in. Koa Smith, the Kauaian, out here in this heat, feeding off the energy of his buddy Dylan Goodale in that heat prior to that, and it'll be great to see how far these two can make it in this heat. But Keanu Singh, another Hawaiian surfer, looking fantastic, and Victor Bernardo, as I said, the jack in a box, super flexible, super exciting, and we've got 14 minutes left for this heat in the water, and when we get down to that final 5 minutes, it is going to be all on out here. Turning, paddling, taking a look. Surfer in white from Hawaii, Koa Smith up and riding.
Yeah, we are still standing by for his second score and already up on his third. Pushes real hard on that second turn, gets the fins up and over. Now behind him, this is Bernardo. A lot of white water on the face, trying to keep that momentum down the line. Look for an air. There it is, no problem. Big projection. Gets about a 2 to 3 foot air above the lip, lands in the flats, spins it around. So Victor Bernardo taking to the air as the other two surfers have been keeping it on the face of the wave, relying on their power. So stand by for that exchange and see what is going to play out. Is it going to be the power or the air?
So there's Bernardo, nice frontside snap, clears the foam on the face, and then boom, the jack and the pop at the end. A beautiful air reverse maneuver for surfing in red. Victor Bernardo, incredible stuff.
And I think we've got about 4 or 5 waves total between these 3 surfers to post. We've had a flurry of action over the last couple of minutes here. 13.5 minutes to go on the clock. Heat number 3, round 4 action here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. And you look at Keanu Singh, former championship tour competitor. I talk about his low center of gravity and stature on the board. He's really able to pivot, especially on his backhand. You'd have to say, like a boxer, some have a real strong uppercut or whatever it is, but for him, it's his backhand attack. But out here on this particular break, he's been utilizing his forehand on these right-handers, and we've heard him say in posting interviews, that he might not be the tallest, but it's heart over height, and this kid definitely has no shortage of heart. Every time you see him, whether it be with a jersey or anything else he's doing, he's 100% committed.
Yeah, no, he is. He's an incredible guy to watch because he came in under the radar a little bit as far as the Hawaiian bigger name surfers go. He got a WCT Championship Tour win, and he blew everyone away with that backside performance. But he's back on the qualifying series now, and he really seems to be finding another string to his bow with that frontside performance, as you said, Todd. And if he can get that rep out there as an incredible frontside surfer, as good as his backside, well, as famous as what his backside's become, he'll be back up on that championship tour in no time. Bernardo up and riding on his backhand, bang up into the lip again. This looks like it's shaping up to be a very good wave. If he can finish strong, as he does, surfer in red is now going to be vying for that top position in this heat. Look out, blue and white.
Remember that 2 maneuver combo for a Singh where we were impressed with that final maneuver that was very critical?
Yes.
7.17, so a Singh goes to first. Koa Smith now sits in second in the white looking for a 6.28. We're standing by, though, still for Bernardo's forehand air reverse. Score starting to drop right now. We will definitely see things change here. It's at 8.0. Bernardo goes to first now. A Singh drops to second. A Singh in the blue looking for a 6.24 to move back into first, but currently sits in second. Koa Smith in the white in third place. He's looking for a 6.28, and I think we're still standing by for a couple scores for our surfer in white as well, Koa Smith. So that 8.0 for the forehand air, maybe sending a message to the other competitors in this round. You go big, you get the big scores, and Bernardo definitely went big on that forehand air.
Well, Bernardo's got that other backside wave to come in as well, so he's going to be looking very strong. I think it's going to go higher than 5.4, so Bernardo is going to really solidify that top place position there. Keanu looking fairly solid at the moment in second with that 7.17, 10 minutes to improve on that 5.60.
Coming up next, we have seen the crowd really filling in on the beach, and for good reason. One of the top Japanese competitors at the moment. He's already won on the QS level at a QS in Huntington Beach at the Vans US Open of Surfing. And now he's looking to do it here at this QS 6000 in front of his home crowd, up against Cooper Chapman and another youngster from Japan down the beach in Shonan. Shun Murakami will be coming up next in heat number 4. So a great heat coming up. The backhand attack of Victor Bernardo that Matthew Pitts just pointed out, standing by for those scores. There they are. It's a 5.90. So Bernardo strengthens his lead just a little bit. He bettered that 5.40 that was in his scoreline. So now is Singh in blue looking for a 6.74. And the same situation for Koa Smith at the moment. Nothing's changed. He requires a 6.28. First priority sits with our surfer in blue. Second priority with white. That next heat coming up, Pitsy, what can we expect from O'Hara and Murakami up against our Australian surfer Chapman?
Wow, it's going to be another, a mixed bag of talent right there. We've got the Shun Murakami, loves these conditions. We've got the local boy, O'Hara, no slouch in these conditions himself, but a bit more power, so he's going to require probably the bigger, cleaner face waves to really open up and get those big scores happening, whereas Murakami can fit a lot of small maneuvers into a short space. And then you got Cooper Chapman. We've seen him with that, like the rubber band man on his backhand, really bending, he's contorting his body and getting a lot of leverage out of the lip. I think he's going to need to go to his front side and go to the air. So it's going to be a very exciting heat. Currently in the water, Koa Smith, I don't know too much about behind the scenes, but Koa Smith, and then I see Tanner Gudauskas. I see a little bit of a comparison there with the way they come off the bottom on their backhand, and I saw Koa do it on that 3.17. Unfortunately, the wave didn't cooperate, but that backhand power, the compactness he gets off the backhand bottom turn is really setting up those big backside off the lip maneuvers a la Tanner Gudang. So let's see if he can do that later in the heat. Up and riding now, blue.
Yeah, this is going to be a fast wave here. Keanu Singh on the backhand, and a little bit too fast there for our Hawaiian that held first priority. He cashed in on that left-hander, and it's not going to go in his score line. He was looking to better a 5-6-0. Singh currently sits in second. Scores posting for Bernardo. Looks like he's once again increased his lead. A 6.40 now goes into his score line. Now Singh looking for a 7.24 to move up into second. And at the moment, it looks to be a battle between the two Hawaiians for that second advancing position. Plenty of time on the clock. 8 minutes to go. Koa Smith does have first priority. Second priority goes to Singh. And Koa opened up pretty busy. He got that 6.5, then a 5.83, and we haven't heard from him here for a little bit. He's been a little bit quiet. But he's right in this heat, only needing a 6.28. So standing by for Koa Smith to respond and try and get that score.
Well, we've had two goofy footers take out the first and second heat this morning. Heat 3, we've got two regular footers. And Kyle Smith, the goofy footer. Can he keep the goofy footer charge happening throughout this round? But, we've discussed it right through the week. Todd being a goofy footer himself, obviously knows the advantage of getting square off the bottom and hard and high off the lip. And that square approach has been what the judges have been really liking right throughout this week and posting the big scores with that down-the-line horizontal front-side approach. Not quite.
Here we go. Koa Smith with first priority. Nice opening snap. This wave's starting to get a little bit steeper for him, and he gets two nice back-to-back maneuvers there. So Koa Smith was looking for a 6.28. A great answer there for our surfer in white. And now Singh will stand by for that last wave of white. Was it enough? Will it drop Singh down? If so, what will Singh need to get back up into second?
Here we go. Kyle Smith off the bottom, into the lip. Comes off the bottom again. Rips it around. And then bang off the lip again. The momentum followed him right throughout that wave with that big, solid backside exclamation mark to finish. I think he's going to get the score. And I think Keanu is going to need to get back out there and get back into it again. Red now with priority. Keanu second on the priority poll. But he's going to have something to think about once this score gets locked in. Koa Smith from Kauai continuing that goofy foot momentum out here, getting really nice off the bottom and high off the top.
Well, I think that wave would have gone up into the excellent range had it not flattened out after that first maneuver. Once he got into his second maneuver, he was able to keep that tempo straight into the third. Live action, red, big blowtail out of the gates here for Bernardo, and that's all she wrote on that one. But scores coming through for Koa Smith, no doubt going to give him what he needed and then some. He was looking for a 6.28. This time he's going to go on the forehand. A little bit off there on that opening maneuver, and that entire wave looked like maybe his front foot was a little bit mispositioned. But you catch me on that wave that Koa had. He came off the bottom, squared it, but then he wasn't able to drive right back on the inside rail and bottom turn again. He had to throw one or two little pumps, then get into lip, and then immediately squared off and finish strong. And because of that strong finish, scores go up into that 7-point range. It's a 7.43. Koa Smith in second, and now our surfer in blue, Singh, looking for a 6.77. How about that wave there for Bernardo? Probably won't go into his score line, but just showing you the fireworks this kid has.
Unbelievable. Here we go. Up on his front side. Now, it was interesting. We were discussing the backhand-forehand approach, and Kai just not trying to, not being able to replicate the explosiveness on his front side to what we've seen so far from him on his backside. So, incredible surfing from Kyle Smith. Sitting in second. Flying the flag for the Kauaians. Over here in Japan in these cold water, tricky beach break conditions. So incredible stuff and incredible adaptability for these surfers here in Chiba. It's a Saturday morning. We're getting down to the pointy end of competition, and the surfing has been fantastic right throughout this week, and it is no different here today. We've got plenty of waves, good conditions, and incredible talent.
Yeah, 4 minutes on the clock. First priority sits with our surfer who is in third now. On the outside looking in of advancement, Keanu Singh. He's had a great start to the season, and he does not want to bow out here in round 4. And if he doesn't want to pack it up, he requires a 6.77. Have a look here. It looks like he is trying to get in position. He's not going to use that priority. He was too deep on that wave. Bernardo was further down the line. He elects not to go either. Bernardo has second priority. And Koa Smith currently just out there in the white with that second place position, looking to better a 6.50. And he sits in third priority. 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Murakami, Chapman, Ohara coming up in heat number 4. 2 Japanese competitors up against 1 Australian. And the plan is to run all of this round, and we'll get back to that schedule in a moment as we have Bernardo up and riding. Quick snap, flat start to this wave. Now it starts to get vertical. Nice little layback snap right there. Watch for something big right here. Nice ramp. And he launches from it, lands backwards in about ankle-deep water. He applauds himself. He appreciates his own talent. And then right behind him, it looked like maybe that was Blue. Quickly up and down. So Bernardo, this kid looks like he's got his own little trampoline out there.
Unbelievable stuff, yeah. You look at, okay, here's what Keanu's looking at. He's only going to have to go to the air to capture the judges' imagination from what we're seeing from the surfer in red to rival those sorts of performances, to get those big scores, to get him back up into the top 2.
It's going to be a big score.
That's going to be a massive score, and he's probably pretty much shut the gate. And I was about to say Blue is going to have to go to the air now because he can't match red on the face at this stage of the game. It's too explosive. Unless he can go to his backside, which the lefts are not out there.
At this point, though, he doesn't have to match those airs. He has to match Koa.
Well, Koa's got that backhand square off the bottom, high off the lip approach, which has been getting him those great scores. And I think at the moment, as you said, with the front-siders, it's more of a horizontal approach, but boom, with the big air to finish. And that's been the combination of the winning rides for the front-siders. The goofy footers out there have been dominating today so far because of that squareness off the bottom and that highness off the lip, which he's not going to be doing because he's on his front side. So his only option now, get the speed off the front side and boom, go to the air and match Victor Bernardo with the air game, which is going to be a very, very tough thing to do. A 7.8 for Victor Bernardo. Look at that front first place position and that score almost in that 16-point range. And Keanu now sitting third in priority, needing a 6.77. It's going to be a tough gig with 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and I don't think Koa's going to give it to him on this one. Koa does have first priority, despite they are both from Hawaii. He's sitting pretty close over there to Keanu because he knows that if he gives him an inch, he'll take a foot. This kid will pounce on any opportunity that he can get, Keanu is saying. And you can see, trying to get busy, maybe he can get White to relinquish that priority. And here we go, Blue. He's going to go. White's going to give him a go. So let's see what he can do. It was a good decision to take off on that wave, despite it not being a score. What it does is it repositions him now in the lineup further down the line from White. And with 45 seconds on the clock, we could potentially see one more opportunity for Asing to get that 6.77. Koa Smith's had a great surf heat so far. Surfer in White, he's got a 7.43, a 6.5 on that backhand attack that Matthew Pitts has been outlining for us. The opportunity to really square things up on the backhand has Koa Smith sitting in second place and Asing in the third place, looking for a 6.77. Bernardo, he's been flying high in this heat with some nice aerial antics. Here we go. He's going to potentially go left, and he does not. Asing was looking at that left, and I think unfortunate here for Asing, his campaign in this heat is going to come to a close.
Yeah, too bad for Keanu because he has been a standout performer right through this week, and he's been carried a really nice momentum that's been great for the kids to watch, to see a confident, polished performance there from Keanu Asing right throughout the event. And unfortunately, just going down there, but still a pretty good result. Nice bit of pocket money to take home with him. Round 4 heat 3 has just finished.
Well, the beach is packed, and coming up next, heat number 4, they are here to see Hiroto Ohara, Shun Murakami, and they will do battle against Cooper Chapman. Stay with us.
Do you want to stay with this, Steve? Or do you want to take
I'm Adriana de Souza.
I'm De Souza, bro. I'm De Souza.
No, I'm de Souza.
Are you kidding me? I am Adriana de Souza.
I am de Souza. Totally.
Alrighty, so I've been joined now with Maddie Wyborn. My name's Matt Pitts, and the stage is set. The people are on the beach. We've got thousands on the beach, the millions watching around the world. Let's get ready to rumble. Up and riding red. Shun Murakami not mucking around. Bang up into the lip. Lands it. First wave under his belt. Maddie, what'd you think of that one?
Well, I think you're exactly right. With just before this heat started, you said that Shun was going to use his backhand weapon in a tight space. He can be very deadly, and he just showed us that on his first wave. So, well done, Matt. Called it.
Well, obviously with O'Hara and Chapman's performances remain to be seen, but Shun Murakami, he's a little unknown quantity out here for a lot of people watching around the world. He's grown up in a town which has waves like this every single day, so he's really accustomed to squeezing every little bit of speed and power out of small surf. So he's been one of my underdog favourites to do well in this event, and he's surfed very maturely. He's used his priority well, and he's seen that so far the goofy footers have been dominating this morning, and here he is up and riding again, staying busy. We saw Timmy Bisso, Flavio Nakajima. We saw the young Kauaian go through in the last heat. Got second, but still, once again, progressing on his backhand. Shun Murakami now with 2 waves under his belt, and still only 3 minutes gone in the heat. So incredible stuff for Shun Murakami. Confident performance at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's interesting to see he's got 2 quick rides. Maybe that was his heat strategy, and the judges did like, even though it was a smaller wave. Up and riding now, the Australian Cooper Chapman, second big blast, and finishes very strong there, looking good too. So yeah, not really seeing any left so far this morning. The tide is dropping. We do have a low tide at 11:04, and I don't think we'll even see the high today at 6:32. So I'm sure we'll be wrapped up by then. It's pretty much dark then, but good to see one of the local favourites starting off nice and strong. So Cooper getting a wave on the board there, and then O'Hara yet to take flight. But I was watching Hiroto O'Hara in the warm-up this morning, and he was the standout.
Wow.
I must say, he was looking very, very fired up, and he just seemed like he knew exactly what he wanted to do, and he was doing whatever he wanted on these waves, being a local here, knowing the break quite well. Do you think that local knowledge comes into factor here?
It definitely comes into a factor, but with no local knowledge, Cooper Chapman, I just want to reflect on that first wave performance before we get off it, but we got carried away a little bit with Shun because we're so excited of his mature performance, a 6 and a 5.17. But Cooper Chapman's wave was incredible. The speed, the flawlessness of his manoeuvres throughout that wave to finish strong. I think it's going to go into the excellent range, and I think Cooper Chapman is going to really set this heat up early.
Yeah, well, one judge, with scores starting to trickle in now, one judge went as high as an 8.5. There you go.
So a 7.67 for Cooper Chapman. I thought it might have gone a fraction higher. It was a beautiful wave and incredibly well surfed, but the scale being set in this heat, 7.67 for Cooper Chapman, 6.0 for Shun, and a 5.17. And as you mentioned, you saw Hiroto O'Hara out there this morning dominating the free surf in his backyard.
Yes, he was there, only going right, but yeah, he was very explosive, and yeah, he looked like he was actually, a different level than to what we've seen him competing in the last few days. So maybe he's holding back.
Maybe he's leaving the best to last.
Yeah, well, that's a smart competitor right there.
It's
build, and the judges love to see that.
It certainly is, Matt, but a free surf and a heat, 2 completely different animals.
Completely different pressure.
Completely different pressure. You've got the time frame. And so before we get carried away with O'Hara and the rest of this heat, let's just cross down to the beach to the winner of that last heat with Now-chan. Take it away now. Okay, so we just had a couple of little audio hiccups there between Now and Victor Bernardo. So we'll probably cross back down to them. But right now in the water, Chapman with 7.67. O'Hara now, as Matt said, the standout free surfer this morning. The local boy in his backyard with priority. He sat for 7 minutes. The beach full of all his fans sitting here in anticipation of O'Hara's first ride. Now we spoke about the free surf, and then we spoke about sitting out in the heat with the competition pressure and the local boy hero flag to fly. He did it incredibly yesterday with a clutch performance. Are we going to see him have to do that again today, Matthew?
Well, I'm thinking he does want to finish his heat with that much pressure, leaving it to the last minute. But as he said in his post-heat interview, he can get 2 good scores in less than 5 minutes. So he kept telling himself that. Just sit, be patient, let it come to you. And, I mean, he had to surf the waves, of course. But I think in the free surf this morning, it was a little bigger than it is now. And even though O'Hara is smaller in stature, he does have a lot of power. And he does seem to enjoy that little bit of size and a little bit more push. As we saw him, he was a standout in Manly earlier in the year in Australia when the swell got quite big. And yeah, he I think he had the highest heat score of the day on his backhand. Really loving the juice over there in Manly, which is often pretty similar to what we have here today.
Yeah.
But yeah, he got really big during that event, and yeah, he was very, very, very impressive.
Well, that's Blue Cooper Chapman currently out in the lead in this heat on the screen. Now, there we go, Shun Murakami in red, and we are yet to see where O'Hara is actually sitting in this heat because we haven't seen him on the screen.
We saw Adrian D'Souza choose to sit right down to the left. We actually haven't seen anybody sitting so far in this event. So up and riding now, Cooper Chapman. Nice release to start there, and unfortunately going a little bit higher there. The section not pushing back at all. So he'll be looking for a better backup. That's probably going to come in around a 3. So yeah, he's currently sitting in second with one solid first wave. Actually, the highest heat score so far. Shun sitting in first with a 6 and a 5.17. But we've been seeing the heat totals. The average is up around the 14-point mark right now. So I'm thinking things will change for all the surfers. Still with 16 minutes remaining. But good to see a little bit more action, and the surf probably the best today so far in this event.
But I don't know. So it's been pretty much the same right throughout the event. We've just seen a little bit of a ruffle coming onto the face. The tide is starting to drop, so things look like they're starting to actually get a little bit trickier. Now, hopefully, O'Hara doesn't get caught in the crossfire of the conditions changing there and end up getting skunked. Sitting there with priority. Okay, 10 minutes has almost passed. Now, what's this happening out here? Paddling. O'Hara up and riding, coming off the bottom. Searing frontside snap. Off the bottom again. Big hack. Through to the inside. Bang! O'Hara finishes off strong. Arguably the best score we're going to see of this heat so far, Matthew.
9-point ride.
9-point ride, says Matty. And I'll tend to agree he'll go pretty damn close. So O'Hara keeps the fans happy. Incredible surfing. Replicating his morning free surf performance.
Waited 10 minutes for that wave, but he looked like he was a curled up, tight little ball, strung up, ready into attack, and then he definitely carried a lot of speed and a lot of energy through each maneuver. Didn't catch an edge the entire ride, and the judges are going to go crazy.
So here's the replay.
Here we go. Huge big first turn, throwing the fins again, even getting a bit of a release out of that big snap, and another fin throw to finish. So Cooper Chapman had a kind of similar ride for his first ride and got a 7.67, and it was definitely a little bit more energy and a little bit more flair in that wave from O'Hara. What do you think, Matt?
Oh, definitely. And it's interesting because throughout this event, I don't know if you've been doing it and the rest of the fans have been doing it, but we've got O'Hara as arguably the great height hope out of Chiba here. And then we've got Igarashi over there in America. Now, one gets through a heat, the focus now would shift to the other to see if he gets through the heat. And the two of them have been rivaling through this event as they've climbed up through the rounds. Unfortunately, we saw Kanoa go down yesterday. And there it is, a 9.5 for Ohara. Now, we saw Kanoa throw a 9.5 down in his very first heat. So now, Ohara rivaling Kanoa's 9.5, but he's moved past him as far as the ranking in this particular event goes. Can he carry that confidence now as I'm the man in Japan, keeping all my fans happy with 9.5s? Incredible stuff. Bang! We've got another replay here. Rips it off the top, through to the inside, whacks that lip, and finishes on his feet strong a la Keanu Asing style.
Yeah, amazing surfing there, and one judge went as high as a 9.8.
Wow.
So if you get a perfect 10 in this event, you receive, how much is it?
$5,000.
So maybe he's thinking about that.
Maybe he is. I don't think he is, though. I think he's just going to town because this kid, I mean, as we've said, there's a lot of pressure on this kid's shoulders. There are a lot of people to please, whether he wants to or not. There is a lot of people out there to please with his performance right here in his backyard. And we've talked about the maturity that we've seen through the Japanese surfers in recent years. And his steeliness as a competitor and his maturity as a competitor in the water really is incredible. Yesterday, he was gone for all money. And he came back from the death. He dug himself out of this hole, up and riding again.
Here he goes. Nice little sort of speed turn. He's got a good section here. Yeah, I think he's just looking to keep the ball rolling, just get a wave under his belt, just to back up that 9.5. But yeah, that'll come in probably around the 4-point mark. So he should jump up into the lead, only needing a 0.94 to get back up into that advancing position. There we go, a 3.67, so he's now in first place with a 9.5 and a 3.6 second. His fellow countryman Shun Murakami sitting in second, needing a 7.17 to take the lead, and the Australian Cooper Chapman needing just a 3.5. Knowing he has a 6.67 and a 2.77, he'd be pretty relaxed, do you think, right now, Cooper Chapman?
I'm going to say no because, you know, the bar has now been set at 9.5. So this is what these guys are now seeing as the benchmark potential score for out here. And Shun Murakami, he's a danger man. And I know that Cooper Chapman...
If Cooper Chapman gets a 6, then Shun Murakami will go to 3rd, and he'll need to replace both his rides.
Well, here we go. Up and riding on white, just going down there. So we're seeing Ohara's tactics changing ever so slightly here. He obviously doesn't want to let things come down to chance like he did yesterday. So he got the big score. He's now keeping busy to try and back that up because he knows that it won't have to be a massive backup to potentially keep him in that first position right throughout to the end of this heat. But getting back to Cooper Chapman, I just don't think that he's confident. I mean, he's going to be sitting there relaxed at all. I think he's, the pressure is on because we're at the pointy end of the competition and he knows just how vital these points are for him. But also, he's up against all the Japanese fans. To have a 1-2 finish for Japan in this heat, that would be an incredible result. Now, Cooper Chapman realizes that. He has a good score, so he just doesn't want to let that opportunity slip through his fingers because that 7.67 is a fantastic score. But we've seen it. You know, it's either 1 or 10, you know.
2s or 10s.
2s or 10s. So Cooper, he's got the 2. He's got to get rid of it, and he's got to back up that 7 with a solid wave, and he's going to need a decent open face to do that.
Well, he's currently sitting with first priority. He has 9.5 minutes remaining, so hopefully the ocean will deliver for Cooper Chapman. But to all the adoring Japanese fans, hoping that their 2 Japanese countrymen will get through this heat. They're probably a little unfortunate that they did meet up in the same heat. And we have the Hiroto Arai, another Japanese surfer coming up in the next heat. a local boy. Been a bit of a standout so far during this event. So, yeah, it'll be good if we can see the 3 Japanese surfers that are left in the event progress on. But I think Cooper Chapman might have something to say about that.
Definitely. Yeah, Cooper Chapman, incredible surfer. Last year, he was a standout performer. He was pegged to potentially win this thing. So I think he knows that. And I know he knows the tricks that he's got in his bag. And he's just looking for that open face so that he can really cut loose now. He got that first wave of 767. I thought it might have gone higher. And maybe he did himself. So maybe he thinks, all right, if I get that same opportunity, I'm just going to have to go a little bit harder and a little bit higher. And after hearing Hiroto get the 9.5 and using priority and waiting for so long and being selective, I got a feeling Cooper Chapman is on the same page as that right now. The only thing he's got going against him is time, because that wave will come, but it's got to come within the next 7 minutes.
Needs to be more than a 2.77. So far, we've had an action-packed day with the first heat, Adriana De Souza, unfortunately bowing out to Griffin Calpino in the last maybe 1 minute. Griffin finding a right. Actually, Adriana had priority, took a small left, turned around in less than a minute and saw Griffin get a wave, snap, air reverse. Bye-bye, Adriana De Souza, 2015 world champ.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, we said Adriana was over here on holiday. He was out there pretty relaxed, having a great time, surfing incredibly, posted the highest total heat score for the event so far. It came down to those last 2 waves. Adriana went on the left, uncharacteristically fell on his last turn, turned around. Colapino was able to convert. But if Adriana was to complete that first wave, the required score for Colapino would have been higher, and maybe we would have seen a different result. But out in the water right now, Red taking a look, no ride. O'Hara in first, Murakami in second, Chapman with priority in third place, looking for a 3.50. We've got 6 minutes on the clock. We're getting down to that 5-minute championship round time of this heat, and we've seen that pattern throughout the whole event. The dogfight that starts up after that last 5-minute bell, and it's been incredible stuff. This heat is going to come down to the wire. O'Hara out there, all the fans on the beach. Shun Murakami looking to continue his incredible performance and momentum in this heat. But Cooper Chapman, an incredible surfer, never to be underestimated, looking to upset the fans and the local Japanese surfers. Now the sun's coming out, Maddie. We had a drizzly old grey day yesterday, but today it is fantastic. We've got a paddle out the back. Who's this?
This is Hiroto looking to back up a 3.67. A nice opening first swoop there. There's a little bit more to work with. Well, we know he is amazing in the air. Not getting a lot of loft there, but a little air reverse to finish that one. So that will definitely better his 3.67 and make the requirement for the other 2 competitors a little bit more difficult. So we have the other Japanese surfer, Shun Murakami, sitting in second. Here we go as a replay.
So White hacking back into the phone. Boom, goes the air, little air reverse. Not too carried away, but as you said, it's going to improve his back up, probably up to a 5 or a 6-ish. And I think Hiroto is now going to be very hard to beat in this heat.
Commanding position.
You're dead right about that. So he's changed his tactic, he's kept busier, and I think it's been the right way to go about it, because he's kept the confidence going, the blood flowing, the body warm, and we're seeing him now starting to go to the air. There's still time for him, so I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see him post another big score. Up and riding blue, all important ride, needs a 3.50 into the lip.
Well, he was looking to better. A 2.77 was his backup score. He needs a 3.5 to get into the advancing position. Is that more than a 3.5?
Yes, it is. It's about a 5.
About a 5? Okay, I'm
going to throw it out there, say around about a 5.
4.33.
A combination of nice front side snaps. Here we go.
Now. The Japanese surfer, Shun Murakami's second turn on his backside, and that wave not offering anything towards the inside. So now the heat leader, Hiroto with first priority, and Cooper Chapman with second priority. Still waiting for some scores there for those last rides of red and blue. Could change second place position, but it won't rival Hiroto. There you go, a 7-point ride. So he has a 9.5 and a 7, the 16.5 total.
Yeah, so O'Hara way out in front. All important scores coming in for Cooper Chapman. A 4.83, so close to that 5-ish mark. Improved his backup score and gets him now back up there into second place. So Shun Murakami now with the score to come in. There was a very similar ride to Cooper Chapman's as far as manoeuvres and wave size went, but the need score is higher. He needs a 6.51, and I think that last wave is probably going to fall just under that requirement. So with 3 minutes on the clock, white, blue, red. So Shun Murakami, the underdog in this heat, sitting in third place. His score comes in at a 4.53, so that won't be enough. Now with all the work to do, so the pressure has now flipped. Now you asked earlier on if Cooper Chapman would be a little bit relaxed with his position. Now a little bit more, a sigh of relief now that he got that backup score. But 2.5 minutes to go. This is going to come down to the wire between these two.
Yes, we knew it was going to come down like this, and we knew Shun was going to have to get closer to an excellent score to make sure he can stay alive in this heat. With the talent that we do have in this heat, we're seeing basically what we thought was going to come to fruition from the beginning. So the local Great White Hope comfortably in first place with a 9.5 and a 7, and the Australian Cooper Chapman needing an 8.84 to take that first place position, but sitting in second comfortably. And then Shun Murakami, the Japanese fans are on their feet. We can see them on the beach now. The beach has been full since about 6:30 this morning. We were going to make the call, and we had it up and riding now. Hiroto looking to better his situation, flying down the line here. While he did well to make that second section of that wave, had to deal with a weak whitewashy section through the middle there, but did very well.
Wow, if that last wave was a 7, that's going to be an 8, because that was better in my opinion than that last wave backup score that he got. And this was a lot more excitement, a lot more flair. So Hiroto O'Hara replicating that free surf performance he did this morning. Incredible surfing, speed, power and flow from this young kid in his backyard with all the fans. The stage is set for a big showdown in this event.
I'm going to say that's going to probably come in around his 7 with 1 minute remaining. Maybe the pressure's off.
Yeah, for him it is definitely.
Waves.
1 minute to go. Cooper Chapman in second. Shun Murakami needing a 6.51. So now focus is going to switch to those two, because it's now between the battle for second place.
So if Shun Murakami goes out here in the final, here we go up and riding. Cooper Chapman looking to better his backup of a 4.83. Nice first turn, throwing a lot of spray. Wave going a little bit soft there, but he does get the completion. Will that better his 8.3? We are not judges, but it may make the requirement a little bit more difficult for a Japanese competitor, Shun Murakami, needing a 6.51 with only 15 seconds remaining. We look, Hiroto was having a little paddle there.
Okay, so Chapman with a wave. It'll come close to the 4.83, but time is going to be the enemy here for Shun Murakami. An incredible performance in this event. Unfortunately, runs out of time, doesn't get another crack at it. O'Hara with the score to come in. So an incredibly polished, confident performance there from O'Hara, not letting it go down to the wire, leaving nothing to chance, throwing a 9.5, backing up with a 7.0, and another good score to finish it up. An incredible heat, bookending this one as far as score goes. Hiroto O'Hara, Cooper Chapman. Once again, Matt, I think he surfed a confident, free-flowing heat, and I think he's got a little bit more tricks up his sleeve that we no doubt will see in the next round.
Yeah, I definitely think he's pacing himself. He doesn't look like he's going 100%. He's keeping a little bit in the tank there for the later rounds. Okay, we're just going to cut to an ad break, so we'll see you guys on the other side.
Adriana de Souza.
I'm De Souza, bro. I'm De Souza.
No, no, I'm De Souza.
Hey, kidding me? I am Adriana de Souza.
I am De Souza. Totally.
The beach is buzzing as we just had a big win for one of our local competitors in that last heat. Heat number 4 being won by Hiroto Ohara and Cooper Chapman finishing up in second. A great run for another surfer from Japan from down in Shonan, Shun Murakami. Congratulations to him for getting a good result here in this event, but unfortunately his campaign is done. We shift gears from heat number 4 to heat number 5, and before we introduce that heat, we can see a lot of fans on the beach very excited to see this surfer making it through that last heat. Todd Klein joined by Matt Wyborn, and what a performance for our Japanese competitor in that last heat.
Yes, he come out of the gates firing with a 9.5, and I was recalling that heat. One judge went as high as a 9.8, so getting close to that 10-point mark where you receive $5,000 if you do get a perfect 10 in this event. In this heat so far, we have no rides, but we have yesterday's standout Joshua Manise getting an 8.5 and an 8.10 in the first, I think, 7 minutes of the heat. So he'll be looking to start off like he did yesterday, extremely strong. We have one more Japanese hope up and riding now.
Yeah, we're going to kick things off with Hiroto Arai. Couple of nice bottom turns. Actually, this looks to me like Slade Prestwich, so it looked like blue there for a second, but this is Prestwich in the white. And a couple of nice opening turns here for our South African. Sticking with it through the inside. He's going to redirect and finish things up. So Prestwich draws first blood here in heat number 5, round 4 action at the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. And this being a World Surf League 6,000. Prize purse here is $150,000. $25,000 will be awarded to our first place finisher, and more importantly, 6,000 points towards qualification for next year's championship tour. But again, reflecting on that last heat, what an impressive performance once again for Hiroto Ohara. He will now move on into the man-on-man matchups coming up in heat number 5, and I can't wait to see those matchups as they unfold.
Yes, conditions looking very nice out there. Wind's holding off so far today, so hopefully we can finish this 8 rounds of the men and go into the ladies after this, and get the ladies quarterfinals going, and that we may even see some more men's action after that. So we're just about to cut to the last heat winner, Hiroto Ohara.
Mr. White will have his opening score in just a moment.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. All right, standing next to me, the super winner for round 4, heat 4, Hiroto Ohara, and congratulations to you.
ありがとうございます。
おめでとうございます。まあ昨日のヒートは残り5分まで動きがなく、配信を見ていた人もはじめみんな無呼吸になってたかと思うんですけども、今日は15分、残り15分で、大きく動き出し、際どいところ、深いところを全部攻めてパーフェクトなスコアを出し 9.50 を叩き出しましたが、その時の気分を教えてください。
そうですね、最初にシュンとクーパーがこう少し点出してたんですけど、もう昨日ほど待たなくても波来るかなとも思ってたし、もう自分が狙ってる波来て乗るだけだなと思ってたら、思ってる以上にいい波が来たんで、これだったら大丈夫だと思って落ち着いて乗れて、落ち着いてその後待ってました。
そして審判の基準でもあるスピードフローパワーを使いつつも、2本目の波は全く違う技もきちんと見せたりと、みんなを楽しませてくれたのですが、その辺もきちんと計画通りだったのですか？
でもバックアップ早く取りたいなって気持ちはあったんですけど、あの波が来た後に一発目カービングして、少しちょっと弱かったかなと思って、 なんならエアでもしたらもっと点出るかなと思って、まあなんか気持ち的にもすごい乗ってたし、まあサーフィンの調子も良かったんで、まあこけないだろうと思ってやって、まあ決まって良かったです。
そんななんならの時の点数は 7.00 でした。そしてもう終わりギリギリの時にもしっかりとスピードをつけて決めてくれた技は 7.10 とバックアップポイントをしっかりと塗り替えてきました。
そうですね、まあコーチとも話してバックアップ取れて、その後に乗るんだったらもうバックアップかハイスコアを塗り替えるぐらいの波しか乗らないでいいっていう話だったんで、まあこれだったら塗り替えられると思って乗って塗り替えられてよかったです。
なんか昨日よりもリラックスした感じのヒートでしたが、気分的にも少し穏やかでしたか？
そうですね、まあ試合前見てても波もすごい来てたし、まあ乗れないことはないかなっていうような感じだったんで、何気に落ち着いて待てました。ボ
ードの調子も良さそうですね。
そうですね、だんだん今日はなんか特に波も上がって板のスピードがどんどん出るようになってきたんでよかったです。
Alright, you want to say your message to all the fans watching this streaming?
Thank you for everyone for watching. Yes, stuck to get a first 9.5 on the first wave, and then yeah, hopefully get another 9 on the next one.
Alright, good luck on your next. 大原宏斗選手おめでとうございました。次も頑張ってください。
Thank you.
Back to you.
Love that dude. Love him in and out of the water. And what's most impressive for me in looking at Hiroto Ohara is not only his performance on the wave, but his approach to these heats. And I think it was touched on in that interview there in Nihongo, is that he is very relaxed and he actually surfs like a veteran you would expect on that championship tour level yet, despite coming from Japan and still qualifying through the QS. This kid, I think, has a very, very bright future.
Yeah, my Japanese is not where it probably should be, but he was saying that yesterday, or the interviewer was saying yesterday he had a great heat, and we see up and riding. Come back to that.
Yeah, Josh Moniz, quick snap, nice looking wave here for him. Beautiful transition into the next maneuver, throwing more spray and follows it up with another nice hit off the top. And once again, look for the little inside finish here, and a good wave there for our Hawaiian, Josh Moniz. His opener was only a 1.0. We saw him go down on a wave during that interview, but that'll be a good one there to open things up for his campaign with 17 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, so she was touching on his great performance yesterday, and also here we see the replay. We'll come back again to that, and a nice snap there. Third decent turn again, and he does get the finish here. So not a bad opener there to help his situation. Then we just see the Japanese surfer there, and we're hearing some applause from the Japanese fans, which is good to hear, Todd. We haven't heard that too much so far in this event.
Oh, they're right behind these Japanese competitors. We heard it a lot in that last heat when that 9-point ride went down for Ohara. The beach erupted, and it's great to see, not only a big event coming back here to Japan, this being a QS 6000, but the crowd coming out and supporting these competitors, the full international field, but really getting behind their fellow countrymen. And on that last wave, we saw Arai from Japan, and we only caught the tail end of it, but obviously the appreciation was there from the local crowd. I mentioned the matchups coming up in round 5, and they are already set, and the one that I was curious to see was who Hiroto was going to get matched up against. We will see him compete in that next round, round 5, against Koa Smith in heat number 4. What do you think about the matchup? We've got Hiroto Ohara, who will be on his forehand on these right-handers, being a regular footer, up against Koa Smith on the backhand.
Obviously, quite a big difference in stature there, and then obviously, as you pointed out, natural footer versus goofy footer. Koa's been very explosive on his backhand. Seems to be enjoying this the wave speed and the power over here in Japan. Doesn't seem to bother him at all, being a little bit bigger in stature. But yeah, very explosive, and we saw him earlier this morning using that backhand to the heat win. So I think Hiroto will be he'll be strong. He'll be sticking to his game plan, as he mentioned in the post-heat interview. His coach has been keeping it good for him between the ears.
Who's his coach?
I'm not sure exactly his name.
I thought he was working with Shuji, but I haven't seen Shuji here at this event.
He may be. The coach, because he mentioned in the interview he's been getting a 9 and then finding it a little tricky to get the backup score. Up and riding, we have some live action. Just catching an edge there. Yeah, he was saying that coach has been really helping to make sure that he stays calm and then knows that he doesn't need a lot of time to get that backup score. So just be confident, wait for it to come, and then surf what's in front of you. And he said he wasn't sure, I believe, that the air was the right choice in that wave, but he was very happy to make that air and then get to a decent backup score in that previous heat.
Scores starting to drop for the second wave, basically the first real wave of any substance for Moniz. We'll drop that score in just a second as we see Hiroto once again. Good-looking wave here, a lot of speed. What's he going to do? Nice jam off the top and straight into another big turn, blows the fins up and over. And the local crowd letting Hiroto Arai know that they appreciate once again his performance. Hiroto currently sits in second, but it's early in this heat. Slade Prestwich is the only surfer at this moment that has a couple of decent scores on the board. He's got a 5.83, a 5.17. Our surfer in white is in first. Scores in for second of red, a 6.33. Last up blue. Here we go.
Streaking down the line, getting a nice first snap there, and then you're telegraphing that air from a little far back on that wave, but managing to ride out clear, so the judges will be liking that wave. So far, the turn to air combination has been getting the guys through the heats.
Scores already in, 7.10 for last of blue. So just like you anticipated, judges appreciating that performance there for Arai. Now he is in second place. Josh Moniz just posted a 6.33. He needs to back that wave up now. He's looking for a 1.98, and Prestwich kicking off once again. He's got another wave under his belt. It's a 5.73, so our surfer in white slowly increasing his second wave, which was a 5.17. It now is a 5.73, so he extends his lead a little bit over Arai. And Hiroto looking for a 4.46, so good to see, not good, but great to see these Japanese competitors stepping up against this international field.
Yeah, we've noticed during this event that Slade has been doing that. He's been a real workhorse, getting a high wave rate and always just doing enough to get himself through. But coming to the business end of this competition, he'll be hoping to get up into that 7 or 8 point range or higher. Otherwise, it may be a little tricky to keep advancing. But so far, sitting in first place with a 5.83 and a 5.73, the Ohara Arai from Japan with only a 1.2 for his second scoring ride, so he'll be looking to back that up. We got some live action now.
Here we go, Prestwich trying to get that speed going. Quick turn off the top. Wave starting to get a little steeper now as it hits the inside bank. Nice jam off the top once again. And a little bit of a fins free there on that final maneuver. So another good wave there for Prestwich, our South African surfer in white. And tall, lanky surfer, but despite his height, he's able to maximize these smaller conditions out here, transitioning from maneuver to maneuver well. And he is our current heat leader with 12 minutes on the clock. You made a good point, Matt, that he quietly has been making it through rounds. And this guy, he has not quietly been making it through rounds. He's been making a loud statement for the local crowd, and this one is no different. How about that second maneuver, a third? And he is not done yet.
Wow.
What a performance there for Hiroto. His last wave was a 7.10, and I think that one is going to be right in that range or then some, because that second maneuver was very committed, got the fins up and over, and now Josh Moniz, he's going to have a little bit of a challenging heat on his hands, and he knows that. He's going to take flight. He goes his own version of the forehand air reverse, and so a beautiful heat underway here in round 4, heat 5.
Yeah, we saw Josh telegraphing that aerial from the beginning, knowing that that wave wasn't going to offer too much but the air. This section wasn't that great, but he did amazingly well to get that tail as high as he did on that air. I was pretty impressed with Slade Prestwich last wave. 3 very, very solid turns, and I think that will be up in a high 7. But Hiroto Arai, wow, he just went to town on that wave, and that's some of the best surfing I've seen so far today.
Well, I think at this point, based on the scores that are dropping, unless there's another score to come, it's not going to go quite as high as what I initially had anticipated for Last Up Blue, and we'll stand by. There it is, Last Up Blue, potentially. I think that's the score that came in, was a 6.77, so temporarily goes to first. Hiroto Arai, Slade Prestwich in second, now looking for an 8.04. And Josh Moniz in the third position, looking for a 5-2-3 to move up and take that second place position from Prestwich. So the Japanese competitor, similar to what we saw in that last heat, after opening up with a solid score of a 7.10, he's backed it up. And just like the other Hiroto Ohara, who won that last heat, now it's Arai who is in first place.
Yeah, as you said, Todd, not quite as high as we predicted on that score, unless there is another one to come in, but still sitting in first place with a 13.87, so they ran that 14 heat totals are up and riding. We have some live action. Wow, just throwing it a little bit too hard there, dropping the wallet a little bit too much. So yeah, sitting in first place, 13.87 heat total is pretty solid. It's been, if not first, but second. It's been getting through with that heat total. We see some small scores coming in too, and then we see a large score coming in for that one that we were talking about for White, Slade Prestwich from South Africa. Looks like it may be a 7-2-3. So he's now needing a 6.64 to go to first, and Joshua Moniz from Hawaii down in third, my mistake, needing a 6.74, but still 11.5 minutes remaining. I'm sure we'll see a lot of things change before the end of this heat.
I think we're still standing by, too, for Josh's forehand air reverse, and there is that score that we are anticipating. So as we kind of thought, a lot of scores were still waiting to drop, and so that 6.77 for Arai was not the one that we saw a moment ago. That score that we thought was going to potentially be up into that excellent range is going to be so, and so he will start to pull away even further from the pack. Hiroto Arai standing by for his fourth wave ridden. It's going to be an 8+. And the Japanese competitors really stepping up here on this Saturday here for this QS 6000 at the Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. And there it is, last up blue, an 8.40. So that will go in his score line along with his 7.10. And now Prestwich in second, looking for an 8.28. Moniz's forehand air reverse starting to come through now. Surfer in red. Fifth wave score about to drop. He's looking for a 6.74.
You'd have to say, seeing his fellow countrymen get through in that previous heat and the crowd support that he has here, yeah, just lifting to a new level here, Hiroto Arai, an 8.4, as we thought. Amazing score, and that was amazing surfing. A difficult job here for the judges, but they're doing an extremely good job with this beach break condition with a small interval, and the guys all having a lot of waves already and still having 7.5 minutes remaining in this heat. So yeah.
Scores just posted for last of red. It was a 6.00. It's not enough. So Moniz still sitting in third place, and Arai just having a bit of his own expression session at this point with an 8.4 and a 7.10. Out to a pretty commanding lead in this heat. And at the moment, with 7 minutes on the clock, it looks like it will be a battle for that second place position. And right now, Prestwich looking pretty solid in that second place position with that 7.23. Currently with a backup of a 5.83. If he can extend his backup score a little bit more, it will really apply the pressure to our Hawaiian. Josh Moniz currently looking for a 6.74. And Moniz, he's been having a great run in this one. He had an earlier single wave score of an 8.5 in this event, so we know what he can do if he gets on the open face on a good wave. His best two-wave total so far in this event was a 16.60. So he comes into this heat with a ton of talent. He's been doing it throughout this event. Let's see if he can step up with 6 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, conditions holding in there. Wind's really, really light here, and it's actually better in these kind of size waves in this area in Japan to have that slight onshore puff. It just makes the waves a little bit more fast, and they feel a little bit more powerful if the wind does swing offshore to what they're predicting today. It takes a little bit of wave energy away, and then we start losing that swell extremely quickly here. Here we go, up and riding. Blue, Japanese surfer, nice first turn. Second turn blowing the fins, but yeah, as you said, Todd, I think he's just having a little bit of fun right now with just over 5 minutes remaining. It's good to see the second Japanese surfer left in the draw doing well, looking like he will advance through this heat, losing. So we had three Japanese surfers left, and we lost one in that last heat with Shun Murakami coming in third. Had a good performance throughout this event, unfortunately bowing out, but yes, still having two Japanese surfers alive we're in the quarterfinals now, and Hiroto going to the next round.
Yeah, coming up we'll have round 5, and then so we do go into the man-on-man, then go to the quarterfinals. So if I'm a coach for Hiroto Arai, I'm going to motion to him, pump the brakes, slow down a little bit. There's no reason to keep going for the airs, the big blow tails right now, because that's when you snap the nose of your board off doing what he's doing, or potentially even injure yourself. Just take it easy. You're in a strong position to win this heat, and just make sure you're going to only take off on a wave at this point if you're going to better that 7.10. There's no reason to take off on waves just to do an air or one maneuver. Wait, be patiently. If a wave comes that you can better a 7.10, take off. If not, then no reason to even ride a wave with 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it's a great point, Todd. And we see a lot of guys riding Old Faithfuls, boards with a little bit of brownness to them. They've been riding these boards for a while. And, yeah, you wouldn't want to see your favourite maybe popping at a fin or even taking the nose off, going for an air, or even, injuring yourself. So, yeah, good advice there, Todd. Maybe just take it easy. If something good comes, then, yeah, obviously capitalise on your first place position. But, yeah, sitting pretty comfortably right now with just under 4 minutes remaining. And to the delight of the Japanese fans, looking very good with our South African surfer sitting in second, needing an 8.28 to go to first. And our Hawaiian surfer Joshua Manise, which was a standout yesterday, needing a 6.74 with 3.5 minutes remaining. He'll be starting to feel the nerves a little bit, being such a big event. Number 27, the stop number 27 on the QS calendar, having 55 events for the year. This is a big one with only 6 QS 6000s for the year. Yeah, any result that he can get here is always going to be a keeper. We have the last heats. We have. Sorry, we're just having a few technical difficulties right now. I think we're back. Yeah. Last heat's winner, Hiroto Ohara, sitting in 4th place on the QS. So he'll better his position, Todd.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Last heat's winner, Hiroto Ohara, sitting in 4th, being a 6,000.
Yep.
So he'll improve slightly if he keeps moving through this event.
Yeah, well, he's already improved on one of his, a couple of his scores, actually. He, and I'll just verify, he is into the round of 16. So the worst he can do at this point is a 1,550 points. So he's already bettered 2 of his current keeping scores, 3 of them actually. As you point out, he's currently 4th in the QS rankings. He's got a 3rd place finish at the Australian Open of Surfing, which was 3,550 points. That's a great result. Then you go to the next result that's currently in his scoreline. He's got a 1,680 points, which was a 3rd at a QS 3000 at the Pro Santa Cruz. And then he's got a 17th at the Maitland Port Stevens Toyota. And so right now he's already bettered that, and he's bettered his first place result, believe it or not, a first place, but it was a QS 1000 at the Community Project Central Coast Pro. So regardless of what happens here, Ohara, the worst he can do is take home 1,050 points in that round of, 1,550 points in that round of 16. So Ohara on a great run, and based on what I'm seeing, I don't think he'll be done there. He's already won a massive event back in the day at the U.S. Open of Surfing in Huntington Beach against a stacked international field, and just like we saw there, another stacked international field, and slowly but surely he is taking them down along the way, now into round 6.
And we saw Brett Simpson unfortunately bow out in this event, being a 2-time US Open winner. Hiroto but staying alive. We have a strong heat coming up next with Ian Crane, Oni Onwa and Ricardo Christie, with only 45 seconds remaining in this one. Our Japanese surfer Hiroto Arai looking very good. Interesting to see where he's sitting on the QS rankings.
Yeah, I was just blazing through it, just quickly trying to see it. As we see Prestwich here just quickly up and riding, floats that first section. Nice snap off the top, and he's going to wrap it up With 20 seconds to go, our surfer here, Arai, look for him to go for the big forehand air like he's been doing. And that one, how he pulled it off, I have no idea. He basically landed on the nose, riding backwards like a skimboard because his fins were free. Re-engaged those fins and spins it around. And so unofficially, unless he can get a score right here, Josh Moniz looking for a 6.74. Your thoughts on that final maneuver there?
Didn't see the start of his wave. If he got a turn or two before that air, yeah, it's possible for sure. But yeah, as I said, I didn't see the start of that wave, but he did complete that last air. Hiroto Arai doing an amazing job coming out of that air too, both feet on the nose.
Well, stand by for scores of Last of Red, and we'll give you the results of heat number 5 when we return and kick off heat number 6.
I'm De Souza, bro. I'm De Souza.
I'm De Souza.
Are you kidding me? I am Adriana De Souza.
I am De Souza. Totally.
Welcome back to the Japanese fireworks show. We saw Hiroto Ohara having a fireworks show earlier, and in that last heat, it was Hiroto Arai shooting him off with a 8.40 and a 7.83, taking out that first place position. And in the end, Josh Moniz was looking for a 6.74. Todd Klein now welcoming back in Matthew Pitts. Pitsy, our Hawaiian, was playing catch-up the entire heat, but was able to literally get a wave on the buzzer. We're standing by for his last score, and needing a 6.74, it's going to be very close.
Wow. So, yeah, I just caught a glimpse of that last heat while I was out on my break, and Hiroto Arai's surfing was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's awesome for the local crowd and the entire nation of Japan, especially knowing that the 2020 Olympics will take place here. Surfing will be a component in that Olympic Games, and we very well could see both of these Hirotos representing Japan in the Olympics in 2020.
Yeah, that would be really exciting. And just waiting on that last score for Joshua. Yeah, exciting stuff with the potential of the Olympics being held right here at this very break where we are sitting this morning, Todd.
Just to clarify, we are standing by for the results of heat number 5. We know Hiroto Arai is going to win that heat. Slade Prestwich, though, was in second for the majority of the heat, and this is the wave right here that we are currently waiting on the score of. He's looking for a 6.74, and it comes through at a 6.9, so he does move up. Slade Prestwich drops down, so officially there it will be Hiroto Arai winning, Josh Moniz in second, and third place was Slade Prestwich, and we are kick things off now with heat number 6 right out of the gates. Ian Crane on the backhand air. Cannot land it, but wow, what a performance there by Moniz at the end of that heat with the forehand air.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance. And Todd, I just wanted to ask you, we're sort of just around the corner from the finals here. We are sort of on finals day, Saturday, Sunday. The weather's incredible. The crowd's showing up. Have you seen a spike in the performance in the surfing this morning?
Well, I think the conditions are cleaner, you know. I just think there's more opportunity for these guys to commit to their maneuvers without having to worry about catching edges on those little chops coming up the face. Yesterday we had hard onshore winds, negative tide, and the contrast of those, the combination of those two made things very difficult. Despite us seeing some great scores yesterday, I think today these guys are able to really commit to these maneuvers, and they have to, because as you point out, we're getting closer and closer to the finals. And what a performance by Josh Moniz in that last heat to get the score that he needed to move up into second place position and drop Slade down. So a clutch performance there for him, and unfortunate there for Prestwich, who sat in that second position for the majority of the heat. Ricardo Christie up and riding. Nice opening turn. A lot of spray being sent on that first turn and the second. Smaller inside runner here. He sees the whitewater coming at him and is going to get one more hit. So our surfer from New Zealand, he'll get on the board as well. And now we stand by for the opening wave of Oni Anwar. So heat number 6, Ian Crane in the red, Oni Anwar in blue, and Ricardo Christie in the white.
Yeah, I was just out on the beach in my break there, as I said, and a lot of hype and a lot of excitement on the beach here today, Todd, despite the calmness here within the box. Out there, Hiroto Ohara. I mean, he has really created a lot of buzz around the beach. He's cruising around the car park. Everyone's lining up for photos with him. He's through with an incredible performance, and the whole beach has come out to see their local hero do the damage out here. And then we had Hiroto Arai back that performance up with his heat, with an incredible win, but incredible surfing to win that heat. So there is, as I said, there's a lot of hype, and the tension is building, and I think it's starting to rub off on all the competitors. We're seeing incredible performances on Anwar up and riding.
Yeah, keep an eye on him. He's known to go for the forehand airs. Not on this turn, though. He opens up with a beautiful snap, throwing a lot of spray, getting that speed down the line, and now he goes for that aerial, and he elected not to grab, and he lost his board there on that air. Got away from him, so it won't be a complete maneuver. And now behind him, Christie once again laying down some forehand gaffs. So we got a great performance going on out in the water. Ian Crane being our goofy footer, Oni and Ricardo being regular footers. And Ian had a great performance so far in this event on that backhand attack. But Christie scores for his opener, looking to be good for our surfer in white.
Yeah, Ricardo Christie has been a really strong, powerful performer throughout this event. We've spoken about his big, tall, powerful frame and how that he's got those just... If he gets an open face, he really opens up and really disperses the spray. A big score, a 6.67, pretty damn good to open with. And Ricardo Christie showing to be very dangerous in these smaller waves in Japan.
So first priority will now swing to our surfer from San Clemente, California in the red. Second priority with blue, Oni Anwar. And third priority with Ricardo Christie. If you just joined us, welcome. We are on the eastern seaboard of Japan here in the region we call Ichinomiya. We are at Shida Beach at the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. We are getting deep into this event. We are into round 4 here at this World Surf League QS 6000. And we've got a few of our Japanese competitors making it into round 5. The Hirotos, Hiroto Arai and Hiroto Ohara. And it's great for the entire country, but our sport as well. It's really refreshing to see the Japanese stepping up against an international field like this and just giving you a taste of what this future holds for these competitors now coming out of Japan.
Yeah, it really is incredible stuff because their whole package heat performances has been flawless, and people would talk about the home ground advantage, and sometimes when you're in a certain country, the locals might get the benefit of doubt of the judges' scores and all this sort of thing. None of that happens here. These kids have absolutely been on fire out here, and incredibly well-deserved wins from both these guys this morning. And I hope they can go all the way. It'd be fantastic to see one of these two kids up there in the finals. Arai, the less famous of the two, but nevertheless, still a very well-known surfer here in Japan. And he is slowly starting to climb that ladder as far as profiles as top surfing competitors in this country go. So he's really, really coming into his own here, and that last heat performance was absolutely incredible.
And just to follow up on what you had mentioned there about the judges not getting caught up in the local hype, it's an international field of judges, just like we have an international field of competitors. These judges travel with the entire tour. There's 5 judges on the panel. They take the highest score, the lowest score, and average out the remaining 3. And so these guys have had it very consistent throughout this event. I don't think we've had any heat where we've had one surfer that maybe made it that should not have. These guys have been spot on despite the challenges they have faced here in these beach break conditions. A lot of times we'll see a flurry of action, and these guys will go back to back to back to back to back, catching waves. And these judges actually have to hand write the scores down, and then once that action is all done, then they input it into the computer, and then you and I get the update on how those scores unfold. 18 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Ricardo Christie has 2 scores now. It's a 6.67 that he opened up with. He backed it up with a 5.60, so our surfer in white from New Zealand, he is in first. Oni Anwar, his opening wave there that we saw a few moments ago on that right-hander came through at a 5.17 for our surfer in blue. He is in second, and Ian Crane in third wearing the red jersey. He just got that one wave at the beginning where he fell. Sitting now with first priority looking for a 4.11.
Yeah, so we are here in Japan. One of the real attractions, things that people enjoy coming to Japan, is the culture. Up and riding Ian Crane. Riding out of that last maneuver, incredible high fly and explosion from the surfer in red. Wow, that first turn was a ripping one, but then to explode up into the lip into that second one, right out of the bottom cleanly, Ian Crane is staring down the barrel of a big score here.
Yeah, I didn't catch that wave. I just kind of glanced up and caught the end of it as we see White here. Our current heat leader, Christie, goes for the forehand air of his own. You can see he landed a little bit there on the tippy toes and unable to keep his body over that board, and so he slides out, goes down. But standing by for last of Crane, it will be his best wave, no doubt. He opened up only with a 1.07. He had priority. He was waiting for a 4.11, and it sounds like he got a good one. I did not catch the entire wave there, Pitsy. We'll stand by potentially for a replay as we see Oni Anwar, nice opening carve, straight up into that next section, throwing some spray. Good combination of maneuvers here, and finishes strong. So our Indonesian surfer in blue having a great performance here in this QS 6000.
Yeah, Oni Anwar, the lone Indonesian, he's really been a firecracker in this event as well. We saw him get through his heat earlier in the rounds with that big air reverse maneuver that he did. It was a clutch performance. Oni Anwar out here now, looking very consistent and very polished with his performance. Residing a lot on the Gold Coast in Australia, to and froing from Indonesia. And Oni Anwar is now really starting to let everyone know that he's a serious qualifying series contender here this year. Wow, nice cut back. Off the bottom, up into the lip again. Watch the finish. Bang again. And whang, just to finish up there. Strong performance. Oni Anwar in blue. Ian Crane's score starting to trickle in. It's going to be a pretty good score.
Yep, no, it's going to be a great score. You were spot on. Again, I didn't get to see it when the live action took place. But to your point, you said it was going to be a good one. Score starting to drop. He was looking for a 4.11. Comes through at a 6.83, so temporarily red goes to second, but we are standing by for Oni's last wave, and he now only requires a 2.74, so look for that to change back again, but it won't leave Ian needing much after posting a solid score there of a 6.83. He's in the mix now, 15 minutes on the clock. And as we look at our current heat leader, Ricardo Christie, he's been a strong surfer throughout this event. He's got two of the top 10 performances in this event so far. He had a two-wave total of a 16.40. He also had a two-wave total of a 16.23. So definitely one of the standouts so far on this event. And it's kind of, you would expect that from Ricardo Christie, being a former championship tour competitor, looking to get back there once again, currently 12th on those qualifying ranks for next year's championship tour. He got a win earlier this year at the Martinique Surf Pro, and he would love to get one here at this QS 6000. The Martinique Surf Pro was only a 3000, so if he can get one here, he would double those points that he got at that one. That one he got 3,000, this one being 6, so a huge opportunity here for Christie. Still got a lot of surfers in the event, though, and we'll see how he goes, but right now looking pretty good here in heat number 6.
He's looking very good in this heat number 6, but I also really like Ian Crane. He's got an incredible knack of placing his maneuvers perfectly in position for the wave that he's caught. He just takes his time, and his positioning of his maneuvers for the speed of the wave seems to be impeccable, and I think that's where all his big scores are coming from. His emphasis, he doesn't do heaps of turns, but the turns that he does, he really manages to emphasize those, and that's where he keeps getting these nice, bigger, consistent scores, Ian Crane. So we're just going to cross down to the beach now for an interview, so we will see you on the other side of that. Take it away, Nao-chan.
Watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Well, standing next to me, the great winner for round 4 Heat 5, Hiroto Arai. Arai Hiroto 選手です。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
いやー、なんか波の神様がまるでひろとくんの隣にいたかのようにいい波に乗っていましたが、手応えはありましたか？
そうですね、少し右側のライトを狙おうと思ってたんで、でもいい波が少ないのは結構昨日から分かってたんで、でもその中でセットのいい波ちょうどポコーンって入ってきて、プライオリティ持ってる時に。
しっかりと審判たちがお気に入りのような点数が出るようなアクションを見せてくれましたが、一番印象的だったのは実は3本目の 6.77 を出した時に2マニューバーだと点数が低いと感じたのか、最後のブローテールエアリバースを見せてくれた時、自分でもそれを一瞬頭よぎったりしたんですか？
そうですね、一発目もそんなに深いターンから入れなかったんで、クローズアウトしてたし、で1本7点持ってたんで、ここで2発ちょっと当てて、3点4点よりは一発狙って決めたらやっぱ6点ぐらい出るかなと思ってたんで、それがうまく決まったんでよかったです。
その直後にはレギュラーのいい波に乗り 8.40 を出し、ずっと1位をキープすることができましたが、ネバーギブアップ精神がすごい感じました。ずっと動いてましたね。
そうですね、昨日からあんまり待つってことはあんましないようにしようと思ってたんで、今日もいい波乗りつつちょっと動いて、で波のリズム合わせながら試合運べてったらなと思ってたんで、その通り、今回うまくはまって嬉しいです。
そして最後の最後に 7.83 という試合終了直後にも出しました。すごく調子が良さそうに思いますが、次のラウンドもう準備をしなくてはなりませんが、どのような準備を整えますか？
とりあえず朝ごはん食べてまだちょっとしか食べてないんで、食べてちょっとゆっくりしてシャワー浴びて、リラックス、そんな気は抜かずに、でもずっと張ってて、リラックスして次の試合までゆっくりできたらなと。
ちなみに朝ごはんは何をリクエストするんですか？
からし明太子のおにぎりが好きなんでそれ食べたいと思います。
最高です。それでは、次のラウンドに向けて Can you give out a message to all the fans watching the streaming?
Thanks for watching. We were a bit bigger than yesterday, and had a couple fun ones. So hopefully I go through today and going to final day tomorrow. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, he's gonna be on final. Let's go for it. But good luck for the next round. Big applause to Hiroto Arai, and back to you.
Yeah, thank you, and congratulations to Hiroto Arai getting the win in heat number 5, and a last-minute heroic effort there for Josh Moniz, needing a 6.67, I believe. He ends up getting a 6.9 and getting a second-place finish. Up and riding right now, currently in first, Oni Anwar. He just posted a 7.57. He is up in first, dropping Ricardo Christie down to second. Christie looking for a 6.08. We also saw Ian Crane get a wave there. He got a 4.93, and this is Christie up and riding. Nice vertical hit. Out on the open face, carves it back, and now it starts to get a little bit quicker, and right as he went to set a little bit of a pump there in a bottom turn, you saw him catch a rib going up the face, and that's what we talk about when we reference these guys catching edges. It just was basically an E-brake there, and he goes over.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for him because he did. He seemed to have put his front foot into a hole there, bit the rail, and off he went. But the big guys, a little bit more weight in their stance, and I guess catching the rail can be a little bit easier to do. So, the style of surfers and the frame is going to come into play throughout these lower tide, trickier conditions here. And interesting in that last interview how Naochan, the interview, said to Hiroto Arai, it appeared like you had God sitting beside you in the lineup, because every time you got out the back, you all of a sudden back onto a good wave, and it looked like you had a little bit of a help on your side there. And he said, "Oh, definitely, I was lucky to get a lot of good waves." And he said throughout this event, keeping busy seems to be the trend of the heat winners, and I just tried to get out there, stay busy, and get the waves, and then slowly improve on each ride as I went through the heat. Managed to throw down an 8.4, put me in a very strong position, and then was able to finish up that heat in first place. He's a real nice guy and very humble. Wakes up in the morning, has a bit of brekkie. He likes his karashi mentaiko no onigiri, which is those little rice balls wrapped in the seaweed that you see there, Todd Klein, that seem to be pretty popular around Japan. Has a shower.
No Pop-Tarts.
No Pop-Tarts, no pancakes. So then he likes to have a little bit of a shower and just keep calm, keep all the excitement and the nerves at bay, and come to the competition area with it all together, and then he just gets out there and lets loose and lets his surfing do the talking. So Hiroto Arai, fine young man, and an interesting approach to his event here. But just remember, God's sitting beside him in the water, sending him waves, and we'll have a chat about that a little bit later if you like.
Todd's sitting beside you.
Yeah, I know, that's as good as God, that's for sure.
No, stop it.
You are a god over here, Todd Klein.
6.73 for last of red. Ian Crane jumps to second. Ricardo Christie opened up this heat sitting in first for a little while. Now he finds himself in third, looking for a 6.89. 8 minutes on the clock, and an impressive performance on the backhand with that 6.73 for Ian Crane. And it looks like he's having a look here. Not going to go. He's not going to use his first priority. Second priority is going to go. Oni Anwar, a fast runner here. Watch. We know what this kid can do. He wants to go to the air, but on this one, he's going to do it. And unable to ride out of it.
Yes, Oni Anwar, you know, he's a quiet achiever through this event. He's been surfing very well, and he's still holding on to this lead. So, a little bit slow for those really nice bombs out here in this heat. We've seen that right-hander consistently running off the middle of the beach here. And the bank's been pretty good, and the waves have improved since this morning, and I think it's got a little bit more consistent. And you wait till this afternoon when that tide fills in after the turn of the low, we're going to see some great waves coming through here at Shida this afternoon, and we are in for a full day of action-packed surfing, and no better a person to spend a day full of action-packed surfing than is to be with Todd Klein. He's the man in Japan back in the 90s. He won multiple events over here. He really set a standard of surfing in these smaller waves, and bang, Oni Anwar going to the air and just coming unstuck. And what I mean by that, he showed a technique that created speed and flow that was very rare in world surfing at that particular time. And Todd Klein was a bit of a master of disaster over here in the event.
Stop it, Pitsy.
And caused me a lot of headaches, Todd Klein.
Stop it, Pitsy, but thank you for the props. And I got a question for you. Oni Anwar, we've seen him take flight on the majority of his waves. Do you think he should continue to go to that maneuver, or should he mix it up a little bit more?
No, it's interesting you say that, because I would like Oni to stick to the rail game. His little power compact body, bottom turn, lip launch flare, but he's got to keep the launch in the water. And now, once he gets to that the final 5 minutes where he really needs that KO punch, boom, go to the air. But right now, he's in first place. He wants to better a 6.03, and I think his rail game can do that easily. If it was a clutch situation where he was in third, he needed a big score, sure enough, throw caution to the wind and go for it. But I just think that all of these little mistakes are starting to come into his wave count. I think it might just start to hurt his confidence. And I think the key to this is to get your scores and convert each wave confidently, and then boom, there comes that excellent performance towards the ends of the heat. So keeping your mind intact is also just as important of keeping your wave score intact.
Time winding down in this one, heat number 6. 5 minutes to go. Ricardo Christie finds himself still in third place. Surfer from New Zealand wearing the white jersey, looking for a 6.89. And as I mentioned, he's been one of the standouts throughout this event. He's got 2 of the highest heat totals out of the top 10 so far in this event, but right now finds himself in third. Not needing much, though, for Ricardo Christie based on his performance so far in this event, looking for a 6.89. Ian Crane on the backhand, been getting it done. Couple of sixes. He's got a 6.83 and a 6.73. 2-wave total so far, a 13.56. If he wants to move up and take first from our surfer in blue, Oni Anwar, Ian's going to need a 6.78. Oni, surfer has a 7.57 and a 6.03, so Oni Anwar looking to better that low score of a 6.03 and solidify that first place position. Heat number 6 in the water coming up next. Heat number 7, Tomas Hermes in the red, Beric de Vries in the blue, and Adam Melling in white. All regular affair in that next heat, and a beautiful opening turn there as we catch Ian Crane kicking out.
Yeah, with 4 minutes on the clock, okay, things are starting to get, a little bit unsettling for the surfers in second and third, because the waves have gone a little bit quiet through this heat, and one would think, are we going to see a nice clean set before the end of the heat? And possibly not. So with that in the minds of the surfers, it's got to be a little bit unsettling. Ricardo Christie's had a great run so far. Big boy, looking for a 6.89, so that's a fairly solid score there. And Ian Crane, I think he can do this easily on that backhand. I think the judges love it. And Ian Crane, right now though, unfortunately, at the bottom of the priority list, but you never know. This may work in his favour for him to start to clear away from the pack. And as this tide's changing, the peak may move with it. And Ian Crane might just find himself paddling in to a little bomb before the end of this heat.
Well, the good news for Ian, he currently sits in that advancing position. He just has to hope for two things, Pitsy. First and foremost, a wave does not come to Ricardo, or that Ian can get on a better wave and really pivot on that backhand from the top to bottom that he's been putting those scores up on so far. Oni Anwar up and riding, a couple of quick snaps, looking to better a 6:03. He's going to stay with it all the way through to the inside and finish things up with 2 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. So now the focus shifts to our surfer in red and white. Standing by for one more score for last of red. Doesn't look like it's going to change things. Ian Crane is looking for a 6.78, and the focal point really is on Christie. He has first priority. He's in third place, and he's looking for a 6.89. Last of red, a 5.17. Does not go into the score line, so the same situation still in place. Christie looking for a 6.89 as we get ready to count this one down. 2 minutes remaining here in heat number 6. You can see Christie just kind of staying busy, trying to paddle up and down, sitting as high as he can on his board to look out into the horizon to see if he can scan the lineup. Is it going to come in? Will it be to the south? Will it be to the north? And he will try and adjust his position to get in the right spot to find that score of a 6.89, Pitsy.
Yeah, I like Donnie Anwar's approach to his last wave. He just settled things down, went back to the rail game, locked in another solid score. So Oni Anwar is going to be a very difficult man to knock off that top perch in this position in this heat, because I think he's got his game right back on track. With just a minute and a half to go, he's going to finish strong, and I think that last wave should be a pretty good score. And as you said, poor old Ricardo Christie, he's out the back, standing up on his board, looking out the back. Just on 1 minute, with priority, a 6.89. So he's going to need a good wave, and there looks like there's a couple of lumps moving towards the lineup.
Last wave of Anwar, 5.47 will not go into his scoreline, Pitsy, so situation still the same. Crane in second, looking for a 6.78 to overtake first. The real focal point, though, on Christie, standing on his board, scouring the lineup, looking north, south, out to the east. Where is it going to be? Is it even out there within the next 45 seconds? He needs that score. He needs a 6.89. He has first priority. He looks like potentially having a look there at that wave. It's not going to materialize, so he's not going to commit. Will not lose that first priority. 30 seconds, Pitsy.
Poor old Ricardo looks like he's run out of opportunities, because that little lumpy bump set that we saw, I think that is going to be it.
So just quickly, Ian Crane currently making it through this heat, having a great start to the year. He is currently 9th on the QS rankings. Had a big result earlier at the Maitland Port Stevens Toyota Pro, getting a third place and 3,550 points. And this right here is another good result for our surfer from San Clemente, and he's not done. So looks like moving on with the win. Oni Anwar from Indonesia in the blue, Ian Crane in second, and Ricardo Christie in third. Stay with us. Coming up next, heat number 7, live from the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
Okay, we're back with action. Round 4, heat 7. So in this heat, from Brazil, we have Thomas Hermes. From South Africa, we have Derek De Vries. And from Australia, Adam Melling. So a great heat here. Round 4, heat 7, Todd. Unfortunately, former CT surfer Ricardo Christie bowing out in that last heat, not being able to find a wave in the last maybe 6 or 7 minutes, actually.
Yeah, that was a close heat, but an impressive performance by Ian Crane on the backhand. Moving on, and Oni Anwar kind of leaning on his forehand airs to get him into that round 5. So we'll see how those guys go in round 5, but a great performance for those two competitors. Tough go there for Ricardo Christie, who was one of the standouts so far in this event. We'll bow out, and then now we shift gears, as you said. Heat number 7 in the water from one former championship tour surfer in the last heat with Ricardo Christie to Adam Melling in the water right now, up and riding. Tomas Hermes in the red. Nice drift to the fins, and a strong finish there for Tomas. Low center of gravity on his board, really suiting these little right-handers here. And Tomas is going to be a force to be reckoned with. And then right behind him, Derek De Vries from South Africa. And you saw him kick out early, and he will get out there before red, which will help him in that priority situation. Currently, first priority being held down by Adam Melling.
Yeah, Thomas Hermes has been looking great through all the rounds. Carrying a lot of speed, his surfboard looking great. Interesting to see what he's actually riding there, but it looks like it has a motor on the back of that board. I'd love to be able to not have a problem with speed like he does. He's making it look very effortless, and the scores are coming to him because of that.
I think personally, Tomas, the way his body sets up, and just growing up in Brazil and his approach to small waves, he could probably ride the table that you and I are sitting behind right now. He's a very talented surfer, especially when it comes to small wave wizardry, and but no doubt he has picked the right equipment, because in small waves like this, if you catch an edge, you will lose your speed immediately, and he has not been catching any edges, Tomas Hermes. And we've heard the competitors say, surf better today, no doubt. Maybe even a little bit bigger than we saw yesterday. Yesterday we had hard on shores, rainy conditions. We even had to go on standby during the low tide yesterday for about an hour and a half. And today, though, I think we will have a full day of competition running right through the low tide, and then finishing things up this evening. And tomorrow, we will crown 2 champions.
Yeah, a very interesting point you make there with that tide dropping out. We have 11:04 low tide. Yesterday going on hold for 2 hours, and then when we come back, we saw a very strong northeast trade wind, and I think that's the reason why we have a little bit more of increase in swell today, to the delight of all our surfers here in the competition. But yeah, very contestable, very good waves here. This beach is very consistent, and then the sand right now is very, very good. As you can see there, the beach draining out, that little reform left, which we see in the afternoons. Guys starting to utilize that little left, getting scores all the way to the beach. But most guys predominantly sticking to the right, getting the large scores with airs and very good, strong lip smashing. Adam Melling looking at taking a wave here.
Here he goes, cashing in that first priority. Right out of the gates, a lot of speed. Straight up into the lip, adjusts that front foot, brings it back, throws it on rail, oncoming section, jams it. Great wave here for Adam Melling. Great transition between those maneuvers. What I liked when he came off that first maneuver, you saw him bring his front foot back just a hair, reset on that bottom turn and get straight back into it 2 more times. So a good backup wave there for Adam Melling. He opened up with a 5.17. That next wave will be better than that. And standing by for last of red, his opener, Tomas. Looks like he's going to have a great start to the heat as well. There it is, red, last of red, a 6.17. So now just quickly, Tomas goes to first, but Adam Melling has his second score coming through to back up that 5.17. So at the moment, the surfer Derek De Vries is the only surfer in this heat that hasn't really got a decent wave under his belt. He's only got 1 wave. It's a 0.5 and currently has that first priority. But with the 25-minute heats, though, a ton of time left here for our surfer Barrick. looking for an 18 minutes 40 seconds to go, and scores dropping for his second. And that last heat was won by our Indonesian surfer Oni Anwar, and he's standing by now.
Okay, I'm down here on the beach with our last heat winner, Oni Anwar, the lone Indonesian surfer here in this event. Oni, you got to be stoked about that, flying the Indonesian flag here in Japan.
Yeah. I'm just happy to make through my heat. Just surf it heat by heat. And yeah, good to have a good board. And today is a beautiful day, and the waves are so much better today. So yeah, stoked.
Yeah, well, it's been incredible watching you surfing here because you got a fantastic rail game. We saw you in some of those earlier round heats. Clutch performance, going to the air, boosting some big airs. Going to the rail or going to the air, does it play on your mind a little bit as you paddle into your waves in this competition?
No, that's why like this board is so special. I can do rail game as well, and it's a bit bigger, 5'10", so it holds more turn. And when I need to do air, I can still do an air too on this one. Yeah.
Wow. So obviously coming from Indonesia, spending a lot of time in Australia, you're used to those warmer wave conditions. Being in Japan, it's been quite cold, and have you changed up your game as far as the wax you use, or you do a little bit of a warm-up, get the blood flowing before your heats?
Yeah, of course, do a lot of warm-up before my heat, and yeah, I'm kind of used to this weather because I live between Australia and Indonesia. So I'm kind of used to both sides, warm and cold. So yeah, same.
So Oni, in the Southern Hemisphere, you're a very famous surfer and a very popular young man. So how about you say hi to all your buddies down there in Indonesia or even in Australia?
Yeah. Hey guys, thanks for watching, and wish me luck for the next round. Let's go Indonesia.
All right, let's go Indonesia. Oni Anwar through to the round of 16, and look forward to seeing more from him. Thank you. Back to Todd and Matt in the box. You beauty.
Yeah, good boy, Matt. Good boy. And a great interview. I really like the insight that he was able to get out of Oni on that last interview there. And congratulations to him on that heat win. And the one thing that I was impressed with was that he's riding a little bit longer board, especially for him. You know, he's not a real tall individual, and he's riding a 5'10". And, you know, he made a good point saying, you know, with that longer board, he can utilize the rail if he needs to. But having the pop that he does on that forehand, he can put it in the air too. So choosing the right equipment on into round 5. And we will shift gears now with heat number 7 out in the lineup. This is the wave we just saw a moment ago of Barrick de Vries. His second score came through in the excellent range, an 8.10. And the backup wave for Melling, a 7.67. And we've got a solid score dropping for Tomas as well. So every one of these surfers is going to have a 7 or better within the first 15 minutes of this heat, within the first 10 minutes of this heat, which is massive. We haven't seen that pretty much at all in this event.
Yeah, that's a testament to the conditions today, Todd. As all the surfers are saying, when they do come in, the waves are very fun today. Little increase in swell and then maybe a little bit increase in power, hoping these guys get to the excellent score range. As we see Adam Melling sitting in first place with a 7.67 and a 5.17. We have one more score dropping in now for De Vries, up and riding.
Yeah, going to go on the backhand this time. Quick vertical hit. Nice bottom turn, straight up into it again, and a third. So a good wave there for Barrick. Normally would be looking to go right, but on that opportunity, he says, you know what, I'll go left. And cashes in a good wave there. He's looking to better a 4.77, needing a 5.3, though, if he wants to go to first. And Tomas's last wave comes through at a 7.23, so a change in the standings. We now have Tomas in first place with a 7.23 and a 6.17. Barrick de Vries, his last wave came through at a 4.77, so he solidifies that second place. And Adam Melling, who just a moment ago before that exchange was sitting in first, now finds himself sitting in third, looking for a 5.21.
Yeah, I heard you guys reference Adam Melling when he was younger, surfing very similar to Mick Fanny. That same kind of speed and very strong forehand point break surfer. I would say that these days he's definitely has an individual style, very, very compressed, very explosive. And there's one young surfer in this event from Japan who I think has a very similar approach and style to Adam Melling, is Hiroto Ohara. Very compact,
Which
very
one?
powerful. Hiroto Ohara.
Ohara. Okay.
I
yeah,
think the style's
I
very
agree.
similar.
I agree. Low center of gravity, the way that they approach the waves, and Melling, he's always been real impressive with the rail game, and it's hard to really appreciate his rail game here at this beach break. But you take him, the surfer from Lennox Head, and put him in a place like Jeffreys Bay, Lower Trestles, Bells Beach, any of those right-hand points, and you will see a lot of rail game. So he's a very smooth performer, and he's been able to actually cash in on a couple of those rail turns out here, and currently find himself into this round 4. So we'll see if he can lean on that rail once again and find that 5.67 to get up into advancing position. One thing about Melling, if he needs to, he can go to the air game, but it's not one of his strengths. It really is his rail game that's the strength for him.
Yeah, and as you said, being such an accomplished point break surfer, we have seen some of his best results come from places like Jeffreys Bay. Definitely a standout in that event over there when he has had.
This guy has surfed Jeffreys Bay many a time. South African Berk de Vries, and another good right-hander. There's that rail game. We reference Adam Melling. Look how smooth that transition between those two maneuvers, and most guys are barely going down the line. He is going rail to rail. A very well-surfed wave there for Adam Melling. He requires a 5.67, and we just saw Blue on that exchange also get a wave. De Vries looking to better his low score of a 5.23, so keep an eye on that exchange as those scores shake out. Tomas still out the back with first priority, currently in first. 12 minutes on the clock.
We have a replay here. Adam Melling up. Nice big first cut back. Wraps it very tight. He can get a lot done in a very small space, having that very compact, explosive style that he has, riding an Emery. And we saw the last heat's winner was also riding an Emery, Hiroto Ohara. So there you go. Emery's looking good here in Japan at Shida.
Not sure if Ohara is riding an epoxy, but we know Adam Melling is. So we know that having an epoxy, a little bit more flotation, definitely can generate speed much quicker, and you can see that in that last wave there from Melling. I mean, that wave was not a big wave, but yet he had all the speed he needed to keep him on that rail through those turns. So a great decision to ride that epoxy foam for Adam Melling. Scores dropping for Last of the Vries. It's going to help him, and it's going to make things harder on Melling. We know Melling's going to have a good score as well, so as I said, let's keep a close eye on these scores as they drop from that last exchange between white and blue.
So the South African surfer coming in last wave coming in a 7.20, so he's now in first place. Thomas Hermes from Brazil looking for an 8.08 to jump back into first, and Adam Melling looking for only a 5.73, which you would say is extremely doable for a surfer of his caliber and his experience. Plenty of time left in this heat, just under 11 minutes. The waves are definitely getting a little bit affected by this lower tide. We're starting to see a few ribs pop up with that current start sucking out. We do have a big pile of sand in the middle of the beach from last week's bulldozing to make this bank a little bit better. But we're starting to see that sand drift further out the back, and the guys are getting a little bit more length of ride, especially with the waves being a little bit bigger today. And you can see the scores.
Matt, just clarify a little bit for our viewers that you referenced the bulldozing. What took place on that?
So yeah, actually Matthew Pitts, a fellow up and riding, we see Adam Melling just having a quick snap there and getting out of that one. Yeah, our fellow commentator Matthew Pitts was talking to one of the Japanese gentlemen in Australia about how they get that sand flow working over there at Snapper, and decided to get a bulldozer down here, put a huge amount of sand in the middle of the beach up and riding.
Yeah, stand by, because Tomas finds himself in third after a 5.9 for Melling, and two massive maneuvers there for Tomas. Gets another little whitewater tap, but wow, sending water to the sky there on that second turn. Adam Melling, his wave prior was a 5.9. Puts him in second. Tomas drops all the way down to third. Now Tomas looking for a 6.35, but that last wave was a very good performance for the Brazilian, and I look forward to seeing that wave again. We talk about the transition between the two maneuvers, and flawless between those maneuvers right there, and throwing a lot of spray. That means there was a lot of power applied to that tail on those maneuvers. Yeah,
as we saw with his 617 and his 723 carrying you know, an unlimited amount of speed through those turns. And as you said, being a bit smaller in stature and growing up in waves similar, definitely knowing how to surf these kind of waves very well and getting the scores that he needs. He was needing a 6.35, so I'm sure we will see the situation change once that score is locked in from the judges. Judges taking a little bit of time, making sure they get that score right. It is a QS 6000, so very important for these guys. Do you know where Thomas Hermes from Brazil is sitting currently in the ratings, and how crucial is the result here at Japan?
Well, it's, I mean, you know, like we made mention, there's only so many QS 6000. There's 6 of them total and 5 10,000. So it's, you know, regardless of where he sits, it's crucial because currently right now a lot of the top surfers on the championship tour are not competing in the QSs, and it's not until the back end of the year when they start to see they may not re-qualify through that championship tour and they start to chase it through the QS. And when they show up at these QSs, they obviously have the top seeds, and so they go directly into the top rounds, and it makes it that much harder for these guys that are trying to qualify. So, you know, how important is it? Extremely important for every one of these surfers. And, you know, you pay attention to the standings, are the ranks currently on the QS, but it really doesn't get interesting until about the three-quarter point in the season, because that's when those QS guys, you know, see the likes of the championship tour guys joining them, and that's when things get interesting.
So last wave of Thomas Hermes, we knew it was going to be good. It comes in at an 8.13. So he's sitting with an 8.13 and a 7.23 in first place, with our South African surfer, Derek De Vries, needing a 7.27 to take that first place position. Adam Melling currently in third, needing a 7.64. With just under 7 minutes remaining, we see a surfer up and riding now.
Derek De Vries drives off this bottom turn, gets up into the lip, throws a little spray, gets a little bit more vertical here for him, snaps it back one more time. Oncoming section, hits it again, looking to better his low score of a 7.20. And as you made point, 8.13 for Tomas. So he has definitely solidified himself up there in the top. This is a very high-scoring heat right now. You look at the two-wave total for Tomas, it's a 15.36. Two-wave total for Derek De Vries, who sits in second, it's a 15.30. Adam Melling has a 7.67, but finds himself looking for a 7.64. This was last of Blue Barrick.
Nice big first turn, throwing lots of spray, getting the fins up and over on that last one, and then managing to squeeze one more good turn in and stomping his board at the end there. That wasn't a stomp for him being angry. That was a stomp of, yes, come on, I've got this. Needing a 7.27 to go to first. Sitting in second, he could quite easily back up his 7.20, or even better, his 8.10 after that last wave. So we have one more heat left of this round, and it is a good one. We have Jesse Menez from Brazil, Patrick Gudaxis from USA, and Louis Philippe from Brazil, which he was a standout yesterday afternoon in the last heat. Did you watch that one, Todd?
You talk about Luell?
Yes.
I just saw him go by a second ago with his headphones on, and he looked like he was heading into a ring to fight. He is definitely pumped up for that matchup, and he's going to have to bring it because that is a great matchup. As we shift gears, our current heat leader, Tomas, beautiful turn, nice spray off the top, and even better second turn, just sets the fins free, comes out of it cleanly, and Tomas right now having a tremendous performance, applying the pressure to his other competitors. Score is starting to drop for last of Blue. Derek De Vries looking to better his low score of a 7.27. It's going to be right on that line, and we've got one more score to drop out of the 5 judges on the panel, and then we will have the score as we look back on this last one of red.
Nice big first turn, lots of spray and releasing the fins, and then that last one getting very loose, sliding down to the bottom of the wave and then riding out very smoothly. So yeah, he'll be feeling pretty good after that one, already sitting in first place.
Wow, look how fast Melling is paddling. He has first priority, he sees a wave, he's going to get over there, and he's going to cash in, looking for a 7.64. Nice opening carve, sets it up. This wave gets steeper now, drives off the bottom, bang, hits it, and it shuts down on him. So Melling looking for that 7.64, had first priority, utilized it on that wave. Just under 4 minutes now. We've got 3 minutes, 50 seconds to go here in heat number 7.
Yeah, Melling starting off strong in this heat and then being a little quiet for the last 10 minutes or so. Finding a wave there, but then we actually might be start seeing that low tide start to bottom out a little bit on the end of those rides.
I think we're going to have great waves all the way through. I mean, we're getting, as you point out, shallower here, but look at our score line. It's continuing to increase. These guys are continuing to elevate, and I think we'll see that throughout this event despite our low tide. We're going to go right through it today, no problem. We will not have to go on standby. Score is dropping for Tomas, an 8.5. He's got a pair of 8s now, an 8.13 and 8.5. Tomas out to a tremendous lead in this heat. Now you look at second place, Berik de Vries, looking for an 8.53 of his own, and now Adam Melling still sitting in that third, looking for a 7.67. The challenge for Melling, though, time. There's only 3 minutes remaining for him to find that score.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday, guys, just doing 2 huge maneuvers, and the judges were really rewarding that here. Even just those 2 big turns were going as high as larger aerials yesterday and today. So it's good to see the judges are spot on with what they're seeing in front of them. So we have Berik de Vries from South Africa with first priority, and the score starts to drop now for Adam Melling. It looks like it may come under what he was requiring, needing a 7.64. We have a bit of paddling now. We might see Adam going on his back end now.
Yeah, it's going to be a real quick one here. He might have to go to an air. We'll see. He gets 2 jams there on that backhand. And was it a 7.64 current heat leader up and riding right here. Smaller insider. Look for him to maybe take flight. And that's exactly what he tries there for Tomas. 8.5, 8.13, a small wave like that. He knows in order to even come close to maybe bettering that 8.13, he was going to have to go above the lip.
So what do we see Melling? We'd see him do a floater and then a very strong backhand kind of fin blow to finish that one off. Was needing a 7.64, and it's looking like it's not going to reach that. So with around a minute and a half remaining, he comes in as a 6.03. So we have our heat leader already making his way in with a minute and 30 remaining. So unless he has done an injury or something, he's feeling very confident, deciding to save the energy maybe and save his board.
I think it's a great decision. He's throwing a shaka to that next heat, heading out there. Probably one of his fellow Brazilians, Jesse Mendes in the red, Luel Felipe in the white. Both of those surfers being from Brazil. They will be up in heat number 8, up against Pat Gadauskas, current number 1 in the world on that qualifying series. Coming up in that next heat, Jesse Mendes, and a former championship tour competitor, Pat Gadauskas, looking to get back there. He was matched up earlier in this event against his brother Tanner. Unfortunately, Tanner losing out, and Pat now flying that Gadauskas flag as far as he can in this event, and he's going to have a stacked heat up against those 2 Brazilians.
Yeah, we see Melling with second priority, Berik de Vries with first, sitting very close to each other. Adam Melling splashing a little bit of water, showing a little bit of frustration. He's come all the way from Australia, wanting to get back onto that championship tour. And as we were talking earlier, such a big event, very crucial for every surfer, no matter what the result. And he's having a look now, up and riding. Just a block.
Great decision. Great decision right there by Berik de Vries, but now look out the back. Looks like Adam is going to have a chance. Looking for a 7.64. That one's not going to do it. So a wise decision there for de Vries to utilize his priority. And it looks like Tomas with a blazing performance, 2-wave total of a 16.63 will get the win. Berik de Vries in second. Adam Melling in third. Stay with us. The final heat, heat number 8, coming up next here in round 4.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
Welcome back. Heat number 8 now takes to the lineup here in round 4 of the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. And it looks like right out of the gates, our surfer in red, Jesse Mendez, current number 1 in the world on the qualifying series. Couple of nice snaps. Good momentum through those maneuvers. Oncoming section. Nice spray out the back. So Mendez will draw first blood. He's going to be matched up against Patrick Kadauskas in the blue, Luel Felipe in the white. So we've got 2 Brazilians, 1 surfer from California. Todd Klein joined by Matthew Pitts. Pitsy, what a performance in that last heat by another Brazilian, Tomas Hermes.
Well, Tomas Hermes, he's come off injury. He's back, stronger than ever, fitter than ever, as we heard in one of his interviews earlier in the event. And it's great to see because he has been a powerhouse out of Brazil as a qualifying series surfer. He's been in a couple of CT events. He's come very close to qualifying for that World Tour. And it's great for Thomas Hermes to come back so strong after that long injury break. Currently in the water, though, we've got the master of disaster here, Jesse Mendez, currently number 1 on the world rankings in the qualifying series. Rankings up against Paddy Gudang and Luel Felipe, who has also been an incredible performer here in Japan, another Brazilian who is really dangerous. So for Pat to be up against these 2 guys, it's a tall order paddling. Taking a look at this, Luel Felipe. Yeah, Luel, who I watched him walk by as he checked in for his jersey, rocking out to some sort of music on his headphones. Definitely focused as he kicks off this heat right here. Oncoming section. Gets the fins out just a little bit, but is unable to ride out of it. Mendez's score is starting to drop for his opener. He'll get the better of that exchange between him and his fellow countryman, Luel Felipe. And now we see Pat Kadauskas out there, first priority, waiting. And you mentioned Luel. You know, as we look through, he's quietly been advancing. He doesn't currently have any scores in the top 10, in our top 10 performers. So just kind of flying under the radar, if you will. Yeah, I just saw a rare mistake from Luel just then because he's been a very solid performer throughout this event. That last wave, he just gave it a little bit too much in the first turn, just drifted off slightly, which he lost a slight bit of speed out of that first turn, and then he was unable to really complete that last turn perfectly. So just slightly off as far as his balance goes, but Luel Felipe looking to reset and get back into it. 21 minutes on the heat. It's a big heat, so there's got to be a bit of nerves starting to kick in. We're starting to get down the pointy end of competition. Jesse Mendez, a 6.17, a nice score to start with. Pat Kadauskas looking to open his account with priority, and Luel Felipe with 1 score to come in. But what do you reckon, Todd? You know, the stakes are getting higher. There's more points. There's more money. I know these guys are seasoned pros, but you know, you hear from a lot of the big musos and that. Doesn't matter how many times they walk onto the stage, they still get the butterflies just prior to doing that. And do the world top surfers, do they ever get rid of that nervousness, or is it always there regardless of who or where they're going?
Yeah, I think it all depends. And one surfer who doesn't seem to be showing any nerves was the surfer in heat number 7 getting the win, Tomas Hermes. 8.13, 8.50. He's standing by.
All right, so I'm here with the winner of that heat number 7 from Brazil, Tomas Hermes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, yeah, we had the lower tide. It's really like at the most extreme drop position right now. We could see some of those end sections getting very shallow. How did it feel out there?
It's really hard to compete right now in the low tide, but doesn't matter, you know, when you put your jerseys on, and doesn't matter what tide or what waves we are competing, and you need to go big, and I'm doing this in our event, and I'm feeling strong, I'm feeling good, and doesn't matter the condition. When I put the jerseys on, I'm fired, you know.
Yeah, we could tell you have the switch on as soon as that horn goes. This morning we didn't have the horn because it was before our horn time, but yeah, off the start you were looking really lively, and it helps when the sun's out and the waves are good, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Today is a beautiful day and better than yesterday. Yesterday was like the water is freezing, and right now it's normal water. I surf with not with long johns, like better than yesterday. But when I said before, that doesn't matter when condition, when wind, and the sun or not. Go ahead and do your job, you know.
Everyone's got the same job to do every time.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone's competing really good, and everyone's so far to get a good score and a good result. And right now, Jesse in the water stay together is my roommate, and I hope he's make sure to.
Great. You want to say any message to your friends at home?
Yeah, for sure. Gostaria de agradecer minha esposa que está em casa. Beijo enorme para minha família, para todo mundo do Brasil que está aí torcendo. O horário é bem diferente, mas obrigado pela torcida de todos.
Muito legal. Value. All right. Congratulations. That's Thomas Hermes. We're going to see him surf in the next men's round of 16 in just a little bit. Following this next heat, we're going to go back to the women's quarterfinal. So everyone gets to get out in the water. We look forward to seeing you soon. Thanks.
Thanks. Arigato. Sayonara.
Alrighty, good stuff there, and congratulations to him. He made mention, Tomas did, that he's rooming with Jesse Mendez, who's currently out in the water right now. We also heard a couple of other roommates that are continuing to progress through this event, and that's the two Hawaiians, where we have Koa Smith and Dylan Goodale. So you got to pick your roommates wisely nowadays, Pitsy.
Well, you've touched on that subject throughout the commentary this week, saying, you you got to surround yourself with people that give you power. And you got your positive vibe warriors with the Gadauskas brothers. We got the two young Hawaiians staying together, and they're doing very well. And then we've got Thomas and Jesse Mendez travelling together. So there's a lot of positive energy flowing in these small little whirlpools of competitors here.
Look out the back. We've got Blue up and riding here. Pat Gadauskas, he waited a long time to get this wave. Floats that section. Nice floater and beautiful finish there to get up into that lip. So a couple of maneuvers there to open things up, and then jams it through the lip there with a vertical maneuver to finish things off. Now behind him, Luell, he opened up with a 4.67. Quick jam off the top. Just gets the fins free a little bit there. Spins it around. So our surfer from Brazil.
I like that ride from Luell.
What's that?
I like that wave from Luell. It looks like he's right back on point again.
Did you like that wave better than the exchange between him and Pat?
I love Pat's wave as well, but just as I mentioned, Luell, he started off, he looked a little bit off with his balance, but to see that wave there, perfectly executed maneuvers, a great wave ridden by him. But Pat Gadauskas, let's get back to his wave because that was incredible. And here's Luell once again, off the lip there, comes to the end, boom. Little air reverse, precision surfing, spins out of it nicely, a polished performance. Paddy Gudang, once again, a nice wave, a lot of speed and a lot of power. So we've got a little bit of a contrast there between the two rides. I think Pat's going to get a great score, but I think Luell is going to get a pretty good mediocre score as well. Maybe not as high as Pat's, but still, two nice ridden waves nonetheless.
Yes, they did. Well execution by both those surfers, capitalizing and finishing their maneuvers on the end of that wave. 16 minutes remaining. Waves still pumping through here on this lower tide condition. We heard the posted interview there with Tomas saying, hey, I don't care if it's low tide, high tide, whatever it is, when the jersey goes on, I go to battle, and I think that's what the theme that we're hearing across the board. Right now, local time here in Japan, it's 5 to 10 a.m., so almost 10 a.m. this morning, and we've got about another hour and a half until we are on dead low. 11:33 a.m. is low tide. Here we go. Mendez on the backhand. Nice opening snap. Good pivot off the bottom. Snaps it off the top one more time, and he will kick out. He's looking to better his low score, which is a 6.00. First up, Blue is in. It's a 7.10. So Pat Gadauskas there. He's hearing now from the beach commentator, letting him know the situation. Blue, you've just posted a 7.10, and he's right in the middle of this heat now. And last of Luell going to come in, to your point, right around in that range, but probably just shy of that. So a great call on your behalf, Pitsy.
Yeah, so there's Luell Philippe, a 6.9. He's got to be confident about that and happy that he's got his game right on point. 15 minutes left in the heat, a lot of time. Now Paddy Gudang once again, a 7.1. He's been patient. He's got priority again, and he'll be looking to replicate that performance that we just saw on that last wave. A lot of speed and a lot of power from Pat Gadauskas, which is a little bit of a point of difference between the surfing styles that we do have in this heat right now.
So Pitsy, following this heat in 14 minutes, 30 seconds time, we are going to go into the quarterfinals for the women here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. We will shift gears from the QS 6000 for the men to the QS 3000 for the women, and we are very deep into that event. We are into the quarterfinals. We only have 8 ladies remaining. In that first quarterfinal, we will kick things off with Chelsea Tuak and Philippa Anderson in that first quarterfinal. Without getting too sidetracked, what do you think about that first matchup?
The first matchup, I think Philippa Anderson's I don't know. I think her power's going to be a little bit too strong for Chelsea.
Despite the smaller conditions here?
Yeah, interesting point to make there, Todd. It really is anyone's heat. But just off the top of my head, I'll go for blue.
All right, well, we'll get to that in a few minutes here as we are underway with heat number 8, the final heat of round 4. Similar to that wave we just saw a moment ago, Pat Kadowskis finishing very strong on that inside shallow section. And not quite as good of a wave as the one before. He got that 7.10 on, but Pat only needing a 4.47, so Pat Kadowskis staying busy.
Yes, you're dead right. And I think, though, with Pat Kadowskis, and we saw earlier in the heat in the competition with Ohara, they got priority, they got a good score, and then they didn't muck around after it. They got busy and got a backup. And that's what Pat's just done. He's got a nice backup, but it's going to really put his positioning, his tactics, and his confidence all right into place to attack the end of this heat hard, because he's going to need to. Mendes and Luel Felipe from Brazil, incredible performers, incredible competitors. And Paddy Gudang is going to have to be spot on his game here to get through this heat.
So you can see White trying to break towards the north. He sees something on the horizon. Our surfer Luel does have first priority, and the other two surfers are already over in that area. But if he is able to get over there, red and blue will have to pull back and let White go with first right away with that priority. Last of blue scores in. It's a 5.93, so just like that, Pat Kadowskis goes to first. Mendez drops to second. Surfer in red looking for a 6.87. And our surfer in white, Luel, now looking for a 5.27. Kind of interesting. Pat Kadowskis with third priority starting to break from the pack, but the other two guys seem to want to follow him. Maybe he's got some food in his back pocket. I'm not sure.
No, I think what's happened here is that Jesse kind of lured Luel off the bank there by, because, I mean, Jesse being a goofy footer, he's obviously got, you know, one eye on the right and the other on the left. And if a left-hander opportunity rears its head, he'll grab that thing and probably go to the air. So Mendes not completely 100% onto the rights because he is a goofy footer and he probably wants to use that front side attack as an extra string in his bow as far as this heat goes.
One thing to make note of that I'm starting to see on the face of these waves, this morning we had a light onshore condition, and now on these left-handers I'm starting to see a little bit of a flicker of the wind, signifying the winds are shifting to the southerly direction, Pitsy. So keep an eye on these left-handers, keep an eye on that south wind. If it stays at bay, we'll be okay. If it starts to pick up, look for those lefts to get a little bit more choppy, but on the flip side of that, look for those surfers to take flight if they do go on those lefts, because we call that an air wind. It'll keep the board to their feet. Here we go on the backhand. Mendez, quick off the top. Little floater there, gets a lot of speed out of it. Oncoming section. He's probably going to try and go vertical on that final maneuver, and that's exactly what he does. So Jesse Mendez in second place, looking to better a low score of a 6.0. But, you know, I haven't been outside. I've been in here. You were just out there. Is that wind shifting, Pitsy?
I wasn't out there long enough to pay attention. I was upstairs getting
you
a couple
agree,
of
though,
notes.
based on what we're seeing?
Dead right.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd know better than I did because you're a goofy footer and you do go to the air, and when you do go to the air, you obviously wait for the correct conditions to do that. And I think a good observation. It's fantastic to have your knowledge here, Todd, to be able to make calls like that for, you know, a lot of us wouldn't even notice. But when that air game becomes into your surf repertoire, once again, conditions play and off you go. So very interesting insight into the conditions that we've got from Todd here this morning, and you know, just backing up my suspicion that Jesse Mendez was looking for a left.
Yeah, and he finds one. It's not going to be one that's going to give him a ramp for him to take flight, but he's able to get a couple turns off. Look how shallow it is right there as he finishes that wave. I think one thing else to make note on, aside from the winds potentially shifting a little bit out of that southerly direction, is that as this tide bottoms out, you'll see these waves become a lot quicker. We won't see quite the distance that we're seeing these surfers get this morning with multiple maneuvers. And I think with that said, you're going to have to really commit to the one or two maneuvers that you do get, and that's where we'll see high flying action, but we won't see the length of the rides that we've seen so far and the multiple maneuvers. So I think we'll see the waves start to shut down a little bit quicker, and the surfers will really have to commit right out of the gate.
Yeah, trickier conditions as we head to the bottom of this tide. So the heat in the water with only 9 minutes left. Pat Kadowskis, a 7.10 and a solid backup, a 5.93 as these conditions appear to deteriorate. Up and riding. Pat Kadowskis again on the front side. Nice little tap, and he's out. So tricky conditions. It possibly is slightly deteriorating, but as you mentioned, the wind now just starting to puff from the south, and there's a little left just breaking across your screen right now that if Mendez was on that, I'm sure he could post a decent score and really try and flip things around. I mean, he's in second place right now, which is an advancement position. But Luel Philippe, he is a very confident competitor here in Japan with a 4.67 as his backup. I wouldn't be at all surprised if that thing disappears very soon, because Luel, with priority, poised to strike and possibly to knock Mendez off his perch.
Mendez just dropped to 6.33, which actually does go into his score line. He betters his low score of a 6.00. So now Luel needing just a little bit more. He requires a 5.60. And Pat Kadowska is still holding down that first place position. He's our only surfer in the water in this heat that has a score a 7 point or higher. It's a 7.10. He's backed it up with a 5.93. So Gadauskas continues to sit in first place, Mendez in second, and Luel in third, looking for that 5.60 as we come into the 7-minute mark remaining in this heat. This is where we'll usually see things really start to get interesting. Each surfer having a solid score under their belt. It's really who can back up that bigger score that they have, and that's where we see those first and second surfer advancing.
Yeah, interesting stuff going on here. Mendez, 6.33 for that nice right-hander where we saw him approach very horizontally along that wave, but managed to go 12 o'clock on the last exclamation mark of that ride, resulting in a 6.33. And then we saw him take off on the left. It was a very mediocre wave with a mediocre performance for what we know his potential of, a 4.63. But I think more than that, it was a gauge on what's on offer for the lefts for him. So he just had a little feel-out wave to go, alrighty, let's see what potential we've got here, and I'll just catch one and get a little feel for it, and he might go yep or nup as to whether he then continues to look for lefts, or he goes, no, I'm going to stick to the right-hand game plan and get priority, get out there, and then just nail another right-hander. But it does look like that shoulder on the left is starting to open up ever so slightly. Pat Gadauskas.
Pat going to go on this right-hander. Quick jam off the top, throw some spray, and there it is, the final maneuver. So as I mentioned, the tide bottoming out. You'll start to see a lot more 1-2 combos versus the 2-3 we saw earlier this morning. And as Matthew Pitts continues to identify that left, becoming more and more of an option as you will start to see these guys potentially take to that left. We saw Mendez post a score of a 6.33 on the left. So actually that was the right before that. The 4.63 was the left, the one that he fell on the final maneuver. So there is opportunity, though. I think you made mention on one of the ones that he did not catch that should he have caught that wave, he probably could have posted a score, and I think it is definitely an option, something to look at, definitely if you're a goofy footer, knowing that you can generate speed pretty quick on your forehand and then take flight. Here we go. This one's going to be a quick one here for our surfer in white. Floats the first section, goes vertical on the second one, and it looks like he is going to get back out in front of it. So Luel getting 3 maneuvers there, but probably not going to be complete that final one.
Wow, so there you go. I mean, I just winced in my chair as I watched him just catch that rail and just hit the handbrake on the third maneuver, because potentially that was going to be a very big score. And I noticed that Paddy Gudang sitting down the line on that wave kind of pushed the foam down ever so slightly, but Luel managed to fly up and over the top of that, came round it, and then at the bottom went last maneuver, and just as that tide's drained out, it's really sucked his rail down underwater ever so slightly. But when we look at his score, he needs a 5.60. I think he's going to get it. I think he'll move up into second, and then look at that. Mendez will be down into third with priority. 4 minutes on the clock. We are in for a showdown, because Mendez, you know, #1 ranked surfer on the qualifying series this year, and this is going to be a real tricky situation for him. A 7.07 for Pat Gudang's last wave, solidifying his first place position. Scores to come in for White, and this will be the all-important score, needing a 5.6 or better to move up into that top 2 positioning. Mendez with priority. So here comes scores for Philippe, and it is going to be borderline right here.
It's going to fall just short, Pitsy, and so he is still going to be out there in the lineup with under 4 minutes to go, looking for a 5.60. Last of White comes through to 4.97, and as we thought, he needs still a 5.60. He has third priority at the moment. After Pat Gadauskas just posted that 7.07, he looks pretty solid in that first place position, so it's really a battle between the two Brazilians for that second and advancing position to move into round 5. And Luell, he covered some ground on that last wave, but just really wasn't able to get up into the lip and commit on those maneuvers. It was a little bit more of a catch-up wave and trying to make his maneuvers count, but he was behind it pretty much the whole wave, and I think they didn't deem that final maneuver complete, but he's going to get a rebate here. Another shot at it. Gets one quick hit and kicks out.
Yeah, nice breakdown of that ride of Luell's because I liked it. I thought the score was there. But as you mentioned, he was, playing catch-up as he went across that wave. Last maneuver deemed incomplete. And once you look into the science of the sport, there are these little things that it's not blatantly apparent, but when you break it down and say, yeah, he was chasing the maneuvers, then you can understand why the scores are what they are. And here goes White having another crack at it.
You notice as we get shallow here, a lot of chatter on the face, and then it cleans up once it hits the bank and goes for the forehand air, catches the tail, goes down. Maybe some nerves settling in here into the stomach of Luell Philippe. He's been progressing through these rounds, but this one right now running out of time. 2 minutes to go here in round 4, heat number 8. And currently holding that second position, another fellow countryman from Brazil there on your screen, Jesse Mendez, current world number 1 on the qualifying series, looking to solidify that position. He could really use a big result here at this QS 6000. And you see White going by, and despite the fact they are friends, it looks like maybe Jesse's going to paddle over to Luell and try and have a conversation with him with 1 minute and 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is a very interesting heat because it's a little bit uncharacteristic from what I've seen from Luell. He looks like his balance is just ever so slightly off kilter in this heat, and he's made a few mistakes up and riding. Here he goes, White.
Yeah, Red gave it to him and didn't think he was going to get the scoring potential needed on this wave. White was looking for a 5.60, and a very wise decision there for Mendez, showing a little bit of veteranship there.
So this is what champions are made of, being able to make that split-second decisions with priority to let him go or no. He let him go. Great decision. Mendez still with priority and 1 minute and 10 on the clock.
Yeah, those are those key moments where you got to make it happen, and there he goes again. White trying to catch that wave, and not going to do it. 5.60 is what's needed.
So 50 seconds on the clock, Todd Klein. It's all happening. Mendez with priority. Felipe looking for a 5.60. Paddling again. No dice. Pakadauskas out of the pack at the moment. Looks to be home and hosed. Here it is. The two Brazilians going at it. Mendez.
Yeah, Mendez with that first priority, not going to give an inch to Luell. Luell with that third priority, 15 seconds on the clock, and a well-served heat here for Mendez. Utilizing that priority, here it is as we count it down. White's going to want to go, but he cannot go. He's going to have to give way to first priority with Mendez. Mendez, bit of a second place lap here as he will solidify that position in second place. So a very well-served heat for Mendez, a 6.33, a 6.17, and there he is, a little bit too late. Luell gets up into the lip, catches an edge, goes down. So congratulations to Pakadauskas getting the win. Jesse Mendez in second and Luell in third. Coming up next, quarterfinals for the ladies. They will take to the lineup here in this QS 3000. Stay with us.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ
Shift gears now here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, from the men's World Surf League QS 6000. We're going to shift gears to the women's QS 3000, and we will kick off here with the quarterfinals. Right out of the gates, we've got two ladies out in the water. In the red, representing Barbados, Chelsea Tuak, and in the blue, representing Australia, Philippa Anderson. And a great matchup right out of the gate for these two ladies. They've been standouts throughout this event, obviously making it into the quarterfinals. And it'll be interesting to see how these ladies approach the current conditions out there. The tide is drawing out. They're getting much quicker, these waves, across this bank. And you're going to have to commit to your maneuvers right out of the gates. There is no downtime on these waves. You don't have time to kind of think in your mind, what do I want to do on this wave? You had better have it ready to go when you get to your feet and commit, because you can see there how shallow it is as that wave spins off. But there is a lot of opportunity out there if you get the right wave. So Todd Klein, joined by former qualifying series competitor Matthew Pitts, spent a lot of time in Japan, 25 years living down on Miyazaki, competing over here on the ASP Asia and around the world on the QS. It's good to have you, Pitsy.
Thank you very much, Todd, and it really is fantastic to be here.
And so I was mentioning we are shifting gears from the men now to the ladies, from a QS 6000 to a QS 3000 here with the ladies. We're into the quarterfinals. As we look at this matchup, based on the conditions, what can we expect out of these two ladies? Both these surfers, regular footers. We've got a very shallow bank out there. What can we expect as we kick off quarterfinal number one?
Well, we can expect a really wily tactical battle between these two, because obviously they've seen that the conditions are tricky. Wave choice is paramount, and then making the most of that wave choice opportunity. So I think you'll see a real cat and mouse game going on between these two, and a lot of emphasis on the use of priority now that we're on to the two woman heat. I think we've got a contrast of styles. We've got Chelsea there in the red, a lighter framed girl, likes to get off down the line and surf reasonably horizontally from what I've seen. Here she goes paddling, taking a look, a nice wave.
Clean little right here. It's going to get quick though as it starts to hit the inside bank. Floater to open up, and you see that she's got the momentum over her front foot as she's coming down, and it's a little bit too much weight on there. She actually catches that edge, pearls, goes down, uncharacteristically making a mistake there, Chelsea Tuak.
Yeah, and you notice there, Todd, just between the two quick rides from the girls, I kind of think that Chelsea's on a slightly flatter, thinner surfboard, obviously because of the size of the girls, but it looks a little bit flatter, a little bit lower in the rail, and maybe that's why that rail got caught, because it was a little bit too suited for the waves here in Japan. But being on this dead low tide, all of a sudden it's kind of thrown it back in her face, because you need a bit of curve regardless of the wave size when you're on this dead low tide. So this is a tricky one that's come into play here, is the equipment. And we just saw her catch a rail there, and behind her we saw Philippa, slightly bigger girl, but it looks like if she gets that opportunity, you'll see her go top to bottom a little freer. Remains to be seen, but let's see what happens.
Now let's see here. It looks like Red's going to have another go. Another little right here. Gets to her feet, starts to get on that bottom turn now. Nice carve to open things up in the pocket. This one slows down for her, allowing her to get a couple of turns off and oncoming section. So that way was interesting, because it actually gave her some opportunity to have some open face turns there, and gave her 3 maneuvers. So a good response there from that opener of Chelsea, where she went down, she responds and gets a score on the board.
Yeah, a nice bounce back and a real mature approach. She just settled the nerves. She didn't try too much. She just got herself a nice, reasonable score on the board, rode that wave for what it was, and she should be real happy and pretty confident right now paddling out the back, because, as we said, the good waves are hard to find, and if you get a mid-range score at this stage of the game, you'll take it. Here we go, Blue paddling, taking a look, up and riding.
Yep, she is working her way down the line, a lot of speed, and gets the fins free. It looked like maybe she lost her footing on that back foot, gets it back on there, is able to get back into that open face and hits it one more time. But did you feel she missed that second maneuver, maybe slipping a little bit?
Yeah, I'm actually going to eat my words as far as what I said about looked like she had a little bit more curve in her board, because after seeing her actually get on some open face and a little bit more room to move, she looks like she is on a very wide, flatter piece of equipment there. And quite possibly, Todd, she got the rail catch curse as well on that second maneuver.
Well, I think to go back to the point you were making, and now that we see her up and riding, maybe she is riding a very similar board to Chelsea. But I think for the other surfers in the competitors area that might be listening, you bring up a good point, because you do have to adjust. Even though the surf is still small, it's very shallow, and these waves are quick now. We're starting to see much more tight pockets and vertical face, and you have to respond quickly. And when you're riding a wider board with a very flat entry and very little tail rocker, it's very hard to get up into that lip in a quick time. So, you know, maybe some of these guys going back to, and I should say now we're with the ladies, maybe they should adapt and go to their standard equipment. So I think you bring up a good point.
Yeah, it'll be interesting how this one plays out, because Chelsea, you know, she bounced back very quickly, got a nice ride, and looks like she's going to get a good score for that. Rewarded well from the judges. So now Philippa, can she bounce back from that early mistake?
And looking at this matchup right now with Chelsea and Philippa, Chelsea currently 23rd on the QS. She got a win earlier this year at the Shoe City Pro, which was a QS 1000, and Philippa also got a win earlier this year, and she is sitting much higher in the ranking. She is currently 6th on the qualifying series, and she also got a win in a 1000. It was the Sierra how do you pronounce that? Sierra Gao International Women's Surfing Cup, and she's up and riding right now. Philippa with a win. So both these ladies having a win under their belt and definitely having some momentum here in 2017. But Philippa sitting in the top 10 currently, and she got a real big result at the Girls Make Your Move Women's Pro with a 5th place finish and sitting on 2,650 points. So a big win there a big result for her, getting that 5th place finish.
Yeah, we just saw Philippa on another wave there. It's going to be a very mediocre score, but I just seem to think she's just sort of starting to get her feet sort of stickied up with the board, and I think she's ready to go. I think the next wave she gets, we're going to see a great score from her, and it's going to be heat on, because Chelsea's popped a 6.67 up onto the board there. A good score for that wave, and she's got to be happy with that. So if that's the benchmark up for that wave size and what was on offer for Chelsea to go to 6.7, there is potential for her to post a really good score here. Sun's out.
Guns out.
Sun's out, guns out. The tide's dropping out, and the women's quarters are underway. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, a nice score there for Chelsea, that backup of a 6.67. A couple smaller scores for Philippa, a 3.93, a 4.23. Seeing that she has 2 waves in her score line that are a little bit better than what Chelsea's are at the moment. She has a very early lead, but if you look at what our surfer in red needs, sitting in second, only looking for a 1.49. So a good start so far for Chelsea with the better of the 2 exchanges, and we'll see if she can back it up now to get back into first position.
Yeah, 2 average scores there for Philippa, but nevertheless, just hearing the fact that she's in first place, and she'd be sitting there considering, going, whoa, I've actually done nothing yet, and I'm in first? Wow, I'll take it. And just a little positive vibe factory there from the commentators, creating that momentum for her to now just approach her next wave with that just little bit more confidence. And, you know, Todd, you talk about the body language when someone even kicks out of a wave. There's so many tiny little variables in this sport that at the end of the day can end up making and breaking surfers' heats, results and careers. So Chelsea now looking for another quick way to answer back, taking off on a couple of very average waves. So she's going to have to try and calm down and get her act back on track, because we can see Philippa with priority at the back paddling.
Yeah, look out the back. Solid wave here. Shoulder high on the takeoff. Nice opening maneuver. Straight up into the lip again. Can she get back out onto the open face? And your guess is as good as mine, Pitsy.
We might have to get a bit of swivel action on that tripod, but I think Philippa has, she's just answered right back, and she'll rival that 6.67 that Chelsea threw down on her second ride. And now she's going to have a good score and a 4.23 to back up.
Here we go. A rare left-hander. Chelsea having a look at that one. She realizes it's not going to have any scoring potential, so she kicks out. But the opening maneuvers that we saw for Last Up Blue, very solid performance, a very solid wave too. When she took off and set that first rail on the bottom turn, it was easy shoulder high right there. So a solid wave there for her. We'll stand by for Last Up Blue, and we will have quarterfinal number 2 coming up next. And we have the winner of the last heat, our final heat of the men, standing by.
Okay, first of all, congratulations. Job done. Excited to keep moving in the event?
Yeah, super stoked. We love coming to Japan always, so it's just been a fun time, like 10 days hanging with our coach Hiro Mori-chan is like our spirit coach, so it's been a blast. Everyone's so like excited about surfing here, so just yeah, stoked to keep moving. Kind of hope tonight could be fun on the high tide. I'm excited.
Yeah, so the last few afternoons we've seen all the high scores really going down in the afternoon with a little bit more water in the bank. They did actually bulldoze a heap of sand here last week to make this bank for you guys. So how are you finding conditions in this lower tide? Was it a little bit tricky or did you do okay?
Yeah, it's been a little tricky on the low tide for sure. Like I've had all low tide heats pretty much, so but yeah, when we rolled in, I was tripping. I've never heard of anyone bulldozing sand into the lineup and creating peaks, so it was pretty rad. We're like, there's full A-frame sandbars, and yeah, it's nice. I think the high tide's kind of where the prize conditions are. And, yeah, we're just fired up,
So I noticed you're riding a little bit of maybe of an older equipment, maybe an Old Faithful, Swallowtail. So tell us a little bit about your board.
This thing is the old Magic Stick, and I just was surfing at home like for one day, and I just pulled it out, and it was like crazy magic. So I was like, oh, I just got to bring it back, And I have a bunch of other really good boards, but this one has had a lot of wins and some big results on, so kind of bring it out. And, it feels good. You let it rock, So.
Well, obviously surfing very good, getting a convincing heat win, and congratulations, and good to see you moving on in the event, and excited to see more surfing from you later on.
Sick, thanks. And I'm just family, everyone's watching, so stoked. Thanks, guys. Gee.
Well done. Back to you guys.
To Pat Kadauskis, and scores have dropped for Last Up Blue. As we anticipated, it was going to be a good one. Philippa drops a 7.17, so Blue now goes to first. Chelsea drops to second. Tuak looking for a 4.74, and Chelsea, formerly on that championship tour, she got a taste of it for 1 year. Fell just short last year and looking to get back there, but she finds herself in second right now looking for a 4.74, Pitsy.
Yeah, well, Philippa, she seems to be starting to run away with things a little bit. A 7.17, and now a decent backup score for that one, a 5.33. Here's Chelsea, though. Hold the phone.
Quick turn off the top. This one's going to be quick. Floats that second maneuver. Was it a 5.84?
I think it'll go close, just because of the fact that from where the angle from what we watched, nice first turn and then straight into that final float. Wasn't too incredible, but I think the speed, the no downtime factor, and that little bit of air as she dropped out of the lip on that last turn, I think it's just going to be enough to for the judges to just push it a little bit higher than what potentially they were going to do.
Philippa has just posted a 5.33 backup score, so she extends her lead. Chelsea looking for that 5.84. I mentioned she was on the championship tour back in 2016. And she is having a look here once again. A little right-hand runner. Let's see what happens here. Nice opening turn. Beautiful spray off the top. Gets back into it one more time and hits it again. So a better wave there for Tuak. Looking for a 5.84. I'm definitely going to say that one's going to do it.
Yeah, incredible heat, because I just mentioned, I think, Philippa's starting to run away with it. Hold the phone. All of a sudden, Chelsea right back in there with 2 quick scores. And now Philippa, if she can land that one, which she didn't, she was going to throw it right back in her face. But I think Chelsea all of a sudden now with those last 2 waves, giving the judges plenty to think about and plenty of focus back on the surfer in red. And you'll probably be right about that, Todd Klein. She'll jump straight back up into first place. And now the onus switches back to Philippa to get the job going.
Continuing with the conversation with Chelsea, formerly on that championship tour and not being on there this year, and I look at her results from 2016, 13th across the board. She was never able to advance out of that first round. Basically, what do you think it is that sometimes we see these surfers that are able to perform at a high level on the qualifying series, then make the big stage of the championship tour, and then fall short?
I'm just going to throw out there and say maybe it's just power. She's got the tactics, she's got the flow and the speed. She's a fairly lightly framed girl, stands fairly tall. So maybe it's just to compress a little bit more and get a bit of extra power into her turns. That's just from a quick glance, and that'll be my answer for that one.
All right, shifting gears, talking about this next heat coming up, and this round, the women's quarterfinals here at this QS 3000. We've got two Japanese competitors still going with the men in the 6,000, Hiroto Arai and Hiroto Ohara. And in this, we have a couple of Japanese women as well still going. Coming up next, Hanako Kurakawa. What do you think about that?
Okay, so we've got Paige Herrill, goofy footer out here. And then we got Hinako that I'm pretty damn sure is a regular footer, small framed girl, and should fit into these little hollow, low tide beach breaks pretty well.
And following that heat, Minoru Kawai. She's been one of the standouts in this event up against Isabella Nichols. I guess just to summarize, we've got two Japanese ladies up against a stacked international field into the quarterfinals. I'm very impressed to see these ladies, and the women as a whole, the level of surfing has gone way up, but it's very impressive to see the Japanese are right there and are some of the women that are pushing that bar even higher.
It has been very impressive from the men and women alike, but especially the women. They've put in some outstanding performances throughout this week, and they've been on hold for a couple of days, so it'll be really refreshing to see them all performing again in this round. And Minori Kawai is arguably the outstanding performer amongst the Japanese women so far in this event. We've got Hinako coming up in that next heat, and then we've got Minori-chan coming up. So it's going to be great to see. And Isabella Nichols, though, seasoned competitor, up and riding red.
Yeah, Chelsea just posted a 6.07, and she's back up and riding once again. She's back in first place. Philippa looking for a 6.03. So these girls are very well matched up in this heat. We've got 6 waves for each lady, and a highly contested quarterfinal number 1 coming up next. Quarterfinal number 2, we saw her just checking in. Hanako Kurakawa in the red up against Paige Harab in the blue. As I look at that matchup, I think one thing to keep an eye on is Paige Harab. I think you touched on it, being a goofy footer, having the approach on the backhand. She's a very powerful surfer, and in these conditions with it very shallow out there, I think she could do very well on the backhand, pivoting off the bottom and getting up into those little critical pockets.
Yeah, well, Todd, you've mentioned that throughout the week, and it seems to be very apparent that the backhand does offer that opportunity if you take advantage of it. She'll need to find a wave that'll let her come off the bottom rather than these ones that run off on the bank very quickly. So her wave choice will be paramount for Paige Harab to win that heat. Obviously, like anyone in this heat, but currently in the water, we've got Chelsea, another nice wave. When that score gets locked in, I think it's going to maybe extend her lead ever so slightly. And Philippa has gone a little bit sleepy in this heat now. Now, we talked about some of these heats. The 2 scores get posted in a period of 3 minutes. We saw Philippa 2 quick waves, the 717 and the 533, back to back within like a 3-minute space. Flip over to Chelsea here in red. She popped down a 653 and a 607. Same sort of thing within that little quick 3-minute space. Then both surfers are sat, repositioned, had a mental stock take on where they're at in the heat. Chelsea has managed to kick off the second half of her heat again now with a score to come in, but Philippa is yet to do so. So Philippa now needing a 6.03 with priority though. She's going to have to kickstart things fairly soon. 7 minutes left in the heat, and she just got to get moving. She doesn't want to sit there and get lost in the lineup. So let's see what happens in the back end of this heat. Scores just starting to trickle in now. A 4.67 for Chelsea, so it won't improve her position, but it keeps the positive vibe happening for her. The momentum is definitely with red at the moment.
Yeah, those last 2 waves, as you point out, she is not counting that 6.07 or the last wave of a 4.67, but she is staying busy. And Chelsea Tuak, our surfer from Barbados, the Bayesian holding down that first place position. Philippa looking for a 6.03, and it's a great day here. Saturday morning, 10:30 a.m. We've got a very crowded beach. We've got 2 surfers left on the men's side of things in the event with the QS 6000, and we've got 2 ladies on the the female side of things from both of these ladies and men from Japan and up and riding. Philippa getting a couple of nice turns there. She seems to be stoked on it. But going back, a lot of people coming out to support the Japanese competitors still going. We are at Ichinomiya Shida Beach. You can see there the crowd. We are only 1 hour out from the big city of Tokyo. So a lot of these individuals, these fans from in Japan coming out by train, some of them driving, some of them local. But it's great to see them capitalizing on the opportunity to see some of the world's best surfers competing here in their waters.
Todd Klein, Philippa is back on track. That wave was fantastic. She's going to get a big score. It'll rival that 7, but a little bit of a lame claim at the end, Todd. I would have liked to see her get a little bit more fired up and make a little bit of an appeal there to the judges with maybe a little fist pump or something, because that was a great wave for Philippa. And it's taken a while to get that from that 5.33 that she posted back in the heat. So Philippa well and truly back on track, and I think you'll see she'll jump up into first place, needing a 6.03. And it's a very exciting heat. It's a real seesaw event.
What's one of your favorite claims you've ever seen? You mentioned you didn't like her dismount. You would like to see a little better claim.
She did a real half-hearted handshake sort of thing. So
what are you looking for?
I was just looking for her to say, yeah,
maybe
I
a
nailed
shotgun, maybe an arrow shoot, something like that.
Give me 3 minutes to come up with a good answer for you.
Okay, well, scores, you are right. She definitely has sent a message to Chelsea. She opened up with a 7.17. She has just backed it up with a 7.73. She's out to a strong lead now. Chelsea, surfer in red, looking for an 8.23. She would have just heard that come across the beach commentary and now realizes, okay, I've been busy, but now I need to be less busy and focus more on waves that are going to allow me a score of an excellent 8.23. She does have first priority, and so it's not always beneficial to just stay busy. You got to be selective as well, and that's exactly what Philippa was. She gets that 7.73. She opened up with a 7.17, two-wave total, 14.90. Very good performance so far for Anderson.
Okay, here's the claim I would have liked to see it to have done. Great score, a 7.73. Something to get excited about, it, right, Todd Klein?
Yes, sir.
Well, here in Japan, taking another feather out of the cultural cap here. In Japan, if things are okay, or you want to let someone at a distance know that it's all happening and things are successful, you put your arms out, and then you put them above your head. You make a sort of a round figure with your arms, and just touch your fingertips together to give it the big round symbol looking action. So you've got the big ball symbol with your hands.
I can do that without even putting my hands over my head now that I'm a little overweight nowadays.
Hey, well, they go up over your head, fingertips together, and that's the okay sign. It's all happening and everything's okay. So there you go. And if it was the flip side, what'd you think of that? You put the cross up in front of you, the X-Man, dame, dame, dame desu. So there you go, Todd Klein. That's the claim I'd like to see someone to pull before the end of the event.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Good on you, Todd Klein. Have you been enjoying your Japanese language skills and your cultural experience this trip?
Chotto nihongo wakaru.
Sugoi desu ne. Good on you, Todd Klein. Never a dull moment with this fine young man. He's got his Instagram happening. He's a pro fisherman. He is a jack of all trades and master of the whole damn lot too. Good on you, Todd Klein.
I don't know whatever they're paying you, but I need to give you some money too, because you've been pumping me up the whole event. I truly appreciate it. It's good calling the action with you as we wind things down here in quarterfinal number 1. 2 minutes, 15 seconds to go, and she was sitting in second for quite a while, but no longer. Anderson sits in first with 2 strong 7-point rides. Now Chelsea sits in second in the red, looking for an 8.23, and you can see Chelsea paddling back and forth, north to south, looking up and down the lineup for the opportunity to get on another wave. Time winding down in this one. She does have first priority. Coming up next, quarterfinal number 2, Hinako Kurakawa in the red and Paige Harab in the blue. We've got a former Championship Tour competitor out in the water in Chelsea. Coming up next, another former Championship Tour competitor, Paige Harab. So some of these veteran ladies back on the QS chasing those points to try and re-qualify. And a huge opportunity here at this QS 6000.
So 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. Chelsea in red looking for an 8.23. That's a very tall order. And yeah, it's a tough gig for her right now. So Philippa really putting in a very dominant performance in this heat. She started off a little shaky, but then she managed to get it together. She's nailed a 7.17, a 7.73, and a fantastic performance from the surfer from Australia, Philippa Anderson in blue.
Well, I mentioned the qualification and trying to get back to that championship tour. The way that it works on the qualifying series for the women, they have to finish in the top 6 on the QS. They take the top 10 at the end of the year from the CT, 6 from here, and then 2 wild cards from the World Surf League, and that's how we compile the surfers that will compete in 2018. And so a big opportunity. You have to really perform throughout the year in order to make that top 6, and you need to do it at the big events like this event here, this QS 3000, and the opportunity to get those points. Time winding down, Pitsy. 15 seconds on the clock, and it looks like it will be our first quarter finalist. Philippa Anderson in the blue from Australia. 10 seconds on the clock. Red with priority. Chelsea looking. She might have a go here as we count it down. And it will be a little late here for our surfer in red. Looks like she is going to try to catch it anyway, and it's not going to matter. She does not. So congratulations to Philippa Anderson, our first semifinalist. Congratulations to Chelsea Tuak for making the quarterfinals here. Coming up next, quarterfinal number 2, we'll see the Japanese Hanako Kurokawa up against Paige Hareb.
I'm DeSouza, bro. Yee! I'm DeSouza.
I'm DeSouza.
Hey, kidding me? I am Adriana De Souza.
I am DeSouza. Totally.
So, back in the box here. We've got Heat 2 of the women's quarterfinals. We've got Hinako Kurokawa from Japan. Up and riding in red. Hits the lip, comes off the bottom, throws it back up top, lands it safely. A nice little opener for the surfer in red. We saw blue kick things off very quickly. Paige Hareb already with a 3.17, a little warm-up way for her. But the answer back from Kurokawa was fantastic, and I think that she's going to go a little north of Paige's score. And this is going to be another exciting heat. Todd Klein calling the action. Todd Klein, he can talk underwater with a mouthful of marbles. A fantastic young man, very talented and very knowledgeable about surfing. So Todd, the opening exchange, we're looking like a mid-5 for red, 3.17 for Paige Hareb from New Zealand. Now you mentioned the comparison here, the contrast of the goofy footer with Paige, the regular footer with the Japanese girl.
Yes, sir. I think a couple things to keep an eye on. I think the opportunity on the backhand to pivot in those tight pockets is a benefit on the backhand. The challenge is on the shallow banks that we have right now on this negative low tide is keeping your speed down the line and covering those sections like we're seeing here from our Japanese competitor, able to cover a couple of turns there, whereas on your backhand it's harder to generate that speed down the line. So there's pros and cons between being a regular footer and a goofy footer out here, and we'll see how this quarterfinal number 2 shakes out with Hanako and Paige. Opening exchange, obviously going to our regular footer at the moment. It was a 5.33 for Kurokawa, and Hareb getting a 3.17, so quickly out into an early lead is our surfer in red. Hareb sitting in second in the blue, looking for a 2.17. Congratulations to Philippa Anderson making her way in from that first quarterfinal on into the semifinals.
Yeah, there we go, Philippa. A really solid performance in that last heat. Tricky conditions, but she worked things out pretty quickly, got a couple of great scores and surfed really well. And there were a couple of little, pressure cooker situations in that heat that she managed to handle very well. and posted 2 great scores before the end of that heat. And out in the water, another young lady who's handling the pressure cooker of the big stage situation very well is the surfer in red, Hinako Kurokawa-chan. A 5.33 for a first. She's going to throw down another score, so getting started very quickly. You know, she's obviously got out there with the tactic of to keep busy through the heat, find those little rights, and eventually, the more she takes off on, the chance will appear, and she is ready to take advantage of that. So the little girl in red, a 5.33, a 4.67. Now we got Paige Harab, a more experienced competitor, former CT competitor, out here. And the young lady in red has really thrown down the gauntlet, and Paige Harab has got work to do because her opening ride was only a 3.17.
Pitsy, being you used to reside over here in Japan for 25 years, you know the culture very well. Any chance that Hanako would have got some advice from one of the Hirotos, being either Arai or Ohara?
I don't know, but I'm going to say no.
Do they interact like that much? I mean, I know it's a unique culture, and you know, back home, the surfing community, as I think around the world, the surfing community is usually pretty small and tight. Everybody knows each other. Obviously, they know each other, but I just wonder, would they have offered up any advice to you know, this young lady here?
If I'm not too sure exactly where she's from, but if she is from this town, they'll all be hanging together over to the left of the competitors area on the hill. All the local surfboard shapers and the mums and dads and the brothers and sisters are all up there. Now, if she's in that loop, oh, for sure, they'll all be discussing what's going on. They'll be keeping a very close eye on the lineup, and they'll be picking the eyes out of this break and watching for where those high-scoring rides are coming from. But I think we've seen an established bank out the front here, just to the left of the judge tower, where that right has been consistently breaking all morning, and that's exactly right off the end of where the sand was dumped by the bulldozer. Incredible stuff.
What I would like to see, if we have a chance with our multiple camera angles, is right now there is a pack of people sitting out on that bank where the sand was pushed out, and it's very identifiable where that sand was pushed. And if you look to the south jetty, the water is probably 25 feet further in than where those individuals are actually sitting out on that bank. So a great opportunity for us to run during that high tide where that sand has been pushed out. And pretty cool to see, you know, knowing that the Olympics will be here in 2020. They're not afraid to pull out all stops and make some changes here in the sand in order to capitalize on the conditions that we do have. If we didn't have that sand out there, we very well could have had to shut down during those high tides. So hats off to them making that adjustment in the bank. So if you pan just a little bit to the left here, outside that left frame where that guy is standing shooting back towards us, you'll see the sand over there where they are sitting. And we're slowly making our way over there right now. But this is where all that sand, look how it starts to push out now. There it is. And you'll see a group of people sitting out there. And that is where that sand on the higher tide, we're seeing that right peel off of that. And even now on the lower tide, they're sitting right out in front of it. You can see them just out in front. And this is where we see Hanako taking off. And it's a very shallow bank. The right's running across there. And on the higher tide, on occasion, we're seeing the lefts come across there. So a great opportunity for us to compete out here with the opportunity to have that sand pushed in.
Yeah, so nice work from the cameraman there, and just to show what Todd was explaining, and you know, no stones left unturned for creating the best conditions possible here for the surfers. And then it's up to Mother Nature to send a few waves in for us, which she's done. Paige Harab up and riding.
Yep, she's going to have to get quick on this one, and she gets out on the open face. Nice opening turn. Climbs the white water, back out on the open face, snaps it back again. So a smaller wave here, but was able to get 3 maneuvers off. Paige Harab was looking for a 6.83. At this point, though, seems to be playing a little bit of catch-up against our Japanese competitor.
Yeah, and once again, we've seen the contrast of styles. We've got the goofy footer against the regular footer. We've got the bigger girl, thicker set, Paige Harab, against the little lightweight Japanese girl here in red. Now, I think that's really going to become a dominating factor, because the bigger, more powerful waves are harder to come by. And they're the waves that Paige is going to need, because she's a bigger girl with a lot more power, and she wants to unleash that power, but she's going to have to match power with power, and she's going to need a wave that's got enough for her to bury that board and really throw it up to the top of the wave and let her open up her potential here. Whereas the young lady here, she doesn't need as big a wave or as powerful wave for her to really unleash her surfing potential. So it'll be interesting to see how this one works out. In the last heat, we saw the lighter framed girl go down to Philippa, who found those bigger sets, who had the right equipment, and was able to find speed, power, and flow, two great rides, and took that heat out. So now here we got another great matchup and a really great little chess thing going on here, where you've got to see, work to your strengths.
Yeah, score starting to drop for that second wave of Harab. It will help her out, but it's not going to be the score she needs. It's a 4.83. She now requires a 5.18. First priority sitting with our surfer from Japan, Hanako. And she will look to capitalize with that priority, cashing in that priority check to get another score on the board. And this is exactly what she's going to do here. She's got a wave, a little right-hand runner. She's looking to better a low score of a 4.67, and she goes vert on that final maneuver, Pitsy.
Yeah, well, Todd, we saw that wave there. First turn was just a setup, but then she got the speed and the flow and just really cut the top off that second turn with a lot of speed. So what I like is just the flow that she carried through into the last maneuver. And we've seen the surfers that have finished off strong have got good scores. It'll probably come into, let's see what she got, a 5.33, 4.67, maybe, I'm going to say a hair under a 4.67.
Well, she did utilize her priority on that wave, and standing by for last of red. Blue now taking off on this one. She's going to go on the backhand. Paige Harab, quick snap off the top, setting up this next section. She's got the speed and hits it again and finishing things up all the way on the inside. It's probably all of ankle deep right there. Paige Harab trying to get back in the game here in this heat, looking for a 5.18, 14 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. And our Japanese competitor definitely feeling like she's got the momentum at this point. Still a ton of time, though, left in quarterfinal number 2 for Paige to find that rhythm.
Yeah, well, Paige's trump card in her hand in this heat is that backhand snap. But she's got to get off the bottom to get that snap happening. And we've just seen that the waves that she's catching haven't allowed her to go to that maneuver, and that could be crucial. So she's pegging Hinako back slowly but surely, but still just doesn't have that big score available to her. Now look at Hinako. Okay, the judges really like the way she finished up that last wave. A 6.67. She's extended her lead. Now look what Paige Harab's chasing, a 7.17. So Hinako-chan, the little Japanese competitor, is just really surfing a smart, tactical heat. She's not trying too much. She's doing the turns that are available to her for the waves that she's riding. And so far, so good. So Paige Harab, a 5.60 for her last wave. A great wave, but it was a very good score for how restricted she was on that ride. Now you watch what will happen. If Paige gets a bigger wave, she's potentially going to post a very big score because she's got that extra power to bring to her game. Whereas Hanako is a little bit maxed out at the moment.
There's a great shot. Sorry, Pitsy, while we got that shot from up above from the drone looking down, showing us where that sand has moved out, giving us a beautiful pinnacle of sand out here for these waves to peel off of. And sorry to jump in on that, Pitsy, but I just wanted to talk to that picture we were looking at there. A beautiful shot from the drone looking down here on a Saturday morning, 11 a.m. Crowds filled in and supporting the men and women from Japan, and one of the fellow ladies out there from Japan holding down the position of first place in this quarterfinal number 2, and a veteran former championship tour competitor in second place from New Zealand wearing the blue, looking for a 6.41.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot, Todd, and you know, we've got to make the most of the opportunities when the camera does pan on there to comment on that for the viewers out there so that they can see where we're at. There's the competitors' hotel up the back in white, contest area in the front, beautiful green hills behind us, and now we're heading back out to the ocean into the lineup with the girls past the sandbank where the bulldozer was. Look at that, you can see when that tide fills in, there's going to be a nice little left there and a right running off the other side. But that sand has just flowed further out. We've got a small little right-hander out the back here on the low tide, dominating the lineup, and it looks like that wind is turning ever so slightly, Todd. It looks like conditions are starting to clean up a little bit more, and we are in for a fantastic day of surfing, because when that tide moves in this afternoon and that wind swings, we're going to see some fantastic conditions, and they will rival events anywhere in the world. Up and riding here, Surfer in Blue.
Yeah,
This
wind's
is-
going side offshore. Paige Harrop, nice opening turn right there, but the bummer was she wasn't able to get right back into it. But look for scores to be pretty solid for the commitment in that first turn, Pitsy.
Okay, arguably the biggest wave she's caught, and the thing was throwing a little bit. And Paige, bang, unleashed that power in that first big backhand maneuver. She was able to get round the foam and back up top for one last turn. I think this is going to be a really good score for her, and it's going to put her right back in this heat.
6.41, do you think? That's what she needs.
I'm going to say yes. We'll put it this way. If we're comparing it with Hinako's last wave, which was a 6.67, I'd probably think yeah. So I think Paige may go into first after this ride.
Okay, we'll stand by for last of blue. And as we said, conditions cleaning up this morning when we kicked things off, Pitsy, at 6:45 a.m. We had a light onshore breeze, and that has laid down, and what direction it's coming from now is more from the southerly direction, so definitely starting to clean up out there on the faces. And Paige Harrop laying down a nice backside turn right in the pocket on that last wave, standing by for her last score, Surfer in Blue. And Hanako no doubt will be waiting out there to find out what happened. She only could see it from the back of the wave, and so waiting for those scores. You and I anticipating a solid score for that one solid committed turn right there in the most powerful critical section of the wave. So she didn't miss anything other than I would have liked to seen her get two maneuvers off on that wave. That wave did not allow it, so she capitalizes when it was available. It's a 7.07. Paige Harrop now goes to first. Hanako drops to second. Surfer in red looking for a 6.01, and Paige is up again. Again, committing on that maneuver, almost pushing through it, but going down.
Yes, so there we saw, Todd, the potential of her power unleashed. 7.07, biggest score of the heat so far. So Paige Harrop knows now what she's got to do. And as we said, the sets aren't as consistent. There's not that many out there, but if she wants to win, she has to find them. And there is no option right there, because Hinako can boost these scores. She can get them on the medium to small waves because of the comparison of body size and power. But Paige definitely needs those sets, and if she gets them, she'll win this heat.
Well, she's got plenty of time, Pitsy. 8 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. And if you just joined us, you are watching the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. We were running the men earlier. We are into round 5 of the men, and we are into the quarterfinals. You are watching the quarterfinals right now of the World Surf League QS 3000 for the women. We are into quarterfinal number 2, and our schedule for today, once we finish the quarterfinals here with the ladies, is to go back into the men for the round of 16, and we will wrap up a full day of competition tomorrow, finals day.
Yep, it's going to be an exciting weekend. I'm pumped. We've been here all week, and we're staring down the barrel of potentially the best afternoon of surfing that we've had so far.
And just to clarify for the competitors that are maybe back at their rooms watching, the men's quarterfinals are still on standby. So if you do make it through the round of 16 coming up following these quarterfinals, you guys will need to stand by for potentially going into the quarterfinals. So we might have to pull your car up here, Pitsy, this evening, turn the lights on, because they are ambitious to maybe even go into the quarterfinals.
No, that'll be fantastic. I'd love to see that, because we're going to get some nice waves this afternoon, and it seems like that wind is slowly coming around more and more as the day goes on. So you would probably think that by later on this afternoon, 4 o'clock or so, there may be no wind here at all, and we will be looking at glassy 2 to 3 foot waves, and it is going to be an incredible event. This is the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. So once again, Paige Harrop, a 7.07, red with priority, taking a look. This is Hinako-chan looking for a 6.01.
She's got a good looking little right here. She's going to cash in with that priority. Drives off the bottom. Nice snap. You see her fellow competitor looking back. Paige would have seen that first snap, and she's not done yet. Gets another turn off the top. This wave is very small on the inside, and right about there, her fins will start to touch the sand as it's all of knee deep, and she kicks out. So a good answer here for Hanako, looking for a 6.01. In comparison to the last wave, we saw Paige Hareb that got a 7.07. What did you think of Hanako's last wave?
I liked it, but I think now we've got to the stage of the competition and this heat where Hinako-chan is going to have to really start throttling her surfboard. And I just think that she's just sort of, she's giving it her best, but she's not really just ripping into it like a mad dog.
Kind of going through the motions, but not pushing it.
Yes, and I'd like to see her throttle that thing a little bit more, change direction completely, a little bit harder through her turns, because we've already seen what she's got, which is the 6.7 and the 5.3. She's going to have to throw something a little bit more at this heat if she's going to knock Paige Hareb off her perch in this heat. But a 6.01 is what she needs to get up into first place. It's a 5.63, not enough, but it does equate by going into her top two.
Well, to your point, regarding the commitment to the maneuvers, it's kind of like what you touched on earlier about some of these ladies that have been struggling, that made it through the QS to get onto the championship tour. They lacked power, and I think part of power comes with commitment and commitment to those maneuvers, and that's what you're pointing out right now for Hanako. She's going through the motions, but she's not really committing to those maneuvers. We're not seeing the sprays. We're not seeing the rail in the water, as we saw for Paige, where she got that 7.07 for one maneuver. So, what we're seeing here is Hanako covering some ground, getting some maneuvers off, but we need to see her push a little bit more on that tail with some power.
Yes, that's a fantastic breakdown there, Todd. And it's interesting as surfers progress in their surfing lives and in their careers, and you want to gauge and find out where you're at in the big picture. And we've seen some of the girls competing here, and it looks like they top out as to where their potential can go. But don't get me wrong, we're on the top international stage of pro surfing here, so regardless of what happens, they've all done fantastic. But I'm just starting to see the level of surfing as we get to the pointy end of the competition starting to bottom out some of these women's performances, and I think that Hinako-chan has pretty much hit her limit here in this quarterfinal matchup. It's incredible stuff for her, but she's up against the best in the world, and the comparisons are there. So let's see if she can prove me wrong and go for another bigger, more exciting turn. I liked it. It was a good score. A 6.01. She's had a 6.67. I think she's going to get a 6.02 and move up into first place.
Yeah, I liked it. It was, it was committed. She came square off the bottom, got into the first turn, and then that wave was coming straight at her with that next section, and she hit it, came out of it cleanly. So I agree. I think she will get the score, and we'll see what happens here as we stand by for that last exchange of Hanako. And will it drop Paige Hareb down to second? Could be great timing here for our Japanese competitor with 3 minutes on the clock. So a good drive off the bottom, straight up into the lip, back down to the bottom, and into it again. And so we wanted to see a little bit more commitment, and that's exactly what she showed there on that last wave. And that wave also helped give her that opportunity to do so. So a good wave selection and a good surfed wave by our surfer in red, looking for a 6.01. And it's going to be right down to the wire. Goodness gracious. She needed a 6.01. She gets a 6.13. She goes to first. Paige Hareb drops to second. Our surfer in blue now, requiring a 5.73. Let's see how this plays out. First priority sitting with blue. Second priority with red. So Hanako, the crowd is super excited to see the youngster from Japan move up into first. And now Paige Hareb drops to second. They're sitting side by side right there. Obviously, no words being exchanged, but they are just looking at each other and wondering what is the ocean going to bring with 2 minutes 15 seconds on the clock.
Well, goodness gracious, Todd Klein, imagine if you were Paige Hareb right now. Now what's happened here is Hinako has surfed the heat perfectly for her surfing potential. She's taken these smaller waves with the longer open face and she's surfed them for what's on offer, and it has been just enough. Okay, Paige Hareb paddling, a little slow to get up and going. Bit of a half turn and no good for Paige Harrop. So see what's going on here? Panic has sort of set in ever so slightly. The wave was not, she was a bit slow getting into it. And then boom, left behind. So now Hinako with priority.
So I'm going to ask you a quick question, Pitsy.
Yes, sir.
Being a former competitor yourself, if you are Hinako and you have priority, are you going to take another wave, or what will be your strategy with 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock?
At this level of competition, I'll be right on Paige's leg rope. I will be paddling inside from her, almost standing on the sandbank with my surfboard under my arm. So Hinako needs to get on this side, the beach side of Paige. So you can see, here we go. See how Paige could get onto this. And Hinako, if she was on the beach side of her, would have stopped that from happening. So a potential mistake there from Hinako with priority use. But the wave, not much. One turn, needing a 5.73.
So a good point there, Pitsy. Paige was able to get that last wave despite Hinako holding priority. Hinako was unable to get it due to the positioning of where she was. So now with 35 seconds on the clock, we'll see if she can do a little better job this time sitting on the other competitor in blue to make sure that blue does not get that 5.73. Last wave coming through, definitely not going to be the score that Paige needed. So Hinako still holds that first place position, 20 seconds on the clock.
Hinako needs to be this side of her. She needs to be beach side of Paige, not outside of her. She needs to really shut this thing down. She doesn't have to race with her. She's just got to come in so that if she sees a paddle for a wave, once again, same mistake again. She'll miss it. Paige gets it, a second chance at the title.
Wow.
So for the kids at home, did you see what went down there? If you get priority, do not let your competitor catch another wave. So a big mistake from Red. Her coach will have to sit her down, and if she dodges the bullet here, her coach should give her a good whack on the somewhere, but she needs a good talking to, because she could have blown the biggest opportunity of her surfing career thus far.
Well, a great heat for Hinako, a last-minute effort there for Paige. It looks like unofficially Hinako gets the win, Paige in second, so congratulations to her. We'll see if maybe she can do a better job with priority into the semifinals, but nonetheless, what a finish for the Japanese competitor going into the semifinals. Stay with us. Coming up next, quarterfinal number 3, more live action from Japan.
I'm John Florence. Eu sou o número 1.
I'm John Florence.
No, I'm John.
No way, I'm John Florence.
I'm John Florence.
Okay, we're back with the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, up and running now. A Japanese competitor. A nice, good first turn there. So yeah, we saw a Japanese competitor getting through in the previous heat. So looking good here on the for the quarterfinal for the women's, having a few days off. But waves are delivering today, and looking very nice. So in this heat, we have Minori Kawai and Isabella Nichols from Australia. We see some other competitors warming up there on the screen right now. So the water is quite chilly here still. I think it's around 16.7 degrees. Having the southerly wind there for such a long time, it did really bring the water temperature down. But today, looking very good. Very, very light winds. A little bit more swell on offer. So we have a scoring now, a 3.83 first of Minori Kawai, and we can hear a lot of support for that last heat's winner, a Japanese girl. Actually, I'm pretty sure she's a local girl. How would you pronounce that, Matt?
Hinako Kurokawa.
Hinako Kurokawa, yes.
So there she is, just coming into screen, making her way down for the beach interview. Hinako Kurokawa, incredible performance, and taking out a former championship tour competitor, Paige Harrop.
Yeah, it was a lot of to and fro in that heat, swapping the lead a lot, and a nail biter for the passionate Japanese crowd. You see the tide is extremely low right now, and the waves are holding in there, as my fellow commentator said they would. Good waves all day long, he was saying, even on the low. So it's good to see that these waves have been delivering and giving the girls to get the opportunity to get some great scores. Okay, we're going to cut down to last heat's winner. Ready to go.
For watching World Surf League QS 3000 for women's Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner from quarterfinal heat 2. Wow. Hinako Kurokawa、おめでとうございます、黒川さん。ありがとうございます。すごくこの波選びが今回の勝利につながったかと思うんですけれども、実際海の中のコンディションはいかがでしたか？
今ちょうど干潮に向かっている時間帯だったので、結構波を見つけるのが難しかったんですけど、最初に 5.33 を出したのが結構良かったなと思います。
その後にも、6.67 を出したり 6.13 を出したりと、本当に波選びの中で自分自身のいいターンを見せてくれて、フィニッシュもきっちりと決めていたりと、スプレーも上がっていましたが、どうでしたか？
そうですね、途中で、ブルーの選手が 7. 点いくつを一発のターンで出したときは少し焦って、でもポジションが離れていたのでじっくり波を待つことができたので、6.13 を出すことができたと思います。
そしてヒートの終わり、プライオリティを持っていた選手と一緒にこうパドルバトル、ひなこさんがプライオリティを持っていた時にものすごい波に乗らせないようにと、最後の最後でパドルバトルが見れて、ストリーミングを見ている人もこの会場の人たちもちょっと一瞬すごいとか思ったんですけども、あの時の心境をぜひ教えていただけますか？
そうですね、
かぶって平気。大丈夫？
しかも今回株式会社インバランスさんの
大丈夫で、はい、
パーフェクトテンプライズまだ出てませんけど10点満点出すと
かわいい、大丈夫。最後のそのパドルの時はどのような気持ちでフルパドルを見せてくれたんですか？
ブルーの選手とは何回か海外の試合戦ったことがあって、この前のラウンド2でも戦ってて、まだ勝ったことがない選手で、乗ったらすごく点が出されると思ったので、乗らせないようにというのがとりあえずの戦略でした。最後は
ものすごい伝わってきました。そして今回はどのようなボードですか？
これは、結構コナミ用ではなく普段からオールマイティーに乗れるボードで、なので最後のフィニッシュが決めれたと思います。
きっと調子がいいと思うので、ぜひ次も2人のこのタッグを組んで頑張っていただきたいと思いますが、 Please give out a message to all the fans.
Thank you for watching the Byron friends. I'm super stoked to make it into the semifinals. I do my best next round too, and thank you for watching.
セミファイナル頑張ってください。応援しています。ゴートファイナルヒート2ウィナーの黒川ひなこさんでした。 Back to you.
Congratulations there for Hanako taking down Paige Harrop and now on into the semifinals. And I was impressed with her English as well. It's not easy speaking multiple languages, but over here in Japan, as you would know, Matt, now residing over here, a lot of these kids, and I even had a conversation with probably a 7-year-old kid yesterday at a 7-Eleven. He saw me and just wanted to come up and speak English. At a young age, they are able to learn English over here in their grade schools.
Yeah, the schooling system here is extremely disciplined. Pretty much every day, you know, they're at school, and then after school they have a lot of after school lessons, and English is usually in one of those lessons during the week. So I think the parents are understanding that it's becoming more and more multicultural here, and up and riding now we have the local girl.
Yeah, Minori, oncoming section, nice jam off the top. She's already opened up with a 3.83. Isabella Nichols still out there waiting with that first priority to get on the board. She's looking back maybe towards the beach to towards a coach potentially for a little bit of advice, maybe where to sit in the lineup as we start to bottom out. We're about 15 minutes away from that dead low tide, so then we will start to see things transition and possibly see, like we've seen the last couple days, that incoming push bring a little bit more swell. And one thing we know it will do is bring more water and put it back on that bank. So we'll keep pushing through here. The plan is to finish the women's quarterfinals here in the QS 3000 and then go back into the men's in the QS 6000 with the round of 16 here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Last I've read, 2.33 Matt, and I'm very impressed to see that we've got 2 Japanese women into the quarterfinals, and now we have 1 already into the semifinals.
Yeah, to the delight of the local crowd here. Great to see the previous heat winner getting through with a really back and forth, both swapping the lead constantly during that heat, so it was a really good one to watch, a really good one to call upstairs on the beachcom. But we see in this heat, Minori Kawai looking good, and here she's up and running now.
Real late takeoff, but she still gets square up into that opening maneuver. Imagine if she could have got one more paddle in prior and got down the face quicker. She could have really squared up on it, but nonetheless making good of it, and I think that will be her best wave probably so far, despite it only being one maneuver. It was a critical section. She's looking to better a 3.83 and a 2.33, and Isabella out there still waiting patiently. Almost 10 minutes has passed, and you can see her there not even looking around until a set comes.
Yeah, sitting very patiently, or maybe she hasn't had any opportunities yet. But going back to Minori Kawai, she's had a ongoing ankle injury, and we saw on the screen the other day getting a little bit of work done there.
Do we know how she did it by chance?
I do not know.
Maybe
I would only be guessing.
Should she win this, maybe we can hear from now can ask that question. How she suffered that injury on the ankle. Congratulations, there's our last heat winner, Hanako Kurakawa, taking out and defeating Paige Harab, and now Hanako on into the semifinals.
I'm just trying to see now, Todd, if she has it strapped up.
She's wearing a little bit of a booty.
She's wearing a booty.
Yeah, it's like an ace bandage type thing. It's a neoprene support there on that ankle, and I think it's on her back ankle, being that she is a regular footer.
Okay, so she's
being a right foot.
Taking a lot of pressure.
Last of red, there it is, comes through. Was her best wave so far, only being one maneuver, a 5.00, so the judges liking the commitment in that critical little section. And now with 15 minutes on the clock, Isabella Nichols looking for 2 waves. Basically, she can do it in 1, but she needs an 8.83, and this is a similar situation to what we saw O'Hara yesterday. It came down to about the last 7 minutes, and it looked like he needed a 9 point something, but he said he was relaxed. He knew he needed 2 scores because he was across the board, knew what every other surfer had, and that's when veteranship starts to play in. If you're not across and understand what the situation is, you hear the beach announcer go, "Blue, you need an 8.83. But if you paid attention and you know what the 2 scores are for the other surfer, I don't need an 8.83. I need 2 scores that will total 8.83. So it'll be interesting to see how Isabella approaches this heat.
Yeah, good point, Todd. And as we've seen over almost all the heats, you can get 2 excellent rides in a matter of 2 minutes out here in such a short padlet. Up and riding now.
Yep, and she waited for this wave, and it's a good one. Nice opening turn, and a big turn there, but a big mistake as well. You saw her push the tail. Fins get free, showing some frustration as she rips that leash back and tries to get back on that board. So missed opportunity there for Isabella.
So the previous wave for Minori Kawai, we saw her get a 5-point ride for basically 1 turn. So Isabella Nichols doing 1 big turn to start there, and then unfortunately not completing a second. So we maybe go around the mid-3. Oh, there you go. Judges got that in very fast.
Yeah, I think the difference was there on that 5 for the 1 maneuver for Minori. It was a very critical, steep barreling section on the inside, and that way for Nichols, she got a setup turn, and then she went for the second turn, which would have been a critical turn, but she fell. So it comes through at a 3.33. Nonetheless, though, she is on the board. She's finally got a wave under her belt. She waited 10 minutes to catch that first wave. She sits in second, our surfer in blue, looking for a 5.50. So I made mention a minute ago she needed an 8.83. Look, she's got a score on the board now of a 3.33, and she only requires a 5.50.
Yeah, so maybe if she just took a little bit easier on that second turn, maybe that's where we saw a little bit of frustration there, sort of thinking she needed to do a little bit more than she did, and pushing a little bit hard there. But as we know, this girl is very capable of getting very high scores, and she's up and riding now.
Yeah, better looking wave here, and she waited for quite a while but once she saw what it was going to do as it set up across that bank, it was going to close out, and she says, you know what, I'm not going to go on that. I need to get out the back and get a better wave.
Yeah, we're starting to see this wind starting to swing a little bit more offshore. They predicted this from the morning, but we're only just starting to see it now, so that's good for this low tide. It'll keep it a little bit more contestable. But yeah, conditions looking great. We have a big heat coming up next. I had the opportunity to work in the Women's White Buffalo Pro last year, the QS 3000 for the ladies, and Dibbity Stoyles took that one out.
Yeah,
I think she
Dibbity.
had Coco Ho in the second. Yeah, so that was a great event, and she was looking really good. We had smaller conditions too, so she'll be coming out.
Yeah, Dimity, a former championship tour competitor, and still has that talent, but hasn't been able to find the results in the QS to qualify her to get back onto that championship tour. This could be a good kickoff here for her at this QS 3000, but she's going to have a good matchup up against Kobe Enright, surfer in red. So 2 Australians coming up in quarterfinal number 4, and the semifinals. Well, we've already got one semifinal set for the ladies, and potentially we will see that tomorrow morning. We won't be running the ladies semifinals today, and that first semifinal will be Philippa Anderson up against Hanako Kurakawa. Here we go in red. Minori, nice opening bottom turn, snaps it off the top. This is a nice little runner here. A follow-up jam off the top and a beautiful carve. And I wish she would have rode out of that. Nonetheless, it's going to be a good wave for her. She will definitely increase her situation over second place with those first 2 maneuvers. But just unfortunately, you saw how that wave really bottomed out on that final maneuver, and as she came off the top and did that wrap and went to rebound off the white water, there was really just no water there, and she just goes down. So nonetheless, though, I think a good wave there for Minori.
Exactly right, Todd. She paced herself so well through those first 2 turns, and then unfortunately that that white water just catching her off there in that third carve. We'll see the replay up now. So
yeah, let's check this out. So a nice opening snap, carrying the momentum down the line, squares off that section, and then right here, just nice carve, and then literally that thing just bottoms out, and it looked like maybe she was already leaning on that inside edge, and she hadn't even rebounded off the whitewater yet, and she goes over that outside rail. But as I mentioned, 2 maneuvers that were nice and clean to open up, and that score would have probably gone potentially up towards that excellent range had she completed that final maneuver. Nonetheless, it'll be her best wave so far, Matt.
yeah, it'll be a best wave, and it'll make Isabella Nichols having to need a little bit higher than what she's needing right now. She's needing an 8, but as you said before, Todd, more likely to do a combination of 2 waves to get that score.
Well, she needs an 8 now because that last wave comes through for red, a 6.33, so it is her best wave so far. Now increases her lead over Isabella. Isabella looking for that 8.00. You look at the score line, she's only got 1 wave. She waited 10 minutes to get it. It's a 3.33. She fell on it, and now she needs to get back on the horse. She needs an 8.00, which is an excellent score. We haven't seen any waves of that magnitude yet, and red is back up and riding. A couple nice turns, starting to double up here across the inside. She's going to get 1 more turn to finish things up. Very impressed with our surfer Minori Kawai in the red right now. She's had a strong performance throughout this event and picking right up where she left off here in this quarterfinal number 3.
Yeah, you can almost sense a little bit of local knowledge coming in there, picking the more of the medium-sized waves and getting a good length of ride. That last one, yeah, definitely. We didn't actually see the start of that last wave, but definitely looked like she might improve her situation again, making it even harder for Isabella Nichols to claw her way out of this situation with 8 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Still plenty of time, of course, and as we know, she is an amazing surfer, a good what is from Australia, Isabella Nichols. So far in this event, looking very strong.
Yeah,
unfortunately today.
Strong competitor, finds herself in a tough situation, looking for an 8.00. And as we mentioned, this being a QS 3000, a lot of points on the line, maybe starting to feel a little bit of that pressure. And there is a total of 39 comps on the QS for the women, and this being stop number 21. And she's into the quarterfinals, Isabella, but she wants to make it all the way to the podium and pick up those 3,000 points. But she finds herself looking for an 8.00 at the moment, and another score getting ready to drop for last of red. She's looking to better her low score currently, which is a 5.00. It looks like she's going to do that and continue to extend her lead over Isabella. Minori Kawai has definitely stepped up to the charge here in the quarterfinal number 3, and there it is. Last I've read, it's a 5.57. So now Isabella Nichols looking for an 8.57. She does have priority, but the clock is ticking a little bit faster with 7 minutes 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, only sitting there with one wave. So I think, her game plan needs to change. Not sure what her game plan was before this heat, but she definitely needs to start getting busy. Minori catching a lot of waves and seems to be paying off for her so far. It's pretty amazing. I haven't seen too much of the ladies surfing, but so far in this event, I've been very impressed with how well the ladies have been surfing, and obviously there's a lot of talent coming out of all different areas of the world, and with 39 events for the ladies.
Yep, 39 total, this being stop 21, and Isabella Nichols got a win earlier this year at the Flight Center Burley Pro. She's up and riding right now. Good looking wave. I like how she high-lined, drove off the bottom, got square on that first maneuver. Wave shuts down, but no doubt that's going to help her out. That'll get rid of that 3.33, lower the score that will be needed then, and Isabella Nichols will be back in the conversation here to advance with 6 minutes on the clock, so I'm not disappointed. I know we had a little bit of a sigh there that wave didn't cooperate for her, but you know what? She needed to get off that 3.33 that's currently in her score line right now. She'll do that on that last wave.
Yeah, exactly right, Todd. I think she just needs to keep going, keep the legs fresh, just keep moving, and maybe even surf herself into a little bit of rhythm here. She looks like she's going to go a small left, a rare left here. So, nice first turn. Another strong and does ride out cleanly. So there you go. Starting to get busy with only 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
So keep an eye on that last 1-2 wave back-to-back there for Isabella. I think she's going to better the 3.33 on the opening one, and then that last wave right there on the backhand will be her best wave. I was wondering if she was going to pull off that second maneuver. She does, powers through it. So watch for things to get real interesting here with 5 minutes on the clock here in quarterfinal number 3. Minori would have been looking back, seeing those last two waves in a very short span for Isabella transpire, and now we'll sit back and wait for those scores to post. Scores coming through for the second wave, as I made mention, will better the 3.33, and then we'll have to wait and see what was needed and what that third wave comes through at, and then we will definitely have a heat underway. So right now we've got a 4.40 that comes through for the second wave for Isabella. Now she requires a 7.5, and we will wait for the third wave, which was that little left-hander we saw her get a couple of maneuvers off. A nice 1-2 combo there on the backhand, and then we can really assess what is in place. Minori will have first priority, but what will our surfer in blue need with 4 minutes 30 seconds?
And we see Minori sitting very close to Isabella and making sure that she does try and dominate this last 4 minutes and 30 seconds. But yeah, still with a score owing to Isabella, things could change, and the requirement, we're guessing, will get a little bit less. Coming in now, it looks like it could be around the mid-6. Looking like a good score.
So watch this. This is what I was expecting. I like that left. The judges are liking that left, and it's going to definitely shake the tree here. And Isabella will be right back in this heat, not needing much with 3 minutes 50 seconds on the clock. Isabella currently 13th on the qualifying series. As I mentioned, she got a win earlier this year. There it is. It's a 6.23. She now requires, Matt, a 5.68. So just like that a moment ago, which seems like just 30 seconds ago, she needed an 8.83. After a flurry of two waves, she now requires a 5.68.
Yep, 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Still plenty of time to catch 2, 3, 4 waves, even in this short period. Very small paddle out distance, so it takes you about 20 seconds to get back out and in position. So the problem is our Japanese competitor has first priority, so she's going to do her best to play a smart heat and try and stop her from getting that 5, 6, 8 or higher with only 3 minutes remaining.
So keep an eye on this. Definitely some movement coming through. And watch, blue is going to try to get red to relinquish her priority on this wave right here. She's not. So an interesting situation there. I actually thought maybe Isabella was going to manufacture a left out of that. Red smartly and wisely does not relinquish her priority. 2 minutes 45 seconds on the clock.
Well, she wasn't having much luck with the right so far in this heat, so and she got a 6.23 in the left, so maybe she start thinking, if I can get another quick left like I just got. Nobody seems to be looking left too much today, and then looks like she's going to... Wow, we're coming down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, so we may see our second Japanese competitor through. It's not over yet.
I don't know. I got a feeling we're going to see something really interesting take place here in these last 2 minutes.
She's going to let her go here now.
Blue
couldn't get over that lump.
Blue looking for a 5.68, and looks like a remora on a shark. You got the pilot fish right there on the side of the big fish, and Isabella trying to find something to eat, and the remora trying to not let it eat. And we'll see. Will Minori with that first priority keep Isabella from catching a wave. 5.68 is what's needed for our surfer from Australia, and you can see she is just frantically paddling north, south, and trying to find something. 1 minute, 40 seconds on the clock.
Yes, and our Japanese competitor is trailing her, like you said. What kind of fish did you describe, Todd?
It's a remora. It's
a
the little fish that
remora.
sticks to the side of the shark, and as soon as the shark eats, that fish goes over and grabs a little bit of its own. So my point being is that you're very close. You basically stick to that person.
Okay, so now I know what you are talking about, and then maybe after this heat, Isabella Nichols is going to go find one of those fish and eat it.
I don't think you'll find one at the sushi train. They're probably not very edible.
No, but the sushi here is pretty amazing. Anyone coming to Japan?
Anyone coming down here, go ahead and bring some.
Yeah. So we have 1 minute remaining in this heat, and Isabella, hands on the head,
I smell French fries.
looking very, very unhappy with the situation right now, needing a score, needing a 5.68 with 45 seconds remaining. Will we see?
So I think she might have waited a little too long. Let's reflect back on this heat, Matt. It took her 10 minutes to catch her first wave, but here we go. She's going to get a chance. So red, I'm pretty sure, is going to lose priority right there, and there it is, 30 seconds. Now the pilot fish has left the fish, and we will see, can Blue swim freely and find that 5.68? 20 seconds on the clock. So I told you I felt something was probably going to unfold here as far as that priority went. That's happened, but will a wave come through now with 13 seconds on the clock? I don't foresee it happening.
Do you think that was a mistake?
I don't. No, I don't.
Because we can't really see any sets or anything. Here we go, counting it down. So there you go, our second Japanese competitor through.
So congratulations to Minori Kawai. We have 2 Japanese competitors into the semifinals. Coming up next, our final quarterfinal heat. Quarterfinal heat number 4. Stay with us.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
So we are back in the box here with quarterfinal heat number 4. Kobe Enright against Dimity Stoyle, an all-out Aussie matchup.
Yeah, Matt, I haven't seen much of Kobe Enright surfing. I've obviously seen a lot of Dimity Stoyles, a very accomplished surfer already in her career. But do you know anything about our fellow Australian?
No, Kobe Enright for me, she's still a little bit of an unknown quantity as far as my knowledge of the women's surfers go. So Dimity Stoyle against Kobe Enright. The fact that she's here in the quarters is telling me that she is a fantastic competitor. Let's see if we can bring her up here on the WSL rankings and see where she's sitting at. But in the water, blue Dimity Stoyle. She's been a strong competitor on the World Championship Tour. She's out here in Chiba chasing the points for the 3,000. And Kobe Enright in red.
I was working at the White Buffalo Pro a few beaches up last year, where it was a QS 3000 for the ladies, and Dimity Stoyles took the win there. Coco Ho coming in second. So she has had some great success here before in Japan.
Yeah, Dimity Stoyle is no stranger to competition, you know, former CT competitor. As you said, beat Coco Ho in the final. So she's won an event in Japan, former World Tour competitor. So this girl is, you know, going off profile. It would indicate that she should probably win this heat. But as we've seen in this competition, it's been full of upsets and full of fantastic performances from surfers coming in under the radar. So maybe Kobe Enright will be one of those girls that will do that. But what we're going to do before we get right into this heat is go back to the winner of that last heat, another one of the Japanese girls, Minori Kawai-chan. Okay, take it away now, Chan, on the beach with Minori-chan.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 3000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of quarterfinal Heat 3, Minori Kawai. みのりちゃん、おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
いやー、ドキドキしました。でもしっかりとすごいよく周りを見てライディングをしてたかと思うんですけれども、まずは海の中はどのような状況でしたか？
やっぱり波を見ていてすごい引いてきてたので、潮がすごい乱波の波が多いなと思ってて、でやっぱり波を見れてなかったのかわかんないですけど、あんまりいい波にチョイスできなかったっていうのが少し範囲だなと思ってます。
とはいえ、アンダープライオリティでベスト2をきちんと出していたので、私たちから見ればしっかりと状況は掴んでたのかなと思ったんですが、まあ一番今回ロータイドでフィニッシュセクションがやっぱりフィニッシュするのには厳しかったのかなっていうのも伝わりました。
そうですね、やっぱり少し惚れてたので、こけないようにっていうサーフィンをしちゃったかなっていうのはありましたね。
それでもリードを掴んでいて、でラスト5分で相手のゼッケンブルーがなんと 6.23 を叩き出しての、5.68 で逆転されてしまうという、ね、状況になって、一瞬ギュッとお腹が痛くなったかと思うんですが、きっちり相手をマークしていましたね。
はい、もうやっぱりその相手のライドも見ていて、全然セットじゃないのにちっちゃい波でもやっぱりサーフィンのキレがすごかったので、やっぱちっちゃい波乗らせても絶対スコアするなと思ったんで、すぐマークしに行きました。
集中力が最後までありましたね。
はい、もう良かったです。
さあベスト4です。次は準決勝ということで意気込みを教えてください。
はい、多分明日だと思うんですけどかなと思うんですけど、次はもっといいライディングをして、すごいサーフィンをできるようにするので、応援よろしくお願いします。
コーチの田中柚月コーチからもいろいろとコーチングされると思いますが、板とともにコーチとともに頑張ってください。
はい、頑張ります。
Congratulations to the winner of quarterfinal Heat 3, Minori Kawai, and back to you.
Okay, so back with action in the water. Kobe Enright from Coolangatta, Australia, and she is just a teenager. She's a very young girl. She's come up through the junior ranks. She's had some great results in the Australian Junior Subway Surfing Series. Finalist multiple times. So Kobe Enright, here she is, a quarter finalist here in Japan. She's just around about that 18-year-old. And Kobe Enright, I wouldn't be at all surprised if for her first trip to Japan. She has been doing fantastically. She's 5'11", and here she is, surfer in red, yet to ride a wave. We've got some really groomed conditions now. That wind has really turned and starting to blow quite strong from the south, and it's really set things up here for the girls to get some nice clean conditions here on this lower tide. Just down the beach once again, Minori Kawai. She's arguably one of the strongest women's surfers in the country right now, and she has had a fantastic dominating performance throughout this event. And once again, taking out that quarterfinal, moving to the semis, and now she took out in that last heat
Isabella Nichols, who was currently sitting in 13th on the QS rankings.
And Isabella Nichols has got a real big profile back there in Australia. She is tagged as a potential championship tour surfer. Big hype around Isabella Nichols. So for Minori-chan to come along and take her down in that heat is a massive result and a huge boost for all female Japanese surfers alike, because it's just telling everyone over here we can do it.
Yes, and we see Dibbity Styles in this heat currently sitting in 24th. So if she has a good result here, it's going to shuffle things around on those ratings. Also, I think we saw Philippa Anderson, who was sitting in number 6, get through earlier in the round.
We did. She was in heat 1 of the quarterfinals.
So yeah, she was sitting in 6th place, so that's great for her. Being a QS 3000, a lot of points on offer here, and we're having some fun conditions, so the girls are definitely making the most of it. But to the delight of the Japanese crowd, 2 of their home favourites getting through.
Yeah, it's unbelievable to think that we've got 2 Japanese girls in the semi-finals. Are you kidding me?
Unbelievable.
It is, and it's, you know,
taking out number 4 on the QS rating, Paige Harab.
Wow, and former World Championship Tour competitor. So wow, there's some big names in women's surfing going down to these Japanese girls, and it's been a brilliant read of the conditions and fantastic use of tactics by both of these competitors. And we just saw Minori-chan at the end of that heat getting priority and shutting Isabella down at the dying stages. So we got a paddle, taking a look, no ride. So we got a bit of cat and mouse going on, because both of these girls are Coolangatta surfers. Dimity Stoyle, a sunny coast girl, but spends heaps of time on the Goldie, paddling up and riding Dimity Stoyle.
Wow, getting a lot of speed out of that first turn, and then very strong finish.
It is. Now, Dimity is known for her power and aggression in her surfing, and she did not hold back right there. A lot of power, a lot of aggression in those turns, finished off solid, opens up with a fantastic ride.
Here's the replay now. A lot of speed straight off the takeoff. Nice big fan of spray there. Strong finish, connecting with the lip at the right time. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm starting to see lines in the ocean. We've had a lot of onshores.
Yes.
We've had waves, but we've had a lot of onshore. So with this tide pushing in and these lines and this groom face, we're going to see some amazing surfing for the rest of the day.
We sure are. And Todd's been talking throughout the week about the surfer's body language at the end of the waves, and how he gets a little bit annoyed if there's a little lackluster body language towards surfers towards the end of the wave. One thing I noticed about Dimity on that last wave, she came out of the last float, landed. There's a little bit of a wobble and a bobble where she might have got knocked off the board for just a second, but she stayed completely solid on the board. The foam swallowed her up a little bit, slowed her down very quickly, and then what she did was she turned her shoulders back out to the lineup to indicate that was a kick out.
Indicate she's done.
To indicate she's done exactly what
So
Todd
you're saying if she kept forward on her board and tried to pat the kitty a little bit and get herself out of the whitewash, it may not have looked or been deemed complete.
I'm not going to go anywhere with a comparison, but all I'm going to say is she turned her shoulders back out to the lineup, indicated that she was done, and that finishes the action right there and then without any doubt.
It's a very interesting point you're making, Matt.
So I like that, and for any of the young girls watching, what Dimity just did, that was a little bit of a trick that she told the judges, I'm done, and she let them know. And it's a fine line here between little tricks and things that you can do to capitalize on every tiny little point available to you.
Don't put anything into the judge's mind that you don't want.
Yes.
Make sure you stamp that last turn.
Well, I mean, no, put everything into the mind of the judges that you do want.
Yes, nothing that you don't want.
So,
and having a paddle right now. Wow. Looking nice, sitting in the booth here, looking at our monitor, seeing a nice glimmer of sunshine on the face after a day of pouring rain, and even the day before that we had to go on a fog hold for a few hours, maybe 3 hours. We had great waves, but we just couldn't see. But today, not having any problem with seeing our competitors.
Yeah, fog hold.
Don't see that many places, do we?
You do not. California you do occasionally. Dimity Stoll a 5.0 for her first ride. 12 minutes left. Dimity paddling, taking a look. Look at these conditions.
Beautiful, isn't it? Wow, a lot of speed, but unfortunately, on the low tide, you can see how shallow that is there. It's as we keep mentioning, we had a bulldozer come in here and make sure that the sand was definitely primed up for all the competitors. There was no problem with having the gutter as you walk in that we do sometimes get here, and then a little bit of backwash that can arise. Having a break wall or sea wall, as you call in Japan, tetra, on either end of the beach. We do get a lot of sand built up here, but not often where we want it. So they're making sure that we had the best conditions possible and the best banks for these competitors, being such a big event for the men and the ladies.
Yeah, we had Aoki-san, who is the contest director, out on the Gold Coast, checking out the pumping jetty, checking out the barge that takes water out of the sand out of the Tweed River, and it deposits it at Froggies, so it washes around into Snapper and creates that bank. So it really got his mind ticking over, and he came back to Japan and he went to work and got the job done. So incredible stuff from Aoki-san, our contest director, here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Incredible stuff to create this international stage. So hats off to him. It's been an awesome event so far, and we've got 1.5 days of incredible surfing to get done. Red up and riding Isabel.
Wow.
Sorry, Kobe Enright.
Yes, finally getting her account underway. 3 turns, unfortunately taking the eye off the prize a little bit there, and then looking down the line and catching her outside edge. The nose just going under there, and well, could be all she needs just to wash off a few nerves. She did get a few nice turns in before she had that little fall, and it looks like it might come in around a 3, but going back to what we were talking about, we've had a lot of very important people come down to this event. We've had some dignitaries from the Olympic Committee. We've had, I think we had today, the South African, somebody from the embassy. The South African ambassador for Japan, he might have been.
Yes.
And we've had a lot of local businessmen, and yeah, this event has been drawing a lot of attention, knowing that Japan will hold the 2020 Olympics, and we'll see surfing for the first time in the Olympic Games.
No, you're right.
At this beach.
There has been a lot of focus on Shida Beach here in Chiba, and a lot of focus on this event. And Kobe Enright is going to have to really focus too if she is to get through this heat. A 3:17. 9 minutes left on the clock. We saw Kobe go for 3 turns and fall on the third, thus a 3.17. Now through this week, the people who are still alive in this event are the ones who've been able to read the conditions. And we've had surfers who will go for multiple turns, or we've got the surfers who will read the wave correctly and only do the amount of turns that is available to them. And it's usually 2 and then sometimes 3, generally speaking.
Oh,
I think Kobe went for too much on what was on offer with that wave. Rather than going for 3, I would have liked to have seen her use the bottom of the wave a little bit more, off the top, settled for 2, but 2 solid manoeuvres, and I think that would have helped her to push that score a bit higher. So let's see if she's onto that and how she approaches the rest of this heat with only 8 minutes left, because she's up against a very tough competitor in Dimity Stoll. Now Dimity, don't get me wrong, she has not had a fantastic heat herself up until this point in time, with a 5.0 and just a 0.93 mat.
This heat has flown by with only 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, but just going back to what you said, I think you're entirely right. You have to surf what's in front of you, and then these girls, knowing that we're on the bottom of the tide, and that last turn is always almost in knee-deep water or less, just making sure you finish your ride this point in the heat, knowing that her competitor has only had one average score of a 5 with no backup, if she just got something similar, could have put a little bit of pressure back on their opponent.
Definitely.
But still time, and we've seen guys getting excellent scores, 2 excellent scores in 2 minutes. We saw our great white hope of Hiroto Ohara doing that in one of his heats, leaving it till the last few minutes, and the crowd was on edge, and then he getting a 9 and backing it up with another great score. So we can see the ladies do that also. But yeah, time is not her friend right now if Dimity Stoyles gets another average ride.
Yeah, one point I'd like to make out is you talk about the waves and getting those quick back-to-back rides. And we've also talked about onshore, offshore conditions and all the rest of it, and what is, preferred conditions. I'm going to turn around and throw it out there and say that this offshore wind has all of a sudden creating something a little bit inconsistent into the lineup. And then I also want to say is that the onshore created these little lips to get a roll into the waves ever so slightly earlier, which allowed the surfers to create a little bit more speed. These offshore conditions now will hold you up when you take off on waves ever so slightly, and with the size of the waves and the limited open face available, I think it's really starting to make itself apparent with the scores, because they're starting to get a little bit harder to come by. So let's see if the surfers are onto that, and if they can read these conditions to go, yep, we're going to have to either paddle real hard, either go to a slightly thicker board to get us in that ever so little bit more earlier to create the speed so they can whip off those 2 turns before the wave is done. Matthew.
Exactly right. I think you've hit the nail right on the head there. We haven't had any competitors being able to warm up in conditions like this, and surfing these conditions a lot, surfing this beach a lot. I do prefer at this size that slight onshore to, as you said, help you catch a wave a little bit earlier and not have any lift under your board from that wind. The equipment may feel a little bit different with this offshore flow, but definitely having a slight onshore in this kind of waves without the waves having so much power here, it's kind of like you're playing catch up a little bit with these waves extremely fast, trying to find, hey, where's that speed I've been getting earlier? And obviously with that little bit onshore, the waves are a bit quicker, but at the same time, a little bit easier to surf.
Yeah, well, we've got Dimity out here with priority. She's searching. I mean, there's no lack of effort from these girls to try and get these waves, but it has been very slow. As far as the wave goes, this is heat 4 of the quarterfinals. Now, yesterday we went on hold through the bottom of the tide, and we gave a couple of hours out there to let the ocean regroup, push back in, and once that incoming tide had really started to push back in again, we kicked things off. And I remember when we did kick things off, it was still pretty lackluster out there. And then as the afternoon progressed, we saw more and more waves, size and power pushing back into the bay here. So it'll be interesting to see where we go with the event. This is quarterfinal number 4 of the women's.
Yes, unfortunately, with this offshore breeze, we will maybe see the size drop a little bit. I haven't had my eye on the forecast too much, but early in the week I was looking, and Sunday was looking like it may be the smallest day, and if this wind keeps going like this, but we were surprised this morning with the bump in the swell. We didn't think we were going to get that today, so anything can happen here in Japan. Very hard to read the maps in this part of the world.
Well, and I think with this this short period swell, it can bump up and down more unpredictably, and I think it's a lot harder to read than a long period swell. So paddling, here we go. Just not getting to that wave. So there we go. We saw that offshore fan up the face. Dimity stuck at the top and uses her priority, blows the deal. So now the door is open. Kobe Enright only needing, look at it, Matt, a 2.77, 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. It now becomes a chess game. This heat will be won on tactics rather than on the surfing performance now, because time has pretty much run out for the girls to get too selective with what waves they take. You asked Dimity Stoyles, she'll say, give me anything. I don't care. I'll take it. because she wants to extend her 0.93. That's the only backup she's been able to find. And here we go, Kobe paddling.
Using her priority.
Into the way slightly late. One little turn, a 317, 277. It won't be enough. So now a mistake from Red. So the girls are sort of starting to panic a bit, and they're making some silly mistakes for the profiles as qualifying series surfaces that they've got. All of a sudden, it's become panic stations. Now look at Dimity. Maybe she's looking for something that's not out there. She only needs to improve on a 0.93, which is nothing. Just get something. Anything, I don't care.
Yes, it might have been a little bit of rookie error there. Dimity having a lot of experience, of course, and maybe a little bit of pressure. Time running out, only needing a small score, thinking that left was going to be it. But yeah, as we were talking about, that wind seems to be holding the girls up as they're entering the wave. Yeah, conditions are looking a little bit trickier, but obviously still very contestable. Now we see her sneaking a wave under priority on her forehand. Nice little floater there. Another little whitewash climb. Is it a 277, Matt?
277. If we reflect back to Kobe's first wave, then the answer will be no, because it wasn't as good. She got a 317, a 277 is very close. I think it's going to come at about a 2.5 or a 2-ish. So I think Dimity's still safe, and a 2.10. So there you go. Dimity's still safe, and dodging a few bullets here, because Kobe, you know, for the lesser profile girl, she could have caused a huge upset. And I guarantee you that if they were to come back to the beach, look at the lineup again, they'd probably say, God, I should have been sitting over there or up there, because where they have been, there's been nothing, and it's been a tactical error, just in my opinion, for their positioning in the lineup here in this heat.
Well, yes, Dimity right next to her now, using her priority, having first priority. She's trying to make a break now up to the right, so we're going to see a little bit of cat and mouse here for the last 1 minute. Dimity seems to be giving her a little bit of space.
She does.
But
she's going to paddle up to Timmy Bissell and say, hey, bro.
Yeah, you surf for me.
Yeah, what's all that yeah, quick, take off for one. We'll pretend that you're me and now. So she's passed up poor old Timmy Bissell, who's sitting there going, whoa, what do I smell? No. Anyway, 40 seconds on the clock. Exciting stuff. Dimity now stroking hard out. Red taking a look. Kicking, scratching. Will Dimmy shut it down? No, lets her go.
Wow,
so there she go, a closeout. 20 seconds left on the clock. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we don't see any more action in this heat. Dimity Stoyle, a 5-0 and a 0.93.
We haven't seen those heat totals, I don't think, so far in this event.
We have not. This has been the lowest scoring affair of the event so far, but there will be a winner, and sometimes the heats are won and lost on tactics, and this will be one of them.
So we just see the ladies looking at each other there, giving themselves, laughing away. So yeah, good result for Dimity.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, losing an Australian there, but you know.
You can see the girls chat towards each other. They're both from Coolangatta. Dimity be going, can you believe that? Crikeys. Oh, sorry, darling, I thought you were going to go up the beach, but, we're still mates, so I'll see you on the beach, and, gee, can you believe that? I'm lucky.
Yeah, good to see them leaving it in the water there, and I'm sure they'll stay good friends, coming from the same area. So we're going to get into our men's competition now, Matt.
So moving right along into the men's round of 5. Timmy Bissell up against Flavio Nakajima. So let's see what the guys can do in the lineup here. This is going to be great surfing this afternoon. The girls coming in, as you can see, riding in on the wave together. Still chatting away. Real chatterboxes, these two. But looks like they're still having fun, loving their experience here in Japan. And we are going to go to a break. See you soon.
I'm John Florence. Eu sou número 1.
I'm John Florence.
No, I'm John.
No way, I'm John Florence.
I'm John Florence.
It is lunchtime here and a packed house. We are 1 hour outside of Tokyo here at the ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open, powered by GoPro, and a great crowd on hand. Yesterday we had rainy skies, hard onshore winds. Today we've got beautiful sunny skies, fun contestable conditions, side to even offshore southerly to southwesterly breeze. Todd Klein joined by Matthew Pitts. Pitsy, we wrap up. We shift gears from the women. We just finished up the quarterfinals. Semifinals are set in the QS 3000, and now we jump back in with the men, the QS 6000. We are into the round of 16 with a great heat right out of the gates, man on man.
Wow, these two goofy footers, mate, it's going to be fireworks. Brilliant performances from both of them up into this position of time into the competition. And here are these two chatterboxes still talking as they come up the beach.
Yeah, congratulations to Dimity getting the win, moving into the semifinals. And as I mentioned, we now have the men out in the lineup. We go for the first time with the men to the man-on-man. Our round prior to this was 3 men, and now with the men-on-men matchup, we'll look at Timothy Biso in the red, Flavio Nakajima in the blue. Timothy representing Guadeloupe, and Brazil being represented by Flavio.
Yeah, Todd, I was just chatting to Matt during that last heat. We've had the wind really make its mark. It's turned around, it's blowing offshore, it's really cleaned up the conditions, but it almost looks like the waves have backed off a little bit, and getting into these waves has looked to be a little bit harder.
Well, I think 2 reasons that's happened, Pitsy, is to your point, the wind. The other is we are on that dead low. Dead low was at 11:39. We are right at noon, so we're past that now. We should start to slowly but surely see us get more water back on that bank. We'll start to see a little bit more consistency, and we should have a great afternoon of competition. Timothy Biso's opened up with a 5.67, so he's on the board first, leaving Flavio Nakajima with first priority, requiring a 5.68 to overtake that first place position.
Yeah, well, we've got a really big playing field here, and from one of the jetties to the other, we've got about 500 meters of playing field of waves here, so a few little peaks up and down this beach. It'll be interesting to see where these two surfers find their best scoring waves. So with this tide maneuvering around, so will the peak and the better waves. We saw in that last heat both girls getting very starved for waves, and it became quite a lackluster performance in the end. So moving into the men, they obviously would have sat and watched that and gone, right, I don't want to sit there, or I do want to sit over there. So Timmy Biso with a 5.67, a reasonable start. It'll just help him to reassure himself that there are still some scoreable waves out here, and that he can stay very positive and continue on the way he has up until now in this event. We are going to go down.
Nope, we're shifting gears from the ladies to the men. But before we do shift gears over to the men, let's reflect on that last heat. And the winner of that last heat was Dimity Stoyle.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 3000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of quarterfinal heat for Dimity Stoyle. Well, you did well.
Thank you. That was really hard heat.
Yes. You know, the waves weren't really good, but you were fighting with swells, right?
Yeah, no, like I think at the start of the heat, both of us thought there were going to be a lot more waves than what happened in that heat. So we kind of like maybe let 1 or 2 go, the smaller ones, because we saw in the previous heat there were a few sets. So I kind of like was waiting for a good one and then didn't really come. So I think I took my first wave, and that was the best wave that came through for the rest of the heat. So.
But you scored a 5.00, and that made you to the lead.
Yeah, I was lucky. Yeah, I kind of got the one good wave in that heat, and then there was literally nothing after that. It was yeah, it was so difficult.
Well, it was fighting with the swells and your patience, right?
Yeah, I had to be really patient, and it was dead low tide, so I knew that going into it, and yeah, I'm just really happy to make a heat like that, and then look forward to the semi-final.
That's right. You're in the best 4. Congratulations. How are you going to prepare for the semifinals?
Yeah, no, hopefully there's more waves. I'm sure there will be. That was that was a really unlucky heat. So yeah, no, I'm really excited, like, just to make finals day. That's my goal in Japan, and yeah, I'm really excited to have a good heat and try surf really well.
And 2 Japanese girls are in the semifinals too. What do you think about Japanese girls surfing?
Yeah, they're so good. Like I've watched Hanako since last year at Kamigawa, and she surfs amazing. And I haven't seen what's the Minori. I haven't seen her before, but she surfs really well, so it's going to be a hard heat.
But I'm looking forward for your great heat, and good luck with your next round.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Timothy Stoyle, and back to you.
Very much, and we are back to live action there with Biso. He opened up with a 5.67 and a great wave there for him. So the semifinals are set for the women. We will see the women take to the lineup tomorrow in those semifinals. Semifinal number 1, Philippa Anderson up against Hanako Kurakawa, and another Japanese competitor in semifinal number 2, Minori Kawai, up against Dimity Stoyle. So congratulations to all 4 of those women in the QS 3000 semifinal. And the winner from this heat out in the water will make it into the quarterfinals for the men. And right now it's looking like Timothy Biso finding the best waves at this point, but it's early in the heat, Pitsy.
It is very early in the heat, but once again, Timmy Biso, he's staying busy. He's finding the waves. He's a little dial a wave, and there's something going on with Timmy Biso here and Chiba and Shida Beach. I just can't help but feel that this kid, he's tapped in to the local area, and he's right on point for this event. So he's going to be a tough kid to beat, and I'm going to throw it out there with 16 surfers left in the event, and I reckon Timmy Biso is going to be going damn close to winning this whole event.
I bet he'll at least get to round 5 in this event.
He will definitely get... No, but let's take nothing away from Flavio. Here he's up and riding.
Great opening maneuver. Beautiful bottom turn straight up into another. You want to talk about an excellent score. You just saw one right there.
Yeah, he just went and threw a big old boiled egg on my face, didn't he?
He just threw BBs in front of the skateboard of your boy Biso.
Yeah, but no, incredible stuff. Flavio, right through this event, his wave choice has been impeccable. Look at that.
Great opening maneuver, but have a look how he was able to square up on those second and third maneuvers right there. That was beautiful surfing right there by Flavio Nakajima.
Oh, yeah, so once again to all the fans out there, it's just a personal opinion, and you know, as I said, you guys could just throw a big old boiled egg on me for going out there and throwing it out there saying that I think Timmy's going to win, but
he still easily
you've got
could.
to have
But
an
the
opinion.
point being, Flavio just posted a very good score, standing by for that. And there's a ton of time left in this heat, Pitsy. 15 minutes left, but what we are seeing, Biso just dropped that 5.23 during the interview. We've got a great heat underway. That last heat by the women for quarterfinal number 4, very slow, very low scores. But as I made mention, we're past the low tide now. The conditions should start to increase and get better for us, and so should the scores and performances, and we're starting to already see that here in round 5, heat 1 for the men. Timothy Biso.
Yeah, here's Timmy up on his back end again. Just getting a couple little turns in and out of that, and I really loved that wave of Flavio's. It was picture perfect. Sunshine, clean face, his timing off the bottom, through the lip, perfect, and the scores is going to be up in the excellent range. Flavio Nakajima putting Timmy Biso on alert.
On notice. Last up blue, an 8.33. So just like that, as Matthew Pitts just stated, Flavio putting Biso on notice. However, with that 8.33, he still sits in second place, but have a look at what he needs. He only needs a 2.57. So posting a score in the excellent range. What a performance there for last up blue on the backhand. Flavio Nakajima looking like he's going to be tough to beat here in this heat. But we've seen it happen before. We actually saw it with Mikey Wright in the first round. He opened up with a solid score in a 7-point range and was unable to find a backup. I don't know if that'll be the case, though, here for Flavio. He still has 14 minutes on the clock, and he's already back on the backhand once again. Nice opening turn. Have a look at the waves he's getting, Pitsy. And again, squares up cleanly on that second maneuver. He's going straight to the lead, and he's going to really put some pressure on Biso now because that's going to be another good score right there.
Yeah, I think that's going to go higher than both of Timmy's scores.
No doubt.
So now Flavio just tapping right into the low tide bank here, and he is right off the bulldozered section. So it's starting to turn back on, as you said, Todd, as this tide fills in. Now Timmy Biso, he's making a little directional change going, wait a second, looks like Flavio's found the spot. I'll go up and join him.
So stand by for the last exchange between blue and red. They both have scores to post, but no doubt, in my eyes, the nod going to our surfer in blue. Looking for a 2.57. Timothy looking to better his low score, which was a 5.23. And last of red was a 4.60. Here we go. First priority with red. Blue needs to avoid from making a mistake here with the priority. He needs to be careful. He's going to have the lead. He's going to have to give this one to the surfer with first priority. Biso on the backhand. Opening snap. Comes off the bottom, squares up. And that will be a good wave there for Timothy. He's not done yet. Trying to get out on the open face. He's going to get one more little quick snap there on the backhand. But now the priority will shift to Flavio, and we're still standing by for the third wave of the surfer in blue. And look out the back. The conditions improving every set that's approaching now. Look how good this wave is right here for Flavio. Again, nice bottom turn, squares it off the top. This thing's going to get quicker on the inside. Nice snap, big spray out the back. Goes vertical again. That spray goes 6-8 feet in the air. Nakajima, I'll tell you what, right now, holy smokes, this is a different individual right here in this jersey.
Holy smokes, Todd Klein. I'm dumbfounded. I'm going, Flavio is just going to town. And as you said, did you see that wave that came at him? He took off. I think he did a cut back to start, and we have hardly seen that all day.
So quick snap, but then look how this thing hits the inside section. Big spray. Watch this next one. The timing on that, so precise. And 3 maneuvers once again. He's got a score that's coming in from the wave prior that's going to go better than potentially even his opener. So he might have, right out of the gates in this heat with 12 minutes to go, potentially 3 scores in the excellent range.
Unbelievable stuff from Flavio Nakajima. And also, wow, let's wait for these scores to come in, Todd.
Oh, I'm waiting.
Yeah, we're all waiting. Probably not too much longer.
There it is. Last of blue, not the one we just saw, but the one prior, an 8.57. A great looking wave here now for Timothy. He gets a square turn of his own, and there's another. So the boys on the backhand really firing up here as the tide increases. We're getting more water on the bank. The waves really starting to cooperate, and the boys responding to it. But have a look after that last 8.57. Timothy Biso now in a situation we did not expect after the first 5 minutes had passed. Timothy Biso requires 2 waves totaling 16.91, still standing by for a third wave for blue.
Wow. An 8.33, an 8.57, and then arguably his best score of the heat so far. So Timmy, he's got his work cut out, and as you saw on that last wave, Timmy just a little bit out of sorts with his timing as to hitting the lip. Flavio's found these waves, and his surfing style is letting his maneuvers breathe. He's coming off the top, off the bottom, perfect timing, no rushing, and just really emphasizing the power and spray out of the top of his maneuvers. Flavio Nakajima from Brazil.
I'm going to make a quick observation. To me, it looks like the winds are slowly pulling back to that southerly and even southeasterly direction. Look on the horizon now. We've got white caps out there. So we'll see how these conditions adjust. We know the tide's coming in, but what's that wind doing? Keep an eye on that. Let's make sure it stays at bay, because right now we've got great contestable conditions out there. We're seeing some excellent scores. 2 of them already being posted by our surfer in blue, an 8.33 and an 8.57. And now they're going for a little bit of a paddle down the beach. Red heading south, and blue is following him. First priority going to blue. He's going to go. On the backhand, Flavio, nice opening snap. And he kicks out. So last of red comes through to 6.13. Not going to change anything. Timothy still looking for 2 waves, totaling 16.91.
So at the 10-minute mark, Todd, was it way too early in this heat for the surfer in blue to start using the priority card?
You know, if nothing else, sometimes you can rattle a competitor by doing that. Me personally, if I was in the heat, I'd probably, I mean, it's the flip side of it is, you know, what are the odds of him bettering an 8.33 and an 8.57?
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of talking to myself and asking myself that question too. You know, I don't know that, you know, he's having a pretty much flawless heat at this point based on the conditions and based on what we've seen throughout this day. So to answer your question, no, I don't think it's necessarily too early, but I don't think he even has to. I think it's going to be very challenging for Timothy to somehow find the waves that Flavio was able to find and position himself in the pocket like Flavio did to get those scores of an 8.57 and an 8.33. That's third score we were waiting for to come in for last of blue. Comes through. It's another excellent score, and he can't even use it. It's an 8.07. So he's throwing away an 8.07. He has an 8.57 and an 8.33 in his scoreline. I tell you what, Fabio Nakajima can do no wrong in this heat.
Okay, so here is that ride again. Fully extends through the first turn. Full extension, as you can see there, through that second turn, and then he finished off strongly. But I'm going to agree with you and say, yeah, it is time to use that priority card, because you can see he's determined now to rattle Timmy's cage, because he realises what a dangerous competitor young Timmy is. And if he can rattle his cage a little bit, and then that set wave comes, maybe he can force him to make a mistake by upsetting his mindset.
Well, the cards have changed a little bit in this poker game, because now Timothy Biso just posted a 7.60. He needed a 16.91 combination before. Now he is out of the combination situation. He requires a 9.30. So slowly but surely, Timothy clawing his way back into this game. 7 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, and he does have first priority.
Well, it'll be interesting stuff, because as Todd Klein said earlier in this heat, he's seeing, with each set, slightly better and better waves coming into the lineup. So you could arguably say we've got 2 more sets in 7 minutes. Will we see the best wave that we have seen yet today come through in this heat? And will Timmy Biso, with priority, be on it and rival that 9.30? Stay tuned. Do not go anywhere. Exciting stuff here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro.
Well, we just saw blue from the next heat coming up, heat number 2 here in the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. As you mentioned, 2 small wave wizards coming up next in heat number 2. Dylan Goodale, who's been one of the standout performers from Hawaii, in the blue, up against Griffin Colapinto in the red. Both surfers being regular footers. That it's going to be another great matchup coming up in 6 minutes, 20 seconds time.
Oh!
So Biso looking for a 9.30. He's out of that combination situation. Our surfer representing Guadalupe in the red, and he's asking for a situation. And we do have a separate commentary team. They would be informing Timothy right now. Red, you do have first priority. There's 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Your 2 scores are currently a 7.60, a 6.13. Red, you require a 9.30, so that would have been just delivered to him through these speakers on the beach in front of this massive crowd here in Ichinomiya, Shida Beach, for this massive event, a World Surf League QS 6000. And coming up in a few heats, we will see a couple of Japanese competitors make their way out of the lineup. Heat number 4, we've got Koa Smith up against Hiroto Ohara. And the following heat, we will have heat number 5, Hiroto Arai up against Ian Crane. So 2 of our young Japanese competitors still going in this massive event, and the crowd is slowly but surely filling in for that heat right there, and the one following it for those 2 Japanese competitors. 4 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Red trying to make a break to the south. Maybe he sees something. He does have first priority. He's got over to the area where this wave is approaching. He doesn't like what he sees, though. Not going to use his priority on that one. And you can see as we look at that wave, still that side to offshore wind. A little bit of flickering on the lip as it breaks.
So talk to me here now. Red with priority, but blue dogging him. So this is definitely Flavio's tactics to rattle the cage.
So I think what the tactic is here, he's not trying to sit on him, but what he's trying to do is pressure him into using that priority on a wave that might not be good. But this wave looks to be pretty good, so a good wave to pull off that priority. Gets 2 quick moves. He's racing down the line. And a little bit off there on that final maneuver, so will that change things? We know he needed a 9.30. Not going to be that, but does it better his 7.60, Pitsy?
Wow. I'm going to say yes. I think it was a better wave than the 7.6. I'm comparing it to the last wave ridden, and if you said you think it was better than the last wave ridden, I will say yes, I think it was. I think the opening 2 turns, the size of the wave, and just the drama of the blue water and the offshore wind, I think that things are starting to pick up here, and I'm going to say yeah.
Well, let's have a look at this. Quick snap, bit of a speed turn. That's a better turn there. And then he had to go through this whole section there fighting it to get back out on the open face, and he does. And then the timing there on that, a little bit off. I'm going to say it doesn't.
Okay. Yeah, there was a fair bit of downtime. So, anyway, I'll throw it out there.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. It is a subjective sport. 5 judges on the panel on a scale of 1 to 10 for each wave. And with the 5 judges on the panel, we take the high score or the low. We drop those, and then we average out the remaining 3, and now the priority shifts to our surfer in blue. Watch for a forehand air here. He's got the speed. He's got the air wind. He has a closeout.
Okay, so Timmy sells Flavio a lemon. Scores to come in for red Timmy Bisso. Looking for a 7-6 or better. It won't be a 7-1-7. He goes and wins top 2. Does not change the situation. Out the back, as Todd Klein said, it looks like with each set we're starting to see bigger and better waves.
Seems to be picking up a little bit. Definitely seems to be picking up a little bit, Pitsy. And here we go. Timothy's going to give it a whirl. This is going to be a quick one here. Let's see what he can do. Floats that section. Now he's back on the open face. Nice. Oh, and he went to bust the fins free. It never did, and it just straight pearled on him right there. So Timothy starting to feel a little bit of nerves here in this one with 2 minutes on the clock. It's really going to come down to, there for about the last 3 minutes, I said, well, I thought he had time to get 2 waves. Now at this point, he's chasing a 9.30.
Yeah, it's been an incredibly surfed heat by the surfer in blue here. He's come out of the gates firing 3 8s, gets priority, and then starts using that as an advantage to as best he can. Even without the priority, he will go up, sit on the surfer in red, rattle his cage a bit, create some pressure. A perfectly surfed heat so far for the surfer in blue. And here's Timmy. Timed that well, and then unfortunately just went a little bit too hard out into the second turn. Timmy Bisso back to the drawing board, looking for a 9.30, a tall order.
So keep an eye on this. You can see how hard blue is paddling because he's trying to catch up to red. Red does not have priority. He has second priority, and he actually looks like he might be going on this left-hander. It's going to be a very quick wave here. He's going to have to go for an air. He does. Oh, man.
I tell you what, Timmy Bisso is giving it his all. But unfortunately, it looks like he will run out of time. Flavio Nakajima from Brazil will move through from Heat 1, Round 5.
We have our first quarterfinalists.
Into the quarterfinals. So hats off to Flavio. A brilliant performance. 3 8s, priority control, a perfectly surfed heat.
And congratulations to Timothy Bisso. He went for everything on this one right here. He knew it was going to close out. He throws the Hail Mary. Unfortunately, the receiver was not there to catch it, and he does not score the touchdown, needing that 9.30. So he's going to bow out of the competition. For his efforts, though, it will be a good result for him, getting an equal ninth here at this QS 6,000, 1,550 points towards qualification for next year's championship tour, and a $2,500 payday of US dollars, so $2,500 for his efforts. And if I was on the beach, I would definitely put my hands together for Timothy Bisso's performance throughout this event, and the best of luck to him the rest of this year on his quest to qualify for the championship tour. Coming up next, more round 5 action. Heat number 2 takes to the lineup.
I'm John Florence. Eu sou o número 1.
I'm John Florence.
No, I'm John.
No way, I'm John Florence.
I'm John Florence.
Well, welcome back to the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. We are live here on the eastern seaboard of Japan, just outside Tokyo, about an hour's drive as we kick off heat number 2, round 5. We've got Griffin Colapinto in the red up against Dylan Goodale. Todd Klein joined by former QS competitor Matthew Pitts. And Pittsy, that last heat, surfed pretty much flawlessly by Flavio Nakajima. Timothy Biso had a tremendous run in this event. We'll finish up with an equal 9th. And now we shift gears, and we already have a ride underway. This is looking back on the first of red. Some beautiful turns here to open things up, and he's going to get a quick start, just like we saw the surfer in blue in the last one. Excellent score here to open things up for red.
Wow, that was incredible stuff. Now, Griffin Colapinto, we saw him in his last performance. Buzzer beater to get through. He had a very slow heat. Now, he obviously would have sat down, looked at the conditions, and figured, because he did get through that heat just right on the buzzer, he goes, right, next heat I'm going to get out there, I'm going to get busy, I'm not going to let anything come down to chance. And there he is, straight out of the gates. A great ride. We've got some good conditions here. The stage is set for a fantastic dogfight between these two young guys. And we've got Dylan Goodale out of Hawaii, really setting things alight here in Chiba, Japan. All the fans back there in Hawaii obviously cheering him on, and he would love nothing else than to put on a fantastic event result here in Japan. But he's got his work cut out because Griffin Colapinto is on.
Well, as I
fire.
mentioned, it's going to be an excellent score. The opener for our surfer in red comes through at a 9.57. So we saw Flavio Nakajima in that last heat, bringing it right out of the gates with an 8.33. Here we see the same thing, but even higher, a 9.57 for Colapinto. What a performance on that opening wave.
So is that the highest score of the event so far, Todd Klein?
It is tied with the highest single wave score with Adriano de Souza from earlier in this event.
A 9.57. One judge threw him a 10. So there you go. How's that? The wind's turned. We're on the Saturday. As the event goes on, we're getting bigger and bigger scores. Incredible stuff. Off the bottom, into the lip. Nice long drawn out bottom turn again. Carving back into the foam. Extra speed down the line. And bang! One last incredible maneuver to finish up the equally highest scoring wave of this event. Griffin Colapinto.
Speed, power, flow, part of the judging criteria. You look at that particular wave right there from Griffin Colapinto on his opener, had all of the above. You could not really have surfed that wave any better. Maybe you could have pushed a little bit harder on one or two of those turns. That's why they didn't go completely all out with an excellent, perfect score of a 10. However, it's tied with the best wave score we've seen from this event. It's a 9.57. And now if you're Dylan Goodale, you definitely have been put on notice, and you're going to have to bring your A game. Coming into this heat, I told you, keep an eye on this heat. We've got 2 small wave wizards, and right out of the gate, Griffin Colapinto is the first on the board with an excellent score of a 9.57.
Well, you've had us all on notice the whole event, Todd, because you have mentioned this kid a few times, saying, watch out for this kid. He is incredible. So we're really starting to see what he's got. And the one thing that really stands out from that 9.57 ride was the length of his bottom turns. We talked about it with D'Souza, and there it is, Griffin Colapinto. Those lengthy, long, drawn-out, powerful bottom turns, just setting up those big searing calves. Incredible stuff. Todd Klein, we are in for a fantastic afternoon of surfing.
I'm also very impressed with what the changes we've seen already in only 1 hour of a tide swing. We had that low tide at 11:30. It's only 12:30 now, but yet we're seeing the conditions 10 times better than what it was about an hour and a half ago. We saw the lowest single wave score, I think, from the women in that final quarterfinal. I think Dimity made it through with like a 6-point something total.
Yes.
So on average of like 3-point rides. And now out of the gates for the men, we've seen scores across the board in the excellent range. This man right here walking down from that last heat win, the opening heat here in round 5. Flavio Nakajima, 8.33 and an 8.57. And his competitor had 2 7s, a 7.60 and a 7.17. So we know the conditions have improved. There's much more opportunity out there. And right out of the gates, we've got a 9.57 to kick off heat number 2.
Does that mean I'm allowed to say that Flavio's now my pick for winning the event?
You can mahi-mahi and flop around on the deck all day until you finally pick into a winner.
Okay, thank you, Todd Klein. I'd like to just a shout out to Glenn Pang, because I noticed Flavio is on a board shaped by Glenn Pang, a fantastic shaper from Hawaii.
Yeah,
Good on you.
Absolutely. And we'll see. He's going to be tough to beat. He was definitely in rhythm in that last heat. And great timing on his backhand attack, Flavio Nakajima, on into the quarterfinals. And it looks like potentially Griffin Colapinto could be our next quarterfinalist. But don't count out Dylan Goodale. Like I said, this kid's a small wave wizard himself. He can put it on rail. He can put it above the lip. Just put him on a wave, and he will show you with 18 minutes, 30 seconds to go in this heat. And there is Goodale. He does hold first priority. And you can see that win from the right of your screen to the left. The right of your screen being the south, and that left side being the north. So we've just got basically a side shore win, and it's kind of sliding back and forth from directly side shore to even a little bit offshore on occasion. And just making for some real nice groomed, clean faces for these competitors here in round 5. And we kick things off after finishing up the quarterfinals with the women with round 5, heat number 1, and getting the win was Flavio Nakajima.
World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of round 5, heat 1, Flavio Nakajima. Welcome back to the interview pit.
Oh, so happy making that hit. That hit was so hard because the Timothy Bishop and the best surfing the contest. It's good surfing the backside attack, so power. But I'm concentration in the waves is select is the better wave is a little bit more big. I got first one a good score. I got a 8. So happy.
Yes, scored 8.33, and you caught the rhythm, and after that you got 8.57, and you also got 8.107. Many 8s.
And starting the hits, Timothy this move in the second bank, but I'm concentration. It's coming good one, please God. It's coming good, good turn, good turning the backside attack, good score, good 8.5, and the solid surfing the backside attack, just two turn. But strong, I'm stoked.
You got style. And I think you took a revenge of Adriano de Souza because Timothy was doing well. He defeated Adriano, right? And you took the revenge. But you have to move on to your next round. How are you going to prepare for?
It's the same for me. I work in the hit by hit. The next hit is the same. Is the same concentration. I got good waves in my hit. I don't know the contest continues today, but the wave a little bit small. Keep it going to the next.
Good luck with your next round, next heat. Big congratulations to Flavio Nakajima. Back to you.
Thank you and congratulations to Flavio. And while we were in that interview, we saw our surfer Griffin Colapinto picking up another right-hander and dropping another solid score. Pitsy a 7.67. And now Dylan Goodale with 15 minutes on the clock looking for 2 waves totaling 17.24. So that hole that he was sitting in, he can't see out of at the moment. He needs 2 waves totaling 17.24.
Well, you know, Griffin Colapinto backing his 9.57 with a 7.67. And as you said, Todd, the hole is pretty deep for poor old Dylan in blue. He'd be paddling up to him going, hey, man, what the hell have you been up to?
And look, they are conversing, these guys being friends, but he's just going, dude, really? Can't you at least let me feel like I'm in this heat? You've now shut me into a position where I need 2 waves totaling 17.24. Griffin probably having a little chuckle and say, yeah.
And I think up until this morning, 17.17 was the highest score total for the competition so far. So Griffin Colapinto arguably raising that bar even further. 17.24 total heat score. Incredible stuff. Dylan Goodale from Hawaii. Don't worry, everyone out there. There's going to be more sets. There's going to be more fireworks. And you wait. The young man from Hawaii, he'll be right back in the thick of it.
He'll be right.
Yeah, she'll be right.
Yeah. Plenty of time on the clock, and there is the next heat checking in.
It's going to be a fantastic heat.
Heat number 3, Cooper Chapman up against Victor Bernardo, that is. And as I mentioned, we've got a packed house down here. It's just past lunchtime. We are an hour outside of Tokyo on a Saturday afternoon. Tomorrow will be Super Sunday, finals day, and we will crown 2 new champions for this event. We lost last year's defending champions in this event a little bit early. Evan Geiselman went down in the men's, and we will have a new champion this year, and it very well at this point could be Griffin Colapinto based on the performance we're seeing right now. He's got the highest, tied with the highest single wave score with Adriano de Souza of a 9.57, and now he has the second highest two-wave total of the event with a 17.24. Adriano de Souza currently still holds that with a 17.74, but there's a lot of time left on the clock for him to better that 7.67.
Yeah, and just for all the World Tour competitors that are out there, internet land watching this event, I just want to call it out to you guys and say, hey, come over to Japan and compete in this event next year, because we've had some great waves, we've had some awesome heats, and we've had tons of fun this week here in Chiba. And just let me tell you, the Japanese fans and the Japanese surf industry would love so much to have you guys here and a completely stacked field in this event. So if you're an and an ahhing, just do it. Just get out here, do what Adriano did and said, well, I'll come for a holiday. I'll go check out the temples, I'll surf, I'll give it a crack, and I promise you, you'll have an awesome time. So please put the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro on your event schedule for next year, and it would be fantastic. And I just want to emphasize the fact, the appreciation of the Japanese fans for having you guys in town. So anyway, give it a thought.
I'm getting a couple of texts right now from a couple of those top guys on the CT, Pitsy. They said, since you're throwing it out there, do you have extra space at your house?
Well, yes, I do. I'll throw it out there, but all those top CT guys, they won't need a house because they'll be styling in the Ichinomiya Seaside Hotel.
That's one thing. The Japanese have always looked after us over here, and it will be no different for those CT guys with their sponsors. When you arrive in Tokyo at Narita Airport, you basically walk out of the customs, and from then on, there's a red carpet in front of every step you take. They look after you from when you arrive to when you leave. It's one of the best experiences you will have, to your point, Pitsy. And if you guys haven't made it to Japan, whether you're on the CT or you are just watching this event as a fan, come down here, check it out if you can make it for next year's event. But if not, just come as a whole. It's a beautiful country, great culture, and some beautiful food and waves. 11 minutes on the clock, Dylan Goodale. I mean, maybe he is in a little bit of shock at this point, because a 9.57 out of the gates for Colapinto. He backed it up with a 7.67, and yet to catch a wave is Goodale. So really sitting on that priority. One thing to take note of, though, there hasn't been that many waves coming through in this heat.
Interesting observation there, Todd, because we saw in the women's, the last quarter final, a real lackluster affair as far as waves went. Then we went into the first quarterfinal of the men, and we've arguably seen some of the best waves. And as you pointed out, with each set, better waves are coming more and more. Beginning of this heat, Colapinto throws down 9.57, equals the highest score of the event so far, and all of a sudden the handbrake's on and things have slowed back up again. So, tricky conditions. And I just want to say one other thing, is the 9.57 was posted when you noticed that the wind had swung back round to onshore ever so slightly. So, we look out the back, the white caps are still there, but has the wind just come back round to the offshore position again.
One thing to make note at this beach, we're at Shida here in Ichinomiya, is that we do have, just to the right of us here at this beach, a jetty in place, and then we're almost sitting in a bit of a bay here in the corner to the right. We've actually got a small fishing village, our harbor, just to the right of us, and we've got a little bit of a mountain to the right, so you've got quite a few things with a southerly breeze that help keep this particular peak clean. So it really appreciates a south wind here. We saw yesterday with that northeast wind, polar opposite, did not like it at all. Today, very clean conditions, and we're very happy to have that southerly breeze in place. Here we go, 9 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. First priority with Dylan Goodale, needing a big score to get back into this heat. Nice looking wave here. Let's see what he can do. Drives off the bottom, sets it up off the top, goes vertical again, and that wave closes out on him. So utilizing that priority. Your thoughts on that opening wave there? And before we do, there's that shot there. We've got the jetty on the right, and there is a boat, a fishing boat, a couple of them leaving the harbor over there. But you can see we've got a lot of structure there to keep that southerly breeze from bringing any chop into this break.
Yeah, fantastic observation there. Thanks to the cameraman for that great work.
Yep,
and
great.
Todd Klein, a beautiful description of what we've got going on here. Getting back to Goodale's wave, a 4.67, but mate, I think he surfed that incredibly well. Took the wave. I mean, seriously, for waiting for so long, he had to start rolling the dice, and he has. And here he goes again. Things are starting to happen. Surfer in blue up and riding again. I like the intention. Just keep him busy. Make something happen. Don't wait for your luck. Make your own luck. So the surfer in blue, he's not going to go down without a fight. Tall order. But, mate, I'm sure he's been in this position before, and he's going for it. And that's what we'd like to see.
Yeah, you got to stay busy, Pitsy. I agree with you. And possibly trying to reposition himself in the lineup off that last wave. Maybe just taking off, knowing that he was going to get a little bit down the line and then kick out to get away from the competitor that does have first priority. His competitor out there, Griffin Colapinto, having a pretty much a flawless heat at this point, a 9.57 and a 7.67, similar to what we saw in that opening heat of this round. Flavio Nakajima opening up with a couple of 8s. Flavio even threw away an 8 in that last heat because he could not use it in his score line. So after Griffin jumps up on his board in this one with a 9.57, he then backed it up with a 7.67. And Colapinto looking to make it into the quarterfinals here at this QS 6000. A huge opportunity for the youngster from San Clemente, California. Comes into this event ranked 24th on the qualifying series and looking to definitely climb the ladder. His best result so far this year was that third place finish at the Vulcan Pipe Pro. He's got priority, and he's going to utilize it, keeping blue off of this left-hander here. Watch for the backhand air, Pitsy. A little bit of a telegraph here. And goes for the big backhand air rotation, and the crowd likes it, and as they should. Whether it goes into his score line or not, we'll see in just a moment. But I like the fact that, 1, he kept blue from catching it, and 2, he is right in rhythm with the ocean and having some fun out there.
That was an incredible ride. The crowd loved it. I loved it. Now, here we go. Let's have a look. As Todd said, just getting speed, boosting into the lip. Wow, huge rotation. Comes out of it, and I'm going to pretend that he rode out of it cleanly to keep the vibe alive. But unfortunately, you probably find that the judges will get a little bit critical on him and say, yeah, wait a second, sorry, sir. You're going to have to give that one a crack again because just the end of it, a little bit unsteady, but awesome surfing.
Is that the score, or are we waiting for another one as well?
I'm going to hope we're waiting for another one because a 1.5 for doing something like that. OMG.
Hashtag.
Yeah, no, that was awesome. I mean, he got way up there. Big old spin around. And Griffin Colapinto is... he's really starting to come into it with his surfing performance. The rail game for the 9, and then he's gone to the air. Okay? All bases are covered, and all criteria are sorted out. So the judges, there's nothing left there to think about because he's got it all. So back to Dylan, sitting with priority. He's going, yeah, I know. I can do all this stuff. Just give me the wave and I'll show you. So great stuff coming up for us this afternoon. Todd Klein, hot and heavy action here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro.
So yeah, looks like scores in for that backside air attempt. That rotation going to be deemed incomplete. And it's a 1.43 based on what I'm seeing on the scoreboard. Here we go. Blue now. He's going to maybe try his chance on a backhand attack as he goes vertical. Watch for the air. And that front foot left the board, and he goes down. So Goodale going to have to get back out there and give it another attempt. Finds himself in a really tough situation, looking for a 17.25. There's a great shot looking back at the judges' tower. You and I are sitting in there calling the live action. You can see there on that board, red was up there in that first priority. And that's where the surfers look back to see where they are as far as that priority system goes. There's a lot of speakers up and down the beach so that they can definitely know what they need, what is the situation, as the beach commentators keep them up to speed with the scores, the time, and priority. Last up, blue comes through at a 3.00. So Goodale still in that combination situation, chasing two waves of a 17.25. It looked like those boys had a little bit of an interaction, as you would think. All teeth and smiles for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, you're dead right. And, you know, I just don't want to take anything away from Dylan Goodale because he's surfing incredibly well. Up and riding red. Wow. I mean, he didn't land it, but Jesus, that looked good.
So one thing to make note there, that wave that he opened up on a 9.57 was pushing as hard as he was on that right-hander, not wearing a leash. We didn't know that. We didn't couldn't obviously see it while he was riding a wave, but showing a lot of confidence, posting a 9.57 without wearing a leash.
Yeah, well, not far to go. And, I mean, these kids are the best in the world. Leash on or leash off, you ask Pat O'Connell, and he'll say, forget the leash, up to 4 to 5 foot. So there you go. Dylan Goodale, he's had an incredible event. He surfed very, very well through this. Super encouraging performance for him. And I really hope that if he is to go down in this heat, he will take a lot of confidence with this performance. And I want all the fans at home just to let him know too, bro, awesome stuff. Keep it going. Cooper Chapman in blue coming up against the Brazilian Jack in a Box, Victor Bernardo. This next heat is going to be fireworks. Now, we've seen the surfers getting the big scores with the rail game. These two guys are going to push each other into the air. And now I don't know if the conditions are going to allow it, but Todd Klein, I'm pretty damn sure they're going to really push the envelope with that.
Well, it's going to be difficult to do airs on those rights, Pitsies. With the wind behind you, it's going to be trying to pull the board away from you. However, the opposite on those lefts, if you can get a left that will give you a ramp and you've got enough speed, it's going to be perfect. It's going to blow the board actually into your feet, giving you the opportunity to land it, whereas on the opposite side, if you don't grab the rail when you go into the air, you're probably going to lose your board. So I suggest to keep it on rail on those rights. You get a left, you got the speed, let it fly.
Nice. Fantastic insight. So here we go. Got a little wave coming through. Blue taking a look, paddling, up and riding. The little Hawaiian battler all the way from the island of Kauai and just going down there. 1 minute and 30 seconds left for the heat. Dylan Goodale not going down without a fight. He's still throwing punches. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Unfortunately, the beginning, the 9.57, backed up with a 7.67. Incredible, dominant performance from Griffin Colapinto. And every now and again, one of your competitors will come up with a performance like that, and there's not a great deal you can do about it. But, as I said, Dylan's got to take a lot of positive stuff out of this event and take it into his next competition and just keep on going. And now he's got his buddy coming up later on in this round, so he'll be able to sit down and cheer on for him because he's got
Koa Smith coming up in the heat following next.
Yeah.
Heat number 4, he'll be up against Hiroto Ohara.
Yeah.
So he knows the beach is going to be against him, and, well, there's the white towel. He's flying it, and he surrenders. Actually, Griffin Colapinto, that's a victory lap for him. I thought that was a switch stance for Goodale. I just knew somebody was switch stancing.
Someone was switch stancing out the back. You watch him. He ain't going down without a fight. He's still got a chance, and he'll take it. Watch him boost the air and make it. Oh, dear. What else have I got? I got egg on my I've got it all happening. Sorry, boys. But anyway, good on you, Dylan Goodale. Yeah. Congratulations, Griffin Colapinto. Todd Klein, take it away.
Congratulations to Dylan Graves. He'll take home an equal 9th place finish here in this QS 6000 at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, and a blazing performance for Colapinto into the quarterfinals. Coming up next, round 5, heat number 3 takes to the lineup.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
Live action, Victor Bernardo in the red and Cooper Chapman in the blue. Todd Klein joined by Matthew Pitts and Dylan Goodale up against a highly contested heat right there. Unfortunately, takes home an equal ninth, but let's talk a little bit about that performance by Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Griffin Colapinto with the highest heat total for the event so far. The little grommet out of California comes to Japan and sets this place alight. Now, we've got a little paddle battle going on already, and we're only 1 minute into the heat. So what is going on out here? Both surfers now pushing each other for that first wave inside position.
Yeah, question that just so I understand, you know, you being a former competitor, why would these guys want to paddle each other like this right out of the gates?
I think it's going to be, well...
knowing the peak is behind them now at this point.
Okay. I'm going to throw it out there and say that we've heard the commentators on the championship tour say that a lot of the Brazilian surfers like Adriano or Gabriel, they like to hold that inside position to hold the dominant position for the start. So is this what the surfer in red is trying to say to blue? I want the dominant position. I'm going to get up the inside of you, and I want the first wave choice.
I don't know, but I'm enjoying it. It's a bit of an entertaining moment. And potentially these guys might go paddle down to
the fishing
Shikoku.
Yeah. So now,
Which
here we
is
go.
an island just south of us.
That's exactly what Red wanted to establish. The inside position for the first wave.
And now they're going to Hokkaido.
Now they're going to Hokkaido. Now if a left comes through, Cooper will say, so what do you say to that? Because we did see less ridden in the back of that heat. Cooper Chapman has always sniffed around the lefts throughout his campaign in this event, and you never know. One might just pop up, he grabs it, and then Victor will be going, yeah, what did I do that for? But I get what's going on.
The round of 16 in the lineup right now. This is round 5, heat number 3 at the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Blue is Cooper Chapman, red is Victor Bernardo, and we are going to go after this round into the quarterfinals for the men, and the women are off for the rest of the day. So a big day here on a Saturday. We are going to go into the quarterfinals. So a bit of breaking news right there, Pitsy.
Yeah, great decision, man. Let's get it on. Let's surf all afternoon, and I'm sure that these conditions will really improve on that incoming tide. We've got some offshore conditions. We've got some nice little waves, and we've got a paddle, red, up and riding. So Victor using that little dominant paddle performance there onto this wave, flying across the face, and that pretty much a flawless performance from Victor Bernardo on that first wave. But he got the job done, exactly what he wanted to do, and that was to dominate that opening exchange. Now, Blue, with priority, just heading a little bit further down the beach, and now you never know, he might go and sit on Victor and try and rattle his cage, but Victor Bernardo up and riding here.
Yeah, let's check this out. Nice opening turn, just knifes it across, comes out of that turn with more speed than he went into it, transitioning into 2 more turns there for Victor Bernardo. So a good start here for the surfer in red. Score's already in. It's a 5.33. He's on the board. Now Cooper Chapman will have first priority, looking for a 5.34 to move up into first. 21 minutes on the clock, so a good start there for Victor, but not quite that 9.57 we saw in the heat prior by Griffin Colapinto.
No, that's right, and it's interesting because with the unpredictable conditions in some heats, 5's a good score. But you don't want to get lured into thinking that, because you never know. The 9s could be out there and they passed you by.
Well, if history is will tell anything, Flavio Nakajima made it through with a pair of 8s, and Timothy actually lost out with a pair of 7s. So probably going to have to go further up with his scores. And we had a blazing performance in that last heat with Griffin Colapinto taking it out a 9.57, 7.67. Let's hear about that performance now.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of round 5, Heat 2, Griffin Colapinto. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Well, your 9.5, that was so beautiful. You were like dancing with the waves.
Thank you. Yeah, I just was so stoked to just be in the perfect position right at the start of the heat. Like, couldn't ask for a better way to have it go, you know. But I kind of felt like I was deserving of that because my last few heats I've been always coming in at the very end of the heat and stuff. So yeah, it was nice to start it like that.
You know, the audience loves airs. They give big applause for the airs, but you didn't do that airs that one, but they give big applause to you. Did you hear that 9.5 performance?
Oh yeah. I couldn't really hear very well because of the wind, but yeah, I know a lot of people like airs, so yeah, those are always fun.
Okay, you did really good. And you're moving on to the quarterfinals. And it's going to be on after this. Yeah, so you're ready for that?
Oh yeah, that's good because the waves are gonna get better, I think. So yeah, I'm super ready.
How are you going to prepare for it?
Maybe just go eat some food, rest up, and then be ready to go back out and do it again.
By the way, I love the switch foot you've done at the very end.
Oh yeah, I did that for all the boys at home. I know all my friends in San Clemente are watching, like Chloe and Jacob, Jet, Dino. Yeah, boys.
Big up to Griffin Colapinto and looking forward for the great work next. Thank you. Back to you.
Alrighty, congratulations to Griffin and giving a shout out to the crew back in San Clemente. No doubt it would be very early in the morning if they're up in, no, I guess it would be what, 9 o'clock at night. So yeah, they're up, they're cruising.
For baby-faced little fella there, he just got a little gangster on us at the end of that interview, didn't he?
Well, this guy's about to get gangster on this right-hander. Let's see what he can do. Victor, big floater there. Sets the rail, climbs back up into it with a vertical hit. He's our current heat leader, and he's staying busy. So we've seen it in the last heat where we had one surfer getting most of the waves, and then I should say the best scores. But this time being active is Victor Bernardo.
Interesting tactics. Victor so determined to have that priority at the beginning of the heat, and now he doesn't seem to even care that there's priority. So
I think it was a good point you made. It was just you want to be the first guy to get that score on the board, and he was able to establish that. And I think that was probably his tactic. You nailed it.
Yeah. So there you go. Interesting stuff. Cooper Chapman with priority. Now this kid here is no slouch when it comes to airs and big
don't
turns,
jinx him. Don't
speed.
jinx him.
Oh, I won't jinx him. I'm all for it. Come on, Cooper. Let's see what you got, bro. Because this kid was, looking good to take this event out last year. He's had a very good campaign so far this year. Let's see what he can do here. Victor, a seamless performance in this heat so far as his tactics and his surfing goes, because he dominated the start, came out of the gates with the first wave. He's now backed it up. He's staying busy. And now Cooper sitting out there with priority, just starting to look down the beach, and he's probably a little bit perplexed about what Victor has done so far in this heat with the tactics and now by getting busy. So there you go. $5,000 up, Todd Klein.
Yeah, what's that all about?
It's for a 10-point ride. If you can throw down a 10, you will get $5,000.
You think Griffin could get $2,500 of that for his performance?
No.
They're not gonna. They won't go for it.
It's 10. It's 0. It's, what do they say?
It's all or nothing.
It's all or nothing. Yeah.
You like that, huh?
Yeah. They say.
Yeah, Pitsy. Last I've read, 4.43. Cooper Chapman yet to get on a wave. 16 minutes on the clock. Surfer in blue holding down priority, looking for a 9.76. So we've seen this happen in the past with surfers starting out slow but then coming on strong in the last 7 minutes of a heat to go ahead and take it out. Will that be the situation here with Cooper Chapman in this heat, needing a 9.76? 15 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Coming up next, we've got Hiroto Ohara. Obviously, we knew that one of the Japanese competitors coming up because the beach is filling in. Hiroto will be up against Koa Smith in the next heat, heat number 4. And then following that heat, heat number 5, we've got another surfer from San Clemente, Ian Crane, up against Hiroto Arai. So the Hirotos take to the lineup following this heat. Here we go. First up and riding for blue. Little carve off the top. Got caught on that first turn. Cleaner turn there on the second. Little inside runner here. Snaps it back one more time. And he will kick out. So he waited basically 10 minutes for that first wave. What do you think of that first performance from Cooper?
I don't know. I think he seems a little rattled, to tell you the truth. He got a little stuck on the first turn, and then the wave really didn't cooperate. So unfortunately for Cooper, and fortunately for Victor, Victor's tactics and approach to this heat has been perfect, in my opinion. And Cooper has sort of fallen victim to the whole theatrics of it all, because there was a bit of drama and Cooper's been unable to get himself together.
One thing to keep in mind though, Pitsy, opposite of what we saw in that last heat where we had scores up in the excellent range for Griffin Colapinto. Bernardo, even though he's been busy, he's just got mediocre scores. He's got a 5.33 and a 4.43. Cooper Chapman currently looks like he needs a 9.76. He only needs 2 waves totaling 9.76. Cooper being the competitor he is, he will know that. This first score, even though despite catching an edge or two here and there, it's going to come through probably around that 4-point range. Then he needs a 5.76. So despite him making a couple mistakes on the face of that wave, I'm happy to see him finally get on the board, and the situation will change things dramatically, and we will have a heat underway finally.
Yeah, as far as surfing and the performance goes, I'm very happy as far as Cooper Chapman's approach goes to this heat. But I want to see Cooper now try to regain his, what's the word I'm looking for? You helped me out a minute ago with the...
Composure?
That's the word. I want him to regain his composure and come up with a game plan and follow it. Now, we saw earlier in the day, it was an interesting tactic by Flavio. He got priority and he went and sat on the he didn't have priority and he went and sat on the surfer with priority and rattled his cage. I'd like to see Cooper right now, without priority, go back and sit on Victor and try and rattle Victor's cage. Throw it back at him, get in his face and say, okay, we're on, bro.
We're on, bro, because I just posted a 4.5. You think that's tough? Wait till I drop this 5.27 on you now, and that's what he needs. He needs a 5.27 Cooper Chapman. As I made mention, he'll be right back in this heat. Despite it only being a 4.5, he now requires a 5.27. He just heard it, and that will give you a little bit of momentum. Even though it's not a big score, he's right back in this heat. A ton of time on the clock, 12 minutes, 50 seconds. At this point, he should have no nerves, and he should just be cruising, just making sure that when the next wave comes through, he tries to position himself to get the wave. What he does need to do is capitalize right here. Big opening turn, throwing some spray, throws it on rail, cuts it back. Watch for him to go to first place after this, and he's not done yet. Jams that section, drifts the fins, and there you go.
Simple as that, Todd Klein. You called it. Maybe I'm looking a little bit too deep into things. Cooper Chapman, incredible performance. He has regained his composure, and he's come back firing at Victor Bernardo. So Victor now, with priority, sitting out there scratching his head going, alrighty then, 12 minutes left, and I'm going to have to come up with a game plan of my own now.
Yep, that was a great answer there, and an interesting situation considering Victor had priority, and Blue, without priority, was able to find himself on that nice right-hander, and he capitalizes with some nice maneuvers there. His opener was a 4.5. You can expect that to go well north of that. So we will have a new leader in this heat. He was only looking for a 5.27. As I mentioned, there was plenty of time on the clock, and there still is. There's 11 minutes, 40 seconds to go. So now Victor should just kind of cruise, make sure he's not feeling any nerves, because there's a ton of time on the clock, and what he does have going for him is first priority. So standing back, waiting to see now how will those scores fall for that second wave of Chapman, the surfer in blue. And here we go. Red going to cash in that first priority. Generate some speed, gets to the bottom. Nice square turn. And that one just runs along the bank, and it's going to be a done deal on that one. Will not go into his score line. He was looking to better a 4.43. Scores dropping for second of blue. Going to be a 7+. We'll see. There it is. It's a 7.67. So now Bernardo in the red goes to second. Bernardo looking for a 6.85. Priority shifts to our surfer in blue. And for what looked like a tough heat here for Cooper Chapman, needing a 9 because he had yet to catch a wave, now leads the heat with a 4.5 and a 7.67 in about a 5-minute span.
Yeah, Todd, it's incredible the tactics you play out here. Now Cooper Chapman is got priority because Victor arguably made a mistake with the priority there, took off on a small wave, and it will not come into his top 2 scoring equation. So Victor's now just kind of trawling the lineup, and he's probably just scratching his head a little bit, just going, whoa, probably just trying to decide what to do now, because what Cooper just did, as you said, in a short space of time, posted a 4.5, 7.67, he's out in front. Victor needs a 6.85. Cooper with priority now, sort of thinking, okay, do I now start playing the priority game and trying to rattle Bernardo's cage? Or do I just stick to what I've been doing? And that's just surfing my own heat, pretending I'm the only guy out here.
Well, we'll see. You can see Red trying to break to the south without priority. And Cooper Chapman kind of sticking with him, but now he sees something out on the horizon, maybe shifting back to the north. Keep in mind he has first priority, so he's trying to get onto a wave to better that low score of a 4.5.
There's 2 waves in this set.
And apply the pressure to his competitor in red. Looks like red might go on the first one, and he's looking at that left, but it's not going to happen. Now out the back, where is blue? Can he get onto the corner of this right-hander as it's going to run across the bank? He goes up and over it, and so does red. So what looked to be possibly a set there does not materialize for the 2 competitors. So 9 minutes on the clock situation, still the same. Bernardo looking for that 6.85 to overtake the first place position from Chapman. Priority resides with our surfer in blue. And we've got a big day of competition ahead of us still, Pitsy. We kick things off at 6:45 a.m. It's 1 p.m. here in Japan. And we are going to finish up this round, which has 8 heats in it in the round of 16. And then we will go directly into the quarterfinals of the men. The women, we are into the semifinals with them, and we are done for the day. And we will kick off tomorrow, bright and early once again, and we will crown champions. But today, we still have a big day of competition ahead of us here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. And we will finish up the day with the men in the QS 6000.
Incredible stuff here this afternoon ahead of us. Great heats. Sun's out. Guns are out. Todd Klein, you're a solid man.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. I elected to go with the tank top today. We've got a nice cool breeze blowing in here. Sun is out, so I said, why not run it?
Alrighty, so under priority, red, taking a look. Up and riding Victor in and out. So a little crumble right coming past. Victor just taking a bit of a sniff at it. Might have been trying to sell Cooper Chapman into that. So now we've got another paddle battle happening on, and a bit of a tactical game starting to play out here. Cooper Chapman with priority and the heat lead. So Victor now coming under a little bit of pressure here. 7 minutes left in the heat. Still plenty of time. But as we've seen, time passes very quickly when you're here in Japan having such a fantastic time over here. It's a lot of fun, and time flies when you're having fun, and we'll turn around and all of a sudden there'll be a minute on the clock and he'll still be needing a wave. So Victor has got to try to shake off Cooper, get a wave without him around, and get right back into this heat, because he needs a 6.85, which is going to have to better any waves that he's ridden up into this stage of the heat. Victor Bernardo, an incredibly exciting surfer. The Jack in the Box of surfing here in this event so far, and I want to see Victor go to the air if it's possible. But as Todd said, with this wind it's going to be tricky, because he's dominated his performances so far this event with those big air front-side reverse maneuvers, which he's so good at and so smooth and flexible with. So Victor Bernardo, will he get a chance to pull out his trump card maneuver? Only time will tell.
Yeah, the rights are going to be difficult to do those airs. As I made mention, I think your only hopes of doing that is if you project from the lip out into the flats. You actually don't go above the lip. Once you get above the lip, that's when that wind can affect your board. But if you do it quickly and project yourself with the board out into the flats and spin it, I think you still got a shot at pulling one. But if you want to go left all day long, there's an air wind there for you. 6 minutes on the clock, and Bernardo not looking for much, only needing a 6.85, but he does have second priority. Surfer in blue, Cooper Chapman, holds that first position and that priority. Coming up next, Koa Smith in the red, Hiroto Ohara. Goofy foot Koa Smith up against the regular footer Ohara. And it will be interesting to see how he goes, and then we'll have a similar matchup in the following heat with Hiroto Arai as a regular footer up against Ian Crane being a goofy footer. So we'll see how the goofy footers are able to perform. We've seen some great maneuvers from them in the past. And here we go. Look for that backhand air. And there it was. He goes for the attempt. But
Geez, you called that well, Todd Klein.
Doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen, but he did. He had to go to the backhand. So the boys are reading the wind, went to the backhand, tried to go for the Hail Mary, big maneuver to get that score. And unfortunately, not quite enough ramp to get into that air maneuver there. So the wave shutting down quickly. So still with priority, surfer in blue, Cooper Chapman out in front. 5 minutes on the clock.
So as we look forward to heat number 4 and 5, where we've got Koa being a goofy footer and Ian being a goofy footer, obviously they know the go-to is these rights. That's where the biggest scoring potential is. But they will not shut down that opportunity to go on a left if they see an opportunity to at least get enough speed and then take flight with that win. Both of those guys with a bit of an air game, especially Ian. And look for that to be a bit of a wild card up against the locals here from the Japanese competitors, Ohara and Arai. So look for those guys for potentially to go to that left on the airs.
The other thing be interesting to see when this next heat paddles out is we've seen one heat on, one heat off as far as wave count goes.
Yep.
Are we going to see a flurry of activity in that next heat number 4? Is the surf on the turn, backing off? It's a lot to try to contend with the surfers here, because if the conditions are backing off, 5s and 6s could then become your top scores. But if they turn on, all of a sudden, as your boy Colapinto did, 9-point rides on chest-high waves.
Yeah, I think, again, with this tide coming in, it should only get better. And we actually should see more consistency with it being still pretty on a very low tide right now. It should only get better. I think we should see more consistency. But the bottom line is, if your heat starts, you have an opportunity, you better go. Here we go. First priority with blue. Let's see what happens here with 3 minutes on the clock. Bernardo needing a 6.85. You can see him trying to break a little bit to the north. And blue is sticking right with him. Cooper Chapman. He's gone over there pretty close to him. And as Bernardo continues to move to the north, so does Chapman. So coming up next, we saw those guys just run by, ready to go. They'll start to make their way out in the lineup. We are under 3 minutes to go. Koa Smith in the red, Hiroto Ohara in the blue. And now Bernardo going to go back the other way.
So a little downtime in the heat as far as action goes, but the tactical game being played out is it's been very entertaining. Steely nerves required when this sort of thing happens, because when the waves are coming and you're often running and riding waves and moving around, it all becomes about the surf and the fitness and all the rest of it. Now we're talking about the mind game. Cooper had one played on him at the beginning of the heat. Now we're getting into the dying stages. Cooper Chapman sitting in the box seat, and he's starting now to play a little mind game of his own here on Victor, holding that priority and holding Victor off a 6.85 scoring potential wave if he can.
Yeah, keep an eye. We do have a set approaching the lineup. We'll see what happens here with 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock. Blue with first priority. And he's going to go in front of Red. Red's going to go for the air behind him. And is able to lay back and pull it off. So even though Blue did have priority, Red could take off behind him and do all he wanted, as long as he does not impede on the scoring potential for Cooper Chapman. He knew that. He knew there was a whole section between him and the surfer in front of him in Blue with priority. So he goes, you know what? I'm going to commit, get my speed, go for the big backhand air. He lands it. Had to lay back there for a little bit. Let's see what happens here. See how he had to lay back quite a bit and then almost kind of pet himself back into that wave.
Yeah.
It was complete, but it will go against him a little bit on that score. So stand by for last of Red. He was only looking to better, though, a low score of a 4.43. And more importantly, though, in this position with the man-on-man competition, he needs a 6.85. Was it a 6.85? Hold that thought. We got Blue up and riding, looking to better his low score of a 4.5. He's already hit it once. A nice follow-up, solid turn there to finish things there for Cooper Chapman. He'll better his 4.5.
He will, and I mean, all aerial maneuvers like that are incredible, and I'll give him all 10s because, I mean, it blows me away. And the flexibility and, that he showed through that maneuver, I can't comment on whether it's going to get this. It's 6.85. I'm not too sure. But he's going to need more.
He's going to need more than that now with that performance from Chapman right behind him. So stay tuned for that exchange, as it will be very important. That is the end of the heat as we count it down. Stay tuned for the results of heat number 3 here in round 5 and the start of heat number 4 coming up next.
John Florence.
Eu sou o número 1.
I'm John Florence.
No, I'm John.
No way, I'm John Florence.
I'm John Florence.
Last backside air, but as we suspected, Cooper Chapman was going to improve his backup score, and he did. It will come in, and Cooper Chapman will then jump back up. So right now you can see on your screen Victor getting a 7 up in the first, but Cooper Chapman with his last wave score to come in then flips that lead back around. Cooper Chapman takes the heat. Victor Bernardo was second. So incredible end to that heat, start to finish. There was mind games, there was surfing, there was a bit of priority hustle, the whole lot went on, and it was a very entertaining affair. But now, talking about another entertaining affair, we got Koa Smith from the island of Kauai out against the great white hope Hiroto Ohara. Matthew,
yes. Matthew. It is going to be electric. If you can see the beach right now, it is packed. We have, as you said, Hiroto Ohara in this heat, and following up this heat, we will see Hiroto Arai. The two great hopes left for Japan to take this competition out. We have a little bit of action in the water right now. We may see a ride. I see Koa Smith up and riding. Wow. Well, stated his intention straight away. He is going to go 110% out of the gates.
So the game has now started to change. We saw Victor Bernardo almost take that last heat with a 6.90 backside air reverse. Koa Smith saw the winds change, sees that the airs are now an option on the lefts, turns around, opens his account by going left, throws a little air, a little bump to finish. So now the priority shifts to surfer in blue, and he's going to sit down there, play his own game now, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if he sticks to the rights and looks for the rail game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. I think you're spot on there, mate. I think he's going to just do what he's been doing, getting two strong snaps, and we all know he has a very strong air game if he needs to, but so far he's been relying to what you're talking about, his rail game. He's very amazing, but as Koa Smith can stick to the face too, and he has been using his backhand weapon to great effect to get him all the way up into round 5, heat 4. This wind, very strong, but conditions looking very, very nice. A little bit, the periods have changed. We're waiting a little bit longer for waves. We're seeing long lulls. We saw, I was doing the beach commentary for Griffin Calapino's heat, and he got his first few waves in the first few minutes, and poor old Dylan Goodall waited for maybe more than 10 minutes, was in combination situation for the entire heat, and we even saw him catching a few waves switch dance at the end of his heat. So we're going to switch down to the last heat's winner, Cooper Chapman. So take it away.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner from round 5, heat 3, Cooper Chapman. Wow. You okay?
Yeah, that was a tough heat. I mean, the waves are so slow out there right now, and yeah, it's pretty much whoever gets one or two good waves that come through, and I got that 7-6 at the beginning, and it sort of set me up for the heat, and then I made a really silly mistake and had priority, and I know how good Victor is, and he does those backhand airs on lock, so I was like, as long as I don't let him get a left in these last 5 minutes, and then a left came, and I went left and let him do an air behind me, and he got the score, and I was baffled, and I was like, fire, I'm the last Aussie left in the comp, and Aussies don't give up, so I was like, I'll get back out there in a minute and try and scrap into a last wave, and yeah, I knew it was going to be close, and yeah, stoked to get the wave at the end.
Right, and the performance you did at 7.67, it was perfect bottom turn. The sprays were like fireworks. Did you like that yourself too?
Yeah, I mean, that wave was great. There's not many of them out there, so I was really lucky to find that one. And we had a real big paddle battle at the start of the heat, and I kind of made me want to grit down and beat him even more because of that. And I was stoked to get that wave without priority. I kind of had my line up and stuck to that and found my little spot and got that wave.
But your board's working so good so far?
Yeah, I've got a really good Simon Anderson under my feet. I've been working really hard on waves like this the last couple of months, trying to get boards ready for over here in Japan, and this board feels amazing, so hopefully it can carry me through a few more heats.
Now you have to get ready for the quarterfinals going after this round. Are you ready for that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've just been going back to my hotel and sort of chilling out. The other boys I've been staying with have all lost, so I've kind of just been on my own little program, just sort of going home, sitting in the aircon and just relaxing and letting the heart rate get back down and, yeah, getting ready for battle in the next round.
Great. You want to say hi to your fans?
For sure, my girlfriend Dylan and Mum and Dad, I know you're all watching, so yeah, hopefully another heat today and take it out tomorrow.
All right, good luck with your next heat. Cooper Chapman, congratulations, and back to you.
Matt, what I picked up from that interview is don't poke the bear, because he said that the paddle battle at the beginning of the heat annoyed him and got him fired up and that more determined to win the heat. So he ended up winning the heat. So there you go. Interesting stuff.
Could have been the fuel. Could have been all that he needed to get that little bit extra fire. But he said he's been keeping it very conservative, just going back to the hotel, just chilling, keeping his mind and body where it needs to be, and look at his result.
Yeah, I think everyone needs to find a quiet space during these events, because they are long days. You can surf in the morning at 7:30, and then you can be back at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So you do need that quiet space to refuel and just get your mind off the job for a while.
Yeah, you did right, Matt. We did hear a few competitors saying they've been long days and they've been hanging at the beach and watching the action and cheering on their mates, and at the end of the day when they're having afternoon heats, they've been saying they're actually really gassed, they're tired, they're ready to wrap it up, they're ready to go back to the hotel room. So maybe he's doing the right thing, just getting through, going back, relaxing, come back fresh as a daisy.
Yeah, it's a real advantage if you've got somewhere you can stay where it's walking distance to the contest site, because then you don't have to worry about traffic conditions, afternoon work traffic, all these sorts of things. So there's a fair bit that goes into preparing for a heat and a competition, and finding your space and have it convenient to the contest site, a very important thing, because even the commentators' announcement all day long, I mean, they're noisy, the speakers are turned up, and that can drain you right there if you've got to sit around for 6 hours and have your ears ripped off, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, even the heat, the brightness, it gets to you. Sitting in the sun all day long, there's a combination of things. But up and riding, we have Cole Smith on his backhand. Just a quick in and out there. So catching back up with this heat, Cole Smith from Hawaii in the lead. He has a 4.5 and a 3.5. So his first wave, he took off on that left and did that little air reverse and then did another cutback. The judge is giving that a 3.5, maybe because it was more of a chop hop on the face, as far as didn't really get up over the lip, and maybe just trying to get his feet in the wax, get his confidence up, and just work himself into some kind of heat rhythm here, because the conditions have changed a lot with his offshore.
The thing is, you've got to realise he's trying to fill the shoes of what we saw in the prior heat with Victor Bernardo, boosted that big massive backside air reverse and almost turned the heat. So that's the lasting impression as far as airs on the left is concerned. He paddled out a much smaller wave, a smaller air, half the score.
Yeah, well, previously he's been getting the scores on his backhand, so yeah, you may be right. Fired up, saw another guy do an air on the left, saying, well, that's my forehand, into the wind. Happy days.
Well, they're definitely going to explore that opportunity, but it's still apparent that the rights are the more consistent big scores. You saw Chapman got his 2 scores off the rights, didn't even think really about going left. And it's just an option there that the surfers, would be silly not to explore, but especially him being a goofy footer. But, you know, in the big picture, the best scores are still coming in from the rights. And, you know, the rail game, hitting the lip, it's all doable. Whereas the air manoeuvres, it's a risky one with that shallow landing, you know. So let's wait and see what happens. 15 minutes on the clock. We've got Ohara sitting on priority, and now he's putting his fans through all the anxiety again because he hasn't ridden a wave. Up and riding red again, bang up into the lip, and you see what he means on that backhand. You said that he's got to where he's got in this event so far with that lethal backhand, and we just saw it again.
Yeah, not a bad. First turn was great. Second turn, I think the judges may deem that incomplete, not clearing the whitewash there. And if we see some scores coming in, I'm not 100% sure if that's for that previous ride. 2.5.
No, I think it's going to go a lot higher than that. I think with the score, the judges are yet to score.
Oh,
that.
and one more.
There's another score to come in, I'm pretty sure. Well, let's wait and see. But incredible backside surfing there. He got energy and power off that bottom from nowhere and through that board very hard and high, and a little bit of extra frustrated determination there from Koa Smith from Hawaii, and I think you'll find that he'll get a good score. But once again, O'Hara at the back, putting us all through the anxiety again.
Yes, exactly right. He seems to be doing this. He seems to be being very patient, surfing very mature heats, not taking anything he thinks it's not going to give him that excellent score. And, well, so far, he's into round 5, heat 4, so he's obviously doing something right. Also, obviously surfing in front of a home crowd, being, as we keep saying, the Great White Hope. You know, having a coach in your ear, having the crowd support, the waves not coming. I mean, to hold that, you know, and to be that mature and still be able to get as far as he's getting, you know. Number 4 on the QS ranking. Bright future there for young.
So he's Smith up and riding again. Just trying to keep busy, going down, catching his edges on that shallow sandbank. But what I'm seeing here from Ohara is he's obviously sat around the big group of locals on the beach watching the conditions, and here he goes.
Up and riding.
And this is the tactic, to wait, boom, go for the bigger wave and let loose on that lethal front side that he's got. So there you go. Blue opens up his account. It's going to be a good wave. It's arguably going to be the best score that we've seen in this heat so far.
Hiroto Ohara from Japan, putting everyone through their paces, making everyone nervous, but yeah, at the 13-minute mark, I think he's finding what he needs, and that will be, I think, the best score of the heat so far.
Yep.
And make his backup score very low at this point. But yeah, still 13 minutes remaining, and then plenty of time. Things will change. We know that. But yeah, Hiroto Ohara opening his account, and judges taking a little bit of time, making sure they get this score right.
So the tide moving in, we're seeing a contrast of conditions through the heats. Some heats are busy, some heats are slow, and fingers crossed that conditions do improve. A 6.5 for Ohara's opening wave, a great score. Everyone on the beach will be happy. He'll be happy. And this is promising stuff if you are in the Hiroto Ohara's corner, surfer in blue. But back home in Hawaii, everyone will be going, whoa, oh no, crikeys, what do we do now? So Koa Smith, he's still in first place, but blue only needing a 1.5. Now Koa's going to have to improve on those 3.5 and the 4.5. He's still got to get the job done. He's pretty much going to have to surf another heat starting now, because he's going to need to replace those 2 scores. He probably knows that, and we'll see. I mean, luck has been played a bit of a factor into these heats. Interesting tactics. It's all been happening, and interesting times ahead for the 2 surfers in this heat.
Yeah, both surfers are really putting some separation on each other right now. Koe moving right down to the left, maybe trying to maybe find a left, running back into this high tide rip bowl, or stick to the rights that have been scoring. And we actually don't know where Hiroto Ohara is right now in the lineup, but he's sitting straight up front. So yes, a very big separation between the two competitors. So priority won't play into it at this stage, but Koa moving back up towards Hiroto Ohara right now. So interesting. Here up and riding, Hiroto quick off the lip. He may have had some turns before that, but we just caught up to the end of that wave.
Well, I'm going to say Hiroto's going to post probably a 4-5 or so backup score. Here we go, red, taking a look. This looks like a better wave.
Nice first turn. Yeah, quick float to finish. See how shallow that is there. The waves, you know, especially the smaller ones, they're very, very fast on your back end. Doing well with that wave. 2 nice turns. So he was looking to better his low score of a 3.5. It's possible. His high score right now a 4.5. So he's, yeah, as you said, Matt, I think he'd be wanting to chuck both of those scores away, or do what Griffin Calipino did and just get a 9.5.
Yes, well, that's a lot easier said than done, but I think what he really needs is a wave that'll allow him to come square off the bottom, because once again, that wave wasn't quite big enough and he had to take the horizontal approach. And the advantage of the goofy footers on these rights is to get square off the bottom and hit the roof as hard as they can. So he just needs that wave to allow him to take advantage of the backside so he can get that squareness happening, and then the verticalness of his turn will then become the point of difference over Ohara, who's using the bottom and the power carve and the rail work. So let's see what happens here. 9 minutes left on the clock, and Koa Smith, as you can see, he's stalking the lineup like a lion in a cage, checking out the keeper with the lamb chop, you know. So let's see how he goes here.
So we're starting to see, yeah, there you go. Hiroto Ohara's second score, a 4.23. So he's jumped into first place, a 6.5 and a 4.23. Koa in second, now looking for a 6.24 or better. He has a 4.5 and a 3.5. And Hiroto has first priority. But, as I said, Koa keeps making that separation. Well, going back towards, and so
here we go, a 5.57 for red, paddling up and riding again. He's fighting back. Here he goes, the Hawaiian into the lip. Nice high float, gets some speed, bang, a nice carve, throws a bit of spray. It was a different approach from him, but I think it was a good one. He got a 5.57 for that previous wave. I think this is going to be a better 6, maybe a 6.5, and all of a sudden, Koa Smith, you never know, he might find himself up in the first place. The pressure back on blue. We are in for a showdown. 7 minutes left on the clock. Hiroto Ohara now is going to have to go back to the drawing board, and he's going to have to get busy, because time, as we've seen, can run away from you very, very quickly.
I don't think the judges liked the downtime in that wave. He had to kind of get over a section and get all the way to the end, and that last turn, it was a good turn, but he was a little bit kind of off balance, didn't ride out so smoothly, and they deemed that a 4-point ride. So he's still looking for a 5.17 to jump into first place. And we are a man-on-man now, so only the first place getter will progress.
Yeah, well, I guess I've been loving the seesaw heats that have been going on today, and I just like the speed and flow that he had. Yeah, up and get, bang, into the lip. Whack, he does it again, goes down. But, as I said, this kid is keeping busy. He's going to go down, well, he's going to go up fighting. You watch. It's not over yet. 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. And eventually, the opportunity will arise.
We see Hiroto Ohara waving his arm there. That means he wants to know what the situation is, what he has, what Koa needs, how much time's left. And they can see priority. They can look back at the tower, and we have the big, large coloured panels, so it's very easy to know who's in first, second priority. But yeah, competitors always wanting to know what their opponent needs.
Here we go.
Up and riding.
Carves back into the foam. Looking for the air at the end here. A little hack, not much happening here, but the main thing is the intent, the determination, keep the momentum happening and create your own luck. And that's where Koa Smith is coming from right now. He's trying to create his own luck and he's determined to turn this heat around. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if he does.
Yeah, well, that last score coming to 377. So yeah, as you said, Matty, he's fighting. He's taking a lot of waves and trying to create his own opportunities, his own luck.
Now look at Blue now. I like the way he's starting to get fired up too. He's starting to pace the lineup. He's starting to search. He's starting to think, right, I do need to get busy because 2 minutes have just gone by and it seems like 5 seconds. So Blue had better start getting busy, start adopting some of Koa Smith's mindset and go and find a wave. And if it doesn't present something to you, go and get one that does.
And look
this
at this,
looks like
Matt.
a good one.
Look at this. Up and riding. Crowd favourite. Big first turn, releasing the fins. Again, hacking through that section. Unfortunately, going for a little bit too much on the end there, but we have seen him do that turn without
billion
any
times.
problem at all. Yes, 1 billion times.
Wow.
Bit of pressure, but, you know, Koa Smith only needing a 517.
So a bit of drama going on here. Hiroto looking to improve on a 4-2-3, and he was going to do that for all money. Comes unstuck on the third turn, and all of a sudden he's left the door open. It was almost going to slam that thing shut if he was to land that last maneuver, or he was going to make things very, very tough for the surfer in red. But he fell. He should still maybe replace the 4-2-3 and make the job for Koa a little more difficult. But potentially a 7 or 8 was on there, and it could have been lights out for the surfer in red. But the light is still on.
Yeah, the light's still on, still shining, still 4 minutes, and we see Koa Smith sitting on 9 waves, and our Japanese surfer Hiroto Ohara sitting on 2 waves with 1 more score coming in. I mean, he should still get a decent score for those first 2 turns.
Yeah, I'm going to say around about a 6.
Judges are taking their time, as they have with Hiroto Ohara's score. They're taking a little bit longer to put the scores in. We're in Japan. The crowd is huge. We don't want to make any mistakes.
They'll probably go back to his first wave and compare it. And scores coming in now for Hiroto are 6.13. So right about close to his first wave. So now Koa looking for a 7.06. Stuff just got serious. So Koa, he's really got his work cut out now. I'm going to have to settle down because so will he, because he's going to need to get a set. He's got priority, but he needs a really good wave here, and there's not many out there, and there's only 3 minutes on the clock. Matty, how do you see it?
Well, I see Hiroto was just waving his arm there. We have a English beach announcer, and we have a Japanese beach announcer. We had the English beach announcer call out the score, and then Hiroto was still waving his arm, so maybe wanting to hear it from the Japanese beach announcer, make sure he does know exactly what he's up against. And now we have Koa Smith wanting to know what he needs. Now he's needing a 7.06. But it's all high-octane action here at the QS 6000 Gotcha ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Pro, powered by GoPro.
It certainly is. So here we go. Ohara.
Searching.
Second priority.
With second priority, yes. With 2 minutes on the clock. Sitting pretty comfortably, you know.
Well, he's sitting very comfortably because Koa needs a 7.06. The highest score we've seen so far is a 6.5, and it was a pretty damn good ride.
It was a good ride, yes.
On a nice open face wave that had the opportunity. Now, Koa has caught a multitude of waves, and they have not really cooperated. So what Koa's going to have to see is a wave that he hasn't seen in this heat up until now.
We see O'Hara really linking his turns well. You know, there's no downtime between his turns. It's a deep bottom turn, even though it's a small wave. Deep bottom turn, and he's really driving through each turn. And, you know, sitting on 3 waves, all the waves he has caught, he's got a decent score. You know, any of Hiroto Ohara's waves, Koa Smith would have been happy with right now.
Here we go, red up and riding, off the bottom. Carves back off the top. Off the bottom again, bang, up into the lip. This is better. Wow, whacks it again. He likes it. Guts pose, checks the watch. Todd Klein's flicking the finger, and he's coming in. He's calling it a day. He needs a 7.06, and we got flying everywhere. I mean, 40 seconds to go.
I'm sitting next to Matthew Pitts, and we have saliva flying everywhere.
Drama
He's
unfolding.
excited.
30 seconds to go. Will it be a 7.06?
Will it be a 7.06? The Japanese crowd are sitting on their hands. Their legs are crossed. Their fingers are crossed.
He's coming in.
What
7.06.
is going to happen?
I don't know. 3 turns. We saw O'Hara on his first one get a 6.5 with 3 manoeuvres. It's going to be a close one. I'm sitting on
Todd,
the fence.
he's waving his hands at us. His fingers are up in the air. He's waving his hands. He's like, nope.
I've got no idea.
I don't want to give it yet. I want to wait.
Todd says yes.
Well, now he's saying yes. He was always saying yes.
It's a controversial
7.06. Will it be enough?
Let's wait and see what the judges say, because I've got no idea. I'm going to sit on the fence with this one. The fans are on the edge of their seat.
The heat is
Half
over.
of Hawaii's on the edge of its seat.
Look at this.
Here come the scores. A 7.50.
Wow.
Koa Smith finds the wave. 7.5. Up into first place. Up the beach. He's stoked. Half of Hawaii's behind him. Well, the whole of Hawaii. All of Hawaii. And brilliant result. And we talked about if he'd got the chance, a big enough wave to open up that backhand bang, he would, and he did. Okay, end of that heat. And no, so we move into the next heat straight away. Hiroto Arai against Ian Crane. We got the natural footer up against the goofy footer. It's back on again. Oh my God. And speaking of being back on again, I'm going to take a break. And Todd Klein is coming back into the box seat. He's entering the lion's den. Here he comes. Too many cooks in the kitchen. No, I'm just kidding. Here comes Todd Klein.
We're going to wrap this heat up, and we're going to cut to a commercial break. Over to you, boys.
I'm De Souza, bro. I'm De Souza.
I'm De Souza.
Are you kidding me? I am Adriana De Souza.
I am De Souza. Totally.
Wow, well, after a tremendous run here at this event for Hiroto Ohara, it has come to an end. Koa Smith, in the dying seconds, posting a 7.50 on the backhand attack. I was standing in the background while the Matt brothers were calling that one, Matthew Pitts and Matt Wyborn, and I was pretty sure it was going to be the score that he needed. He surfed that wave as good as you could on the backhand. Great timing. Total commitment in those maneuvers, and Koa Smith moves on. Congratulations, though, to Hiroto Ohara. What a year he's been having, and the best of luck to him in the next round. We shift gears from one Ohara to another. Hiroto Arai now up and riding on his forehand. Nice slash there. He's got a double up here. Look at this. Goes up into the lip one more time. A very well read and well surfed wave there for Hiroto Arai. Todd Klein joined by Matt Wyborn. And, well, you know, we knew that there was going to be a great heat in that last one, and it came down to the last wave by Koa Smith.
That was an extremely exciting heat. And, yeah, as you said, come down to that last wave in the last minute. Everyone on the edge of their seats, but yeah, he surfed that wave very, very well. 3 huge backhand blasts, and the judges had no choice but to give him a 7.5, I think it was. So yeah, great surfing there from Koa Smith, and also great surfing from Hiroto Ohara.
Well, we saw the matchup of the goofy footer against the regular footer in the last heat. We've got the same thing going on out in the water, and the goofy footer got the nod in the last one with a 7.5. Koa Smith standing by now.
Thank you so much for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. And here is the winner of round 5, heat 4, Koa Smith. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, that was a drama. You know, I was holding my breath at the very end, and he scored 7.50 and made you to the lead.
Yeah, that was a kind of a stressful heat going into it. I mean, on paper, the local boy, you see him out here, like, he knows it so well, you know, and like 80% of the people down here had Go Hiroto Hurley shirts, and I was just like, okay, this is gonna be a battle, and the waves definitely stopped, and I just kind of kept busy, and then he got 2 waves, and I was like, okay, like, I need to be patient and wait for one, and kind of was just like, please send me ones, come on, where are you at? And then I went over a wave, it was just like, boom. I was just like, thank you. And I almost broke my hands clapping to myself, so I'm so happy, so happy.
You know, that was a big claim, and you were waiting at the left side of the point, right? And Hiroto was waiting on the right, and you know, that made you a bit nervous because the local boy knows about the wave, but you went to the opposite side, and that made you to the lead.
Yeah, I mean, everywhere, it's kind of all over the place right now. The bar we've been surfing, it really isn't working right now, so I just kind of went with my vibes and kind of just felt it out and went where I wanted to go.
Okay, you have to get ready for the quarterfinals. It's going to be on after this round. You ready for it?
I'm psyched, yeah, I'm stoked.
And so much congratulations to you, Koa Smith. Back to you. Great work.
Thank you.
Good luck for the next, okay?
Right, draws off the bottom. Nice snap off the top. Beautiful looking wave here. He's going to square up that final maneuver. He opened up with a 6.5, and he's going to back it up with that wave right there. Last of red. Arai looking pretty solid out here up against the goofy footer Ian Crane from San Clemente. I made mention, keep an eye on Ian. Obviously, we've seen him leaning on that backhand attack, being the goofy footer out here on these rights. But with that southerly breeze in those lefts, look for him to try and find a ramp and go for the big forehand air. Just a little bit of a wild card to keep an eye on for Ian.
Oh, definitely. He's been using his backhand attack so far, but as you said, Todd, this wind is perfect, and he is on his forehand into those lefts, so we could see some aerial antics. But Hiroto Orai opening very nicely with a 6.5 and up again now.
Yeah, live action once again. He's staying extremely busy. Quick hit. This one's going to be a little bit too quick for him, though. Not sure that will go into his scoreline, and after he fell on the final maneuver, it will not go into his scoreline. So he's got a couple scores, though, to post. Opening wave for Ian Crane was a 4.83. And an early lead there for Ian Crane. Goes to first place with a 4.83 and a 3.5. Stand by, though, for last of Arise. Surfer in red. He's looking for a 1.83, and he will definitely get that and then some and move back into first. And then we'll have to see what will Ian need in order to regain that first position. 18 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. And again, congratulations to Koa Smith for that big win. That was a tough heat there for him, and it literally came down to the dying seconds where he was able to come through in a clutch moment. He said there in his post-heat interview, he just said, hey, just give me a chance, and he got it, and he capitalized. Here we go, Hiroto, live action. Goes for the forehand air. That southerly breeze taking that board out from under his feet. And we will see the quarterfinals coming up following this round. We've got heat number 5 in the water coming up next, heat number 6. Josh Moniz up against Oni Anwar. And heat number 7, we'll see Tomas Hermes in the red up against Jesse Mendez. And then Barrick de Vries up against Pat Gadauskas. So some great matchups to round out the round of 16. And then we will go into the quarterfinals. When we finish up today, we will have the semifinals for the men and the women. And we will crown 2 champions tomorrow. And depending on what time we get started, we will have 2 champions pretty quick because we will only have 7 heats remaining.
Yeah, so semis and final tomorrow for both the men's 6,000 and the women's 3,000. So
actually 6 heats, I apologize.
6 heats, yeah. 2 semis for the men. So 2 semis for the ladies. So 2 finals. Wow. So it should be an action-packed day again tomorrow. But yeah, a little bit of an earlier finish. We've been doing some very long days here. Starting off with 144 surfers.
Yeah, we'll only run 24 heats today, 25-minute heats in length. So yeah, 6:45 to 6:45.
We're probably hoping the sun goes down a little bit earlier. Sun popping up here at 4:30 in the morning. So yeah, making sure that we make the most of these long days here. But yeah, we've had surf every day. We've had some rain and wind and low tides that we've had holds, but we've had some fog holds also. But pretty much every day apart from the Monday, the first day, we've had full days of competition.
Yeah, we have. And a couple scores are in. Ian Crane does drop down to second. Now the surfer in blue looking for a 7.70. He holds first priority, 16 minutes on the clock. Hiroto Arai has had a pretty solid start to open things up here, going back-to-back with a couple of sixes. He's got a 6.5 on his opener, a 6.03 to back it up, sees him out to an early lead. 15 minutes on the clock as we look out there right now. It looks like we do have a little bit of a set approaching. We heard from Koa Smith say that it's definitely shifting around a bit. It's changing with this swell and the incoming tide, and here we go in position. Ian Crane, nice off the top, setting up some speed down the line, floats that section and catches the outside edge hard and goes down.
Yes, looking very shallow there. Still, even though we're a few hours past that low, that bank that these boys have been talking about, that everyone's basically been sitting on, once you get to the end of that wave, up and riding live action.
Yeah, Hiroto, quick little snap off the top. Bit of a setup turn, and again, this one kind of just running down the beach, not giving him an opportunity to really commit in those turns. How he made that flat section, I couldn't tell you. Gets a nice rebound there on the inside. Now he redirects and goes back left. And not sure that that's going to go into a score line due to all the downtime on that wave, but he did well to cover that flat section all the way across to make the inside shore break. He's looking to better a low score of a 6.03. And looking at that wave, Matt, do you think he did?
I don't think he bettered his position, but yeah, as you said, a little bit too much downtime in that wave, but very impressed with how much speed he kept across that dead section and never giving up that entire wave, and then get a little redirect in the inside onto his backhand. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting. The score will be interesting. There's a lot of variety on that wave, but yeah, a little bit too much downtime.
Pretty sure that score is already in, Matt. Looks like it came through at a 5.10. Will not change the situation. And now still Ian Crane looking for that 7.70. Saturday afternoon here, local time in Japan. It is 10 to 2, so coming up into the afternoon time. And we are planning, we've got 3 more heats here in this round, the round of 16, and then we have 4 heats of the quarterfinals. So stay tuned. Plenty more action to come here on WorldSurfLeague.com, and we hope you're enjoying the live broadcast here from Japan. It's been a great competition so far, and we're getting deep into the competition here at this QS 6000. A prize purse here of $150,000, $25,000 going to the first place competitor, and more importantly, 6,000 points towards qualification for next year. Second place will take home 12 grand and 4,500 points, so a huge opportunity. If you can make it to the finals, you are going to have a great result towards that qualification for next year's championship tour.
Yeah, definitely a keeper if you get into that final position, even the semis. But right now, a little bit of a lull in the action. With this offshore, the period hasn't been as close as we've seen over the last few days with the onshore flow. Also, the waves a little bit trickier as far as when you take off, just holding you up a little bit more, not getting that little bit of a push that the onshore will give you. But obviously, these guys are the best in the business and still posting excellent scores. As we saw when this wind did shift, it was quite strong, and then Griffin Calipino ended up getting a 9.57, I think it was, or maybe even higher than that. So
yeah, he got a 9.57 and a 7.67, so not quite the highest two-wave total, which is still being held by Adriano de Souza, who had a 17.74, but the two-wave total for Colapinto was a 17.24, so it is the second highest of the event this far, and an unbelievable performance where he beat, unfortunately there for Dylan Goodale.
Yes. Oh well. 2016 world champion, coming out having the highest heat total of the event so far. You know, we would expect that from someone of his caliber, but these guys, yeah, definitely, you know, not shy of putting up excellent scores, and Griffin Calipino doing all of that in the first few minutes of the heat, and poor Dylan Goodall searching for the entire 25 minutes, even riding a few waves switchfoot at the end. With time on the clock, so that was interesting to see.
Yeah, Griffin actually was the one that went to the goofy foot stance. I actually got a little bit thrown off there. I thought it was Dylan for a split second,
Dylan did it too,
throwing in the white towel. Oh, I didn't see him.
He actually did it twice. He was right down the beach
on the way in.
Yeah.
So yeah, going back to the conversation about keeper scores, you know, depending on what you're able to get, you get 5 scores at the end of the year, your 5 best results, and they will total that up, and whoever has the highest points at the end will win the QS, which is currently Jesse Mendez in first, but it's estimated to be about 18,000 points to qualify for next year's championship tour, and so depending on what you're able to get, technically you could already have a result losing out in this round. If you were to lose out in this round, you take home an equal 9th place finish in 1,550 points, so you know that's better than winning a QS 1,000, and so, you know, it just depends on how the rest of your year goes. Obviously, you come to an event like this, you want to go as deep as you can. You want to go on to win it. But someone like Dylan Goodale, very talented surfer from Hawaii, and taking home 1,550 points from here, you know, I still think there's a lot of events to remain coming into this event. We started out the year with 55 QS events, this being stop number 27. So we're basically halfway through the year. And as I've made mention, you know, about 3/4 of the way through the years when you see all the competitors from the championship tour that are on the outside of that 22 cut mark and not sure if they will re-qualify through the championship tour, they start chasing the QS. They come in the top seeds and they really shake up the standings. So, you know, you want to pay attention to the standings right now, but when you really want to see who's going to qualify for next year's tour, start watching about towards the tail end of the year, and that's when things start to shake out. It's kind of like baseball. There's no reason to watch it for the majority of the year. There's like 900 games. Don't start watching until the end of the season, and that's when you start to see who's going to actually make it to the World Series.
Unless you're a huge fan like us and we like to watch all the events and keep up to date with the action as it unfolds.
You know, no doubt want to keep up on the action. My point is just on the standings. You know, you look at it right now, and Jesse Mendez, I made mention it's going to be like 18,000 points to qualify from Al Hunt, you know, part of the World Surf League has estimated. Jesse Mendez is in first, and he's got 10,980. So my point being, I'm obviously making a point to be a little bit extreme there with my baseball analogy.
I totally agree with
but,
what you're saying.
You know, at 10,980, things are dramatically going to change considering we're only halfway through the year.
And we do hear a lot of competitors say they really want to be pretty secure before they run into that last few events in Hawaii, being very fierce over there in Hawaii, having all the CT surfers in there, as you said, and a lot of the local wildcards as well in their own backyard. Very hard place to qualify if you are needing scores. But yeah, if you can get it done before then, if you can get it done by the halfway point in the year, you'll be sitting pretty. We saw Ethan Ewing qualify quite early last year, up and riding now.
Yeah, here we go. Ian Crane getting some speed. Nice opening turn. This wave not really cooperating, though, to give him the vertical faces, but he is able to pivot from the bottom to the top 2 more times, looking for a 7.70, and keep an eye on his current score line. It says it needs a 7.70. If he doesn't obtain it on that wave, take a look at the score that he's currently leaning on right now. It's a 4.83, so he'll look to at least better that, cut down the score that's needed. Plenty of time on the clock, 8 minutes to go. Arai came out of the gates with a couple of 6s, but the door is still wide open for Ian Crane here in blue.
Yeah, well, a 6.5 and a 6.03. Yeah, door is very open. A 7.7 we saw in the last minute. We saw in the last hit the goofy footer getting a 7.5 in the dying minute, so that's pretty close to Ian Crane's need score. But good to see the local Japanese guy still flying the flag here. Last hope for Japan. I'm sure the beach is very full right now. I'm sure they all would like to see Hiroto Arai get through this heat and fly the flag all the way to the end for Japan.
Well, in calling heats with Matthew Pitts, who's lived over in Japan for 25 years and very abreast with what's happening with the surfers and who's the most famous, he called out that Hiroto Ohara was the most famous surfer from Japan at this point in this event, and he has lost out. And in the back of my mind, I was thinking, well, you know what? This is how careers are really launched at a magnitude of an event like this, a QS 6000. If Hiroto Arai was to go on to win this thing in an international field like this, and you might have a separate conversation there about who is the most famous at that point. So Arai has seen his fellow countrymen go down in the heat prior, and not to try and be the most famous, but yet to try and qualify for the championship tour. More importantly, Hiroto Arai wants to go deep into this event. Here we go, blue. Once again, he just posted a 4.40. Doesn't change the situation for Ian. Ian now looking for a 7.70 still. A lot of time on the clock, though, at 6 minutes 30 seconds, plenty of time. And the challenge is going to be Arai does have first priority, and he's sitting pretty close.
Yeah, we see one of the surfers for the next heat, Oni Anwar, going out. He'll be up against, let me check, Joshua Moniz, who has been a standout during the event. And we noticed that in the last few heats that Oni Anwar has been using that aerial game of his to great effect. Maybe
keep an eye on that.
It might be Ian Crane's turn in this heat to go to the air.
Yeah, keep an eye on Oni Anwar in that next heat, because as you made point, he has been going to that forehand air, but with that southerly wind, it's going to be a little bit harder. He's going to be up against Josh Moniz, that has been another surfer that's been able to go above the lip if he needs to, but he's not afraid to square up with the lip, nor is this guy here, Ian Crane. That wave's not going to allow him to do it, though. Trying to maybe reposition, get away from his competitor that has first priority, being Hiroto Arai, our surfer in red. And there goes a little wave. Where is our surfer in blue? He's further down the line. He's going to go. Decent looking wave here for Crane. That wave flattens out.
You see him looking back to see where his Japanese competitor was, and trying to get some separation.
That's a serious selfie stick right there.
That is a very, very long selfie stick, and
that thing
rightly
is for
pointed
real.
out. Yeah, they do the camera work over here very well. They like to take a few photos. Not scared of a selfie.
No, not at all.
But yeah, wow, there we go.
Well, that's for real.
That is for real.
He's live right now on his Instagram. If you guys follow him, check it out.
He could walk out the back and still be dry with that. No problem for his phone.
Oh, don't worry. That thing extends another 30 feet. He could go out and get a bird's eye view from behind these surfers.
It could be a fishing pole.
There we go. Blue, Ian Crane having a look. Nice looking little right-hander here. Is it going to give him some open face? Let's see. No, it hits the bank and shuts down. So 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Crane looking for that 7.70. We've seen him really relying on that backhand attack, but so far in this heat, it hasn't given him the opportunity to square up on those bottom turns to get up into the lip. Just a couple of fours so far in his score line, yet he's right in the middle of this heat looking for a 7.70.
Yes, and there is a bit of separation though. He's up and riding again now.
Watch for this left. He will go to the air if the lip allows him to. Quick square up there. Oh, here we go. Watch it. And just like that, clicks it, no problem, doesn't grab it, so it's a little bit more difficult than when you grab. And utilizing that wind that kept the board right to the bottom of his feet. Stand by for scores. Whether he gets that 7.70 or not, we will find out. 3 minutes, 40 seconds to go, but nonetheless, it will definitely shake things up here with only a few minutes on the clock.
Well, here we go on the replay. Nice little first turn, and then I thought he may have hit that a little early, but actually it worked perfectly. You can see the lift from that offshore breeze under his board, and that was a very nice air reverse. And yeah, as you said, Todd, it may come close. We'll have to wait and see. It's in the judges' hands, and I'm sure they will take a little bit of time to lock this score in.
Critical move, critical section, and pulled it off cleanly. So was able to get a bit of a little setup turn there, throwing some spray out the back, and then launches from the lip, lands in the flats, and spins it as quick as you can. So stay tuned for last of blue, Ian Crane, and you guarantee the thousands of people on the beach here in Japan watching Arai, wondering, was it the score that's needed? A 7.70, 2 minutes 50 seconds on the clock, and that was without priority. I don't think Hiroto figured that wave was going to amount to much, but I knew it. He's like a cobra ready to strike. If you give him one of those lefts, he will pounce.
This is like almost identical to the prior heat. Sorry,
Well, based
Todd.
on what we're seeing, it's probably going to come in just short, but watch what he's going to need when this score drops. It's a 6.67, so a good score, the best score yet for Ian Crane, and now with 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, he requires a 5.86, Matt.
2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, a 5.86. Very possible. Very possible. The Ocean just needs to cooperate. He's in second priority, so I'm sure, wow, there's that selfie stick. It's almost obstructing our vision, Todd.
Well, what he's got to do now is Ian's got to just paddle around and try and sell it to Hiroto. Get Hiroto to give up that priority on a wave that's not going to let him better his score, and then it opens things up. He can pick any wave he wants. As it is, though, if he can't do that, Hiroto is basically going to sit right on the inside and not give him an opportunity to catch a wave. So you can see Ian looking around. Maybe he's got someone on the beach telling him which way to sit. Red's asking for a situation from the beach commentary. He'll want to know what time is left in this heat. He'll be told that he has first priority and he needs to better a low score of a 6.03, and his competitor now in blue has just posted a 6.67 and he requires a 5.86. So he knows Ian Crane can get a 5.86 extremely easy, and so he's going to sit right there on his side and not try and allow him to catch a wave.
So as we've seen previously in this position, usually the person with second priority will try and dummy the person with first priority into a wave so they can have the opportunity, and well, giving him a little bit of separation here. We do see the line up is starting to show some waves right now. There is an opportunity here, and he is going to use his first priority.
So there it is. It's sold, and not a bad little left-hander here for Hiroto Arai. Gets 2 turns off, so 35 seconds to go. We've got a bump coming throughout the back. You know that all of San Clemente is on the edge of their seat. This is it. It's all or nothing. He's got a little right-hander here. Pull up a chair, 5.86. Quick snap off the top. Squares it up. Oh, my goodness. And you hear the entire beach like a balloon. The air goes out, and that potentially is the end of Ian Crane's run here in this event.
Wow. He had
Look at that.
Had it in his hands. You can see the frustration. And
Yep.
that was probably one of the best waves we've seen so far in this heat, and just the pressure, I guess, or just Mother Nature, dealing with Mother Nature, and you can see he is very upset.
So a huge round of applause on the beach. You know that they were as nervous as the surfers and fans of Ian Crane. The Japanese competitors applaud the approach of Hiroto Arai, getting the win in that heat, moving on into the quarterfinals. Coming up next, we have the next heat. Stay with us. More round 5 action. Heat number 6 takes to the lineup.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
Heat number 6, round 5 out in the lineup, and a great heat just went down. It came down to the wire. Ian Crane unfortunately does not make it through that heat, but a great run for him here at this Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, a QS 6000, and the Japanese beach elated. Very excited on the performance of Hiroto Arai on into the quarterfinals. Todd Klein joined by Matthew Pitts. Pitsy, what a heat that was. Came down to the end, and in the end, right there, Hiroto gets the nod on into the quarters.
There he is, the little Japanese battler, Hiroto Arai, the last standing Japanese surfer in the men's event. An incredible performance, and he has been slowly climbing the profile surfers ladder here in Japan. And so far, the last man standing, a brilliant performance. and he's going to go a long way in the future.
Well, we've been talking about the level of surfing here at this event, but especially from the locals, from the Japanese competitors, both on the women's side and the men. We've got 2 semifinalists for the women. We've got Hanako Kurokawa in the semifinals up against Philippa Anderson, and Minori Kawai up against Dimity Stoyle. So we've got 2 Japanese competitors in the semifinals, and now we have a Japanese competitor into the quarterfinals for the men. And just sending a bit of a message out there to the world on this year's qualification series that we've got some Japanese that are here and trying to make that championship tour. And right now up and riding, we've got Oni Anwar. Quick snap. Sets up this little inside runner, snapping it back again. And you're a big fan of his forehand airs. How do you think he'll go in this heat, knowing that that wind now is from the southerly direction on those forehand airs?
I like his chances because I really like his rail game, and he had to call upon it in his last heat, and he delivered nicely. Oni Anwar from Indonesia, the lone Indonesian in this event, has put on a brilliant performance so far.
Well, we had a very brilliant performance in that last heat. It came down to the end. Ian Crane falls just short. Hirota into the quarterfinals, and he's standing by.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of Round 5, Heat 5, Hiroto Arai. Hiroto 選手、おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
There's a big applause around our interview pit. まだ息が切れていると思いますが、いやー、残りの30秒、ちょっとヒヤッとした瞬間がありましたね。
そうですね、前のヒットでヒロトが本当最後の最後にやられたんで、まあ最後まで気抜かずにと思ったんですけど、まあ一番最後乗られて、でも肩のそうだったんで大丈夫かなと思ったんですけど、まあ落ちこけたんで相手が、まあすごいラッキーだなと思って。
でも試合を全体的に見ていると非常に安定していいライディングをきちんと波を見ていたという感じがしたんですけれども、やはり何度も波乗りをしている場所でもあったり、そして今回自分自身のコンディションも非常にいいのではないかと、やはりヒートを重ねるごとに思いました。
そうですね、まあ、かなり前から入って調整もしてたんで、板もすごい調子いいですし、まあなんか波も少し今引いてて掘れてるんで、掘れてる波のが好きなんで、今のヒートはすごいそれもハマってよかったです。
プライオリティ、やはり大事ですよね。非常に上手にプライオリティを使い、そして最後の最後もきっちりとマークして、でちょっとヒヤッとしたんですけれども、神様が味方をしてラウンドアップという風になりました。さあ、この後はクォーターファイナルが待っています。ぜひ意気込みを教えてください。
そうですね、まあこのまま決勝まで気を抜かずに、まあ優勝を目指して頑張るんで、またよろしくお願いします。
ちなみに朝のヒートの後は明太子のおにぎりを食べたということですが、さあこの後は何か願掛けがありますか？
いや朝食べたんですけど、いやでもクォーターすぐあるっていうんで、バナナぐらいでもそうね、レッドブル飲んでちょっとゆっくりしてテンション上げてクォーターに臨みたいと思います。
You wanna say hi to your fans?
Thanks for watching. Yeah, I'm very lucky. Got like couple wave and go through the 2 quarters. Hopefully catch another good wave and going to final. So yeah, thank you.
Big congratulations to Hiroto Arai and looking forward for the next round. Back to you.
Yeah, great performance, and you could hear the crowd there, a big crowd around that interview, applauding that victory for Hiroto Arai. Into the quarterfinals, a great run for Ian Crane, and now we shift gears to heat number 6, Oni Anwar out in the water. A couple of early scores for our surfer in blue, a 0.57 and a 2.77. Josh Moniz from Hawaii in the red, and he has first priority now. Not needing much. We've got a very slow start to this heat at the moment, and no real scores on the board, so it's wide open, and I expect this one to come down just like that last heat did, to the wire.
Yes, Todd Klein, Joshua Moniz from Hawaii, Oni Anwar from Indonesia. This is going to be a showdown because neither of these two competitors want to give an inch, and do you blame them? No, you don't. A brilliant heat on our hands here, and 2 very determined young men, because you know the stakes are high for the Indonesian surfer, because Oni's the sole surfer from Indonesia in this event, and wouldn't he love to go on to those finals and really do his country proud. And then you've got Joshua Moniz, you know, comes from a incredibly famous surfing family. His brother Seth has surfed incredibly well through this heat, going down. Joshua still up and riding, still up and going in the event, and we've got a couple of Hawaiians in the competition, and wouldn't love to end up flying the flag for them in the final. So we've got Hiroto Arai on the beach now, and all of a sudden the focus has shifted to this fine young man. We saw a lot of Ohara's fans leaving the beach, but don't go anywhere because this kid's still alive and well in the Gotcha ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open, powered by GoPro.
I don't think the Ohara fans left the beach. I think they might have changed jerseys now, and they've got a new surfer that they are supporting here at this event. You mentioned it the other day. We were talking about all the Japanese contingency that was here in this big event, and slowly but surely we've lost a lot of them, and now we've only got one standing. And at the time I asked you, who is the crowd favorite? You had said no doubt at the time it was Hiroto Ohara, and I definitely agree with you. He's from right down the road. He's had the most success. He's currently the highest in this event on the QS from the Japanese competitors. But you and I both know this is how careers are launched at an event like this, a QS 6000. If Arai was to go on to win this thing, and right here in the backyard, an hour from Tokyo, you know that he would get some serious media out of it, and his sponsors would no doubt step up and support him more and help launch his career here and possibly his campaign towards next year's qualification for that championship tour.
That's a real key point that you make there, because with the Olympics 4 years away, Japan is looking for superstars to connect mainstream Japan with the sport of surfing. And NHK TV, which is our biggest TV company here in Japan, NHK have been pumping a lot of surfing programs. Mick Fanning, you know, the World Championship Tour, all of these surfing related programs they're now starting to introduce to mainstream TV to educate mainstream Japan about surfing. Now, wouldn't it be fantastic if they had a couple of heroes that could serve it up to them on a silver platter? And it's people like Hiroto Arai are potentially that person. So you will see as this year, next year, the next 2 or 3 years pan out here in Japan, surfing is slowly going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And the fans following the surfers are going to grow like wildfire. So big things potentially there for all of these surfers up and riding. Big things for Onianwa off the bottom, into the lip, cuts back. You can see the tides really starting to fill in now fattening up the inside of that wave. But Onianwa looking pretty spicy here in this heat. And we've got Joshua there sitting in red. He's been cool, calm and collected, and he's just waiting to strike.
So I mentioned Hiroto Ohara being one of the top seeds coming into this event. He is currently 4th on the world. Looking at the ranking here on the World Surf League QS, he is currently 4th, and he's going to replace that one result he had. You're counted on your best 5. He's going to replace his Barbados Surf Pro, which was a 25th and only 550 points. So he will replace that with a 1,550 points. So a massive jump there for him. Still a good result.
Adding 1,000 points to his current position there.
Yep.
Wow.
So it's going to be a result for him at this point. But as I mentioned, it's a long run this year. And at the end, it will be around the estimated point for cutoff to qualify will be about 18,000 points. So even though he didn't make it into the quarterfinals, still a great result here for Ohara.
Checking those rankings there, young Todd Klein, at 1,000, and he will arguably come close, if not pass up Yago Dora. And some of those surfers that are hot in his heels in the rankings, Sol Bailey, Keanu, Raphael, all went down before him. So at this stage, fairly positive stuff happening for Hiroto Ohara, despite the fact that we just saw him go down in the round of 16.
So for those of you watching live right now on WorldSurfLeague.com, check it out. The rankings are all up there, and they will be adjusted after this event finishes. But you can kind of follow along with what we're talking about there. Last up blue was a 4.17. Here we go on the backhand. Josh Moniz, quick snap. Sets up this inside section, goes vertical again, and one more time. So 3 maneuvers there to finally get onto the board for Josh Moniz. Waited over 10 minutes in time to catch it. Good start there for our surfer in red.
Yeah, that's what he was waiting for. Now
Gonna be the best wave yet.
Joshman is a powerful young man, and as you said, Todd Klein, it's going to be the best wave yet. He had speed, power, and flow throughout the turn, despite the fact the wave wasn't the best wave we've seen today. But it's all comparison to the guy you're up against and the heat in the water, and for the particular tide and what's happening out in the ocean. Now we've got a bit of flow in the ocean happening here. Oni Anwar paddling, taking a look on a nice looking wave.
Yeah, pumping looking wave here. Draws off the bottom. Nice opening turn, throws some spray. Beautiful second carve there. Back out on the open phase, carves it back one more time. And one more snap. So multiple maneuvers there for our surfer in blue, and he answers back to Moniz's left-hander. So we've got a good battle now finally starting to get underway. We've had a slow start to this heat here in heat number 6.
And unfortunately for Joshua, I think on his wave he's going to go up to the excellent score. He came out of that first big snap into the second one, and the speed that was projected out of that second turn was quite incredible, and it set up the back half of that wave. And there was a bauble in the wave, and as it pushed sideways, it actually projected Oni out of that second turn. And that's incredible stuff. And you wait, if we get a replay, you'll see how that speed suddenly picks up coming out of that second turn, setting up the end of that wave. Oni Anwar from Indonesia putting on a brilliant performance here.
Opening score for Josh Moniz on that left-hander. Scores are in. First of red, a 5.83, so now looking for a 1.11, but we will stand by for that last wave that Matthew Pitts was outlining on that right-hander for Oni Anwar. Oni looking to better his low score of a 2.77. His best score at the moment is a 4.17, so no doubt that will be his best wave yet. But how far north of that 4.17 will it be? We'll stay tuned for those scores. 11 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Heat number 6 out in the lineup. Coming up next, we've got another goofy foot in the lineup coming up. Jesse Mendez in the blue up against the regular footer Tomas Hermes. Both surfers representing Brazil, and you were not far off from that excellent range. Last up, blue came through at a 7.60. So he does increase his lead now over Moniz. Moniz looking for a 5.95. So definitely capitalizing on the opportunity on that right-hander for Oni.
Yeah, a great ride, and we got a tough heat on our hands here. Joshua Moniz 5.83. He's going to have to better that score, but a 5.83 would be a healthy backup from what we've seen in the last couple of heats so far.
And first priority sitting with red. Oni trying to break a little bit to the south. Maybe trying to give himself a little bit of separation there from Josh Moniz, because he knows currently Oni's counting a 4.17, and Oni wants to better that so that he can extend his lead and try and apply some real pressure to Josh Moniz. Josh only looking for a 5.95 at the moment, and Oni knows that. He knows that's a very obtainable score for the Hawaiian. He's seen his performances throughout this event. Josh has been one of the standouts. You look at our top 10 single scores of this event, and he holds 2 of them. He's got an 8.5 and an 8.60. So Josh can drop those scores in the excellent range at any moment, and Oni knows that. So he's trying to stay busy without the priority, trying to get away anyway from Josh Moniz to get another score and back up that 7.60 he just posted.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention something. We've been running ads throughout the event, and just while we've got a little bit of downtime, hang on a sec, we've got Joshua having a paddle, taking a look. Now Little Peak's reared its head up here, and Joshua is kicking, scratching, and going, and up and riding. Surfer in red from Hawaii. In and out, short ride, no dice for Joshua Moniz. So now he's off motorboating down the beach to get away from...
He's motorboating down the beach?
Yeah, if you just saw him, the feet going behind his boat, his board there, that's the motorboat. And off he's gone. Oni Anwar is now sitting there going, am I going to follow him or am I going to stay here? Do I stay or do I go now? So 8 minutes on the clock, a little bit of downtime. Todd Klein and the fans out there watching, in between the heats, we've had a little Chiba commercial we've been running, and then you'll see that there's a bunch of guys walking around with a wooden statue sort of a figure on their shoulders. Now it looks like they're all dressed in a traditional similar to a sumo outfit, and hundreds of guys standing around with this big wooden frame on their shoulders and a little box up on top of it. So this is called a Mikoshi festival that happens in Japan once a year, and the Mikoshi festival is basically when the sea god, which is a female, comes to the land and meets up with the mountain god, who is a male. They're both in love, and it's their day to get together. They get together inside the box, which is being carried around on their shoulders, and then the whole town will carry the two gods inside the box around the whole of town so that they can give their blessings from their spirits to everyone in the town. So it's a whole community contribution as far as carrying it. It's not allowed to touch the ground, and it's to sit on your shoulders. There's a lot of blisters. It's a tough gig. It's incredibly heavy, but it's the community spirit, and it's a really fantastic thing. Now, once it's all done, the women prepare onigiri and a lot of traditional Japanese food so that you sit down in the shrines once it's done, eat and drink beers and have a fantastic time. But the Mikoshi Festival takes place every year, and this particular beach, Chiba, you can see there is a shrine on the beach that was blessed prior to the event starting, and that's a pinnacle point in a lot of the history for this particular area.
So great insight there, Matthew Pitts. Is that unique just to this region here in Ichinomiya, or is that around all the different communities up and down the coast here?
It's to all the different communities right across Japan. The Mikoshi Festival season hits Japan, and it's a fantastic time to be in Japan because...
What time of year is it?
It is around about September, just towards the end of summer.
Okay. Yeah, great insight. Thank you, Matt, for sharing that with us. We've seen that commercial every heat that we wrap up, basically, and we knew it was something traditional to the Japanese, but a great insight there for us, and appreciate you sharing that with us. 6 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Coming up next, loosening up there is Tomas Hermes in the red. He'll be coming up against Jesse Mendez, and with 6 minutes on the clock, we saw Blue drop that 7.60. He extends his lead over our surfer in red. Josh Moniz looking for a 5.95. And Oni knows that door is still open. He needs to get another score to back up that 7.60. He's currently got a 4.17 in his score line. And I think he's got to be careful with that in his score line because, as I made mention, Josh has had some big scores throughout this event. And if he can get on a wave, we will see him definitely, no problem, obtain that 5.95. Plenty of time on the clock, too, Pitsy. 5 minutes, 45 seconds to go. And you can see Moniz looking in. We know that Reynos Hayes is here. He's been working with the Billabong crew.
Yep.
And he's been a great coach to help these youngsters on their way to potentially making that championship tour. And being a former competitor himself, Reynos Hayes. And no doubt he's been motioning, trying to get our surfer in red on a wave with 5 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Josh Moniz has one score of a 5.83, and his backup at this point is only a 0.77.
Yeah, both out the back are confusing times right now. As you can see, Joshua paddling to and fro. And at what stage of the game does the competitor have to turn off the communication with the coach and just get on with the heat and do what he knows best? Because sometimes you hear guys whistling, waving, shaking towels, and all the rest of it, and it can become very confusing.
I agree with you in some circumstances, but when it comes down to getting on a wave and potentially, depending on where Reynos is at, if he's elevated up here on one of these peaks on the beach where we've got some of these berms, he's got another 15 feet in height from where he sits at the water level, and so he can spot sets better than what his surfer Josh Moniz can out there. So, I agree with you, but at this particular moment, I think it's important that he look up there and try to get into the position where potentially his coach can see a wave coming, and if it's coming to the north, all he's got to do is put that left hand out, like get over to the north, and you start to make your way over there. So we'll see how this plays out. It doesn't happen there on that last wave. It comes through at a 0.87, 4 minutes to go. But you catch my drift on that one, Pitsy?
I certainly do catch your drift there, young Todd Klein, and letting surfers know where the sets are coming from is, that's a fantastic thing for sure.
But I'm with you. Too much communication can definitely spin you out between the ears, and you start listening to this and that, and next thing you know, the heat's over.
Yeah. Anyway, here we go. Look at, once again, Joshua paddling to and fro, trying to shake Oni off so that he can get a little bit of room to move, grab a wave, post a 5.95, and get up there into the advancing position here. But 3 minutes and 20 seconds. The ocean has gone a little quiet this afternoon. It hasn't quite picked up as much as we were hoping. But fingers crossed that that still changes.
So an interesting situation here. We've actually got red out of the screen. He's broke well to the south. He's going to push over towards this little wedge we've seen on a couple of the afternoons on the higher tide. There's been an occasional wave out there, and he's basically he's rolling the dice a little bit in this one with 3 minutes on the clock. He's got a big space, though, between them. If a set came through right now, he'd be stoked. His timing would be perfect. He's got plenty of space between him and his competitor in blue that holds first priority. But if he gets over there and then posts up, blue's going to catch up to him, and they're going to be in a similar situation where blue's going to be right there sitting next to him, trying to keep him from catching a wave with 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, well, what Joshua's hoping to do here is to paddle straight into a set here. And coming from the right to the left, if he paddles into one, he's got a very good chance that Oni won't be able to have a crack at it. But, boom, he stopped, turned. Here comes the wave, and Oni now had a look. No paddle, still got priority. Joshua now trying to shake him, and it's going to be a tough gig now because if he keeps heading in the direction he is, he's going to run into a rock wall.
And looking at that wave, it was going to be a closeout, but you saw immediately when Josh started to make a little bit of an effort, Oni was ready to go. And if I was Josh, I think I would have committed a little bit more, at least for one more, maybe 2 more seconds, to see if he could get Oni to commit to that wave and lose the priority. That's past tense, though. It's a done deal now. We've got 1 minute, 45 seconds to go. Here's a situation very similar. He tried it, and it didn't work. Oni says, aha, I know what you're trying to sell me, and I ain't buying it.
Settle down, Tiger. Yeah, nice. Well, we've moved up the beach to a different bank here, and this afternoon we have seen the priority tactics really coming into play where we haven't seen a lot of that up until now.
Well, you see it shift once it gets to be that man-on-man, Pitsy. Then it's all or nothing. When you've got 4 men out there in a broad beach and multiple peaks, it's not as focused. But now when it comes man-on-man in a situation like this, it's all focus. And this man is focused to get a 5.95. Let's see what he can do. Quick snap, floats the section, out on the open face, and jams it. So he likes it, snaps the fingers, stand by. 1 minute on the clock, and Oni didn't even want to give him a sniff on that one. He says, go ahead, you can take it.
Wow.
And Josh does.
Did you teach him how to snap them fingers?
Well, I don't know. Let's check this out again.
Wow.
So, nice setup turn there. Throws some spray, floats the section, and jams it right there. So he loves it. We'll see what the judges thought. Looking for a 5.95. And Oni looking back going, uh-oh, was that it?
It is. He's got it. Joshua Meniz is going to go up into first place. 30 seconds on the clock. Oni Anwar. Wow.
Yeah.
Huge priority blunder. And Joshua Moniz.
Yeah, watch what's going to happen right here, because I think Josh might start to break a little bit to the south again, and Blue may try and sit on him until potentially he hears this score. As we count it down, so it's in the judges' hands. What a last-minute potential heroics from Josh Moniz. He was looking for a 5.95. Stay with us for those scores. They'll start to post, and we will kick off heat number 7 coming up next. We got a nail-biter. Will Josh Moniz upset Oni Anwar? Stay tuned.
He will. Oh, my God. No, he won't.
Hey, I'm John Florence.
Eu sou o número 1.
I'm John Florence.
No, I'm John.
No way, I'm John Florence.
I'm John Florence.
So there it is. It is official. Just short of the score that was needed. Josh Moniz, an 11.26. Oni Anwar, 11.77. Oni on into the quarterfinals. Wow, what a nail-biter that was in the final moment.
Yeah, that was a really entertaining heat. And I just want to say, Todd, that, the surfing here at this event this week has been second to none. And I'm sure the fans out there will agree that the performance of surfing has been unbelievable, but the way the heats have rolled out has been incredibly entertaining, and once again, if there's any of you top guys out there, get down here to Japan and join the party, because it's been unbelievable this week. We've had an absolute ball, and here he is, the young Hawaiian surfer. Gave it his best shot, but just fell short on that last wave score. But I'm sure, look at the big smiles all round.
Yeah, he needed a 5.95 just to clarify, Pitsy. It came through at a 5.43, so just short of the score that was needed. Heat number 6 is done. Heat number 7 is underway. 25-minute heat here in round 5. The top 16 are in the lineup, and it is Jesse Mendez in the blue. It is Tomas Hermes in the red, and number 1 in the world on the qualifying series is Jesse Mendez up against Tomas. And you can see all smiles there by the winner of that last heat, Oni Anwar. A great performance. Nothing major though. He didn't have any massive scores, but he had the solid 7.60 and was able to back it up with a 4.17. Here we go, Jesse Mendez. Quick jam off the top. That wave shuts down, and he will draw first blood in this heat. And now first priority will swing to our surfer in red, and he will take off. Better looking wave here for him. Long floater. Can he get back out on the open face? He won't, but he was able to climb up on that lip one more time. So 2 maneuvers there. Better opening wave for Tomas, and he will look to get out the back. Jesse now will establish priority.
Yeah, so Thomas Hermes, the game faces on. Once the jersey goes on, it's fireworks. 1 foot, 10 foot, it's time to bloody shine, and he is going to do that. Thomas Hermes has been outstanding in this event, incredibly fit, coming off an injury. He's trained. He says he's surfing better than ever, and I tend to agree. Good on him. And just getting back to the Indonesian surfer, he's got to be proud. The whole country behind him. There's a lot happening here that behind the scenes, and all the Indonesian fans checking out Oni Anwar here in Japan. And we're going to cross down to that heat interview with Oni Anwar, who just took that last one out. Take it away now.
Thank you so much for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of round 5, heat 6, Oni Anwar. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much. It's hard out there, just not many waves.
But your paddling was so fast.
Oh, I guess like at the start, I was trying to just catch wave, and and I didn't expect it. My opponent like sitting on me and paddling around with me, but so I was like, so early in the heat to be sitting together, so I was expecting like to sit a different peak, but yeah, and then at the end I was like, he needed a score, so I kind of have to just do the 5 return to him, so it's kind of worked out perfect for me.
And your score is 7.60 with a good wave, 4 big maneuvers, changing turns and powerful sprays. Did you enjoy that yourself too?
Yeah, I realized that today that the judges like my turn, so I don't need to do those airs. I guess safe to keep the injury away from me, so I just surf the simple and get the good score.
I believe all the fans were waiting for your airs, but how's your board working so far?
My board goes amazing. Like I've been riding this board for 2 years. It's kind of all-rounder boards, like round pin, and I'm using these fins, it's different fins, and it's a future fin. Yeah, just at the start I lost my board I went to Spain for the 6000 in Spain, and then the airline kind of lost my board bags, so I couldn't get my board on time, so I had to use my friend's fin, Brian from San Francisco. So this was like 5 setup fin, but I took the 2 other side and the 1 in the middle, and I tried to like, wow, this is actually a really good fin. So work out my favorite fin now.
And that works at this kind of Japanese beach break, right?
Yeah, it's all rounder. Like I can use it for Indo as well and here. So yeah, I'm stoked.
Okay, you have to get ready for the quarterfinals after this round. So what kind of prepares are you gonna be?
I guess same again. Trying to get the wave and stay focused, and yeah, let's go Indonesia.
You want to say hi to your fans?
Yeah, thanks for everyone watching for me and supporting for me. So let's go all the way to the final, hopefully. And yeah, the waves are looking fun. Yeah.
Congratulations to Oni Anwar, and good luck with your next heat. Back to you.
Congratulations to Oni and a great result so far into the quarterfinals, and a great result for Josh Moniz as well, who was runner-up in that heat. He was really pumped up on those fins. A great little backstory. He lost his boards there and had to borrow some fins from a friend. I know you work at Kira Surf down in Australia selling surfboards. You're across all the fins out there. Do you know which exact fin he was using there?
No, I don't, Todd.
Whoa!
Well, wait a second. Hold the phone for a second there, because he said he borrowed the fins off his friend from America. Now, the future fins that
you're going to put it back on me.
Yeah, I'll put it back on you. I'll just let you know the reason why is because the future fins we get in Oz to the future fins we get in America are slightly different. We don't get all the models that are made in there. So, for example, some of the lost future fin designs, we'll only get one, and there's 2 more out there. So, I'd like to find out what he's using, because, you know, I've made mention of what fins surfers are using and how interesting it is and how it can change the way your board goes up and riding.
Well, this guy's changing the way his board goes. He's taking it straight up into the lip multiple times. He's already got a 5.53. His keeper score that was in the scoreline before was a 2.23. Look for that one to go well north of that. Great surfing. I loved how he actually kind of angled on the left and then really drew out that opening bottom turn and set up that momentum down the line, going top to bottom multiple times. Jesse Mendez, a very good wave right there for Last Up Blue.
Isn't it incredible, the poise and the calmness he seems to have in the way he surfs? Unbelievable surfing. Jesse Mendez, current QS ratings leader from Brazil, up against the never say die, the little battler from Brazil, Thomas Hermes, back off an injury and looking stronger than ever.
Now, one thing going back to that conversation with Oni about those fins, sounded like it's got a little bit of a cup on the inside. And we'll try and find out maybe more about those bad boys.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to send Inspector Gadget out. My boy Matthew Pitts will go find out, and we have just been informed Jesse Mendez has dropped an 8.43. So Last of Mendez comes through at an 8.43 for those multiple beautiful turns up in the lip. And now Mendez strengthens his lead over Tomas Hermes. Tomas now looking for a 7.97. And keep an eye on Mendez to back up that 8.43. He's currently counting a 5.53. 16 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. First priority shifts to red. And Jesse looking like he wants to stay busy. He knows he can better that 5.53. He's not going to need much of a wave to do it. So he's looking at anything that moves out there in the lineup. Coming up next, our final heat here in this round, the round of 16. We've got Barrick the Vries up against Pakadauskas, heat number 8. And then we will go into the quarterfinals for the men. And we will have 4 more heats and then call it a day. It's been a good day, a long day. We kick things off at 6:45 a.m. And it is almost 2:45 now. So we still got plenty of light and plenty of good conditions out here. So while it's here, let's capitalize. Tomorrow is finals day. Here we go. Tomas. Nice snap to open things up. Beautiful bottom turn straight into the next one. He actually sets the fins free on the second turn and then hits the lip one more time and slams it again. So answering back after hearing, Jesse Mendez just posted the 8.43. Tomas goes up into the lip multiple times of his own, but he, being a regular footer, does it on the forehand. So stay tuned for the scores for Last of Red. A great answer there by the 2 Brazilians out in the lineup, but the last one was Tomas on that right-hander. I may mention it is Saturday. We've had a great crowd down here. That is directly behind the judges' towers here, as well as the commentating tower. And there's a bit of a row out there with multiple merchandise. You can buy the jerseys of the world's best on the championship tour right back there. Some great Japanese food, Be Wet wetsuits. Channel Islands is out there with some surfboards. It's all happening right here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Pick yourself up some new sunnies. And my boy, Inspector Gadget, Matthew Pitts, he's back. What'd you find out there? I'll tell you what, let's hold that thought. This is the wave that just came through for our surfer, Tomas. He heard the score of an 8.43 for Mendez, and this is how he responds.
OMG. That's incredible stuff. Thomas Hermes, as we said, surfing better than ever. Now look at this score about to come in. That was an incredible one, and he's up and riding again.
Look at this little runner right here. Another nice opening turn. This thing's clean on the face. He arcs it back again. And just 1, 2, 3. Check out me. And he kicks out. So standing by for his 3rd and 4th waves now to come through. That third one is going to be a very good wave. It's going to be right up there in the excellent range. He heard his fellow countryman Mendez drop the 8.43 on the backhand. He responds with a 7.93. And Anwar becoming a crowd favorite after that win in that last heat, taking out Josh Moniz, and just relishing in this moment is Oni Anwar.
Yeah, very proud young man. So yeah, Todd, I managed to catch up with Oni just now. And you might be able to throw a bit of light on this because this is a fin I've never seen before. It's called a Stamps fin.
Well, Stamps, maybe it's a Tim Stamps, the shaper for Courtney Conalog, and Brett Simpson, just to name a few of the top riders that he has.
Okay, so it's a Stamps fin. The logo on it is a little Cadillac car.
Yep, with an S.
Yes, and it's a 5-fin pack that you receive the fins in. So he's dropped the trailers, put in the center fin. Wow! I tell you what, Todd, the surfing going down in this heat right now is next level.
Yeah, this could be a final right here. And unfortunately, we will lose one of these surfers. But yeah, to your point, a very highly contested heat. A lot of these heats have started out pretty slow. Not the case in this one. We've still have a lot of time on the clock. 13 minutes to go. Score starting to drop for the fourth wave of Tomas. And it looks like he will regain the lead momentarily until Jesse can potentially back up that 8.43. And there it is, last I've read, it's a 7.00. So he does go to first. Now Mendez drops down to second, and he's looking for a 6.5. Just to wrap up the conversation regarding the fins, take it away, Pitsy.
So, a Stamps fin. Now, mate, I can tell why you don't use glasses, because you got damn good eyesight. Concaved on the inside of the two front fins.
Well, I didn't see it. He actually talked about it in that interview. He kind of said it's got a cup or maybe, I don't know the term he used, but I understood what he was trying to say. And yeah, that's what I was wondering. Did it have a concave in it? So it does.
It does, and it's got a carbon base, so very stiff base with a little bit of twang in the tips. So it's a Stamps fin, medium by the look of the size of it, and there you go. We don't have those fins in Australia, and
maybe
that's
they're looking
why
for a distributor, Pitsy. You might want to pick that one up.
Well, I might hit up the futures rep and see if we can get them down there in Kira Surf, because we try and stay over the top of everything, and anyone walks in the store, we want to make sure that if they say, "Have you got this?" we say, "Sure, step this way, young man."
Yeah, hold on a minute. I'll bring that right here.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we can go to the Oni Anwar fin from Stamps.
Well, maybe I just can hit up Stamps Direct in the States. Hey.
There you go. Tim Stamps out of, I believe, Seal Beach in California. Here we go on the backhand. Mendez just doing a little flyby.
I'll tell you an interesting story on. He said that he lost his board bag to the airline, borrowed a board, well, had another board, but borrowed fins to get the thing going. It's like driving a car without a steering wheel. Got his fins, but it was all luck. You know, it was fate.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that what I would take from that story is, you could either, is your glass half full or half empty? His was half full, and he actually ended up getting a very positive situation out of a negative. And that's kind of like anything in life. You can either hoe and hum all day long, or you can kind of look deeper and sometimes discover something new and better. And that's exactly what Oni did. Last of Mendez, an 8.27. He goes to first again. Tomas drops back down to second. And now Tomas requires an 8.77. So, wow, what a heat underway right now in heat number 7, round 5. This is the round of 16. First place will go on to the quarterfinals. And we have the last heat of this round coming up next, heat number 8. Beric de Vries, Patrick Adalskis. But the Brazilians going back to this heat, we talked about it, this could easily have been a final.
Yeah, Todd, I'm a little lost for words now, because both of these guys are surfing as good as it gets. And I'm watching Thomas Hermes surfing unbelievably. But how Jesse has consistently topped both of his scores with those 2 8s is, it's beyond words for me at this stage of the game. So what is the point of difference, do you think, that's going on between these two that have created that gap to allow Jesse to have those 2 scores both higher than Thomas's 2 scores?
I think it's 2 things personally, based on what I've seen. One he's had a little bit better waves, Jesse has, over Tomas. But again, it goes back to what we've been talking about this entire event, that the entire event. The point of difference from being able to really pivot from the bottom and get more critical with a vertical hit on your backhand versus your forehand. And so far that's paid off here for Mendez. The difference is for Tomas, he is able to really pivot from the bottom to the top more so than a lot of the regular footers due to the way that he stands on his board and is very low. Keep an eye on him here. He's looking for that 8.77, but watch right here. That one just keeps it on the rail, but see how he set up that second turn? He really leaned in on that rail. A lot of the other competitors throughout this event, being regular footers, are not able to do that. He is able to, and so I think that's why he's gone as far as he has, and very well could continue to make it to the quarterfinals, but he's going to have to get a better wave than that. He's looking for that 8.77, but another well-surfed wave there for Tomas.
Yeah, no, he's just blowing me away. Did you just see the way he paddled into that wave with so much speed just to get the momentum from the get-go? I mean, he's just tearing around the racetrack, and, you know, it's hard to keep up.
Well, that's another thing to really put an emphasis on is in smaller conditions is that paddle. You know, if you try and take off at places like you would where there's a reef and there's some real power and you actually try and go straight and then bottom turn, probably not going to pay off out here in these conditions. But as you see these competitors paddling sideways, actually taking off down the line, look how hard he's paddling. He's already on an angle, so he's throwing one pump and immediately on a lot of these waves straight into a maneuver. But as on the bigger waves, you have that kind of opportunity to draw out your bottom turns out of the gate. Not the case in small waves. So my point being, make sure you paddle as fast as you can to generate as much speed as you can. So as soon as you get to your feet, you throw that first pump and bang, you're down the line.
Yeah, no, good point, Todd. It really is. Get the momentum up and going right from the get-go. Thomas Hermes from Brazil, an incredible performance despite the fact he's sitting in second position, needing an 8.77 with 7 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. And another thing that's been incredible is the amount of waves, good waves, that these guys have managed to ride in this heat has made it incredibly entertaining. And as you said, this could be the final.
Well, time winding down right now. No doubt Mendez holding the upper hand with a couple of 8s. And Tomas winning a lot of these other heats in this round. You look at Oni's two-wave total for the last heat, heat number 6, it was an 11.77. Hiroto Arise, who won heat number 5, was a 12.53. Koa Smith, heat number 4, 13.07. Cooper Chapman, 13.34. And the only one that he would not have won was the first heat or the second heat. Flavio Nakajima won heat number 1 with a 16.90, and Griffin Colapinto with the performance of this round, a 17.24. So any other heat outside of those first two, he would have won the heat. Tomas Hermes with these pair of 7s. Not the case, though, up against Mendez with a pair of 8s. So the good news is, though, plenty of time left for Tomas. He's in good form, and he's drawn good lines. He just needs a little bit better wave to get that 8.77.
Yeah, good point, Todd Klein, and great statistics. It's really interesting when you look at the overall scores that come throughout a day of competition, and it sets up some good comparisons and some great indications as to who is really reveling in the conditions. And as you said, your boy from California, young Colapinto, has been a standout performer in this round. Incredible surfing. But once again, right out here in front of us, incredible surfing, paddling, taking a look. The surfer in red, no go, getting a little bit more selective because he realizes it's a do or die time. He's going to need to get an 8.77 or better, and that means basically a 9-point ride. And that has not happened that often throughout this event. So if Thomas Hermes is going to do that, he's really going to need the canvas to work with. So he's going to have to get a little bit selective. But he's got the crocodile just lurking behind him there, Jesse Mendez in blue, and it's going to be a tough gig.
We've had a lot of heats throughout this event, being a QS 6000, and we've only seen an 8.77 or better take place a total of 6 times. So it is possible, but the odds are definitely against him. But he's definitely been one of the informed surfers, not only throughout this event, but as well this heat, with 2 7s in his scoreline, but needing an 8.77 because of the performance that we're seeing from Mendez. Here we go, looking at a rare left-hander. Let's see what he can do. Not going to go, Tomas. And I'm just kind of obviously keeping an eye on both surfers, but every time I see Tomas start to paddle, I really watch Jesse, because without being able to see the scope of the entire lineup, Jesse's pretty well across it, and if I don't see him start to paddle, in my mind, I'm thinking it's probably not going to be a good wave, and Tomas is trying to lure him in to get rid of that priority that currently is being held by Mendez.
Yeah, good observation there, Todd. And another incredible thing is we've mentioned, and it's well known for how the Brazilian surfers travel together.
Yep.
And when one of them surf, they're all on the beach barracking for him, and they've got this big, happy team of surfers traveling the world and doing incredibly well. Now, when two Brazilian surfers come up against each other in the water, what's the vibe between them?
I still think it's obviously very respectful, but at the end of the day, they both want to win. They both know this is their careers, and I don't think they're going to do anything dirty, but at the end of the day, they're going to do all they can to win this heat. Going back to what you were talking about as far as the Brazilian support, these guys are obviously in support of one another outside of this heat, but right now it's do or die. They need to make it into the quarterfinals. Tomas looking for that 8.77, and to continue on with your point about the support from one another on tour from the Brazilians. You know, it got pretty famous there for a while the year Gabriel Medina won the world title, and there was that Brazilian storm, and it really put the Brazilians more so on the map than they had been in years past. One, from their performance, but two, what I took being on that championship tour and being a part of a lot of those events was seeing them support one another like you're saying, and I took note of it, and I thought to myself, it would sure be nice if I saw the surfers from the United States do the same thing. And you know, it just seems like these guys are very hungry. They are not only out to help themselves, but they are out there to help their fellow countrymen, and I really like to see it.
Yeah, it's incredible, hey, and wow. But when they come up together against each other, as you said, it's fireworks. It's interesting. Back there in the Oi Rio Pro, Mendez surfed a man-on-man heat with Medina, and apparently these two guys had been surfing against each other since they were 12 years old, and Mendez has got the better of the heat scores between the two of them, up and riding red.
Yeah, Tomas with second priority, maybe just trying to get away from Jesse there. Tomas looking for an 8.77, and you see Jesse just start to slowly move back over towards him. 2 minutes on the clock, so what looked like to be a ton of time on the clock. As we glance back up at it, there's only 2 minutes to go. Red still looking for an 8.77. Here we go. He's going to get a shot. Good looking little runner here. Let's see what he can do. Hard off the bottom. Big square turn. Drifts the fins. Slams it again. Snaps it back one more time. He might get a little inside reform here. Let's look for this oncoming section. And banks it back one more time. So surf that wave as good as you could right there, Pitsy.
Yeah, you're dead right. But it's just all it was the canvas wasn't big enough. Thomas Hermes surfing unbelievably. And the steely nerve of Jesse Mendez.
Didn't even look twice.
Did not even look twice. And he knows exactly what's going on. But, you know, as we said, he's going to need to go near a 9.0 to turn this heat around, and Mendez knows that, and he can spot a 9-pointer out there all day long. Incredible competitor, incredible surfer, Jesse Mendez from Brazil. And as I said, the heat with Medina back there in the Oi Rio Pro, they pretty much paddled over the top of each other during that heat. It was on for all. And it was a real dogfight between the two of them, and there was definitely no love lost between those two. And incredible heat. Medina wins the heat and gets one back on Jesse Mendez. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more heats like that in the future, because Jesse Mendez right now, #1 on the World Qualifying Series rankings, and no doubt is going to progress into that championship tour next year, up and riding.
Last of red was a 7.40. Not enough. Still looking for an 8.77. This one's smaller, so definitely not going to happen on that one either. So it looks like it will be Jesse Mendez into the quarterfinals. Tomas bailing out here in the round of 16. A great result for him. But congratulations to Jesse Mendez on into the quarterfinals. His girlfriend will be coming up in the event coming up in Fiji. Stop number 5 on that championship tour. Tatiana Weston Webb at the Outer Known Fiji Pro coming up on the 28th of May. So definitely an event we're looking forward to watching on WorldSurfLeague.com. So it looks like it will be Jesse on into the quarters. Coming up next, our final heat of round 5. Heat number 8 will take to the lineup. Stay tuned.
I'm John Florence.
Eu sou o número 1.
I'm John Florence.
No, I'm John.
No way, I'm John Florence.
I'm John Florence.
Well, the quarterfinals are almost set. We've got one more surfer to go into the quarterfinals, and it will be decided from this heat right here. Heat number 8 out in the water now. Beric de Vries up against Patrick Gadauskas. Gadauskas in blue, de Vries in the red, and an all regular footer affair in this one. Todd Klein joined by Matthew Pitts. And as we look at this heat right now, Gadauskas, former championship tour competitor, up against Beric de Vries. And you would have to kind of give the nod to Patrick with the knowledge anyway and being a little bit more of a veteran, but we've seen the dynamics and the dynamite that Beric de Vries can let go with above the lip or on the lip here on these right-handers. As we look at the matchup, any thoughts, Pitsy?
I've got plenty of thoughts, young man.
Share them with us, please, because we can't go in there.
Okay, so we got Captain Good Vibes, Pat Gadauskas in blue, up against Beric de Vries from South Africa, who's been a pretty humble young man throughout this event and in his heat interviews. So we've got two pretty nice guys out here, but
nice guys will get you nowhere.
Nice guys will get you nowhere. So now it gets down to the vibe that these nice guys can create around their performance. We saw a real hotbed of activity in that last heat between the two Brazilians. So now we've got Pat Gadauskas, who's been surfing incredibly well, and especially today, up against Beric de Vries. So I think de Vries has really got his work cut out, because I think Gadauskas is gathering some momentum.
Look at that. Plenty of support down here for the Brazilians. We've been talking about that last heat. It was an all-Brazilian affair, and Jesse Mendez, in the end, getting the nod over Tomas Hermes, and congratulations to both of those competitors. And as I made mention, the quarterfinals are almost set, starting with quarterfinal number 1, Flavio Nakajima up against Griffin Colapinto, Cooper Chapman up against Koa Smith, Hiroto Arai, Oni Anwar, and Jesse Mendez up against the winner of this heat. 25-minute quarterfinals as well. Coming up following this heat, we will go directly into those quarterfinals, so we've got another 4 heats to go. A full day of action, 24 heats in total we will have run when we wrap things up here today.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you what, Todd Klein, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Time flies when you're having fun, and today has absolutely flown by, despite the fact we'll be sitting in here for 8 or 9 hours when all's said and done.
Yes, sir. It's been a great day from the crowd to the waves, and look at that. He tracked him down. The Brazilian fan found the winner of that last heat. Current number 1 in the world on the qualifying series, Jesse Mendez, moves on into those quarterfinals. So keeping the dream alive towards that qualification for the tour, the championship tour in 2018.
Yeah, so Todd Klein, 4 quarters ahead of us this afternoon. So we will know who is in the semi-finals before we go to bed tonight. Any predictions?
You know what? Glancing at that first heat, that's going to be a crazy battle in quarterfinal number 1. Flavio Nakajima on the backhand, Griffin Colapinto on the forehand, and I mean, based on we've been here, for almost a week now, and it's been predominant waves have been right, so that's what I'm going off of. That this is predominantly a right, although we've seen the odds score come on those lefts. That one's going to be a good matchup. I'm not leaning either way. Koa Smith, Cooper Chapman. Koa's impressed me. I've known Koa to perform big in Hawaii, being that he's from Hawaii, but it's been very impressive to see how he's performed here in these smaller waves in Japan. His backhand has suited this right-hand wave out here very well. Cooper Chapman, you really like him. I enjoy his surfing as well. He can keep it on rail. He can go above the lip. And, I mean, I could go on. Obviously any one of these guys through those quarterfinals could take this thing out. That's why they're there, and we'll have to just wait and see, and we'll be straight into those quarterfinals coming up in 20 minutes.
Wow. Okay, good on you, Todd Klein.
So 20 minutes on the clock. We stand by for the opening wave to be ridden in heat number 8 here. These guys are paddling back and forth. Let's hear from Jesse Mendez, current #1 in the world on the qualifying series.
Thank you so much for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of round 5, heat 7, Jesse Mendez. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
I know it was a tough heat for you, competing with your friend. How was it out there?
Definitely. When we're roommates right there, so it's pretty tough. I wish I would find him on the semis, or maybe at least quarters, because we could have made one more round and meet up in the quarters. But he ended up being here, and we're frothing. We just did the same thing. We went lunch, then came back, watched some surf movies, and came down frothing. We did what we had to do. It's our job, and one of us got to make. And but it's kind of bummers, You're stoked you make it, but your friend that you're staying with, it's lost. So, but he's frothing. He just got back from a gnarly injured and first event already in the round of 16. So it's a great keeper for him, and yeah, hopefully I can do good for the room now that I took him out, because I'm sure he would have done amazing.
But you both did a great job in the water, but after the heat, you guys give a hug each other, and you were having some conversations. What were you guys talking about?
Yeah, he was just like, I was like, I'm sorry I had to sit on you, and he was like, no, man, it's part of the game. We had already planned it. Let's go out there and like try and have an amazing heat, and that's what happened. I think he got 15 points, and I got 16. So we surfed, we did our best, and maybe I got a little better waves than he did, and that's what was the difference. Because he's so gnarly and surfing, and yeah, he inspires me and definitely makes me surf better.
But I know you're a QS current leader. You're doing really well, so you're going to look for the quarterfinals, right?
Yeah, definitely. Let's see, heat by heat, wave by wave, see what God gives to me in the next opportunities that I have, and I hope I'm calm enough to take most of it off every opportunity and hopefully be in the semis tomorrow.
We're going to have the quarterfinal after this. You have to get ready. I'm waiting for your gnarly actions, okay?
Thank you. I'll try my best.
Great talk with Jesse Mendez, and congratulations to you. Have a great time. Back to you.
Well, speaking of gnarly actions, Pat Gudauskas with a 4.5 to open up his account, and he is now just trawling the lineup. Priority now with the surfer in red, Beric de Vries from South Africa. So another fantastic heat here for us, and then we'll be going straight into those quarterfinals. It's been a beautiful afternoon. You can see the ocean's groomed. We've got some nice waves, paddling, taking a look. Pat Gudauskas from USA. Let's hack back into the phone, picks up speed. Wow, snaps it in the lip. High flying frontside float. Pat Gudauskas backing up the 4.5, and I think that score is going to go north. Patty Gudauskas really looking sharp, and as I mentioned to Todd earlier, he's just starting to build momentum up as this event goes, and I think the fact he took his brother down, he's like, don't you worry, bro, I'm going all the way.
Yeah, and he very well could, Pitsy. So I ducked out real quick. I went over and caught up with Jesse after his posted interview. First and foremost, congratulated him on that performance, and was unable to find Tomas. So I said, hey, Jesse, I know you're staying with Tomas. You guys are good friends. What was the injury that kept him out for so long? And basically what had happened was he was free surfing at Rocky Lefts in Hawaii this winter, went for a big air and landed awkwardly and actually did some damage to his top of his foot. Just basically bruised the bone very bad. Wasn't actually broken, but the way that he landed, I don't know if you've ever had a foot or an ankle injury, but anything when it comes to your feet in surfing, you don't have that support. So it wasn't strong enough. It kept him out for quite a while, but now he is back, obviously, and he's feeling good. And it's great to see him back in his first event here in 2017 and his quest to get to that championship tour. So there's some insight on what that injury was, but it seems to be back. He seems to be at 100% and definitely looks solid to campaign here in 2017 to get on to that championship tour. Last of Blue came through at a 6.33. Pat Kadauskis opened up with a 4.5, backs it up with a 6.33. He's out to an early lead, and Beric de Vries sitting in the red. 10 minutes have passed. He's looking for a combined total of 10.83.
Yeah, it's interesting you talk about that injury. Just want to just quickly say Pat Gudauskis, a 6.33, incredible stuff. Getting back to the injury, sometimes people say you're better off to break a bone in your foot than bruise it, because the bone break will repair quicker. So there you go. It's
same with the muscles too, huh? If you really
Ligaments.
twist your ankle,
Yeah.
a lot of times it will keep you out longer than, to your point, being a bone. So yeah, you don't want to have any damage, but if you could choose one, you're spot on.
Yeah, so wow. But, hats off to Thomas, because he said he's surfing better than ever. And man, you got to agree, it's been an incredible performance from him in this event. Unbelievable stuff.
While I checked out for just a quick second, caught up with Jesse, I saw Griffin Colapinto already over there, headphones on, getting psyched up to check in for quarterfinal number 1 up against Flavio Nakajima. Griffin will be in the blue, Flavio in the red, and a great result already for the youngster out of San Clemente, California, into the quarterfinals here at this QS 6000. And like we said, that's going to be a really good matchup. You've got Griffin being a regular footer and Flavio as a goofy footer. Flavio had a tremendous round 16 heat, and so did Griffin. So those two guys, it's going to be a battle.
Yeah, and it's really become a battle of the heat strategies and the tactics, because as the conditions continue to change throughout the day, the lineup changes as well, the peak moves around, and as the wind moves, it also changes the tactics that some of these aerial surfers are going to take as opposed to the rail game. And it's really been interesting, and you're always learning with surfing, and I've learned so much this week watching these guys with these incredible aerial maneuvers combined with rail game action, up and riding. Talking a rail game, Pat Gudauskis.
Patty G throws the tail on that opening maneuver, floats the second, goes vertical on the third. You see Beric looking back at him and says, okay, he fell. Okay. I need to get busy here. 12 minutes on the clock, so de Vries waiting a long time to get going here. That was Patrick's third wave, and going back to that matchup I was referencing a moment ago for quarterfinal number 1, Flavio up against Griffin. Reflecting back on their round 5 heat that they had, Flavio took out Timothy Biso, and his performance, he had a pair of 8s. He had an 8.33, an 8.57, and really set the tone out of the gates for that round. And then right behind him in heat number 2, Colapinto, he had his best heat yet. He had a 9.57 and a 7.67. So both of those surfers building momentum throughout this event and are starting to peak at the right time. Here we go, his first wave, Beric de Vries. Nice looking little wave here for him. Beautiful jam off the top, straight off the bottom into the next section. A 1-2 punch. He'll kick out. He's on the board. 11 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. It'll get him out of that situation, being in a combo, looking for 2 waves, totaling 10.83. What'd you think after waiting that long? Did you like that wave for first of red?
I love the effortless wave, so much speed's created from the board that he's riding, and I think Bernardo's riding something very similar. Watch the way he glides up over the lip. Plenty of speed, a drift, boom, straight up back over the foam. This is going to be a great answer back to Patty Gudauskis, and I think Pat will be scratching his head because de Vries will be looking at around about that 6, or probably even maybe a hair better. So Patty Gudauskis, it's game on, 11 minutes to go, and now you're going to have to really start to hone in on that wave choice, because it's going to get down to the best wave ridden in the second half of this heat, because obviously you can see by the way these guys are surfing, either one of them can do it.
Oh yeah, it's going to come down to the end, I'm sure, just like we've seen a lot of these heats. 10 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock for me. I'm just happy to see Red finally get on the board, and he actually capitalized after waiting that long, getting a 1-2 punch there, standing by for scores for first of Red. And I'm right with you, Pitsy. I think it's going to it's probably going to be better than Pat's best wave, which is currently a 6.33. Just for that 1-2 punch. He opened up with a nice turn, caught a little bit, but then was able to really get back on that inside rail and set it right back into the lip again. So there it is, exactly where we expected it. Judges doing a tremendous job here throughout this event. 6.67 for last of Red. So now what used to be a tall task of 2 waves totaling a 10-point change. Now he only requires a 4.16.
Now
10 minutes on the clock. Sorry, Pitsy.
No, sorry to you, Todd. Look at Paddy Gadauskas now. He's like, wait a second. I think I might go and take a look at this fella and sit close by him because it's game on now and things have got to be serious. There can be no mistakes made. And look, down the beach, talking mistakes.
Great wave right there. Pat was too deep, couldn't utilize that priority. Goes vertical there. Beric de Vries climbs that whitewater, and it wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be. I was anticipating more, but once it hit the bank, it ran a little bit quicker than I had anticipated, but only looking for a 4.16. Beric was able to get a couple of turns off there. Stay tuned for that last score.
Now, that was a little confident bonus there for Beric. I mean, if he was to sit and think about it, he probably wouldn't have gone, but he's gone a 4.16. I'm going to go get a backup, and I'm just going to keep busy now because I've sat and waited for so long. So now we need the contrast. Get busy, get scores, really get an indication on where you're sitting in this heat, and then you can line up the back end. Paddy Gadauskas, a little bit rattled because he thought, geez, I would have loved to have held him off. Couldn't quite get down far enough, and then he started to think, well, maybe my decision to go and sit on him was a little bit too late. But it probably won't hurt him because the scores come in. It won't be enough. So, there you go. But the fact is, the punches have been thrown, and Paddy's blocked one. But Surfer in red, he's heading back out, and it's all on because he's a hair's breadth away from turning this heat on Pat Gadauskas.
Yeah, there it is. Last of red comes through at a 3.60. Was not the 4.16 that was needed for Beric. So Surfer in red still looking for that score of a 4.16. Has second priority, our Surfer in red. First priority being held down by Pat Gadauskas. 8 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. And Pat being very patient out there. It looks like he sees something he might be making a little bit of movement on. And having a look here. And he is going to go. So priority will go to red now. And cashing in on that priority. Pat Gadauskas getting the speed, getting the momentum. Look for something big. Forehand air. Lands on the nose. Keeps the fins out. Rides backwards. Re-engages him. Spins it around. Pat Gadauskas on the board. Looking to better that 4.50.
5.0 for that last air reverse. Maybe a 5.5. Tell me, Todd. One maneuver. A fantastic one. Probably about a 5 or so. If he was to have gone for the lip. Out of it. Bang to finish. 2 turns. Similar score, maybe?
I don't know. I think what I saw based on, where we were looking at through the monitor here, I think that wave, that was it. It was going to be one maneuver. He knew it. I don't think he was going to be able to get back on the open face. Wasn't going to be able to transition around that section. And let's have a look at it. A lot of speed, and there it was. And, yeah, maybe to your point, you're right. He could have hit it, maybe gone and hit it again. Hard to say, but he committed. I liked it. He committed 100% to that air. Lands it cleanly, spins it around. So stand by for those scorers looking for that. Well, there it is.
No, we're waiting.
Sorry. Yep.
I like the point of difference because we haven't seen too many people go to the air in the last couple of heats.
Well, for quite a while, at least on the rights, with this southerly wind, as I made mention, it's very difficult. A lot of time that wind will take the board from you. But if you execute the maneuver very quick, your board will stick to your feet. If you get up there and really loft it out and try and kind of tweak it, that's when, if you don't grab, the wind will take it. But the way that he rotated so quick, it couldn't happen. The wind was not going to pull it away from his feet. He was very precise with how he landed it.
So precise, speed, it's got to have impressed the judges. One maneuver, but let's see how they go. I just like the point of difference, as you said, because we haven't seen too many, and it just keeps the spice of life alive here in this heat for Pat Gadauskas. He's going to try everything, and it's great to see that these surfers are giving it every single thing they got here.
Well, remember, he needed to better a 4.50. He does, just barely. It's a 4.60, so now that's the score for him to increase. And now the score that is needed for red has increased just a little bit. Now our surfer in red, Beric de Vries, looking for a 4.26. And 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, Pitsy. And the situation has changed with priority. It now swings to red with first priority.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because on paper, a 4.26 looks like an easy task. But within the drama of a heat, 5 minutes on the clock, and Pat Kadauskas breathing down your throat, all of a sudden, it's a little different than what it sounds. Easier said than done type of stuff.
Yeah, no, agreed. But, you know, for Barrick, he almost came close to that on that wave prior to the one where he swung around right after getting that 6.67. I think it was just he was a little bit behind it on those moves, wasn't able to really push into either one of those maneuvers, and that's why it fell short at a 3.60. So he doesn't need much. He doesn't need a big wave. He just needs to get on one. But the challenge is, Pitsy, do you roll the dice? Do you take off on a wave you know you can get that 4.26? Or do you wait for something you know you can get a 6 or better so that you start to extend that now that then Pat Kadauskas would need to get a 6 or better? What would you do? Would you go for that wave knowing you can get a 4.26 and take the lead? Or would you wait until you know you can get a 6 or better?
I'll go for whatever it takes to get the lead because with only 4 minutes on the clock, I don't want to leave anything to chance.
All right, well, we'll see what happens here. If Barrick de Vries, utilizing that first priority, will take off on the next thing that moves, or if he will wait for one of the bigger waves with a little bit more scoring potential on it. 4 minutes on the clock, and I don't see Pat in the picture, so he's obviously off on his own and could potentially swing off another score of something better than his current low score of a 4.60, and it looks like the Oakley team out the back signing some autographs for the local crew. I saw a ton of Japanese fans down there, and they got these squares, really colorful squares, and they're just passing it down the line, and all the pro athletes that are currently surfing for Oakley are signing it for the fans, and the fans are eating it up.
Well, I'm eating up all the action we've had this afternoon, Todd Klein, and Barrick de Vries sitting out here. One thing that we start getting a little bit complacent with is him sitting there, and we start to forget about the speed and flow that this guy has got with that particular board that he's riding, because the thing looks amazing, and the speed that he gets out of it is quite incredible. And I don't think it's going to take too big a wave for him to get the speed and flow happening to score a 4.26. And this is the frustrating thing. He probably knows that, but within these tricky Chiba conditions, finding even a wave to get a 4.2 can prove to be quite challenging. Now we've got a paddle.
Here it is. So priority will swing now to blue. It's going to be a quick one here. He's going to have to go big. Floats that section. Does get around it. Bang. Little turn off the top. Follows it up with another. Only needing a 4.26. So it's not going to be a massive score, but it will definitely be the score that was needed.
Yeah, so there you go. See the speed and flow. High flying. In and out. Surfer in red. Now moves into first place. Now, Pat Kadauskas, Captain Good Vibes, can he turn it around?
Well, he was on a wave right behind him. We just caught the end of it where he kicked out. So stand by. We will have 2 scores dropping, and not sure if it will go into Pat's score line or not. And Pat was able to kick out before Barrick, and now he will reestablish first priority. So standing by for that exchange, and standing by to see if Barrick de Vries will get that 4.26 and exactly what happened with Pat Kadauskas right behind him.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's an indication of no dice for Pat. Get back out there, get priority. 2 minutes to go. Last chance.
Yeah, it looks like scores already in for blue at 2.77, so now we're just standing by for the last of red.
I think red's score is going to be good, so the ask for Pat is going to be fairly high.
How good? 6-ish?
6.5.
All right, well, we'll stay tuned to see where those scores come through. He was looking for a 4.26, and it looks like potentially that could be the last wave, so it will be the deciding factor in this heat. The final quarterfinalist will come from this heat right here, and he is in need of a 4.26. So it is in the judges' hands at this point. We'll stand by for those scores, and whoever comes through this heat will be matched up against current number 1 on that qualifying series, Jesse Mendez. Scores dropping, looking like it is going to be that, and then some. There it is, 7.30 for last of red, straight to first place, and has applied the pressure firmly on Pat Kadauskas with 40 seconds to go. Surfer in blue now looking for a 7.64.
Yeah, well, here we go. Pat having a go. Paddling. Just gets into it a little late, off the lip, pumps down the line, flies into the reverse, and just comes unstuck. Unfortunately, that is all she wrote for Pat Kadauskas. He won't get back out there for another chance. So Barrick de Vries, brilliant performance, And the way he surfed, fast, precise, a great heat surfed by the man from South Africa in red. Too bad to Pat Kadauskas. He has been coming on with a lot of momentum throughout this event, but unfortunately he'll be joining Tanner.
Well, congratulations, Beric de Vries, on into the quarterfinals up against Jesse Mendez. That will be quarterfinal number 4. Coming up next, quarterfinal number 1, Flavio Nakajima up against Griffin Colapinto. Stay with us.
Hey, I'm John Florence.
Eu sou o número 1.
I'm John Florence.
No, I'm John.
No way, I'm John Florence.
I'm John Florence.
Here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. We are live from Japan. It is Saturday afternoon, coming up on 3:30 p.m., and the quarterfinals are set. Quarterfinal number 1, Flavio Nakajima in the red, up against Griffin Colapinto in the blue. Todd Klein calling the heat alongside Matthew Pitts. Pitsy, quarterfinals, and we are not far off from crowning a champion.
Well, we're a day away, I guess, because we're going to all go to bed tonight after the quarterfinals are done. Semi-finals will be set. We'll be back here tomorrow, and the crowning will carry on then. But right now, there's still a bit of work to do for a couple of surfers in the water, and this fine young man, Griffin Colapinto, is trying to back up his previous heats score of 17 points plus. Now, the conversation that a lot of people say once a surfer puts on an incredible score like that is, can he back it up? Has he peaked, and will he then not be able to advance? It remains to be seen. We saw Adriano yesterday post the highest score in the competition, 17 plus. He then went out in his next heat and was unable to back it up, and Adriano went down. So now we have Colapinto holding the highest heat score for this event so far, out against Flavio Nakajima, who we saw score 3 8s. He threw an 8 away in his last heat. An incredibly dominating performance over Timmy Bisso in his last heat. Now just trawling the lineup, getting ready to open up his account. Incredible talent here, surfer in red, all the way from Brazil. Hand on the nose, no ride.
Yes, it's a good question. The guys are starting off with a very strong focus on having that inside. Even though we're in a peaky beach break situation, it's not a point break. Usually when we see, I think you mentioned a few hits ago on the CT, we see guys really, the Brazilians especially, challenging for that inside position. But here, really wanting to get that first good opening score. Guys are chasing each other up and down the beach. And we've seen guys, leaving it till the last minute. We're going to cut down to an interview with last heat's winner.
You are watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of round 5, heat 8, Beric de Vries. Welcome back to the interview pit.
Thank you so much. Good to see you.
You made a drama again. You scored 7.30 at the very end.
Yeah, what a crazy way to finish. I knew a wave was coming. It was about time. There hadn't been one for a long time. And when I was timing the sets, it was like pretty much 3 or 4 minutes overdue anyway. So I just kept cruising. And yeah, it's pretty crazy to be under pressure on such a small wave, because if you're not completely relaxed, then it's so easy to make a mess up. And at first I thought that wave was going to close out, and I just gave my all in that first little float and came around and managed to get 2 in. And I thought it was going to be like a flat 5, but I'm very happy that I guess I was all caught up in the moment. But yeah, stoked to the 7.
Your board are working so well, isn't it?
Yeah, boards are working very well, thanks.
So when we were at the stage right behind the venue, the ambassador of the Republic of South Africa told us to do your best. I think you got that message too, right?
Yeah, it was so awesome to see him down here, and yeah, with the Surfers Not Street Children, it's awesome to see what Tom Hewitt's doing. I think there's 100 surfboards coming to the guys in that program back home, so I can't wait to see their faces when they're getting on those new boards and all stoked in the ocean.
Yes, good luck in your hometown, South Africa. But before that, you have to do your job for the next round. How are you going to prepare for it?
Try rest as much as I can. The sun's been pretty brutal today, so it's taking not a lot of energy, but maybe just take it up from 1 banana to 2 bananas and go a little bit crazy. I don't know. Get a bit of energy from that and lots of water as usual. And yeah, just try to relax as much as possible, but already very happy to be in the quarters, but job's not done yet. 2 more to go.
Good luck in your quarterfinals, but congratulations for now. Great talk with Breivik Durvi. Back to you.
Interview, we've seen Griffin Colapinto. Now I question whether he could back up that last heat's performance, and he has.
He just walked in the booth and just chucked a handful of sand in your mouth.
He did an 8.5. Well, I hadn't said he couldn't do it. I said, can he do it? And he's just saying, oh yes, I can. Up and riding again.
Wow.
Bang again. So that's the little backup that a lot of the surfers have been very quick to get once they post a big score. An 8.5, 3/4 of the way out, turns around, goes again. 2 waves on the board. So now Flavio Nakajima, and just don't get me wrong here, Flavio Nakajima now with priority out the back, getting ready to strike. And when he does, let me tell you, it is going to be...
Yeah, as you touched on earlier, we saw him in the previous heat just throwing around 8s like they were small change for him, you know?
Yeah, he
no problem at all.
Threw away an 8 in that last heat, 2 8s to score, and he put egg on my face because I thought Timmy Bisso was going to be a real threat to win this event, and Flavius went, oh, really?
Yes, I'll have something to say about that.
He also have something to, and he surfed incredibly well on his backhand, so he's looked like he's adopted the same tactic by getting priority, being patient, and waiting to strike. And when he does, it's going to be exciting stuff. So let's sit back and really enjoy the surfing that's going to take place in this quarterfinal number 1.
We're sitting downstairs here in the scaffolding. I was just sitting upstairs doing a bit of beachcom, and the waves do definitely look like they're improving. And the guys are being a little bit more fussy. The 2-man situation now, so guys are using that priority system a little bit more than what we were seeing in the 3 and 4-man heats. But just going off topic a little bit there, Griffin Calapino, in his heats, he's been getting what he needs in the first 5 or 7 minutes, where our other heat winners have been getting their scores towards the end, a little bit more of a clutch performance. So it's interesting he's being able to find what he needs very early in the heat, and the rest of the heat he's been kind of a little bit quiet, just going for airs and just kind of having fun. So he's making it look easy.
Well, I'm going to call him the baby-faced assassin because he does. He looks like a real young fella, and he's got that baby face on him. Paddling. Here we go. Watch what happens here.
Wow, splitting the peak here. Up and over there. We're going to follow the Brazilian, and he's milking his one all the way through. So we'll have a score there for first wave for red, and then we'll have one owing to Griffin, which will be his 3rd wave. What did you think of the backhand attack on that one?
Once again, he was, as I suspected, not to disappoint. Here's the replay of Colapinto's backhand wave. A couple of nice backhand snaps, a 3rd snap on the inside, a 4th, all the way through the inside. This is going to be a decent little backup, just struggling on that last turn. Now, if we could get the replay of red, you will see that he was just jet skiing it away off down the line. Incredible speed and precision, like we've seen throughout this event. Flavio Nakajima is going to boost a solid score to open up his account.
There we go.
Here he is.
Nice big fan.
Floats the second turn back up into the lip. Just a little cut back, and the wave not quite cooperating last minute there, but nevertheless,
I still think it'll be a better score than Griffin's last score?
Well, it's going to be a great score. So we can't be talking about him scoring a backup right now. We've got to be talking about him opening up his account really strong. I think he did, and we're looking at a comparison to that 8-5 for Griffin, and I reckon it's probably going to get about a 6-5 or a 7.
Yeah, I think it might come in there around a high 6, but we are not judges.
No.
We are just doing our best, and we do watch a lot of surfing, so maybe we can get close, but once again, we're not professional judges, and they're doing an excellent job throughout this event. I think they've been spot on with all their calls, and having one Japanese surfer still going in the event, I think the Japanese crowd will think that was pretty good judging there for Hiroto Arai's last win.
Yeah, let's just keep an eye on these scores coming in here, because we've got two very important scores. We've got Colapinto on the left looking for a solid backup, because if he gets one, he's really going to be sitting strong in this heat. And then if Flavio Nakajima a 7.77, so it's not that far off Colapinto's opening 8.5. So that's what we're talking about. Red sitting with priority, getting a wave, and then rivaling the top scores to set this heat up for a real dogfight. And that's exactly what he's done. Colapinto a 6 off that multiple turn on the backside. It wasn't really explosive, super exciting, but he did get a lot of precise backside snaps in there, and that's his 6.0 as a backup. So
yeah, we were saying that it might come in a little bit under, but yeah, I didn't know, or I didn't guess that was going to go up to a 777. Very lucky number there for him to start off the heat with. But one judge went as high as an 8.2 for that wave.
Well, I think the camera angle that we saw that wave probably didn't do quite as much justice. Now paddling up and riding, look at this. This is a nice wave.
Really good looking wave. Big hit off the start, getting a lot of projection around that section, and unfortunately overcooking that last turn, just rotating a little bit far and catching that outside edge, and goes down. So potentially a huge score.
I could hear the yells from Brazil coming from here. I tell you what, very uncharacteristic, because this kid has been absolutely spot on with his surfing and his backhand attack. Big backhand maneuver to start, straight off the bottom, straight back up into the lift, and as you said, Matt, overcooked it.
Yeah, and he had a lot of projection out of that first turn. Surfed it perfectly until that point. Maybe just took his eyes off the prize a little bit at the end there. He's up and riding again on this left. A lot of speed. Wow, I thought he was going to go to the air then, but the section didn't present itself. Could have been a little tactical move just to position himself differently in the lineup. Didn't look like it was going to offer that much, apart from the air.
I think he's had a little rush of blood to the head, and the adrenaline's pumping. He got the first score, and don't get me wrong here, I think he's probably gone, wow, a 7-7 for that. Woo! And then when he paddled into that second one, he was, whoa, this is potentially way better by the size of the wave. Big backhand snap to start, and he goes right, foot to the accelerator, flat to the floor, off the top again, and just overcooked the thing. So just slid out a little bit.
Luckily for Griffin Colapinto, he did overcook that turn.
Yeah, so he just slid out through the turn a little bit, came unstuck, so now Colapinto back into the box seat.
First priority, looking for something to better his 6-point ride. So we saw him in the last heat with a 9.57 and a 7.67, all happening very early in the heat. So a little bit different in this heat, but as we're talking about also with Fabio throwing away 8s. So we know these guys have got fireworks. So hopefully this heat produces waves, and we can sit back and watch some amazing surfing, Matt.
Yeah, well, we've already seen fireworks in this heat, and I'm sure it's going to continue right throughout the next 11 minutes. And it's an incredible showdown. We've got the babyface assassin here from Californian, Griffin Colapinto, getting a little gangster towards the end of his last heat interview. A fine young man, and Todd Klein has really given this kid fantastic props, and well-deserved props too, I might add. His surfing's been incredible, and I don't think we've seen everything from this kid yet. He's shown that he can back up the big scores by coming out with an 8.5 in this heat, backing up with a 6, but not to underestimate the Brazilian surfer that he's up against. I learnt that lesson. Don't underestimate this guy in red, Flavio Nakajima, because he has got a lethal backhand, and he's just going to have to just pull on the reins, settle the horse down a tiny bit, and I'm no doubt he will be firing back soon.
I missed that post-heat interview. You said he got a little bit gangster towards the end of that interview.
Oh, it's nothing really to talk about. It was just just a bit of hand jive, that I was joking around with Toddy. So,
just happy. Happy to come away.
Oh, no, it was just shout out to his boys back home. Yo,
was it? Okay.
Yo, to the boys in the hood. What up? But
wow.
Yeah.
Wow, why not?
Why not? No, it was
flying high on life, just smashed his heat.
Yeah.
Knowing he's already in for a good result here.
No, but for, as I said, he's a young fella with a baby face, but he's a real hard hitter. So, putting everyone on notice with that highest heat score of the event so far, straight back into an 8.5. This little guy, Griffin Colapinto, and don't get me wrong, he's had some great results in Hawaii as well. So this kid's got the whole package, and we're going to see a lot more of this guy, and I just hope that he really gets active on that World Qualifying Series Tour, because he does the sort of surfing that the world needs to see.
Well, he's not just good in small waves. He had a good result at the Volcom Pipe Pro at the start of the year, getting a 3rd place.
Yeah.
So we know he's versatile. And also doing one of the craziest airs probably seen in competition over at Sunset last year.
Yeah,
like a 6-foot plus wave and just threw it out into the flats.
Jeez,
spun it around.
I'd love to see a video of that.
Got the score. It was amazing. Yeah, so we know he's got the air game. He's got the small wave game. And he has good barrel skills. I'm not sure how big Pipe was, but I'm sure it's big enough to scare the pants off me.
Hey, Vulcan Pipe Pro doesn't go down in a shore break, I'll tell you.
Exactly right. But currently sitting at 24th. Still, this is stop number 27 on the QS calendar. I think there's 55. And then after this, I think there's quite a long leg in South Africa. Quite a few events over there. But I'm sure it's only a matter of time. He obviously is an amazing surfer, and as you said, he's baby-faced.
Okay, so check out this downtime we've got in the heat. We've had ebbs and flows as far as the waves hitting the beach and providing the opportunity for these guys to score. Now, we've had a flurry of action in the beginning of this heat, and both surfers have got 2 scores. At the moment, Colapinto has got the advantage. So now we've had a bit of downtime, time's running away from them, the pressure builds, and then we get the cooker exploding the lid off the top towards the end. 5 minutes is when things really start to get serious. So Nakajima still with a little bit of time up his sleeve, but you can see he's moving around, he's getting little ants in his pants, and Colapinto, surfer in blue, with priority, just sticking with him because he knows that these Brazilian guys are way too dangerous to even give them half an inch.
Yes, they definitely do know how to surf for heat. And as you touched on, Ocean is a little bit quiet right now. These guys are sitting in the same place as what we've seen all the other competitors sit and get the scores from. So yeah, just Ocean taking just a little bit of a breather, but we still have amazing conditions. I'll go as far as saying it's the best day of competition so far, as far as the days held in there the whole way through. We've had a little bit more swell today, and it's continued all through the day, so we're well past the low tide now, and then we've seen all the big scores come in the afternoon in the previous competition days. So we're in for an exciting next few heats. We have high tide, and I think it's around an hour. So hopefully the waves can keep coming for us, and we can see more action.
We're definitely going to see more action, but we just saw a little paddle battle going on between the two, and I noticed the surfer in the red just glanced over to the surfer. The surfer in red glanced over to the surfer in blue, who's dogging him right now. Okay, blue lets him go. Nakajima up and riding.
Yeah, good style. Second big turn.
Whoa, could this be a big mistake? What an incredible opportunity now for the surfer in red. So there you go. The guts pose under priority. Nakajima looking for a 6.74, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if the score will go there.
I noticed, if we can just get this replay here, he has got an awesome style. His stance is very close together, enables him to really pivot and get nice and high on his backhand, fit a lot of maneuvers in a small space, and he wasn't actually even moving that quickly there.
Did you see the spring-loaded effect he's got of the extension of the body out of the top, and then he suddenly compresses off the bottom and extends off the top again and then compresses. And when you slow that down and we watch the replay, you could see that extension and compression of the body, which kept the speed flowing throughout that whole ride. It's a little bit about that jigging up and down on your skateboard from rail to rail to keep the momentum going. And the balance and poise he had throughout that ride was quite incredible. And the score is going to go very close to that required 6.74. So, Colapinto, here he is, up and riding.
Wow. Going to what he knows how. And his make ratio with those is ridiculous, as most of the competitors are. But he was needing to back up a 6. And we haven't seen Fabio's wave prop in yet, but I'm really impressed with this kid from Brazil. I haven't heard much of him before this event, but I really like his surfing.
Yeah.
So this is shaping up to be a great heat, Matt.
Okay,
Look
so
at that.
Flavio needing a 6.74. Now, we suspected that this score, under priority, mind you, would go above the 6.74. Scores are starting to drop in. You can hear a pin drop right now for the fans back in Brazil there.
Wow.
Dead silent. We can't hear a word coming out of Brazil. A 7.17. He now moves into red, into the top, and that noise has just changed. Okay, it's gone through the roof. The Brazilians are stoked. Flavio's up in the first place, but Colapinto has a wave. A score to come in with 4 minutes left in the heat. Stay tuned.
And we missed the start of his wave too. We saw Andy's kind of a little bit of a turn and then through that air. He spun around right on the nose. Did well to ride out. But, wow, a 7.17.
So that's why we're going to have to sit on the fence as far as the score predictions for Colapinto,
Exactly.
because we didn't see it.
Didn't see
So
it.
fate is now in the hands of the judges. We're going to have to sit back and watch. And all of a sudden, everyone's back on the edge of the seat again. Here goes Red, up and riding.
Wow, that's a good-looking wave again. Throws the fins on the first. Nice. He waited well for that second turn. Cutting it back. Lots of spray. He's looking for something in the inside. The tide is filling in, so it might allow something, but goes into that hole there.
He disappeared behind that pole, and I'm sure he's still there, but he did disappear for momentarily. So
Hope he's still there.
I'm sure. Yeah, Nakajima staying busy. Incredible surfing. He's out there on his Glenpang-shaped surfboard. So interesting combination there between the Brazilian surfer and the Hawaiian shaper. Great
Look at
stuff
this, Matt.
there.
They're taking a long time to put
They
that
are.
score in for Griffin.
Man, this is going to be a very important score. Griffin in second, needing a 6.44. Scores starting to trickle in with 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Now remember, Red's last wave came to him under priority, and Griffin was dogging Red for a while there. Red looked at him and gave him a bit of a snarl, and then all of a sudden, Griffin let Red get a wave under his nose.
4 judges have dropped in the same score, and it's come in just under. It was still one more judge to drop a score, needing a 6.44.
It's going to be a 6.2. So,
there you go.
Colapinto needs a 6.2. Look at that. What the?
You wanted to know that score. We're down to 2 minutes, and it
who
comes
would have
in
thought?
under.
A 6.2. So obviously it was a one maneuver wave.
There you go. So that was all for that one air.
Yes. So blue now. Wow. 1 minute and 50 seconds left. Surfer in blue needs a score of 6.44. Now look at the surfer
He
in
may
red.
need a score of 6.4. So remember,
He needs a score of 6.4. It says right there, 6.44.
still one more wave to come in for Red, where we saw him go
Yeah.
down behind that pole. So that requirement may change.
It may change. Okay, now look who's coming up the beach now. So, the tables are turned. Blue was dogging Red. Now Red's chasing Blue. And Colapinto now, he is going to be very, very annoyed because he left the door open. And you don't do that. We know that, don't you? We all know that. Not against Nakajima. You do not give him an inch, because he did And now he's taken a mile.
Well, it's actually not going to go into Nakajima's top 2. So, yes, Griffin will be needing a 6.44 still. And we're down to 1 minute remaining. So, look at that. One judge went up to a 7. So, yeah, looking like it won't go into his top 2. So, Griffin, with 40 seconds remaining, looking for a 6.44.
Okay, 30 seconds on the clock. Look at this. Paddle battle is on. I'm going to say that Flavio Nakajima will be moving through the next down because he knows how not to give anyone an inch. Now watch this.
So Griffin can take off on this.
I eat my words again.
Go to the air. Go to the air. Nice first turn. He's setting up. Goes to the air. Can he ride out? And he does. 10 seconds remaining.
Nose ride.
Made sure the judges know that he rode out of that. And will that be the score of a 6.44? We saw him get a 6.2 for just the air.
Here's a
He did
replay.
a turn and an air.
Okay, little snap to start. A little high line. Goes to the air. Almost disconnects from the board completely. A little spreads down. Now watch the nose ride. See that? Todd Klein loves that. I'm going to say no. He's not going to get it. I'm going to throw it out there. I know there's a couple of people in the booth who thinks he will get it. I'm going to say no.
I'm not saying anything, Mr.
Come on.
Matthew Pitts.
Get off the fence here. I'm going to grab your leg and try and pull you off the fence. But
no, this is a very nice fence, and I would like to stay on it as long as possible.
Well, I'm going to say if he was to get a score for effort, he would get it all day long. But look, you can see the young man.
He's smiling.
Whoa, he's giving us a thumbs up. Thumbs up because he's a fine young man.
He's confident.
No matter how it goes, he's happy. That's the sort of kid this guy is. But, of course, fingers crossed that he gets the score. I don't think he will. But, anyway, E for effort, right?
Wow, it come in at a 5.5. So he was needing a 6.44. So there you go. The Brazilian surfer gets through. Now we're into...
Now, I think that this young man, Griffin Colapinto, needs a coach, someone like Todd Klein, because there was a big mistake made at the end of that heat. Now, this kid could have gone all the way because his surfing didn't let him down. It was his tactics only. Okay, we're going to cross to a commercial break, and we'll be back.
I'm De Souza, bro.
I'm De Souza.
No, I'm De Souza.
Hey, kidding me? I am Adriana De Souza.
I am De Souza. Totally.
Welcome back. The start of quarterfinal number 2 now takes to the lineup. Cooper Chapman in the red, Koa Smith in the blue. You are watching the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, live here from Japan, coming up on 4 p.m. here on a Saturday afternoon. Todd Klein joined by Matt Wyborn. Matt, another great heat right down to the end. I didn't get to catch the end of it, but it sounded like, according to Matthew Pitts, a little bit of a mistake there from that priority with our surfer from San Clemente. Griffin Colapinto, we'll go back to that in a moment, but this was while we were on break. After that last quarterfinal, right out of the gates, Koa Smith, and this is live action. Cooper Chapman, big layback hack to open things up. Hits the oncoming whitewater there, and he kicks out. So 1-2 right there, both surfers on the board. Looks like Blue will get out there and establish first priority, and both surfers getting on the board quickly. So just quickly reflecting back, was there a mistake that was made by Griffin Colapinto in that last heat?
I wouldn't go as far as calling it a mistake. I think the waves didn't deliver for him.
Was it a priority thing? Because based on, I just caught the end of that heat when I walked in the box, and it sounded like Pitsy was maybe making reference that maybe he left the door open.
Griffin had the heat, most of the heat. He was leading the heat, and then at the end, our Brazilian surfer got a wave and then pushed his requirement up a little bit to a 6.44, I think it was. Griffin waited. He was patient. He waited, and the ocean just didn't really deliver. Actually, the Brazilian surfer gave him a little bit of space, let him go on a few waves, but the waves just didn't fluctuate into anything. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not a coach, but I think Matthew Pitts was saying that you might need to go and talk to Griffin Colapinto about that.
Yeah, without seeing it, I can't give him any advice, nor would I be in the place to do so unless he asked for it. So, well, nonetheless, it was a great result for the youngster from the United States, and he got a quarterfinal finish here in this QS 6000. It'll be a great result for him here and on his quest to qualify for next year's championship tour. He's been opening up a lot of eyes from the fans around the world, this youngster out of America, but Flavio Nakajima makes it on into the semifinals. A pair of sevens was enough, even though Griffin Colapinto had the highest single wave score of an 8.5. That pair of sevens for Flavio, 14.94, just slightly takes out Griffin Colapinto with a 14.70. Congratulations to Flavio. And now shifting gears to this heat, Koa Smith opening up with a 5.67. Our surfer in blue out there, a goofy footer, so his back to the waves out here on these right-handers, and Cooper Chapman being the regular footer. And we've got 20 minutes left on the clock. The conditions have been pretty clean for the entire day with this southerly breeze blowing here at Ichinomiya Shida Beach. And we've seen some great surfing and a huge day of competition. When all's said and done, when we're done here, Matt, it'll be 24 heats at 25 minutes in length. We kick things off at 6:45 a.m. this morning, and we will wrap things up not quite when the sun sets, but not much prior to it. And there's our Brazilian friend making his way in, being handed the flag to continue to fly it for Brazil, as he is one of the two remaining Brazilians here in the quarterfinals. Coming up in quarterfinal number 4, we'll see current number 1 in the world on the qualifying series, Jesse Mendez, up against Beric de Vries.
Yes, and Jesse Mendez has been looking the goods this event, surfing very sharp, using that backhand weapon that he has, as his fellow countrymen did in the heat before. We're starting to see some scores coming in. We didn't catch the start of Cooper Chapman's wave, but it's looking like it's going to be very, very good up into the excellent range. There you go, an 8.67 for Cooper Chapman from Australia. So Koa Smith from Hawaii, only needing a 3.01 with 20 minutes remaining in this heat. So plenty of time, but what a way to start with an 8.67. That's got to be good, do wonders for your confidence.
Yeah, anytime you can come out of the gate, especially on the opening exchange, your competitor posts a 5.67 and then you back it up with an 8.67. It's definitely going to put him in a good position, even though he doesn't have first priority. That last heat, you guys made mention, Griffin Colapinto led for the majority of the heat, but in the end it was Flavio Nakajima getting the better backup wave and taking out that heat on into the semifinals. Flavio standing by now.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of quarterfinal 1, Flavio Nakajima. Congratulations to you.
Thanks. So happy making my hits. Was super hard hit because Griffin starts the hits with 8.5 the first wave. I'm waiting my first wave. I'm wait. Scum is big one. I'm good first turn, second turn little bit more difficult, but the finisher wave starts at 7 points. The second wave, the Griffin, is the backup wave is small, but I'm in concentration and get one more scoring the hits. Super stoked they get the 7.77. Don't have priority. Griffin pedal on the wave, no go. I'm going to the wave. It's good score. So happy.
7.77. We call it lucky 7. You got the luck. And for the next, you got gorgeous turns and in tight space, kicking the tail hard. I thought you were enjoying the wave. Did you enjoy that wave, scoring 7.17?
Yeah, I get the second one a little bit better because the wave is little bit bumping. The first turn, the second turn, a little bit more power. But I'm the finish the wave. This is it's a good one. I'm so happy to finish the wave. Super stoked make my hit.
All right, now you got the power, you got the flow, and you got the speed. You have to take that judge criteria to the semifinals, right? You have to prepare for it for tomorrow. You got any plans?
Of course. And the semi concentration, the next ones. I'm working hit by hit. I was training pretty hard in the Brazil in last month with my team. The wave is so similar in my beach in Brazil, little bit small. I'm training every day, all the conditions. I'm prepared for that concert. Super stoked. Keep it going. Let's go the next.
I'm sure all the team is on your side. You want to say hi to your teams?
Queria agradecer a galera que está aí no Brasil, tá torcendo até agora. Obrigado a todos. Gostaria de agradecer meus patrocinadores, a minha equipe. E vamos para a próxima.
All right, good luck on your semis. Congratulations to Flavio Nakajima. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, and congratulations to Flavio Nakajima. Congratulations to Griffin Colapinto, as I made mention. A great result here for him as he campaigns for his championship tour quest in hopes of making it through the QS this year. He's going to have to make it into the top 10 at the end of the year, and the estimated points to qualify for next year's championship tour is 18,000. And for his fifth-place finish here in the quarterfinals, he will take home 2,650 points. So a great result here for the youngster out of San Clemente. And now out in the lineup, we've got a couple scores on the board. Cooper Chapman, an 8.67, a 3.67, currently out to an early lead in the red. And Koa Smith in the blue, he's opened up with a 5.67. He's looking for a 6.68. First priority sits with the surfer in blue. And Cooper Chapman so far on that forehand, getting the better of the exchange on that opener and setting the tone here in quarterfinal number 2, Matt.
Yeah, the waves are still looking very good this afternoon. We've lost a little bit of the consistency, but when they come through, they definitely have excellent scoring potential, as we saw from Cooper Chapman's, as you mentioned, 8.67 to start off with. We see the competitors staying in the same place as the rest of the competitors have been throughout this event, sitting on that main sandbank where it was bulldozed from last week. So that is in the middle of the beach. We have a seawall at either end, so most of the sand builds up right where these guys are sitting.
So keep an eye on the situation as we just saw Red go blazing by. Maybe he thinks there's going to be a set coming into that southerly peak. The surfer with blue does have first priority, and he watched him go by at first. Koa did, looking at Cooper, and he said, wait a minute, he's going somewhere I need to go. And as he watches him kind of paddle off, he says, wait a minute, he's trying to pull me off the peak. He's trying to get me to relinquish priority. And he says, you know what? I'm just going to go over there and I'll check in with him. Maybe he is up to something. So a little bit of cat and mouse going on out there, a contest within a contest. We need to look at deep into that priority and possibly even having a little conversation there, these two competitors, as they're looking at one another.
Yeah, maybe talking about the conditions, or maybe talking about, what have you been doing in Japan?
I'm pretty sure he just said, you know what, I'm about to smoke you in this heat.
Maybe.
I don't know who said it, but I'm pretty sure one of those guys said it.
Maybe he was asking him, what do you want to do for dinner tonight?
I think he said, what, brah? Watch this. I'm going to go down here. Over here.
Where they are.
And
wow.
Cooper said, no, over there.
They're going opposite directions right now. As we see, the next heat will have our Japanese surfer by the looks of it. Only seeing him from behind, but that looks like Hiroto Arai.
Yeah, Hiroto Arai coming up there in red against Oni Anwar. That is going to be a great heat, and following that, we will have the final heat of the day, quarterfinal number 4, Jesse Mendez up against Beric de Vries, and then we will have the semifinals set for the QS 6000 of the men, and the semifinals set for the women in the QS 3000. So tomorrow, depending on what time we kick off, we will only have 3 heats in each division, and then we will crown champions. So a big day tomorrow. We call it Super Sunday. We had massive crowds here today in Japan, out here at Ichinomiya. on a Saturday, tomorrow being Sunday, and forecast looking like we will have sunny skies once again. Only being an hour from Tokyo, I think we're going to have a massive day of competition.
Yeah, I think tomorrow we'll see the beach completely full. We have some great surfers still left in the draw, and we have the lone Australian up in this heat. Koa Chapman still flying the flag for Australia. We have Cole Smith from Hawaii. Things a little bit sleepy out there right now. Koa's sitting on one wave of a 5.67, and Cooper Chapman in the lead with an 8.67 and a 3.67. So, as you mentioned, Todd, tomorrow should be a great day. We should have sunny skies again. Hopefully the swell holds in there. We see the young Japanese competitor hopefully putting the right wax on, having that local knowledge.
Yeah, Hiroto Arai getting prepared for that next heat. This is already a big result for him. Have a look here. Cooper Chapman, beautiful looking left here, straight square up into it. I like his approach on the backhand. This kid, I feel, personally has a little bit of an off the top like Dane Reynolds on the backhand. He has a similar frame as far as being a tall, lanky individual. And when he gets up into the lip, as opposed to just throwing the board into it, he pushes through it. And you'll see here, watch this. Gets the fins up and over. I love that maneuver right there. And it gets out on the open face. That wave flattens out, but just giving you a little bit of a taste of what this kid can put together on that backhand as well. We know he's electric on the forehand with that 8.67, but that backhand right there, don't let this kid get on a good left-hander or this one will be shut down. And speaking of backhands, we know Koa Smith can put it together as well. He's looking for a 6.68. That's going to change just a little bit, though. That last wave for Cooper comes through at a 4.5. So now our surfer in blue requires a 7.51. So slowly but surely, our surfer from Australia is starting to pull away from Koa, and Koa's going to have to get busy with 10 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Matt, when we were in here, I was calling the heat with Pitsy. We were talking about how the Brazilians support one another. There it is right there. The crew down here still supporting their fellow countrymen. We've got coming up in that next heat, Hiroto Arai up against, actually, they're congratulating the winner of that last heat, Flavio Nakajima.
Yeah, it's good to see that support, and I think the Japanese surfers do have it when they're in Japan, but the Brazilians seem to take that all over the world, always have that support. And then at the first CT event of the year in Snapper, it's extremely vocal. Some people call it Rainbow de Janeiro down there.
Oh, yeah.
They have a huge support team down there in Australia. So it's great to see them here or hanging around, watching their fellow countrymen make it 3 rounds. And we're just watching the Japanese surfer Hiroto Arai coming up for that next heat. I think Oni Onwa and Hiroto Arai have a little bit similar surfing styles. They're both very sort of short in stature. They're both very compact, both on their forehand. Both have very good rail games, but have that air on lock also. So this should be a very, very good heat coming up next. Hopefully the waves deliver.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I look forward to seeing how that heat plays out. In the last post-heat interview for Oni, he actually made comment that, hey, you know what? I realize that the judges are liking my rail. I don't need to go above the lip. And so I kept it, for the most part, on the face in that last heat. He's into the quarterfinals now. He might have to go to the air in order to pull out a score if he needs to up against Hiroto. We'll see how this next heat plays out. Here we go. Red having a look. Second priority. Not going to go on that one. Look how clean the face of these waves are out here this afternoon in Japan. And having a better look here at this one. This right-hander, it's going to run. He's taken off. So generating some speed. Look for something right here. And forehand air. No grab. Lands in the flats. Spins it.
Yeah, we saw him telegraphing that, widening his stance from the takeoff a little bit. He knew that wave was running a little bit quick and maybe his best option. Here goes with the replay. Wow, see, his stance was extremely wide. He already had the foot on the nose as soon as he hit that lip and getting that tail nice and high out into the flats. The judges will like that. I think that'll come in around 6.5. What do you think, Todd?
Yeah, hard to say. I actually, the way he left the lip, to me it looked like he almost lost his footing, but he was able to land just in time and get his feet back on that board. But to me it looked like he had a slight separation between the deck of his board and his feet, but nonetheless he rides out of it cleanly, pulling out all the stops. Our Australian in the red and potentially pushing the envelope a little bit further and making the requirement for our surfer in blue maybe going up into that excellent range. Currently, Koa Smith looking for a 7.51, but we just saw Cooper Chapman take to the air, land in the flats, spin it, and this guy right here coming up next, Oni Anwar, he will take to the air and go to the flats if he has to. But as we mentioned, his last heat, he felt that his rail game was what he needed to lean on, and he did. And it'll be interesting to see how he goes up against Hiroto Arai. We know that the crowd has stayed thick down here throughout this afternoon, sticking around for this next heat. And I mentioned the potential of big crowds tomorrow. This next heat will determine really how big that crowd will be tomorrow, because if we have come Super Sunday on finals day, a Japanese competitor still going in this Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro, a World Surf League QS 6000. This is a massive international event. If we have Arai going tomorrow, expect big things from the Japanese support down here tomorrow afternoon.
I totally agree, Todd. This is the biggest event, as you said, for Japan for the whole calendar year, and the support should be huge. And as you mentioned, Tokyo, only 1 hour from here. Competitors have been loving a little train ride back to there and enjoying the city.
Well, the door is starting to close on our Hawaiian. Last of red, a 7.00 for that big air into the flats. He has definitely increased his lead. Now Koa Smith needing a perfect score. So if he can get a 10, guess what? He's going to get $5,000 and go potentially into the semifinals. And that $10,000 would be awarded by the sponsor Invalence, which is a local real estate investment company. And we haven't seen any 10s. We've seen a 9.57, a couple of them. One going to Adriana de Souza, one going to Griffin Colapinto. And, well, we need a 10 now for Koa Smith. Still got a little bit of time on the clock, though. He could potentially, basically he needs 2 waves totaling 15.68 to take out Cooper Chapman. So he either could elect to go for that 10 or basically start fresh, scratch his score that he has in the scoreline of a 5.67 and chase 2 scores of basically high 7s. Or if he wants to really shut the door or solidify that first position, 2 8s would do that for him.
Wow, we see Cooper Chapman going to the air again, seeing that he received a 7-point ride for that last air attempt. Not sure what he did before that. That may even push that requirement up a little bit more. But while we were talking, we saw Oni Anwar running along the front of us here, and we saw Kanoru Igarashi and Griffin Calpino giving their support to him. It's interesting to see Igarashi still here, knowing that Fiji is coming up very shortly.
He's got a lot of commitments for media. I mean, obviously, he carrying dual citizenship, his parents being Japanese, him being originally born here in Japan. He is the Kelly Slater of Japan at this point. He's on that championship tour. It was great to have him competing in this event. And so he's probably got some pretty serious, media commitments. I saw a lot of cameras following him around in and around his heats. And he'll be getting going here soon. The women will kick off first in that Outer Known Fiji Pro on the 28th of May, potentially, depending on how the forecast looks. And then the men will follow once they wrap up the women's division. Scores dropping for Last of Red. He's currently looking to better that low score of a 7.00. Looks like it will fall just short of that. So won't put him into a combination situation quite yet. Koa Smiths will still need a 10-point ride. And there it is, Last of Red. It's a 6.60. So Koa looking for a wave that will give him the perfect ride of a 10.0. 4 minutes to go here in quarterfinal number 2. Coming up next, quarterfinal number 3. Hiroto Arai in the red, Oni Anwar in the blue. First priority sits with blue. Second priority with red.
Starting to see a few lines come through now, Todd. We could see some action here. It looks like Koa letting that one go. So interesting, Koa having first priority, being selective, really needing 2 waves. And we're down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So things getting a little bit tough here for the Hawaiian. Cooper Chapman has looked very strong through all the rounds and not disappointing here today. As I said, the lone Australian left in the event. We have 1 Japanese left and we have 1 Australian left in the event. But it's not over. 3 minutes, 15 seconds. Can the ocean deliver? It's also up to the surfer. He has to deliver on the wave, but you need Mother Nature to cooperate also. But we have 3 minutes remaining. He needs a 10-point ride. We have Cooper Chapman sitting with an 8.67 and a 7-point ride. So at this point in the event, the heat totals have been going up. He's got a heat total of 15.67. So yeah, he's up there where he needs to be in this point in the pointy end of the competition. We're in the quarterfinals. Heat 2, almost into the semis. We have one more heat to go. We have two more heats to go. Sorry, we have Oroto Arai and Oni Anwar coming up next, and after that, heat 4 will be our last heat of the day. We have Jesse Mendez and Derek DeVries. So, Ocean being a little bit quiet, down to 2 minutes. Not a lot happening here, Todd.
This comes down to now. It's very unfortunate for Koa Smith because when we first called out that he needed a 10, there was plenty of time on the clock to chase 2 waves that would give him a total of 15.67. Not the case. Here we go to Cooper Chapman. Nice looking wave here. Look for something big. Big snap. Drives off the bottom, straight back into it again. So another well-surfed wave here for our Australian. It looks like he is going to go into semifinal number 1 up against Flavio Nakajima. And 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. Koa Smith, our Hawaiian, he has had a tremendous run in this event. This is going to be a great result for him. If he does not find this 10, which the odds are against him right now, we haven't seen a 10 the entire event, and this heat has gone a little bit quiet towards the tail end as we count this down with 1 minute 10 seconds on the clock. We'll lose out here in the quarterfinals. An equal 5th place and 2,650 points, $3,000. So the money will help, and the points, more importantly, are going to be a great result for him on his quest to try and qualify for that championship tour.
Yeah, coming down to the mad minute. He's starting to paddle around, trying to find something. Hopefully, the Ocean can give him one more opportunity.
What's he going to have to do to get a 10-point ride based on what we've seen in this event?
He's going to have to do the biggest air that we've seen so far in this competition, or a combination of extremely amazing maneuvers. We've seen guys get up to that 9.5 and above range from maneuvers, so it is possible. But you know, he is a great surfer. He can do it. We see Cooper Chapman. Well, there you go.
Oh, he goes for that forehand air, lands in the flats, and I think that's going to be all she wrote as we count down quarterfinal number 2. Less than 10 seconds, and there it is. 5. You can hear the beach commentator counting it down. So that's it. A great result here for Cooper Chapman, moving on into the semifinals. He will be matched up against Flavio Nakajima. A great result here for Koa Smith, taking home an equal 5th place finish. And we will kick off quarterfinal number 3 coming up next. Hiroto Arai, Oni Anwar.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
Pitts and Pitsy, we've got a great heat underway.
Yeah, this is a fantastic heat. We got Hiroto Arai, the young Japanese hope in this event this year, the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, up against the sole Indonesian surfer in this event, and still surviving, still keeping the dream alive for Indonesia. Oni Anwar sent you all the way from Indonesia, now residing in Australia. It's been an incredible event for him. A bit of luck has gone his way. Lost his surfboards, showed up with a board, no fins, borrowed some, and all of a sudden his board has turned into a magic board because of the fin change. So there you go. A stroke of luck for the fine young man from Indonesia, and here he is up and riding on his first wave in this heat. Little front side snap off the bottom, another little snap, and bang off the foam. The judges can't get too crazy over that, and I'm sure he isn't either, but it's a start.
Well, keep an eye on red now, Hiroto Arai. He's no stranger to these types of conditions, from Japan, and floats that first section. Not going to like that wave. He's going to get out of it, and feeling right at home, as he should be. This is not necessarily his backyard, but being in Japan with a crowd here supporting him, wanting him to make it into the finals, this is his home court.
So I'm going to say a little shaky start for both surfers. Here's Hiroto, just little float, little down the line speed, kicks out, realizing there's not too much opportunity in that one, and he's back out the back. So interesting start. 22 minutes to go. They're 25-minute heats. Anwar with a 4.0. Hiroto with 1.77. The stage is set right now. Heat 3 of the quarterfinals.
Alrighty, well, we had a good heat in that last one. It was quarterfinal number 2, and it was Australian Cooper Chapman taking out Koa Smith, and Cooper Chapman is standing by now.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Hope you're having fun with us. Standing next to me, the winner of quarterfinal 2, Cooper Chapman. Congratulations to you.
Yeah, thank you. Stoked.
How was it out on the water? The wave seems a bit good, better than this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I caught a lot more waves in that heat than the last heat, but I mean, I guess for Koa it was the opposite. It's a bit like that out there. You're kind of in rhythm or not, and I got that first 8, and it sort of set me up for the rest of the heat to sort of be a bit less selective and try and find a couple waves, and I found a little air section, so yeah, it worked out well.
Yes, your very first wave was 8.67 with big layback with spray, and followed by 7.00 with one big maneuver high in the air. You were like flying.
Yeah, I mean, the waves are pretty small, so you got to do, I mean, on the first one I just tried to do a layback to have a bit of point of difference, and yeah, I'm just trying to stay focused and yeah, keep going.
So, your board working so well right now?
Yeah, my board's working great. I mean, in the heat before, and the same happened in the last round, I saw Griffin surf without a leg rope, and I was like, you know what, if it was like this at home, I wouldn't wear a leg rope, so I've been riding no leg rope all day, and I don't know, it feels a little bit faster, and yeah, I have plenty of confidence doing airs and stuff out there, so yeah, hopefully I can carry it through to tomorrow and go all the way.
Good to hear the word confidence. So you have to prepare for the next round semifinals. How are you going to work it out?
Yeah, I'm just going to go home, relax, try and get a really good night's sleep. I've been, yeah, like I was saying before, I've just been solo the last couple of days because Solly Bailey lost and went home. So, yeah, I'm just going to go have some dinner, chill out, rehydrate, and, yeah, get ready for tomorrow.
Okay, have a wonderful night, and I will see you tomorrow. Congratulations to Cooper Chapman. Back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations there to Cooper, and we saw Hiroto get a nice wave and now answering back. This time going to go on the backhand, though. Beautiful opening turn, follows it up with another here for Oni Anwar from Indonesia. A nice little left-hander running through across this inside section. Looks like he might be able to connect it and get one more turn off. Who knows? He might get a couple. There it is, Oni. He likes it.
Yeah, what an incredible camera angle that is right now on Oni Anwar. Beautiful pictures coming to you from Chiba, Japan here this afternoon. It's all front lit now. We got it all happening. Oni Anwar surfing right into the cameraman. Combination of backside snaps. But during that interview, we saw Hiroto Arai post a 5.5, and we got another score to come in.
Oh, man.
Todd Klein. It's all happening, bro.
Yep, it sure is. 19 minutes on the clock, and our Japanese competitor is feeling a little bit more confident. Same with Oni. We saw both those guys, as you indicated, maybe having a little bit of nerves on the opening exchange, but not the case right here for Oni. 2 beautiful turns, and climbs the whitewater, gets back out on the open face, and snaps it back one more time. That wave comes through at a 6.67. So Hiroto Arai starting to solidify that first place position at the moment. Oni Anwar in the blue looking for an 8.17, and we're standing by for his last wave, that left-hander we just watched.
Yeah, we just saw Cooper Chapman take out that last heat. We've got young Hiroto Arai, who surfs very similar, in my opinion. Similar looking board and a similar looking surfing style, up and riding.
Yeah, have a look at this left. A pretty solid wave out the back. Goes vertical right there. Back out of the open face. Snaps it back again. And an unbelievable left-hander
Wow.
here for Arai. The beach goes nuts.
What an incredible performance there from Hiroto Arai. Right into the cameraman. Just saw Onianwa catch one of those lefts and goes, mate, you can do that. I can do better. And away he went. And he is going to go through the roof. With
You
that
just
score.
went through the roof, Pitsy.
Well, I mean, I'm getting carried away because this is exciting stuff, and this young Japanese kid is just going ballistic.
All right,
Look
hold
at
on.
this.
Put your seatbelt on. I'll call this one. He goes through the lip there, gets around the open face, snaps it again, gets back up into it again. So a good flurry of maneuvers right there. Bang, bang, bang. 3 turns on the backhand, and you jumped out of your seat, hit your head on the roof. You're back. Stand by for scores.
Now, tell me, was that a little body language claim from the back, from there, the young Japanese boy?
Yeah, definitely. He, similar to what we saw Oni do, exactly. And now he's answering back. This time he's going to go on the forehand. Follows it up there. He's got 2 snaps down already. Not so much there on that third. Kind of trying to keep that momentum going down the line and snaps it back again. So it doesn't get quite the face that we saw his competitor get on that wave behind. We saw Arai get a wave that was able to just keep lining up across that bank. Only able to get a couple turns off on that wave, but then it slowly got smaller and smaller. Didn't keep giving him the opportunity that we saw Hiroto get. Nonetheless, a great exchange. Still a ton of time left in this heat. We haven't even got 10 minutes out of the way yet in this heat. There's still 16 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock.
Well, there you go. We've got a Hanabi Taikai happening right out here in broad daylight here in Chiba. It's all happening right in the backyard here of the Japanese surfers. Hiroto Arai, an incredible performance. Now, I know that this kid here has got a lot of fans down in Australia. Kira, Connor, Moana, Taka, the whole crew, where he stays back in Oz, are online cheering away for this fine young man. And another guy that's very responsible for helping him get to where he's got in his surfing career, Ross Butson Senshu. He lives just up the road from us and here in Japan, and he's been very positive in helping this young man get to where he's at. And look at this.
Okay, hold on. I know
Yes,
you're
sir.
really excited. I'm going to slow you down a little bit so you can articulate and clearly let us know. What I took from that is maybe Hiroto is now living in Australia. Is that the case?
No, but he's visiting Australia all the time
Okay.
to hone his skills.
How often is he down there and for how long at a time?
He spent about a month or so down there recently, and he'll make 3 trips during those summer months, which is the winter time over here.
There on the Goldie where you're at?
Yes.
Nice. Nice. And you say you got a friend that's been coaching him?
Young Ross Butson.
Okay. Nice. Good insight there from our boy here live on the mic, Matthew Pitts, former qualifying series competitor, and now calling it live here at this big QS 6000, the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. And last of red, a 7.67. So now look at what is needed by our surfer in blue, Oni Anwar, looking for a 9.84. Score is starting to drop for that third wave. And we have definitely got potentially a bit of a Cinderella story in the making. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but looking pretty solid right here. Hiroto Arai to potentially go into the semifinals.
Well, I don't know if Cinderella can be in 2 places at once, but either one of these guys, there's a Cinderella story involved, because Oni Anwar, I mean, the hype behind him, and what an incredible story it would be if he could go all the way. It would be just as exciting, because the Indonesian fans, they would go through the roof.
They would, but we're not in their backyard. So I think tomorrow, should Hiroto make it through this, we will have a packed beach. I guarantee you tonight. I haven't been watching TV because I don't really understand what they're saying since I've been here. Outside of I do enjoy watching some sumo. I guarantee tonight on the news, should he make it through this heat, we will see that red jersey gracing our televisions this evening.
No, you're dead right, Todd Klein. It really is. It's big news. Olympics, professional surfing. We're coming into summertime, so the whole focus is now shifting to the ocean and the surfing lifestyle. Mainstream Japan's getting on board, NHK, all the fans. So it's incredible timing, and look at the stage that's set here. Look at the weather we've got, the waves, everything's coming together, and we've got the Mikoshi where the gods are lining up, sitting out in the water with the boys, sending them waves, and it's all happening.
Last up blue comes through at 6.07, so now Oni Anwar looking for an 8.27, 13 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time. Our first priority sits with our surfer from Japan in the red, and obviously second priority then goes with Oni Anwar. Both these surfers sitting pretty close to one another. 13 minutes on the clock, and Hiroto kind of sets the tone with that last wave, that beautiful right-hander that he got of a 7.67. Coming up next, the final heat of the day. Quarterfinal number 4, Jesse Mendez up against Beric de Vries.
Now, Todd Klein, I know you're the man. Okay, but I've just got to unfortunately just mention that the 7.67 came from a left-hander. Who would believe?
It wasn't that right? We saw him get 4 turns on?
No, it was the left that came right in towards us. That's the last wave ridden, was that left.
Okay.
But anyway.
Okay.
Maybe someone can send us a message to reconfirm that. But I'm pretty sure the last wave ridden was a left. He did the little body claim at the end of it, and I was about to mention...
I very well could have made a mistake, Pitsy, calling 24 heats in a day.
It's not a mistake, Todd Klein. Here he is up and riding. What a fine young man.
Yes, we got Hiroto Arai. Nice opening maneuver. You see how he pushed the fins up and over. Catches a little bit on that second turn, and then drifts the fins once again. That first turn, very impressive. Catches a little bit on the second, but is able to clean it up and finish on the third turn. He's looking to better a low score of a 6.67.
Now, I just spotted a little bit of the 3-time world champ Mick Fanning in the way he releases out of his snaps and extends his body coming down the face. Coils up in the lip, extends the body, drops to the bottom, and back up into the next turn. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Maybe a little bit in there. Maybe a little bit in there, but what I think you did identify, and I see as well, a very clean style on that wave right there. A clean transition on the opening turn, but he did catch a little bit on the second, and then he finishes it up with a nice clean hit off that whitewater. And a very impressive performance for this Japanese competitor who currently holds down the lead here in quarterfinal number 3. And we'll see, does that last wave change the situation? Will he better his 6.67 and extend his lead over Oni? Oni currently looking for an 8.27. Looks like we do have a little bit of movement coming throughout the back. 11 minutes on the clock. Oni goes up and over that. You can see him looking to the south, which is the right of your screen. He's starting to paddle a little bit that way. Let's see what happens here. Score's starting to drop for last of red. Looks like it very well could just slightly change that 6.67 or fall just short. It's right in that range. Here we go with priority. Oni getting that speed momentum. Watch for him right here to do something big. Goes for the big forehand tail throw and cannot pull it off. So now he will try and get back out there. Plenty of time. 10 minutes on the clock. And last of reds, a 5.9, does not go into the scoreline.
Alrighty, so we could say a little bit of a mistake there from Blue. I got a feeling that Hiroto is really tightening the screws on Oni because he's staying busy and able to post scores. Now, Oni's been sitting there with priority, and I think frustration just started to get in a little bit. He took off on a wave that he probably shouldn't have and went for the air maneuver, and it was not on. So, unfortunately for Oni, a little bit of a priority mistake, and once again, we've got steely nerves that are required to take out these World Qualifying Series event heats paddling.
Yeah, with priority, a great looking wave here for our Japanese competitor Arai. One off the top, catches an edge there. You can see little ribs going up the face, which is kind of interesting. We haven't seen that for the majority of the day, and that wave just does not cooperate. Meanwhile, out the back, throwing some spray to the air, is our surfer in blue, Oni Anwar. He'll kick out and watch for the paddle battle here. Whoever can get back into the lineup first will establish first priority. It hasn't been applied yet, but to me it's looking like it will be red, and we'll stand by for that priority to be established. And we'll get to that, I guess, in a minute. We got blue up and riding. Priority did go to red, and a couple of nice turns here for Oni Anwar. It's going to put him right back in this heat.
Yeah, you're right, Todd. That was an incredible surfing by Oni Anwar. And then we just saw young Hiroto motorboating it back out the back. Gets priority, turns around. No sooner he got out the back and grabbed priority, he's back up and riding.
Yeah, good looking wave here. Doesn't have the ribs. He's able to commit on these bottom turns. Look for the forehand air. Blows the fins out, cleanly rides out of it. And that will be a good one. Look behind him, though. We're getting these 1-2 sets now. And Oni opening up with his own version of that same maneuver. So applause on the beach for these two competitors as we are well underway here in quarterfinal number 3. We've got 8 minutes on the clock, and what an exchange we just witnessed here between these two competitors. We'll start things off here with Arai.
Off the bottom, bang into the lip. Arai, okay. Sets his eyes on that lip, boom, goes for it, pulls it off. Seamless surfing. Hiroto Arai all the way from Japan. We turn around out the back. Blue takes off and almost replicates his performance. Now, how are the judges going to split this one?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. This was the exchange. The second wave of the set was this gentleman in the blue. Nice opening turn, and then he blows the fins out, and he's very excited about it. We'll have to see how that exchange comes through. It was very similar in the approach.
It was similar in approach, but just slightly different in length. Oni, more compact. Boom, into the lip, straight into the air reverse, up and riding again.
Yeah, nice off the bottom, off the top combination 2 times in a row here, and a third for Oni. And he'll get out of that. So standing by really for that last exchange of these two competitors here with 7 minutes on the clock. Quarterfinal number 3.
Now what an event this Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro is turning out to be. This is one of the most entertaining events I've actually ever seen because of, you know, the dog fighting, the cat and mouse, the toing and froing. You know, it's unbelievable how we got this seesaw action happening, and it's almost happening heat after heat after heat. There's never a dull moment, Todd.
I'll tell you what's unfolding is the scores for Last Up Blue. They're coming in looking very solid. They're going to be scratching potentially an excellent score. Anything 8 and above is an excellent score. And there it is. It's a 7.83. So Oni Anwar in second place, looking for a 6.51. 6 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. And wow, what a dogfight we do have on our hands. And look at that, throwing some nice spray, and then he just commits to that maneuver right there.
Wow.
And you can see the passion coming through as he's done with that wave. A 7.83 for that wave.
Now, I've taken my eyes off the screen in the last minute. Has Arai's last wave score come in for his reverse?
I thought it came through at a 5.17, but I thought to myself, you know what? I'm not 100%, so I didn't call it, but I haven't seen any scores drop since, so I'm assuming that that's what it was a 5.17.
Okay. So, once again, comparing the two rides, Oni more compact, straight into the lip, bang, into the air reverse. Hold the phone though, Todd Klein.
No, so I waited a long time. That's why I hadn't said anything. I was a little bit surprised that it being a 5.17, not the case. Scores finally dropping now for that wave of red during that exchange. Just getting the nod was the 7.83 for Oni Anwar, but a better situation for Arai, a 7.67. Strengthens his lead, and now he's back up and riding live action. 2 beautiful maneuvers, another snap, a great-looking left-hander for him. What a fired-up individual he is. Look how he's capitalizing on this left-hander. Oni looking in out the back, and how he just did that, I have no idea, but he's looking to better his low score. He's got the exact same score right now. He's got a 7.67 and a 7.67, so he has to better one of those. Currently, Oni's looking for a 7.51. Do you think that this wave right here will change the situation?
I'm going to say no, but I'll tell you what, it'll become damn close because this kid, as you said, is on fire. Now, did we miss something there, Todd Klein? Because I don't know where that came from. A 9.17.
Yeah, a 9.17 has just dropped for Oni Anwar, and he is now gone to the lead, and he's back up and riding. Beautiful carve here. Drives off the bottom, squares it up again. So I'm not sure that we saw that score of a 9.17 for Oni, but nonetheless, it's in the board, or I should say on the board, and he is in first place position. Now leaving Arai needing a 9.33, Pitsy.
OMG, that's unbelievable stuff. Now, Arai, splashing water. So all of a sudden, we had an incredible heat happening, and now we got some frustration. Arai shaking his head. He's like, what the? Yeah, so 3 minutes and 50 seconds going on out here. Another good score for Blue to come in. The beach, I mean, it is absolutely fireworks out there. The beach, everyone's on their feet. What an unbelievable heat this has been, and it has been non-stop action, Todd Klein. I mean, seriously, calling these heats with you today. The time has flown, and we're already into the second last heat of the day, and we've been here since 6:30 this morning. Unbelievable stuff. But Oni Anwar, the lone Indonesian, a 9.17, a 7.83. He's holding out first place. There's only 3 minutes left, but Hiroto Arai, surfer in red, has priority.
Yeah, quarterfinal number 3 is nothing short of fireworks. That 9.17 for Oni jumps him up into that second place position, and not only jumps him up into that first place position, but not only jumps him up into that first place position, it really makes things difficult for our surfer sitting in second. Our Japanese competitor, Arai, now requiring the best single wave score of this heat, a 9.33. And time is winding down, 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. First priority sits with our surfer from Japan in the red, and we will have our final heat of the day coming up next, quarterfinal number 4. Jesse Mendez, Beric de Vries, and no doubt those two individuals watching this heat intently, seeing where these scores are being applied and how these surfers are approaching it, and maybe how they can adapt to these conditions once they get out into the lineup, maybe where they want to position themselves in the lineup. So 2 minutes to go. Scores coming in for last of Anwar. Not going to go, it looks like, into his score line, as he's got a 7.83 is what he's looking to better. His best score is a 9.17.
Yeah, wow. I tell you, Todd Klein, beginning of the heat, all the momentum with Hiroto. And then we get to the midpoint, and now Oni Anwar has managed to turn this heat around. The screws were getting tighter and tighter, but Oni managed to bust out, break free, find the waves he needed, and perform the way a championship tour surfer would perform. Not that he's there yet, but he's looking like he's destined for this sort of stuff coming from this Indonesian kid. A 9.17, a 7.8, unbelievable stuff with just 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. And poor old Hiroto Arai, you can see there, he looks a little bit dejected, as you would be, because he's got the whole beach behind him. He's got the media.
Well, he surfed a fantastic quarterfinal. He had 2 sevens and was leading for quite some time, and then about on the 4-minute mark, give or take, Oni drops that 9.17, and the entire world here on the beach, when it was so sunny and everybody was enjoying themselves, it started to rain and got cloudy for that person who dropped then to second place, Arai, now needing a 9.33, 40 seconds on the clock. And it looks like Oni will be going on into the semifinals, and he will stand by for the winner of that next heat for semifinal number 2. That will be determined on who comes out of quarterfinal number 4 up next. Jesse Mendez, Beric de Vries. It's not done yet, though. 20 seconds on the clock. Needing a 9.33. You can see Arai looking, maybe seeing something here to the north. Looks at his watch, looks at the horizon, and he knows this is it. 10 seconds.
Unfortunately, he's going to just be 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, just like the beach, I'm going to go ahead and put my hands together and give a little applause to both of these competitors, but our surfer from Japan, what a run he had here into the quarterfinals. Hiroto Arai comes up short in the quarterfinals to Oni Anwar, 9.17 and the 7.83. He's on into the semis. Coming up next, the final heat of the day, quarterfinal number 4, Jesse Mendez, Beric de Vries.
I'm the Sosa, bro. I'm the Souza.
I'm the Souza.
Are you kidding me? I am Adriana de Souza.
I am the Souza. Totally.
Well, good afternoon, live from Japan. It is coming up on 5 p.m. in the evening here on a Saturday afternoon, and we are into the final heat of the day, quarterfinal number 4, here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, a World Surf League QS 6000, and we will see Jesse Mendez in the red, Beric de Vries in the blue, Mendez from Brazil, and de Vries from South Africa. Todd Klein joined by Matthew Pitts, and the final heat of the day is upon us.
Yeah, and here we have a paddle, but no ride. So once again, Todd, incredible heat to finish off today's surfing. It's been an unbelievable day. One of the most enjoyable days that I've had sitting and watching surfing. I'm sure it's probably up there with yourself. There's Oni Anwar, who's come in from an incredible day's surfing. It hasn't been just an incredible heat. He's been doing this all day long. Unbelievable stuff for the Indonesian, and he's got to be stoked.
Yeah, great run for him into the semifinals. And an interesting little thing I check out as he's walking down, we knew he was riding it, but a thumbtail or a bit of a rounded pin. And usually in these conditions you'll see 98% of the competitors going to a squash tail or a bit more of a square tail, and not the case for Oni. Riding that thumbtail, as some would refer to it, or a round pin. And a lot of times what that will do is give you some serious drive off the bottom and allow you to really pivot off the bottom, but it's a little bit harder to slide the fins out, and not the case though for this young man from Indonesia. He's into the semifinals, and he awaits now in semifinal number 2 for the winner of this heat, quarterfinal number 4. Whoever takes out this heat will match up against Oni.
Yeah, well, you know what? One thing I've really learnt from sitting here today with you, Todd Klein, is that bums on seats, like coming to the beach, sitting and watching the event live, mate, there is nothing like it. It's great to sit at home with the comfort of a coffee and open up the fridge or maybe a beer and watching heats, for sure. But
watch this, Pitsy.
Up and riding, boom, off the bottom, silky clean cutback, out on the face, just a direction change there. The inside, not much happening, but nevertheless, off to the start, surfer in blue, and just reminding us of that speed and silky smooth style that this guy's got. And Todd Klein, it looks like we're going to go down to Oni Anwar for an interview, the heat winner from that quarterfinal number 3.
All right, you're watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of quarterfinal 3, Oni Anwar. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How was the wave out there?
Yeah, it's clean, and the set is so good, but there's not many wave came. So I think there's like the second set is like the best set that has a more wall. So and then I was lucky to get the second one because I was second priority, and Hiroto took the first one, and I waited the next one, and I got a 9. I was sick, stoked.
Right. You got great air reverse for 7.83 and the perfect score for 9.17. But you both were riding every wave, paddling all the time, wasn't it?
Yeah, I enjoyed this heat more because me and Hiroto was really good friends, and we didn't really like sit on each other. So we just like trying to show everyone we can surf the wave, like instead of like hustling and stopping each other. But yeah, I was having fun, and yeah, sorry for Hiroto, but good result for him, and obviously he will have a more chance coming. He's ripping the whole event, so yeah, I'm happy to make it to semis.
Right, you have to work for Hiroto and the other opponent that you defeated tomorrow. You're moving to the semifinals. You got plans for it?
I'm just so blessed to make it to the final day. Most people just leave a couple of days ago, and I'm just happy and blessed for what I've got, and stoked to be here. Beautiful day today. When I wake up, it's like, wow, this is a great day, and I was like, okay, let's do this. Yeah.
I love to see you always praying to the ocean. So good luck for tomorrow. Have a wonderful night. And your bee is kissing you. All right. It's just a kiss. Great work, Oni Anwar. Congratulations. And
Dude, that right there was the highlight for me of the event. I was starting to fade a little bit, but I just got re-energized right there. Oni Anwar brought his own bee to this comp, and it landed on him, gave him a little bit of a kiss there. They said, get it off, get it off. He says, no, it's my friend.
Yeah.
And so congratulations to Oni Anwar. He said he woke up this morning, he could feel it, and it's all coming together. Even the bees are trying to get a piece of that honey. Here we go, out the back. Jesse Mendez just scored a good wave on a right, and now he takes flight on a left. So, wow. He's all over out there utilizing the break both on the rights and the lefts. And a pretty darn classic interview right there.
Look at that screen, Todd. It's absolutely beautiful. And De Vries has had a fantastic wave as well. So we've got 3 scores to come in. 1 for De Vries, 2 for Red. And the stage is set now for the final heat of the day for an incredible showdown. I love this camera angle down at the water's edge here. Boom, air reverse Mendez, smooth as silk. This guy's unbelievable.
Yeah, Jesse Mendez currently number 1 in the world on the qualifying series, and this is going to help solidify that position for him. Scores already coming through for the second of blue, and it's going to be an excellent score, and he's not done yet. Have a look at this wave right here he's stroking into. Drives off the bottom, beautiful snap off the top, comes out of it, generating some more speed straight up into that next section, gets the fins up and over, snaps it one more time. He's going to try to get down to this oncoming section now. He does. Beautiful rebound all the way back to the whitewater. This kid is on fuego, and he just posted an 8.00 on the wave prior. So fantastic surfing right now for Beric de Vries, and we're standing by for quite a few scores for Mendez as well. So we're going to sit back, relax, pull up a chair, and wait for these scores to unfold with 17 minutes on the clock.
Wow, Todd, I'll tell you what, we have seen Jesse Mendez deliver right through this event, and he's been in situations where you're like, whoa, how's he going to do it? De Vries has got an 8.0, and then we've got a score coming in for that ride that we just watched on the screen. And my question is now, Jesse Mendez, how is he going to do it? Because the hole's deep, off the lip, off the bottom again, bang, incredible surfing, smooth as silk, full direction change, off the lip again, moves through the inside, pumps for speed, watch the inside here again, bang, again. I mean, this guy seems to be able to do it every single time. Despite the task in front of him, he can continue to deliver, and that's why he's number 1 in the world right now on the rankings in the qualifying series. But De Vries, wow, what a heat he's having so far.
Yeah, this is a great day, great way to finish up a great day. The final heat in the water, quarterfinal number 4. We'll come back tomorrow and kick off either with the women's semifinal in the QS3000 or the men's semifinal in the 6000. Here is the replay of last of red, working this left-hander over. We got some more water coming in on the sandbar out there, so we're starting to see these waves allow both the left and the rights to have some scoring potential. So currently, as the score's set, it is a 6.33 for Mendez's opener, a 6.73 currently on the board. So out to an early lead is Mendez, but have a look at that second score for De Vries. It's an 8.00. He opened up with a 3.33, so currently our surfer in blue sitting in second place looking for a 5.06. We've already got one semifinal set here for the men in the QS 6000. We will see Flavio Nakajima up against Cooper Chapman, and we just had Oni Anwar go into the next semifinal, and he awaits for the winner of this quarterfinal number 4.
Well, Todd, I said it earlier, and I'd just like to mention it again, that having these surfing events with all the people down on the beach, I guarantee you it lifts the performance of the surfing. There's a lot of energy here on Shida Beach this afternoon. The surfing performance has been unbelievable, and I want to get everyone back down to these events, create this atmosphere, and watch the surfing go sky high, because today's been unbelievable, and the scores have just been coming in non-stop all day long. It's like machine gun fire, and it's been unbelievable, Todd. And to get all the best surfers in the world on a beach with a place packed with fans, unbelievable stuff. Similar to what we saw at the Oi Rio Pro there in Brazil. There's always a massive crowd, and the levels go through the roof.
Well, since you're talking about ammo, we just saw Beric de Vries fire one across the bow of Jesse Mendez. It came through at a 7.17. De Vries now goes to first, Mendez to second. Mendez looking for an 8.44, 14 minutes on the clock. And Beric de Vries is right there where he wants to be in that first position.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how Jesse Mendez is going to manage to get himself out of this hole. And he's cool and calm. He's sitting out there. He's in second priority. So you would think the advantage right now with the surfer in blue. But we've seen this so many times with Jesse Mendez. And all of a sudden, somehow, he manages to do the Houdini act and get out of trouble and end up on top by the end of the heat. But let's see if Beric de Vries can stop that from happening in this here quarterfinal, number 4.
The boys having a little conversation out there, and I'm pretty sure we got a couple more scores to drop for Jesse, and could potentially change the situation. He sits in second, looking for that 8-4-4. The boys sitting super close. Two-man heat out there in this quarterfinal, number 4. First priority sits with blue, and they are sitting right there side by side. A lot of these guys constantly traveling on that qualifying series tour, and they find themselves constantly, at the same restaurants, the same flights, and so a lot of these guys are close friends despite coming from opposite countries in this heat right now. South Africa being represented by our surfer in blue, Beric de Vries, and Jesse Mendez from Brazil in the red. And like I said, it's 5 p.m. and have a look at the beach. It's a beautiful afternoon here, Saturday afternoon, an hour outside of Tokyo here at Shida Beach in the ICHINOMIYA area of Chiba. And you are watching the Gotcha ICHINOMIYA Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, a World Surf League QS6000. This event has a $150,000 prize purse, and first place will take home $25,000 of it. Here we go, Jesse Mendez. He's going to jump on that backhand straight up into the lip. Beautiful opening maneuver. Snaps it back again, so a good 1-2 punch. Throw a third in there now, and like clockwork now, he is swinging that board around like a pendulum from bottom to top, and that is going to be another good wave there. I think we're going to see probably Jesse's best wave so far.
Wow. Todd, I mean, I am starting to hit the wall because it just does not stop. Just when you thought, how could he possibly do it? Jesse Mendez gets the wave. I mean, machine gun fire again on that wave. He needs an 8.27, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if he actually gets it.
Well, he's got plenty of time if he doesn't. Nonetheless, though, I think it will change the situation. If he doesn't get that score, it will lower the score that is needed for Mendez. 11.5 minutes to go. And you see now our surfer, Beric de Vries, making his way to the north, potentially towards Jesse Mendez. And no doubt he will be listening as well, just like we are intently, to find out what will that last wave of Mendez come through at. I really liked how he opened up, got square up into the lip, and was able to go 4 or 5 more times back into that lip. So a good wave. He capitalized on it, and we'll stand by for those scores.
Yeah, so I've noticed we've got Terence Laughter, the local South African expat living here in Chiba. He's been here for years down on the beach, cheering on his fellow South African surfer out here, Beric de Vries.
Shot brew. Here
comes the score, a 7.5 for Mendez's last wave, now needing a 7.68. So Mendez still in second.
So he was needing an 8.27, so lowering that task now, Pitsy. And as you said, still sitting in second, but now only needing a 7.68. He's already back up and riding. We saw him right there quickly on that forehand. A couple of local media there getting some nice lighting on that left-hander, a bit of a Japanese version of Rocky Point.
Yes.
And we've got 10 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, there'll be some incredible images going around the world on the internet tonight from this event, because look at the lighting that we've got, and the action here is right close to the beach, right in all the fans' face. And I mean, these cameramen will just be feasting on this action and these colors that we're having coming to you.
Speaking of feasting,
Chiba.
Are you ready to train tonight?
Yeah, you knew that.
Sushi train, that is.
Woo woo! Sushi train tonight with Todd Klein sounds great.
It is time to jump on the tracks. It's been a great day, but it's been a long one. 24 heats when all is said and done. 25 minutes in length, and we kicked things off this morning at 6:45 a.m., and it is 5 p.m. here in Japan.
Hey.
So a full day of action, and we are into the semifinals for the men and the women. We've got one more surfer from this heat to join those semifinalists. And at the moment, it's looking like it could be Beric de Vries from South Africa if Jesse Mendez cannot find that 7.68. Barrick's been consistent in this heat. He opened up with a 3.33, which was not what he wanted, but since then he posts an 8.0 and a 7.17, and now he's been a little bit more patient, waiting out the back. He's got that first priority. He's a very smart competitor. We've seen him throughout this event, and now he knows not to take off on a wave unless he can keep Jesse from catching a wave, or unless he can better that low score of a 7.17.
Wow, and I'm looking out to sea, Todd, and I can just see beautiful sets breaking in front of the contest area, and no doubt these swells will head in towards the surfers are sitting. But Todd, if we had jumped in a car and drove to Narita when the contest started this morning, we could have jumped on a plane, flown to Australia, and we would be in the Goldie right now.
What does that mean?
It means that we've been here for a long time.
Oh, I got you. I didn't know where you were headed with that.
To the Gold Coast.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. No, but we could have flown to Australia by the time that we've been here at the event today.
Yeah, we were fortunate. You know, a lot of places around the world, you don't have the amount of daylight that we do here in Japan this time of year. The sun does rise literally at 4:30 a.m. in the morning, so it's a good long day here, and we did capitalize on the conditions we had here today, running a full day, 24 heats, and we are down to only 7 heats remaining, and that includes both the men and the women. We'll have 3 heats for the men in the QS 6000. We've got 2 semifinals and then a final, and the same goes for the women in the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, a women's QS 3000. So it's going to be a fantastic day tomorrow. Forecast looking positive, and we no doubt will have a big crowd on tap being Sunday afternoon. It couldn't really get any better the way that it's stacking up for tomorrow.
No, you're right, Todd. It's been unbelievable, and tomorrow's going to be no different. Look at this. Little lines appearing on the screen here. Mendez looking for a 7.68. Who will advance in tomorrow's competition? Only time will tell. 7 minutes on the clock. Here goes Mendez.
Well, you know what he's going to do. He's going to try and catch a big forehand air. You can see him picking up that speed. Bang. There it is. And he looks up to the judges, just making sure that they could see it.
I don't think they're going to buy it.
No?
No, just a slight...
Too manufactured?
Well, I just think there wasn't enough before it, and I think he just got a slight glitch on the landing, and then the claim was a little bit like, hey, come on. But, don't get me wrong, 7.68. Let's have a look again.
Okay, check it out. Setup turn, drives off the bottom, squares it up a little bit, and then commits to this. Throws a couple of pumps, generates that speed, launches from the lip, lands in the flats, spins it around. 7.68 is the score that's needed.
I'm just trying to compare it to what we've seen.
If you compare it to his backhand wave that we saw him get multiple turns on, which was a 7.5.
Yes, I'm going to say it's less than that because that was an incredibly well-ridden wave. So basically it really gets down to strength of one maneuver because they were set up turns. But Todd Klein, what would I know? Up and riding.
Yep, here we go on the backhand. Mendez, he's not done yet. He's not going to leave it in the judges' hands. As he waits for those scores of the last wave, he goes vertical to finish things up there. And now behind him, De Vries, forehand air, transitional maneuver. Beautiful surfing here, goes vertical. And wow, that was pretty impressive right there for a small wave to be able to make an air, not only make it, but make it a transitional maneuver. He actually cleared a section, lands it, and drives out of it. Watch this. Instead of doing a floater, he airs that section, drives right back into the lip, and then kicks out. So a very impressive response there for De Vries, knowing that Mendez just got a good wave of his own. Wow, what a heat underway with 5 minutes to go.
Well, I'm out of my depth, Todd Klein, when it comes to critiquing airs because, you know, I don't know too much about how to do them or anything, so the criticalness and all the rest of it. Jesse Mendez, this guy is unbelievable. An 8.30. And how the hell does he do this? I mentioned at the beginning of the heat, I was like, surely he can't do it again because he was quite a long way behind in this heat. And De Vries was looking so good. And Jesse has done it again. It just blows my mind.
But stand by. That last wave was super impressive by De Vries. I really liked how, again, he not only just did an air like we've seen a lot of the competitors do kind of as a final maneuver in this event, but he made it a transitional maneuver. As many guys would use an off the lip or a floater, he He comes out of that air after clearing the section and sets the inside rail and goes straight back up into it again. So stand by for last up blue. Scores dropping for Mendez. So a great exchange here from blue and red. 3 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock.
So just hearing the beach announcers saying, and us too, we're waiting on that score for blue. All important score. He needs a 7.81.
Last wave of red, a 6.63, will not go into his score line. So now it is in the hands of Beric de Vries, and he's done all he can, so it actually sits with his 5 judges on the panel, and we will wait and see. Was that wave a 7.81? I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I wait to see what those scores will be with 3 minutes on the clock.
Gee. So look, here goes Mendez taking a look, because you know what? He's the type of guy that's going to leave nothing to chance.
Oh. Scores coming through for de Vries. In the blue, a 5.40 for de Vries. Still needing a 7.81, 2 minutes 50 seconds on the clock.
2 minutes 50, priority with blue. Eric de Vries now has all the work ahead of him. And I mentioned at the beginning of the heat, I was like, surely Mendez can't get out of this, but he's done the Houdini act again. Unbelievable stuff.
Yep, they chained him up. They put him in a box. They threw him in the water. And within 30 seconds, he surfaced, and he's done it again, old Mr. Houdini.
I mean, seriously, incredible. It really is. You got to take your hat off to him. This guy is unbelievable.
And Mendez staying right there with him, trying to get blue to relinquish that first priority. 2 minutes on the clock. And, well, Beric de Vries, he needs that score of a 7.81. He's not going to give away any priority unless he thinks he can get that score. The challenge for him, though, is the clock. 2 minutes remaining. And red gives the thumbs up. I hear you loud and clear. 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, well, you saw red put the hands above the head, tap the wrist for the time. If he had have extended them slightly forward, further up, join the fingertips, he would have been given the A-OK sign. I've got this all under control.
So this is it, the final heat of the day. Sorry, Pitsy, what you got?
That was the claim we were wanting to see before the end of the event.
Well, we very well still could see it. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow. It will be finals day on Sunday. And just looking forward to those semifinals. For the men here in this QS 6000, Flavio Nakajima in semifinal number 1 will be wearing the red up against Cooper Chapman in the blue. Oni Anwar in semifinal number 2 will be in the red. And at the moment, it looks like he will join Mendez, and Mendez would be wearing the blue. But we've got 1 minute on the clock. De Vries looking for a 7.81. He's got priority, and just kind of doing the stare, wondering with 50 seconds on the clock, is this it? Has my run come to an end, or will Mother Nature dial me up one more chance?
45 seconds. It looks like a little bit of a mill pond out there at the moment. So unfortunately for Beric de Vries, I think he's cooked his goose here, unfortunately.
Well, we'll see. Maybe it could be a barbecue for him if he can find that score. 20 seconds on the clock, and he might see something. He's breaking to the north, making a little bit of movement here with the 15 seconds on the clock, and I think he's heading back now to give a high five to our surfer in red, because I think that, well, maybe not. Yep, there it is. So congratulations. What a run it's been for Beric de Vries. He made it all the way to the quarterfinals here. He'll take home an equal 5th place finish, 2,650 points, $3,000 for his efforts, and more importantly, we will see Jesse Mendez, current world number 1 on the qualifying series, continuing to push for that campaign to qualify for next year's championship tour on into the semifinals. Stay tuned for the posting interview with Jesse, and we will see you in just a moment.
Adriana de Souza.
I'm De Souza, bro. I'm De Souza.
I'm De Souza.
Are you kidding me? I am Adriana de Souza.
I am De Souza. Totally.
We just wrapped up the final heat of the day, quarterfinal number 4. Jesse Mendez from Brazil getting the win over Beric de Vries from South Africa. And what a run it's been for de Vries. It was a great event for him, and the semifinals are now set. And by the looks of the conditions out there, Matthew Pitts, it looks like tomorrow, for finals day, it could be a picture-perfect final. We've only got 7 heats to go, 3 for the women. Sorry, 6. 3 for the women and 3 for the men. So another great day tomorrow, but we can really pick the eyes out of the best conditions knowing that we only have 6 heats left.
Yeah, you're right, Todd, but I think we'll be starting off early on those offshore conditions early in the morning and get the thing going before the tide runs out. So we should have the contest wrapped up fairly early, and then we can go surfing, because it looks like incredible fun out there. And that's what people say, you got to get out there and compete, but the thing is, you got to remember to still have fun. And from what I saw, from how fun the waves were today, every competitor out here, win or lose, had a fantastic time.
Well, we are going to catch up with Jesse Mendez here in just a few minutes. It was the final heat of the day. Jesse had a amazing run there in that quarterfinal and is now into the semifinals. While we wait to hear from Jesse, let's talk about these matchups, starting with semifinal number 1. We've got Flavio Nakajima up against Cooper Chapman. What are your thoughts on that, Pitsy?
Well, another incredible lineup and an incredible contrast of surfers. We got Flavio, unbelievable on his backhand, and then we've got Cooper Chapman, smooth as silk and being very strong in the air. So that is going to be a very tough heat.
And we then see semifinal number 2, Oni Anwar, and this man right here, Jesse Mendez.
Well, we saw Oni post a 9, an incredible performance, but from what I've seen, this guy, Houdini, mate, I don't think anyone can stop him.
Well, we'll see. It's going to be a great day tomorrow. I want to say thank you to all of the viewers that have been with us for a very long day and a great day. And we will have the finals tomorrow. We will crown 2 champions. And we are standing by to catch up with Jesse Mendez. He is making his way in from that last heat, probably going to grab a little bit of water with a 25-minute quarterfinal like that, and it being such a highly contested heat. He's probably feeling a little bit dehydrated. It's been a long day for all of these competitors, just like it's been for you and I, Pitsy, as well as Matt Wyborn, who is helping us out with the commentary. I want to say special thanks to the judges for a long day and their efforts. And every one of these heats, I believe, was on with the scores. We saw some great scores throughout the day. We lost some big seeds, though. You know, I was expecting the likes of Adriana de Souza coming off that fresh win over at the Oi Rio Pro to be into these semifinals. Does that surprise you as well, Pitsy?
Well, not really, just because we had a few heats, downtime in a couple of our heats where it was inconsistent. And, there's sometimes where it doesn't matter who you are, unless you get the waves, you can't, you can't do your stuff. So there were a couple of slow heats, and luck became a major factor in those heats where there aren't any waves, and unfortunately, he ran out of it. So, we can see Jesse Mendez just having a laugh with his buddies on the beach there on the screen. He's had a fantastic day.
Well, someone give him a, because we want to hear from him.
Alrighty. Well,
give him one. Go ahead, Pitsy, hit it.
No, we'll see. We got Blue up there.
All right, there you
Hey,
go. So he'll be over in a
Jesse.
minute. While we wait for Jesse,
Yeah.
as he makes his ways down, he heard your whistle. Let's talk about the matchups for the women. The QS3000, Philippa Anderson up against one of our Japanese competitors, Hanako Kurakawa.
I like Philippa for that one.
Okay, and we've got another Japanese competitor in that semifinal number 2, Minori Kawai up against Dimity Stoyle.
I think Dimity's going to be a spoiler in that one, and it's going to be an all Aussie affair in the finals.
Well, I'm going to go out and say I want to see Minori Kawai. Even though I love Dimity, I would like to see one of our Japanese surfers make it to the final, because for me, both for the men and the women, I was very impressed to see the level of surfing by these Japanese competitors, and it would be awesome for the sport of surfing here in Japan. The Olympics coming up in 2020, for one of these Japanese ladies to make it to the final, so that tomorrow when we have a complete full house, all the people coming out here, both local surfers and the surfers that are coming out from Tokyo, to see one of their ladies competing in the final tomorrow. So that's where I'm coming from, Pitsy.
Well, I would love to see them in the final, but I thought the question was, who do I think will win? And that's who I thought would win. But who I'd like to see in the final, I'm with you, Todd Klein.
All right, well, let's hug it out, Pitsy. Let's go get a good night's sleep, and let's send it down to the winner of that last heat, Jessie Mendez.
Thank you so much for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of quarterfinal 4, Jessie Mendez. Well, it was a long day for you, but how are you feeling right now?
Feeling great, feeling blessed. It was a beautiful day. Best waves we had, probably the whole event. It was fun this morning, got kind of weird in the low tide, and then after it got super fun and offshore. So yeah, long days here always. It gets light at 4 a.m. so we've been waking up so early every day, but going to bed like really early as well. But days have been very long here.
And with your in the heat, you were having a conversation with your opponent. What were you talking about?
We had it when I got a left, and he asked me like how was it? And I was like, I surfed it well, but it wasn't that great of a wave. So he was like, yeah, probably a 7. I was like, yeah, around that. And he came like a 6.9. So, and then after, he was bummed that he let me go into both scores that I had. So the first wave was very bad. I think for front side, it was a very bad wave. It was not too much wall ahead of it, but backside it could go vert and go very deep in the bottom turns, and it worked out. And then the left, it was kind of a I thought he should have went, because the winds are good for airs on the left, so it was it's like a hard situation to be in, because it wasn't that great of a wave, but maybe could have been, and that's what happened. And yeah.
But I'm glad that you made to the semifinals. What kind of preparation are you gonna do tonight?
Same I've been doing, just go to sleep, get some rest because I'm very tired, eat some food, and maybe some sushi tonight. Sounds very good right now because it's been very hot, so it sounds refreshing. I don't want anything heavy right now, and yeah, pray, relax, breathe, and into tomorrow.
Keep yourself warm and good luck for tomorrow. Thank you so much and congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
さあということでジェシー・メンデスのインタビューをお届けしましたが、試合中に1回ね、2人がどんな会話をしていたのということが非常にコメンテーター同士で気になっていたんですが、ベイリク選手がバックサイドの波どうだったと聞いたのをしっかりときちんとこうだったよというふうに教え合っていたみたいです。その後にプライオリティのねやり取りがあって、ああやればよかった、こうやればよかったっていろいろと反省していたのですが、素晴らしいパフォーマンスを見せてくれました。現在 QS シリーズカレントリーダーのジェシー・メンデスのインタビューをお届けしました。Alright, thanks for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Well, Jessie Mendez wrapped it up, the great heat for today. And for tomorrow, first call is going to be 6:30. Men's and women's stand by for semifinals. And looking forward for the great heat again. And tomorrow's forecast is going to be sunny, but it's going to be a bit chilly than today. So bring your jacket or maybe thin kind of hoodie, alright? さあ、明日のウェイティングですが、ファーストコールは6時半となっています。女子と男子のセミファイナルからのスタンドバイとなりますので、今日以上に熱いヒートを見せてくれること間違いなしです。天気ですが、今日と変わらず気持ちのいい青空が広がると思いますが、気温の方が最高気温がどうやら23度ぐらいということで、北風からのスタートみたいです。朝一お越しの際は、ジャケットの方薄いウィンブレなどを持ってくるといいかもしれません。楽しみにしていてくださいね。明日もたっぷりとインタビューそして解説をお届けしていきます。ここまでのお相手は堀内直子でした。 Well, this is your host Naoko signing off. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
I'm Adriana de Souza.
I'm De Souza, bro. I'm De Souza.
No, no, I'm de Souza.
Are you kidding me? I am Adriana de Souza.
I am de Souza. Totally.
Hey, I'm John Florence. Eu sou o número 1.
I'm John Florence.
No, I'm John.
No way, I'm John Florence.